The nation has mandated that all citizens engage in gaming, rendering non-participation impossible. What does this new law, which blatantly disregards human rights, signify in a world where such regulations have emerged? Li Wu found himself summoned to the precinct for a chat after failing to play for 7 consecutive days. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to enter a virtual reality game known as Blue Star Online. Chapter 1. The state's compulsion to game. Li Wu, present. Your case has been processed. You are required to make up for 42 hours of online time over the next 7 days, in addition to the standard 42 hours for this week. This means you must ensure a total of 84 hours online, roughly 12 hours per day. I refuse to accept this. Your refusal is inconsequential. Citizens age 14 to 60 are mandated to guarantee 42 hours of gaming each week, as per this newly instituted regulation. All other criminal and civil laws must yield to it. Officer Zhou, you're aware of my circumstances. They say law must consider humanity. I truly face hardships. I work 3 jobs and only manage 4 hours of sleep each night. I simply have no time for gaming. Sai Shaoli, we reside in the same community. I am well aware of your situation. However, the enforcement is severe. Not just you, even we as police officers are required to ensure 42 hours of online time weekly. Failure to do so could result in immediate termination and penalties. This is utterly outrageous. Who has ever heard of a government forcing its citizens to play games? No nation has ever enacted such absurdity. On the contrary, you are mistaken. This new law is not exclusive to our country. Similar regulations have been implemented in other nations as well. This is unreasonable. Regardless of its reasonableness, you're not the only one who has failed to meet the online hours. The detention center is overflowing with individuals detained for this very reason. Were it not for your unique circumstances, even my pleas could not spare you from making up your online time in custody. Officer Zhou, I cannot accept this. Ultimately, Li Wu could not evade Officer Zhou's goodwill, departing the police station with 500 yuan clutched tightly in his hand, gazing up at the now pitch-black sky. His heart ached. He was not lying, he truly faced difficulties. Last year, his sister's family, along with both sets of parents, embarked on a road trip that ended tragically in an accident, leaving only his only and a half-year-old niece, Tuan. Tuan, unharmed, the rest perished. At that time, Li Wu was just beginning his sophomore year. During the simultaneous funeral for the 6 victims, he did not weep, but Tuan's call of uncle pierced his heart, leading him to sob uncontrollably. As Tuan's sole close relative, Li Wu readily assumed guardianship, balancing his studies with the care of Tuan. If that were all, it might have been manageable. Although his brother-in-law's drunk driving caused the accident, resulting in no compensation from the insurance company, both families still possess some savings to support. They're living for a few years. However, fate dealt a cruel blow. Not long after, little Tuan was hospitalized with a high fever, only to be diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. Patients with this condition must take medication for life. The doctor presented 2 treatment options. One was covered by insurance, albeit still costly, and Li Wu could manage it temporarily. This plan would only ensure survival for a decade under ideal circumstances. The other option was a newly developed foreign drug, also requiring lifelong use, but with remarkable efficacy, allowing patients to live normally. While precise data on longevity was not available, a conservative estimate suggested over 20 years. However, this miracle drug was not covered by insurance, costing 20,000 yuan per box, with 1 box needed monthly, totaling 240,000 yuan annually. Without hesitation, Li Wu chose the second treatment option, not out of a sense of obligation to repay his sister's kindness, but simply because Tuan was his only family, and he was her uncle. The next day, he sold his parents' house and his sister's recently paid-off home, leaving only the old house belonging to Tuan's grandfather due to complications in inheritance laws. The property was located in a small county. The selling price was relatively low. The half-house fetched only 400,000 yuan. Along with both family savings, Li Wu had over 500,000 yuan in total. In truth, he might have had more, but the accident affected more than one party. Although the opposing party suffered no injuries, their vehicle sustained severe damage, and it was an expensive car. Yet, the reduction in savings was not solely due to this, as the other party, understanding the situation, symbolically requested only 20,000 yuan in compensation, despite the potential for 200,000. Li Wu experienced the goodness of humanity, but he quickly learned the depths of its cruelty. The real financial burden arose from the funeral expenses for the 6 deceased, including the burial site and various other costs. At that time, Li Wu was merely a sophomore, unaware of the intricacies involved, blindly following the prescribed procedures, which led to considerable unnecessary expenditures. While 500,000 yuan sounds substantial, it barely sufficed for 2 years. 2 years were insufficient for him to graduate, prompting Li Wu to make the resolute decision to withdraw from school, working 3 jobs daily. Though he still struggled to break even, it was better than depleting his resources entirely. Adding to his frustration was the government's recent implementation of a nationwide gaming initiative. Despite widespread public opposition and numerous large-scale protests, the plan's enforcement continued unabated. Free gaming headsets were distributed to every citizen over the age of 14 a week ago, and the national game, Blue Star Online, officially launched at that time. As Li Wu observed his dwindling savings, he had no time to play games. He initially believed that with over 1 billion citizens, only the youth would support such a mandate surely. Others would oppose it, leading to the law's eventual collapse. To his dismay, just a week later, the police came knocking. Were it not for Officer Zhou's intercession, he likely would have had to complete his online hours in detention. After picking up Tuan half an hour late, Li Wu immediately apologized to her kindergarten teacher. "Teacher Lei Lei, I'm so sorry for making you wait." Teacher Lei Lei, aware of Tuan's circumstances, felt her heart ache as she gazed at the young man before her. As soon as Lei Lei's words fell, Tuan, cradled in Li Wu's arms, protested, "No, I want to be with Uncle." "All right, you can stay with Uncle," Li Wu replied, playfully pinching Tuan's small nose and graciously declining teacher Lei Lei's kind offer. Upon leaving the kindergarten, Li Wu retrieved a long scarf from the storage compartment of his electric bike, expertly securing Tuan on his back with it. After donning the gaming headset and activating the smartphone mounted on the bike's handlebar, he began accepting orders. "Go!" At Tuan's cheerful command, the electric bike zipped into the night. After placing Tuan in bed, Li Wu did not follow his usual routine of heading out to deliver food instead. He turned to gaze at the unopened cardboard box in the corner. He had considered entering the game to earn money. During his school days, he had played for a few days, but he hesitated to act because since Blue Star Online launched, his colleagues had been both praising the game's quality and lamenting its exploitative nature. Earning money was nearly impossible, and even drinking water in the game came at a cost. Now, with the law's weight bearing down on him, if he truly ended up in detention, he would receive no wages at all. After following the instructions to activate the brand new gaming headset, a system voice chimed in. Retinal scan in progress. Brainwave scan in progress. Identity verification in progress. Name, Li Wu. ID number, 15.0015. Age, 21. Nationality, Huaxia. Bank card binding in progress. Bank card successfully bound. Online hours, 0. Online hours, 42. Warning. Please complete the required online hours within 7 days, or legal penalties will be imposed. But a series of electronic beeps left Li Wu utterly astonished. Isn't this utterly outrageous? Chapter 2. Blue Star. At first, Li Wu was somewhat astonished, but he soon relaxed. With the government implementing new regulations for this game, such groundbreaking advancements seemed hardly surprising. As the warning concluded, a figure clad in simple cloth appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, even possessing the same mole on the right side of his face. As his vision blurred, the figure vanished. Yet Li Wu swiftly realized that he had transformed into that very apparition. Touching his clothing, the authentic texture sent shivers down his spine. This was astonishingly realistic. Was this what they term virtual reality technology? Before Li Wu could fully comprehend his amazement, his surroundings brightened abruptly, and he found himself amidst a grand battlefield. Roaring cries reverberated through the heavens as countless monsters converged from all directions. All around him, a multitude of humans appeared, clad in a variety of bizarre attire, wielding an array of weapons. In the sky, numerous figures robed in long garments brandished magic wands, reciting incantations directed at the distant monsters, unleashing torrents of fire, gale-force winds, and hail upon their foes. While such scenes were somewhat familiar to Li Wu, given his gaming experience prior to college, he was perplexed by the many absurdities unfolding before him. Modern weaponry. In addition to various class-specific arms, many among the throng wielded firearms instead of swords and blades. Pistols, rifles, machine guns, and even mortars were in their hands. Was this truly the imagery one would expect in a game? Before Li Wu could voice his incredulity, a shadow suddenly swooped down, seizing him with razor-sharp claws that pierced his shoulder. The excruciating pain radiated from the wound, and the horrifying realism compelled a scream to escape his lips. In the next moment, he was lifted into the air. In a daze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the once mighty human legion below, overwhelmed by an endless tide of monsters. Powerful warriors, noble mages, and countless ordinary soldiers, regardless of their rank, had become mere sustenance for the beasts. Li Wu's vision gradually dimmed, the essence of life ebbing away. Then, the scene shifted abruptly. Li Wu stood within a grand hall. Yet the lingering sensation of death's stark realism left him breathless. Please name your game character. As the system prompt chimed again, Li Wu regained his composure. Tuan. This name has already been taken. Please choose another. Duan Z. This name has already been taken. Please choose another. Duan Bao. This name has already been taken. Please. Invincible and Adorable Tuan. Name accepted. Notice, players will log in with their own appearance and cannot modify it. To conceal one's visage, please purchase a disguise item from the general store. Notice, this game utilizes 100% virtual reality technology. All sensory experiences within the game are indistinguishable from reality. Players are advised to exercise caution to avoid psychological trauma due to realistic sensations of pain. Notice, upon entering the game, each player will randomly generate a unique talent. Note, the current realism of the game stands at 90. The Invincible Cute team wishes you a pleasant gaming experience. As the system prompt faded, the scene before Li Wu transformed in an instant, and he found himself in a bustling square. Bright flashes surrounded him, with players materializing continuously, their voices filled with anguish and curses. Damn it, I've died again. It hurts so much. This game is absurd. I was suffocated by a giant python for a whole minute before I expired. Ugh, why are you naked? Damn it. I was in the middle of a wild encounter with my wife when some scoundrel shot me with an arrow. I was completely unarmed, without a single piece of gear, and I was dead in an instant. A wild encounter. So, your wife is naked too? Li Wu was suddenly blinded by a flash, as a white figure appeared before him, followed by a piercing scream. Although donning equipment was swift, Li Wu's keen eyes caught a glimpse of that bare white form, and being perpetually single, he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. Welcome to Blue Star. You have been born in the 5,188th Novice Village. With that, his talents materialized. Your talent is cutting. Please check your character panel. Cutting? What on earth is that? Li Wu pondered as he opened the character panel. Name, Invincible Cute Team. Level, 0. Health, 100. Energy, 100. Strength, 10. 1 point of strength grants 2 points of physical attack. Intelligence, 10. 1 point of intelligence grants 2 points of magical attack. Stamina, 10. 1 point of stamina grants 10 points of health. Spirit, 10. 1 point of spirit increases energy by 10. Bone structure, 10. 1 point of bone structure grants 2 points of dual defense. Agility, 10. 1 point of agility increases attack speed by 0. 0.5 and casting speed by 0. 0.5. Satiety, 10. If satiety falls below 3 points, it will affect mobility. At 0 points, health will decrease by 1 per minute, and healing effects will be reduced by 90. Skill, True Sight, universal skill, allows the user to view detailed information about monsters within 10 levels of their own. Skill, Powerful Strike, inflicts 150 physical damage, cooldown time of 4 seconds. Note, a common skill for beginners, adjustments will occur upon class transition. Skill, Fireball, inflicts 130 magical damage. Cooldown time of 25 seconds. Note, a common skill for beginners, adjustments will occur upon class transition. Talent, Cutting upgradable. Cutting, attacks or skills inflict true damage equal to 0. 1 the target's maximum health. Special, upgradable. Defeating wild monsters at your level or higher increases this by 0. 1. This can trigger 3 times per level. Li Wu frowned as he examined the description of his talent. The true damage seemed remarkably effective against monsters, yet the base value was exceedingly low at merely 0. 1. This indicated that disregarding his own attack damage, he would need to strike 1,000 times to defeat a creature, unless the level disparity was immense, which monster would require 1,000 strikes to be vanquished. Conversely, if the level gap was too significant, a creature could eliminate him with a single blow. How then could he manage 1,000 strikes? Even if his attack damage matched the cutting damage, he would still need to strike 500 times. And it appeared that the monsters could still dispatch him with ease. The creature requiring 100 strikes to fell renders the prospect of using potions merely a trivial endeavor. It only amounts to delivering an additional blow. Unless one's cutting proficiency ascends to remarkable heights, the wilderness does not seem particularly favorable for slaying such beasts, especially with the vast number of players inundating the fields, likely overwhelming any creature upon its respawn. With a sigh, Li Wu relinquished his fixation on the so-called talents. He opened his inventory, revealing a row of weapons. Black bread restores 3 points of hunger. Mineral water, essential for survival. Wooden sword, beginner's weapon, with a physical attack boost of 6. Staff, beginner's weapon, enhancing magical attack by 5. And a handgun, beginner's weapon, boasting a physical attack of 45. Note 1. Damage from firearms is contingent upon the weapon itself, disregarding character attributes. Note 2. Firearms require ammunition for operation. Handgun bullets, quantity, 10. Add 5 to physical attack. The emergence of handguns raises questions about the seriousness of this game. Chapter 3. A game without initial purchase incentives. Li Wu stood dumbfounded, grasping the handgun, his mind enveloped in confusion. What manner of game is this, where modern weaponry exists, rendering the so-called magical professions seemingly obsolete? His clumsy attempt to load bullets into the magazine caught the attention of a middle-aged man nearby. Observing Li Wu's awkward movements and novice attire, the man's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached with a grin. "Young man, are you selling those bullets?" $1 each. Taken aback by such a price, Li Wu pondered the generous benefits afforded to beginners. Not only did one avoid an initial purchase upon starting the game, but they could also sell for $10. "Not selling," he declared, hastily extricating himself from the crowd before the man could propose a higher offer. Navigating through the throng, Li Wu began to explore the novice village. The surroundings lacked towering edifices, yet the overall design echoed modern architecture, albeit in a state of disrepair. Reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic scene, the novice village was astonishingly vast. After more than 10 minutes of walking, he had yet to reach its end, which did not strike him as odd. After all, given the game's immense player base, a larger novice village seemed entirely reasonable. After considerable effort, he finally located a general store. Gazing at the plethora of items on the shopping interface, Li Wu's jaw dropped. Black bread restores 3 points of hunger, 50 copper coins. Mineral water, 50 copper coins. Handgun bullets, 50 copper coins. Masks, various styles available, 1 silver coin. Upon clicking the recharge interface in the lower corner of his inventory, he was met with the overwhelming malice of Blue Star's economy. $1 equates to 10 copper coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. 1 gold coin corresponds to 100 silver coins. Thus, a single piece of black bread or a bottle of water astonishingly costs $5. Handgun bullets at $5 each. Thankfully, he had refrained from selling them. Having experienced the full brunt of Blue Star's avarice, Li Wu departed the general store, making his way toward the village outskirts. With such high currency values in this game, perhaps it would be feasible to earn some money, thereby adding an extra source of income. Even if a creature dropped merely a single copper coin, it would not be deemed insufficient. After another 10 minutes of walking, Li Wu finally exited the novice village. Gazing at the remnants of shattered buildings beyond the village's light, he was now certain that this was a game set against a backdrop of desolation. Could it be that I am about to encounter zombies? With a hint of curiosity, Li Wu followed a few players who still appeared to be clad in novice gear. As the remnants of broken bricks and tiles gradually thinned out, an expansive meadow unfolded before her eyes. Contrary to her expectations of encountering zombies, she was greeted instead by a multitude of enormous, bouncing rabbits. Towering at a height of 1 meter, these colossal rabbits had lost all semblance of cuteness. Their 2 prominent incisors resembled sharp daggers, exuding a menacing aura. Surely, these cannot be novice monsters? With a sense of intrigue, Li Wu drew closer and cast a keen glance. Giant rabbit. Level 1. Health 200. Physical attack 25. Defense 5. It truly is a novice monster. Upon comparing the attributes of the giant rabbit with her own, Li Wu's face turned pale. No wonder so many players were respawning. These newcomers were incapable of even defeating a novice monster in single combat. It's no surprise they were falling left and right. Her wooden sword boasted an attack power of 26 points. After accounting for the giant rabbit's 5 points of defense, a single strike would inflict 21 points of damage, necessitating 10 blows to vanquish the creature. Conversely, the giant rabbit's attack power stood at 25 points, and after deducting her 10 points of defense, it would deal 15 points of damage. With her health totaling 100 points, it became evident that the giant rabbit could eliminate her in just 7 strikes, barring the use of any skills. Engaging in a direct confrontation seemed futile. However, utilizing a handgun could swiftly resolve the matter. Although the handgun's damage could not be amplified by character attributes, its base damage reached an impressive 45 points, complemented by an additional 5 points from the ammunition, culminating in a total damage of 50 points per shot. 5 well-placed shots would suffice to dispatch a single rabbit. Provided she maintained the proper distance, the creature would perish before it even approached her. Thus, the much-touted system of real pain would be rendered utterly meaningless. What a profound irony. Is this massive multiplayer online game merely a vehicle for monetary exploitation? No wonder the government had mandated such measures. Perhaps the national treasury was in dire need of funds, seeking to profit from the masses? Though fully aware of the improbability of such a scenario, Li Wu couldn't help but voice her grievances. Nevertheless, even if the state were to exploit the populace, it would primarily target the affluent. The commoners would still find some respite as the cost of 25 yuan for a single level 1 novice monster was beyond the reach of the average player. Of course, one must not solely rely on numerical comparisons when gaming. Take, for instance, the 3 players Li Wu was observing. They appear to be a family, encircling a giant rabbit. A boy, seemingly around 14 or 15 years old, called out, and all 3 swords struck the giant rabbit simultaneously. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and before the giant rabbit could retaliate, it was defeated in an instant. Judging by their proficiency, it was evident they were no longer novices, boasting a remarkably high attack power, given that the giant rabbit possessed 200 health points and was defeated in 3 strikes. The average attack power of the trio must have been approximately 72 points. Li Wu hesitated for a moment, but refrained from approaching them to form a party. Given the speed at which they dispatched the giant rabbit, it was unlikely they would accept a stranger into their ranks. Rather than subjecting herself to potential rejection, she deemed it wiser to avoid the situation altogether. A glance around revealed that only a handful of players remained in the level 1 area. After all, the server had been live for a week, and most players had already formed stable teams or were simply playing as family units. Li Wu, not entirely a novice herself, contemplated her options and resolved to venture forth independently. Within the confines of the backpack lay an apprentice's staff, boasting a spell attack value of 5, thereby elevating my own magical prowess to 25. The fireball spell, with a formidable damage output of 130, would inflict 32 points of damage, reduced by the giant rabbit's 5-point defense, resulting in a net damage of 27. With a cooldown period of 25 seconds, if I mastered the distance, I might unleash it twice. However, the extent of the giant rabbit's pursuit range remained uncertain. Should I manage to kite it effectively, perhaps 3 or even 4 casts could be possible. For the sake of estimation, I would calculate the damage as 54 points. Upon engaging in close combat and switching to my weapon, a powerful strike could deal 150 physical damage, translating to 34 points per hit. With the giant rabbit's remaining life at 116, it would require 6 strikes to vanquish it, leaving me with a sliver of health. After meticulously devising a strategy, I proceeded to a secluded area and selected a giant rabbit as my target. Uncertain of the fireball spell's effective range, I cautiously approached from a distance, ultimately triggering the spell at approximately 30 meters. After a brief 1-second delay, a fist-sized, vibrant orange fireball hurtled towards the distant giant rabbit. Without hesitation, I dashed backward the moment the fireball was launched, turning to cast it once more after 3 seconds. Seeing the giant rabbit, now only a few meters away, I fought to suppress my astonishment and steadied my aim to release another fireball. How astonishingly swift this creature is. Within the 25 seconds of the fireball's cooldown, the giant rabbit had traversed nearly 20 meters, not only closing the gap of 30 meters, but surpassing it by several. This was no ordinary rabbit. It resembled a cheetah cloaked in fur. Minus 27. Cut minus 0. The cut value is less than 1 point, thus not triggering. The giant rabbit was now perilously close, and I had no time for deliberation. I swiftly switched to my wooden sword and landed a powerful strike upon its head. Minus 34. A preemptive strike. Success. Just as a smile began to grace my lips, the giant rabbit sank its teeth into my defensively raised left arm. Minus 15. Curse it. The intense pain radiating from my arm compelled me to utter an expletive, and my wooden sword, which should have struck again, faltered due to the agony. Minus 15. After enduring 2 bites from the giant rabbit, I finally retaliated, despite the excruciating pain. Minus 21. I had not anticipated the giant rabbit's pursuit range to be so extensive, compounded by its superior speed. Minus 15. Minus 21. As we exchanged damage over a distance of several meters, I ultimately faltered due to the unbearable pain, transforming into a wisp of white light. Chapter 4. Teaming Up. With a scowl, I emerged from the resurrection point. Although my arm and shoulder had healed completely, an unsettling sensation lingered as if 2 pieces of flesh were missing. To think that a mere novice creature could instill such psychological trauma. Who on earth conceived the notion of 100% real pain? It was no wonder that even a week after the server launch, players with attack values exceeding 60 were forming parties to hunt rabbits, likely burdened by their own psychological scars. Even with my resilient disposition, the thought of the giant rabbit's formidable fangs sent shivers down my spine. This endeavor was not merely about defeating a single monster. To level up and earn currency, one must persistently engage in combat and endure bites. Who could withstand such torment? Unless, of course, I form a party of my own. After some contemplation, Li Wu entered the chat channel. Invincible Cutie Squad. Newcomer seeking to form a giant rabbit team. Waves of the Sea. Is it a girl? Like the waves? Is there one? All free to assist. Join my team, and I'll take you along. Don't you all care about looks? Young man, you clearly do not understand. One cannot apply makeup in the game. Natural beauties are rarer than giant pandas. And does such a beauty need to solicit a team in public? Indeed. We should be open-minded. Even with a face mask, it's all the same. Stop making wild assumptions. Perhaps it's just a child. 14 years old. That is not illegal. Li Wu did not anticipate that a simple request for a team would provoke such a flurry of responses. Due to his connection with the community, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of it for the past 2 years, leading him to subconsciously name his character after his little niece. Little did he know that the game would prove to be so challenging, nor did he foresee that his chosen name would become a source of trouble. Invincible Cutie Squad. I am a pure man. Newcomer seeking to form a giant rabbit team. With this declaration, the chat channel swiftly returned to normalcy, with no one responding to him. Reflecting on the formidable fangs of the giant rabbit, Li Wu persevered, continuing to send messages. Finally, after sending over 20 more, someone requested to add him as a friend. Li Wu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clicked to accept. Spicy Rabbit Head. I'm also a newcomer. May I join? How many do you have on your side? Just myself. I also have only one person. How about you come to the south gate of the village, and we can call for others together? All right. A few minutes later, a girl of around 14 or 15, with twin ponytails, clad in novice garb and wielding a wooden sword, was peering around at the village entrance. Spicy Rabbit Head, where are you? Spicy Rabbit Head? Ah. The girl jumped in surprise, quickly regaining her composure and gazing at Li Wu with a peculiar expression. You are Invincible Cutie Squad? How come you're a boy? My apologies, the public channel moves too quickly. I didn't notice. So, are we still forming a team? Having finally encountered another newcomer. Despite her youthful appearance seeming somewhat unreliable, Li Wu knew that age did not diminish combat prowess. Thus, he could not afford to be dismissive. Let's team up. The little girl eagerly nodded. All right, you call for the team along with me. Public channel, Invincible Cutie Squad. I am a pure man. Seeking to form a giant rabbit team, level 2, for players. Spicy Rabbit Head. I am a pure man. Seeking to form a giant rabbit team, level 2 for players. Li Wu glanced at the focused little girl. Though young, Spicy Rabbit Head was undeniably adorable, and her long ponytails would surely attract many players, making it easy to recruit team members. He shook his head, dismissing the thought that flickered in his mind. Such matters were beneath his consideration. Although the number of those seeking a team had increased by 1, it did not stir much excitement. There were simply too few newcomers. Observing the somewhat impatient Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu could not help but inquire. Surely your family or classmates have higher levels. Why is it just you? My family isn't in the same novice village as me, and right now, I'm in a detention center, unable to contact my classmates. The little girl pouted, her face a picture of grievance, tears nearly brimming in her eyes. Li Wu looked at the innocent young girl and silently sighed. In the detention center, a young girl was playing a game, her level still at 0, which clearly indicated her confinement was a consequence of her misadventures in the realm of Blue Star. Seemingly anxious that Li Wu might misconstrue her as an ne'er-do-well, she hastily launched into an impassioned explanation before he could even inquire. Considering the girl was merely 15, both she and her guardian were detained for 3 days as a cautionary measure. What a pity. Gratitude was extended to Officer Zhou. After calling out for assistance numerous times to no avail, Li Wu finally lost his patience. This week, he was required to maintain 12 hours of online presence daily, leaving him scant time for any employment. The thought of idly consuming resources and the inevitable loss of income in a week made his eyes redden with frustration. We will tackle this together. I will draw the aggro, he declared. It was inconceivable for Li Wu to allow a minor to face the monsters alone. So he steeled himself for the challenge. If it hurts, so be it. At least the spoils from defeating the giant rabbit would be shared between the two of them instead of being divided among 6. With that, Li Wu led his companion, Spicy Rabbit Head, back to the area of the giant rabbits. I shall initiate, he announced. He positioned Spicy Rabbit Head strategically behind him and unleashed a fireball spell towards the distant giant rabbit. The damage inflicted was -27. Concerned about losing aggro, Li Wu refrained from kite tactics and swiftly switched weapons. The next strike dealt -54 damage. To his surprise, Spicy Rabbit Head's fireball also struck the giant rabbit, inflicting a significant -54 damage. The giant rabbit's attention wavered, pivoting to charge at Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Wu rushed forward, delivering a powerful strike to the giant rabbit. This strong blow appeared to have a slight knockback effect, halting the creature's advance. The giant rabbit, now fixated on Li Wu, bit down on his left arm, causing -21 damage followed by -15. As Li Wu exchanged blows with the massive beast, the timid young girl finally gathered her wits, stealthily approaching to strike the giant rabbit with her weapon. Fortunately, as this was merely a game, even a glancing blow caused no significant repercussions, dealing -42 damage. With a final blow, the giant rabbit collapsed, dissipating into a beam of white light, leaving nothing behind. Li Wu, unable to lament the lack of loot, turned in astonishment to the similarly attired spicy rabbit head, who wielded a wooden sword. "How is your attack so formidable?" he inquired. I don't know," she stammered. Li Wu glanced at her empty hands and unadorned neck, puzzled. "Are you wearing different equipment?" "No, just a novice weapon and plain clothing." How then can your attack be so high?" "What is your talent?" "Something like 100 critical hit, but I'm not sure what that means." Chapter 5. Battling a novice monster requires some thought. Li Wu expressed his sense of injustice. Why did she possess a talent for guaranteed critical hits while his own was so lackluster, failing to trigger even when striking a rabbit? If he too had a 100 critical hit rate, there would be no need for a team, and under optimal circumstances, he could potentially defeat the giant rabbit with minimal or no damage taken. "You actually could manage without a team," Li Wu said, gazing at the youthful countenance of Spicy Rabbit Head, sighing as he prepared to elucidate amidst her confusion. In the act of flying a kite, one may unleash 2 fireballs, dealing a total of 100 points of damage. Subsequently, by switching weapons, one can deliver a powerful strike inflicting 68 points of damage, followed by a regular slash that adds another 42 points, bringing the encounter to a close. During this sequence, one merely needs to withstand a single attack from the giant rabbit. The young girl, having never played the game, appeared somewhat perplexed yet grasped a crucial point, anxiously inquiring, "Do you not wish to take me along?" "It is not that I wish to exclude you. Your 100 critical hit means you need not form a party. I have no intention of taking advantage of a young girl like you." No, you have not taken advantage of me. I simply do not know how to play. And this game feels so real. I was bitten to death once before. It was quite painful, and I am afraid." The young lady seemed genuinely traumatized, on the verge of tears, fearing that Li Wu would abandon her. "Oh, please do not cry. You can indeed defeat the giant rabbit on your own. I am terrified. I fear the rabbit, and I fear starvation." The girl's distress was palpable. She was truly frightened, prompting Li Wu to glance around nervously, concerned about any misinterpretation. "Stop. I will take you." "Really?" "Yes. Thank you, invincible and adorable brother." Let us skip the invincible and adorable part. Just call me Brother Tuan." "Thank you, Brother Tuan." Li Wu hesitated momentarily, but then continued, "If you are frightened, there is no need to rush into combat. Simply remain in the village long enough to accumulate online time. Once your detention period concludes, you will be able to contact your classmates and friends. At that point, whether they escort you or provide you with advanced equipment, you can defeat the giant rabbit without sustaining any damage." "That one T work, Brother Tuan." "I initially planned to do just that, but this game has a hunger mechanic. I have already starved to death once. The sensation of hunger is as real as it gets, far worse than being bitten by the giant rabbit. Isn't their beginner bread? It is insufficient. This game is quite vexing. Even if one dies, it does not restore hunger points. One consumes 2 hunger points per hour, and I have already spent 8 hours in the village. I have eaten 3 pieces of black bread, and if it weren't for a kind aunt who gifted me 2 more pieces, I would be starving again." Upon hearing the young girl's explanation, Li Wu cast a surprised glance at his own status and discovered that his hunger points had plummeted from 10 to 7. Calculating the time, he realized he had been online for precisely 1.5 hours. Reflecting on the black bread that costs a staggering 50 copper coins, equivalent to 5 yuan, Li Wu quickly signaled to the young girl to prepare for battle. "Is this truly black bread? It clearly resembles a game card. It costs 3 yuan and 33 cents for an hour. How much is that for a full day?" Ding! Experience gained. 20 points for defeating the giant rabbit. The second giant rabbit was dispatched without incident by the duo. Yet again, no loot was acquired. Li Wu endured 2 bites, grimacing in pain. Given the young girl's impressive output, he naturally could not allow her to bear the brunt of the attacks. And, as an adult man, he felt it inappropriate to let a young girl take the hits. Should she cry for being bitten? Would he comfort her or not? What a waste of time. However, upon observing that he needed 10,000 points of experience to reach the next level, Li Wu grimaced again. The game designers of Blue Star truly lack understanding of player progression. Even soloing a giant rabbit yields a mere 40 points of experience. One must defeat 250 of them to level up. He teamed up with the Spicy Rabbit Head, needing to slay 500 colossal rabbits to level up. This is what it means to progress from level 0 to 1. Is this game even feasible for humans? Although the so-called realistic pain in the game does not compare to the agony of being bitten by a dog for days, it does inflict a momentary sting upon taking damage. Yet it is indeed genuine pain. The thought of enduring 996 bites from these giant rabbits just to reach level 1 made Li Wu's face turn pale. A change in tactics was imperative. Crouching on the ground, Li Wu fixed his gaze on the distant colossal rabbit, his mind racing to analyze the attack patterns and damage inflicted by the giant rabbits and the duo. After a minute of contemplation, he devised a strategy, communicated it to the spicy rabbit head, and began to engage the monsters. Once Li Wu's second fireball spell struck true, the giant rabbit's health plummeted to a mere 100 points. He swiftly switched weapons and unleashed a powerful strike, inflicting an additional 34 points of damage. Although the knockback effect of the powerful strike was minimal, it successfully interrupted the giant rabbit's actions and drew its ire. The substantial damage redirected the giant rabbit's aggression towards the spicy rabbit head, abandoning Li Wu, who was now poised to strike. Seizing the opportunity as the giant rabbit pursued his companion, Li Wu landed a decisive blow to the creature's rear, draining its final 16 health points. Ding! Experience gained. 20 for slaying the colossal rabbit. A flawless victory. The successful tactic brought a sigh of relief from Li Wu, who, like anyone else, feared pain. This was actually the second strategy. Previously, he had conceived a more efficient method to avoid damage altogether, but the timid girl had faltered due to her fear. Li Wu's ideal strategy involved both of them employing fireball spells simultaneously to kite the giant rabbit, and following that, unleashing powerful strikes in unison to eliminate it without sustaining any harm. Regrettably, the girl's fears caused her to falter in the face of the giant rabbit's menacing teeth, resulting in Li Wu taking a hit. What a wretched game. Merely battling the lowest-tier monsters drained so many of his brain cells. How would he cope when facing more formidable foes? With the flawless method now in hand, the duo began to hunt rabbits with newfound confidence. Their hunger meter loomed over them like the sword of Damocles. And there was no way Li Wu would part with his money. The timid girl, spicy rabbit head, didn't he even possess a bank card? At last, upon defeating the 9th colossal rabbit, they experienced their first drop, and to their delight, it was 2 items. Giant rabbit fangs, a beginner forging material. Consult the blacksmith for more information. Giant rabbit fur, a beginner textile material. Consult the tailor for more information. Chapter 6, Clumsy Yet Enthusiastic. Although they were unaware of the prices, Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head couldn't help but smile faintly. After all, it was better than nothing. The Spicy Rabbit Head eagerly nodded, reaching out to collect the giant rabbit fur, evidently disinterested in the bloodied fangs. Despite their disdain for the drop rates in Blue Star, finding items provided a modicum of motivation, and the pair redoubled their efforts in hunting giant rabbits. With their increased experience, they became significantly more proficient, now slaying a colossal rabbit in just 10 seconds, and with the abundance of these creatures, they wasted no time searching for more. This can be considered a benefit of joining the game later. Aside from a few timid players or those with families, the vast majority of veteran players have long since outgrown the realm of level 1 monsters. In this game for all, one can imagine the scene of jubilant festivities and the clamor of firecrackers when the server first opened. It is likely that the newly spawned giant rabbits met their demise before even opening their eyes. A multitude of players converging to slay a single giant rabbit, yielding 10,000 experience points. How many rabbits must they fell? Alas, the mana potions are insufficient. Even at full capacity, one can only cast Fireball 5 times, necessitating a brief respite after every 2 creatures vanquished. Ding! Experience gained from slaying the giant rabbit, 20. Li Wu gazed at the white orb left behind by the vanquished rabbit, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The 2 materials would not emit light. This was a piece of equipment. Giant rabbit leather armor, white. Health 10. Physical defense, 2. Required level, 0. This was a gift for you. Were Li Wu still the one tanking, she would certainly have claimed this piece for herself. However, since she was now able to slay monsters without injury, she decided to bestow the first piece of white gear upon the girl, hoping it would bolster her courage and alleviate her fears of making mistakes. The young girl, flustered, caught the leather armor and stammered, "Brother Tawanzi, you should wear it." Reluctantly, she added, "You sometimes take the hits, so you should keep it." Li Wu sighed. This was precisely why she preferred to be a lone wolf. Encountering considerate teammates often led to time wasted in polite refusals, while greedy individuals were simply exasperating. "You put it on first. I'll take the next piece of equipment," Li Wu stated firmly, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries. The girl nodded, saying nothing more, and promptly donned the giant rabbit leather armor. The loose beginner's tunic transformed into a snug, white, lacy leather armor, instantly altering her appearance. Li Wu blinka, feigning calmness as she averted her gaze. Is the young girl receiving such good nutrition nowadays? She seems to be only 15. Shaking her head, Li Wu cast aside her impure thoughts and focused her attention on the distant giant rabbits. After changing into the armor, the girl paused, her cheeks flushed crimson. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she managed to regain her composure. It's all right. This is just a game. The young girl suppressed her discomfort and followed Li Wu to continue hunting rabbits. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Li Wu's experience points reached 880, leaving her halfway to the next level. She had intended to continue hunting rabbits, but her hunger level would not allow it. After consuming 1 black bread, she offered the remaining 2 to the girl, leaving her with just 4 points of hunger, while Li Wu was down to 5. Falling to 3 points would induce hunger, subsequently reducing their agility, making it difficult to continue their injury-free monster hunting. Although the drop rate in Blue Star was lamentably low, the duo still collected a fair amount of loot from the numerous creatures defeated. 16 giant rabbit fangs, 15 giant rabbit furs, 1 piece of leather armor, 2 iron swords, and a pair of leather boots were among their spoils. Inferior iron sword, white. Attack, 12. Giant rabbit S foot, white. Health, 10. Movement speed, 5. They had 4 pieces of equipment, just enough for each of them to claim 2. Each person wielded a subpar iron sword. And when the foot of the giant rabbit burst forth, the spicy rabbit head promptly removed it and handed it to Li Wu. The enhanced speed provided by the giant rabbit's foot was evidently more suited for timid young maidens, and its fluffy appearance certainly appealed to them. Fortunately, the game equipment would adapt according to gender. Although Li Wu still found the outfit somewhat revealing, it did not leave her with 2 conspicuous shells atop her chest. The 16 giant rabbit fangs and 15 tufts of giant rabbit fur amounted to 310 copper coins, equivalent to 31 yuan. Each earned a meager 5 yuan. Barely enough for a game card, black bread. No, it seemed even that was insufficient. It was only while consuming the black bread that he realized the necessity of mineral water. It was exceedingly dry, making it nearly impossible to eat without it. Consuming a single black bread required at least half a bottle of water. The price of mineral water stood at 5 yuan per bottle. Was the Blue Star truly so merciless in its exploitation? With a sigh of resignation, Li Wu beckoned the spicy rabbit head to sell the materials first and foremost. Upon hearing this, Li Wu's eyes sparkled with realization. He had completely forgotten that the young girl's parents were seasoned players, thus providing them with a ready-made strategy. Following the guidance of the spicy rabbit head's mother, the two ventured to the village square, where they indeed found someone setting up a stall to buy materials. After a brief comparison of prices, they sold the materials for 440 copper coins, netting each 220 copper coins. Li Wu's satiety level plummeted to 3 points, resulting in a noticeable decrease in movement speed, accompanied by a gnawing hunger in his belly. The two hurriedly purchased 3 black breads and 1 bottle of water from the general store, leaving their wallets considerably lighter. Thankfully, he still had some of the 3 bottles of water given to him as a novice. Otherwise, he would have been short on funds for a bottle of water. Gazing at the remaining 20 copper coins, Li Wu furrowed his brow and turned to the spicy rabbit head. This financial imbalance is concerning. Ask your mother if she knows of any profitable methods, perhaps in the realm of life skills? All right. The young girl nodded eagerly, promptly messaging her mother. Brother Tuan, my mother says that life skills require a substantial amount of materials to increase proficiency before one can earn anything. Even 7 days after the server opened, she's still investing money into life skills. Are there any alternative methods? Yes, we could go mining. The spicy rabbit head pointed timidly towards the eastern part of the village, her face etched with apprehension. There's a mine there where we can dig for or to sell, and there aren't too many monsters, but what? But my mother said the lighting there is very poor, and the monsters are zombies. I'm scared. With a sigh, Li Wu observed the young girl's anxious demeanor and suggested, let us tackle the giant rabbits first. Or should we go mining instead? Aren't you afraid? I'm somewhat curious to see what zombies look like. The young girl's naive enthusiasm and eagerness to play left Li Wu shaking his head in exasperation, though it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Leveling up was insignificant. Earning money was of utmost importance, and he was resolute in not spending a single dime. Chapter 7. The protagonist template is not me. The two each possessed 20 copper coins, and one purchased a pickaxe before heading towards the village's eastern edge. As they walked, they reviewed the information provided by the spicy rabbit head's mother. The eastern mining area was expansive, with an abundance of winding tunnels, and naturally, it was frequented by many players. Most were reluctant to confront monsters, with numerous players pursuing life skills burrowing into the caves. The number of zombies in the mine is quite substantial, yet they are merely level 3, rendering them inconsequential to players whose average level has reached 4 or 5. As a result, they are swiftly eradicated upon emergence. This is precisely why the young girl mustered the courage to express her desire to witness the zombies. After all, the likelihood of being bitten by one is negligible. Mining was highly lucrative when the server first launched, but profits have since diminished. Many players, unable to withstand the monotony, have opted to become miners, leading to a surplus that has consequently diminished prices. Moreover, mining possesses its own drop rates, stones and iron, or merely the basics, with occasional finds of silver or gold, or which still fetch a respectable price in the shop. A multitude of players traversed the eastern side of the village, each appearing like diligent miners, covered in dust. Without needing to inquire for directions, the duo followed the throng to the mining area. They randomly chose a mine and delved inside. Indeed, as the spicy rabbit head mother had mentioned, the mine was shrouded in darkness, visibility extending only a few meters ahead, beyond which only the vague outlines of swinging pickaxes could be discerned. The sheer number of players was staggering. After walking several hundred meters, they were surrounded by a sea of people. After what felt like an eternity, their hunger levels dwindled slightly before they finally stumbled upon a less crowded fork in the tunnel and ventured in. Along the way, the young girl's curiosity was partially satisfied as they encountered a zombie. Unlike other monsters, the zombies emerged from the ground, but unfortunately, as the zombie barely surfaced, the girl's scream was cut short when it was swiftly obliterated by a flurry of pickaxes, leaving her feeling a tad embarrassed. The two eventually found an optimal spot. The tunnel ceiling was significantly higher than elsewhere, approximately 10 meters, creating a spacious ambience. Here, in the depths of the mine where miners were sparse, there was ample room for their endeavors. They selected a flat area and retrieved their pickaxes to commence mining. Li Wu exerted effort to chip away at a stone, collecting the fragments and stowing them in his bag. Is this level of realism truly necessary? He mused. In other games, merely mimicking a swinging motion against the mine wall would automatically deposit or into one's inventory. Yet in this world, one must genuinely extract the stones and gather them. Moreover, the absence of the removed stone from the wall confirmed the destructible nature of the environment, as the spicy rabbit head mother had explained. However, given that the server had only been live for 7 days, the recovery time remains uncertain. At this juncture, Li Wu had been mining for an hour, having excavated a pit half his height in the wall before him, accumulating 86 stones, 5 pieces of iron ore, and 1 silver ore, with an excess of stones. The transaction was a matter of choice, sell or keep. After an hour's toil, he had earned approximately 130 copper, netting around 8 after deducting card fees. During this time, they encountered another zombie, but it was too far away. Li Wu, eager to gain experience, rushed towards it, only to find that by the time he reached, the creature had already been slain. "Rabbit Head, how much have you mined?" he inquired. "Oh dear, I've told you not to call me Rabbit Head. Who assigned you that name? Indestructibly adorable. Could you please refrain from calling me Rabbit Head? Oh, my apologies, Rabbit. How much have you mined?" "Hee hee. I've struck it rich. I unearthed 150 stones, 8 iron ores, and 2 silver ores," the mischievous bunny exclaimed with a giggle. "What nonsense is this?" Li Wu was puzzled. How could a young girl possibly mine faster than him? He paused, turning to glance at Bunny, soon noticing something amiss. Bunny had merely extracted a stone from the cave wall, yet transformed into 2 pieces upon hitting the ground. A critical hit of 100. This can even be applied to mining. Reflecting on his own rather dubious cutting talent, Li Wu felt a pang of envy. "Brother, how much have you mined?" Quite a lot. I've struck it rich." After mining for another half hour, the girl, feeling a bit bored, suggested they share a late-night snack. Li Wu checked his satiety level, nodded, and retrieved some black bread and mineral water. "My mother says there's a restaurant in the village that serves food even better than in the real world, and it won't upset your stomach." "Huh? You, an adult, are asking a miner to treat you? But you struck it rich." "Oh, that is true. Hee hee, I really have struck it rich. I found gold, or..." Bunny exclaimed excitedly while munching on the black bread. Li Wu was taken aback, quickly covering Bunny's mouth and casting a wary glance at a nearby player who had suddenly stopped mining. "Brother, she's just a child. 1 piece of gold or shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, it might not even drop, and there are 2 of us." The player turned to glance at Li Wu, revealing a set of white teeth against his dark face. "Indeed, it shouldn't be a concern. But do remind your little girl to be cautious with her fortune." The player resumed mining after his remark. Li Wu did not relax immediately, gently lowering his hand. Despite her lack of gaming experience, Bunny suddenly grasped the situation. In reality, $50 is trivial, but in a game with little legal constraint, Making 50 bucks through dubious means is quite delightful. Fortunately, the player was only level 3, and given the game's unpleasant pain design, most would hesitate. Moreover, he had likely been mining for a while, probably amassing quite a collection of ores himself, making it somewhat risky. Li Wu quietly advised Bunny to be cautious with her words and leisurely finished his bread before rising to continue mining. How frustrating. The girl claimed to have found gold, ore, and with a critical hit, that meant 2 pieces, guaranteeing at least 100 bucks. He could hardly earn that much delivering takeout for an entire night. Surely, Bunny's luck resembled that of a protagonist. Chapter 8. The Electric Zombie King. After mining for another hour or so, Bunny suddenly halted her pickaxe. Brother, shouldn't we change our mining location? I haven't found any rare ores in a while, and even iron ores seem to be dwindling. Upon hearing this, Li Wu glanced at his backpack, finding no decrease in his haul. In fact, he had acquired an additional silver ore. He turned to observe the eager girl, recognizing her intent, but choosing not to reveal his understanding. After wielding the pickaxe for over 2 hours, his mind felt a bit foggy. All right, let us find a more auspicious spot. The 2 individuals, driven by impulse, ventured deeper into the mine. Perhaps having acclimated to their surroundings, the spirited rabbit, once hesitant, now boldly darted ahead, its large eyes scanning the vicinity without a clear objective. Take it slow. We cannot contend with zombies. If they confront you directly, it's game over. I wasn't looking for zombies. Ultimately, the rabbit failed to spot any undead, and as they progressed, the number of players lining the walls of the mine increased. Just as Li Wu pondered this peculiarity, he noticed a fork in the path, revealing that they had entered another main mining chamber. After searching for a while without discovering any advantageous positions, they found their initial mining spot to be superior. Brother Tuan, look, there's a large protrusion above. Let us see what's up there. Perhaps there's a mysterious cave or treasure. Li Wu glanced upward and indeed observed a prominent ledge, approximately 5 or 6 meters high, exuding an air of mystery. However, upon surveying the throng of players surrounding them, he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. So, you're the only one with keen eyesight, are you? Perhaps due to the past 2 years spent caring for Tuan, Li Wu had developed considerable patience, and, rather than dismissing the idea, chuckled. Let us go have a look. They approached the ledge, only to discover numerous small holes carved into the cave wall beneath it, evidently chiseled by curious hands. Clearly, they were not the only ones intrigued. The rabbit, spotting a ladder, felt her curiosity wane, yet still exhilarated by the adventure, she began to ascend the small holes. The young girl moved swiftly, reaching the top in mere seconds, and then called down to Li Wu, "There's nothing up here. Is it flat?" "Very flat." Li Wu's eyes sparkled as he climbed after her, and upon reaching the summit, his excitement grew. Rather than a mere protrusion, it revealed itself to be a small platform, albeit 3 or 4 meters long, remarkably even. The walls of this platform bore 2 or 3 notches, likely remnants of other players' mining efforts. A prime location indeed. Let's mine here. I actually wanted to see a zombie. I only caught a glimpse of half of one earlier. It's the same here. If they spawn below, you'll have a clearer view from above. Well, all right then. Initially, the rabbit harbored fantasies about this enigmatic platform, believing the drop rates would be high. But after half an hour of mining, those dreams dissipated. Mining here was no different from below. Just as boredom began to set in, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by peculiar sounds and flickering lights. The girl's eyes lit up, and she excitedly tugged at the engrossed Li Wu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Wu instinctively grasped the rabbit and crouched down as the approaching electrical flashes intensified. Nearby, 2 slower players were instantaneously enveloped in blinding light by a crackling bolt of lightning. A towering, ominous figure emerged from the darkness, its shadowy hands crackling with electricity. Li Wu instinctively cast a keen-eye spell and, in a swift motion, held the rabbit down. Electric Zombie King, level 5 health, 60, 000 magic attack, 680 defense, 320 skills, chain lightning. The lightning inflicts 260 magical damage upon the first enemy, then bounces to the nearest target, reducing damage by 5 with each subsequent bounce, up to a maximum of 18 times. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Lightning Piercer unleashes a piercing bolt of lightning, dealing 200 magical damage to all targets within an 80-meter linear range. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Thunder Shield automatically activates when health falls below 30, increasing defense by 50 for a duration of 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. What is this? Who could possibly contend with it? Although the precise levels and attributes of the high-level players remain unknown, given the attributes of the Electric Zombie King, it seems unlikely that anyone, including Li Wu, could prevail. With 680 points of magical damage, even a minimally damaging lightning piercer can inflict over 1,000 damage. The short cooldown only exacerbates the challenge. Who could withstand that? Not to mention the 300 damage from chain lightning. Li Wu firmly held down the curious little spicy rabbit's head, fearful that her burgeoning curiosity might attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, the electric zombie king moved swiftly, clearing the area while playfully pursuing fleeing players. Brother, let us take it down. If we defeat it, we'll strike it rich. With what? A pickaxe? We can attack from a platform. It can't reach us. Li Wu looked at little spicy rabbit in disbelief and casually shared the data with her. This is a ranged monster. You can hit it with fireballs, but it can zap you with lightning piercer. Our health is insufficient even for a fraction of its damage, and neither of our attacks can breach its defenses. What a pity. Let me ask my mom. Li Wu was skeptical that Spicy Rabbit's mother would possess any viable strategy. If it were a melee monster, they might find a way to exploit it, but against a ranged foe, they had no options. Even if it were melee, we couldn't exploit it. Our damage is too low, and our mana is even lower. With such high defense, even handguns will be ineffective. I wonder if there are rifles or machine guns in this game. Even if there are, compared to the damage of handguns, they might barely breach defenses. With 60,000 health, how many bullets would that require? It all costs money. My mom said the only way to defeat the Electric Zombie King is to lure it out of the mine and then overwhelm it with sheer numbers outside. So far, it seems only the novice village where my mother has succeeded, mainly because the 100 real pain is terrifying. Just showing up means instant electrocution. The mine is so long. Who knows how many players would need to sacrifice themselves to lure the Electric Zombie King out? To draw out the Electric Zombie King. Many have developed mental issues. In reality, they even dread plugging in chargers. Li Wu nodded thoughtfully at this. It has already adversely affected the mental health of the populace. Shouldn't T Blue already shut down? After all, there are 3 jobs waiting for him in reality. Chapter 9 Block. Players have a visibility range of only a few meters within a mine, and the 2 dared not mine for fear of being spotted by the Electric Zombie King. Although they stood 4 to 5 meters high, being further away still allowed for visibility. With no players mining nearby, the cavern was enveloped in an eerie silence. The oppressive darkness soon extinguished the little girl's initial excitement, compelling her to grasp Li Wu's arm within mere minutes. Brother Tuan, it's too quiet. I'm a bit frightened. Before long, Li Wu gently tugged at the wrist of Spicy Rabbit Head, signaling her to lie down. The girl promptly complied, holding her breath as they listened to the faint vibrations echoing from a distance. The sound of the electric zombie's bounding steps grew increasingly close and pronounced. Yet Li Wu was taken aback when the creature halted beneath the platform. It seemed to be bouncing right below them. A sudden roar erupted from beneath the platform, startling the little girl, who screamed even louder than the electric zombie. Do not fear. The electric zombie lacks vision and cannot attack us. I'm sorry, Brother Tuan. I was so scared that I couldn't help but shout. It's not your fault. It seems we triggered the electric zombie's alert line. I didn't expect the monster's alert range to activate from such a height. Oh, what should we do now? If it doesn't move from below, we won't starve to death here, will we? I'm at a loss. We can't fight it off or escape. Perhaps we should ignore it and continue mining. What? No. Brother Tuan, the feeling of starving to death is dreadful. I don't want to experience it again. Then we can wait until our hunger value is critically low, then jump down and let it zap us. What? Ha! Li Wu was amused by Spicy Rabbit Head's adorably bewildered expression and couldn't resist patting her head, chuckling. It doesn't necessarily mean we'll perish. Let us wait a while to see if anyone comes by. Perhaps they'll draw it away. Then we can venture down and explore alternative paths. Oh, I see. Spicy Rabbit Head's eyes lit up, and she began to mine alongside Li Wu. Before long, a flash of lightning illuminated the cavern, accompanied by 2 piercing screams, leaving only the roar of the electric zombie beneath the platform. Li Wu realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. Ordinary players possessed such low health that they were instantly eliminated upon entering the electric zombie's alert range, requiring a coordinated effort among multiple players to lure it away while its skills were on cooldown. Li Wu sighed and conveyed his conclusion to Spicy Rabbit Head. Upon hearing that they were bound to perish regardless, the little girl was infuriated, picking up a piece of what she had previously neglected and tossing it down. The ore struck the opposite cave wall, rebounding perfectly onto the electric zombie. Roar. -2. The girl was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with excitement, Brother Tuan, we can deal damage with stones. Let us defeat it. Even an unbroken defense incurs a forced damage of 1 point. Your talent is truly formidable. Haha, indeed. Let us strike quickly. This electric zombie has 60,000 health points. even if you can inflict 2 points of force damage that requires 30,000 stones. Do you possess that many? No. Spicy Rabbit Head's mouth drooped in disappointment, pouting. Hey, don't lose heart. I believe I can take it down. What? Li Wu retrieved a stone from his backpack and, mimicking Spicy Rabbit Head's earlier actions, hurled it at the opposite cave wall. -1. 60. The triggering of the cutting talent has indeed occurred, inflicting true damage to the target's health cap of 0-1. It merely requires 1,000 stones. Li Wu hastily checked her inventory, discovering only 206 stones, and turned to inquire of the Spicy Rabbit Head. I possess 398 stones, she replied. We still need 400 more stones. Hurry in mine, little rabbit. Upon hearing that there was a chance to attack, the young girl eagerly seized the pickaxe and began to mine, swinging it with fervor, even more diligently than Li Wu. They toiled for an entire hour, undeterred by the Electric Zombie King's roars below, with Spicy Rabbit Head unafraid. While the two were engrossed in their labor, the regional chat of the novice village erupted. Goodness, the Electric Zombie King is still there. Haha, you've perished as well? How long has it been? Is there truly someone still caught in the Electric Zombie King's vision? Surely, they must not be a fool like that Wu Lao heir, who starved to death on a small platform. Starvation is far more unbearable than being electrocuted, and losing a fuller bag upon death is even worse. Stay away from the sixth fork of the second cave. The Electric Zombie King is lurking there, capable of electrocuting players outside of their vision. Upstairs, you kind-hearted fool. I still wish to loot the corpse. Loot what? Being caught in the line of sight means chaos. Whoever shows their head perishes. Before you can loot, you'll be struck down. Were it not for the limited vision, I would truly like to see which blundering fool caused my demise. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head remained oblivious to the chaos in the regional chat, immersing themselves in their mining for an hour and a half until they finally exceeded 1,000 stones. This was largely due to Spicy Rabbit Head's impressive critical hits. Otherwise, relying solely on Li Wu, they might have starved before gathering enough stones. All right, Li Wu declared, gathering the stones to commence throwing them. -1. -60 true damage. -1. -60 true damage. At a rate of 1 per second, it would take approximately 17 minutes to throw 1,000 stones. Upon completing the task, Li Wu remarkably remained alive. Due to being caught within the line of sight, she was unable to check her health with the true eye. Fortunately, Spicy Rabbit Head managed to mine over 70 additional stones. This time, without any mishaps, after smashing down 57 stones, a piercing scream erupted from the Electric Zombie King below, followed by a flash of brilliant white light. Chapter 10. My dear, please do not be foolish. Ding. You have slain the Electric Zombie King and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Electric Zombie King, earning 50 reputation points. Ding. Level up. All attributes increase by 2, and you receive 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Ding. Congratulations. Your team is the second in the Huaxiao region to slay the wild Electric Zombie King. Your team will share a reward of 2,000 reputation points, and you receive 1,000 reputation points. Ding. You have slain a wild creature above your level. Talent level increases to 1. Li Wu, unable to dwell on the plethora of system rewards, feared the appearance of an unexpected visitor or the sudden respawn of minor monsters, which would render their efforts futile. Without exchanging pleasantries with Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu swiftly descended from the small platform, frantically collecting loot. Spicy Rabbit Head also climbed down, standing by in a daze, seemingly hesitant to step forward. Quick, gather the loot. At Li Wu's urging, the young girl finally snapped to attention, excitedly bending down to pick up the items. Indeed, the Electric Zombie King claimed the second kill across the entire server, leaving a plethora of items scattered about. The two players took nearly a minute to gather everything. Naturally, not all of it consisted of equipment or materials. The majority comprised an abundance of coins. The nefarious planners at Blue Star had ensured that the ground was littered with copper coins, which proved to be a tedious task to collect. If it weren't for the fact that each copper coin represented 1/10 of a dollar, Li Wu would hardly have bothered to bend down. At long last, the exhilarating moment of checking the rewards arrived. The coins dropped by the Electric Zombie King were straightforward to assess. The two players had entered the encounter with empty pockets, and now their total was a direct reflection of the bounty. They had amassed 1 gold, 68 silver, and 98 copper. Li Wu was elated, setting aside the copper coins. The amount of 1 gold and 68 silver equated to a substantial sum of 1,680 yuan, which they would split, yielding 840 each. Next came the equipment. The latecomer, Malatu too, had been a tad slow to act, and thus, all the colored items had been snatched up by Li Wu, leaving only 2 white items. Inferior magic wand, white, with a spell attack of 22, required level 3. Sturdy iron sword, white, boasting a physical attack of 32, required level 5. White items, of course, held little value, and after a cursory glance, Li Wu began to extract the equipment from his inventory, having collected 5 pieces. Ironwood shield, white, defense 20, required level 3. Zombie femur, black iron, physical attack 70, strength 3, required level 5. Zombie King S pendant, silver, spell attack 10, intelligence 5, spirit 5, required level 5. Zombie King S ring, silver, physical attack 12, strength 5, constitution 5, required level 5, while the white items lacked intrigue. The presence of a green and 2 blue items sparked a flicker of excitement in Li Wu. Given the abysmal drop rates at Blue Star, colored equipment was likely to hold considerable worth. Even more thrilling for Li Wu was the last item, which shimmered with a golden glow. Zombie King S staff, gold. Magic attack 188. Stamina 12. Intelligence 12. Spirit 12. Required level 6. Equipped skill Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning inflicts 160 spell damage on the first enemy and then bounces to another enemy within 5 meters, with each bounce reducing damage by 10, up to a maximum of 5 triggers. Li Wu caressed the noble golden equipment with a sense of reverence. The explosive magical damage aside, the cumulative attributes amounting to 36 points were simply astounding. Most importantly, the skill attached to the equipment, albeit a diminished version, was still a skill, truly a monster hunting artifact. Although Li Wu was yet unaware of its market value, he was certain it would command a high price. In addition to the equipment, the Electric Zombie King had also dropped another item. Purple gold ore x 2. Although the utility of purple gold ore was unknown, one could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly superior to gold oregon. Given that a single gold ore could fetch 50 yuan, the value of this item was certainly considerable. After tallying his spoils, Li Wu wasted no time in trading 16 silver and 53 copper to Ma La Tu, resulting in both players having exactly 84 silver and 49 copper. Rabbit, please send the attributes of these items to your mother and ask her how we might sell them profitably. Upon witnessing the attributes of the equipment sent by Li Wu, Ma La Rabbit Head was momentarily taken aback, taking a while to regain composure. In the bustling novice village number 6554, amidst the lair of level 5 monsters known as the Fierce Tortoise, a robust middle-aged woman wielded a wooden shield, valiantly fending off the creature's relentless attacks. The woman displayed remarkable skill. Each assault from the Fierce Tortoise was deftly deflected with her shield, allowing her to counterattack with a swift strike of her sword. Although blocking with the shield still inflicted some damage, the discomfort was merely a dull ache in her arm, far more tolerable than the torturous bite of the Fierce Tortoise. As the tortoise drew perilously close to meeting its demise at her hands, an abrupt and jarring notification pierced the air. Typically, messages were announced by a subtle cough, but only messages from specially marked friends elicited a distinctive sound. Concerned for her beloved daughter, who had just begun her gaming journey, the middle-aged woman had set the loudest notification tone, fearful of missing any vital messages that could jeopardize her daughter's safety. The game's visceral realism was disconcerting. A moment's inattention could indeed leave psychological scars, and with her daughter being only 15, she was understandably anxious. Just as the woman's concentration faltered, a message from her daughter arrived. In her distraction, the wooden shield was just a fraction too slow, and the Fierce Tortoise sank its teeth in her head. Despite having remaining health, the unbearable pain caused her to falter, and after a few desperate attempts to fight back, she transformed into a wisp of white light, leaving behind her shield. Damn it! She cursed herself upon returning to the resurrection point and hurried to check her daughter's message. Mom, how much are these pieces of equipment worth? Oh dear, those items come with level restrictions and you cannot equip them yet. Moreover, while I could tolerate the thought of white and black iron gear, why are you even considering silver and gold equipment? I could perhaps manage to buy you the silver gear, but the gold is simply out of reach. Mom, I'm asking how much they sell for, not to buy. Sweetheart, please don't be foolish. Even in a game, you mustn't engage in such activities. You're only 15. What are you talking about, Mom? Just tell me how much those items can be sold for. My group leader is waiting. Group leader? Is he perhaps a fellow using a female avatar to entice you? Be cautious, my dear. We may have some wealth, but I'm merely feigning poverty to prevent you from spending recklessly. We have a property in the school district as well. Oh, my group leader and I just defeated the electric zombie and we're preparing to sell our loot. What nonsense are you talking about? And when you have a moment, I want to discuss the school district property with you. What? 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 The woman was momentarily stunned, taking time to process the situation before hastily checking her daughter's equipment attributes again. Chapter 11. Auctioning Gold Equipment. My mother said we can either set up a stall in the square or use the portable auction house. The small square allows free trading, while the portable auction house charges a storage fee and a 10% transaction tax. For valuable items, it's best to use the auction house. Although stall trading incurs no fees, the crowd makes it difficult to encounter buyers. Understood. Following Mala Rabbit Head's guidance, Li Wu summoned the auction interface and couldn't help but commend the planners of Blue Star for their ingenuity. The portable auction house was incredibly convenient, allowing transactions anytime and anywhere with the capability of categorized searches. Simply type in what one desires, and it would appear. Currently, the main city remains inaccessible, and the auction house can only be utilized within the confines of the novice village. However, throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia, there exist merely 999 novice villages, each accommodating approximately 100,000 inhabitants, a number that is sufficiently substantial. The auction house boasts an array of black iron-grade equipment, albeit predominantly consisting of generic items. With the presence of golden equipment, Li Wu naturally found little incentive to peruse the basic items and instead initiated a search for the zombie thigh bone. The auction house displayed two variants of the zombie thigh bone, possessing attributes identical to those dropped by the electric zombie king, one priced at 11 silver and the other at 13 silver, both listed as buyout options. Black iron equipment does not permit bidding and is strictly available for direct purchase. After some contemplation, Li Wu decided against listing his own item. Spending 100 coins on a black iron weapon hardly seemed extravagant. The auction house revealed a scarcity of silver-grade equipment, lacking both the Zombie King S bone pendant and the Zombie King S ring. Li Wu conducted a search based on the item S type, level, and quality, ultimately discovering a level 5 silver necklace currently up for auction. The bidding price had escalated to 56 silver, and with over 10 minutes remaining on the countdown, it was likely to increase further. After a moment's thought, he turned to Spicy Rabbit Head, stating, "The Zombie King S pendant and ring are of comparable quality and should be similarly priced. We need not necessarily split the proceeds upon sale. You may choose whether to sell yours. I'll opt for the Zombie King S pendant for personal use, as I do not possess a bank card and cannot withdraw funds," replied Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Wu nodded in agreement and promptly traded the Zombie King S pendant to Spicy Rabbit Head before listing the Zombie King S ring on the auction house. Silver-grade equipment. He is unworthy. Moreover, he cannot even equip it at present. He set the starting price at 30 silver, with the auction duration fixed at 1 hour. Noticing the absence of golden equipment in the auction house, Li Wu contemplated briefly and set the starting price for golden items at 2 gold, with a fixed auction time of 3 hours. As the Zombie King S scepter was tossed into the auction house, it swiftly garnered considerable attention. In the novice village No. 5188, a gathering place for level 8 steel tusk boars, a youthful maiden wielded a silver-white revolver in each hand, delivering the final blows to a steel tusk boar obstructed by 2 shield-bearing players. After the 800 health points of the steel tusk boar claimed the life of 1 shield player, it succumbed to the maiden's gunfire. Nearby, 5 shield players surrounded another steel tusk boar, and one of them quickly rushed over to fill the position of the recently fallen player. The maiden coolly dispelled the non-existent gunpowder smoke from her firearms, remarking, "This silver-grade handgun is quite impressive. It dispatches monsters far more swiftly than my previous silver staff." A middle-aged woman approached her and quietly interjected, "Miss, while firearms boast a rapid attack speed, they inflict only the fixed damage inherent to the weapon. Currently, you possess 2 spell skills, and the damage per second of that silver staff is only 53 points lower than what you achieve with the silver handgun. An increase of merely 53? That is still rather commendable, and the handgun feels great to use. Miss, the cost-effectiveness is alarmingly low." The maiden's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her steward. "Cost-effectiveness? Are you suggesting that I, by Daba, should concern myself with cost-effectiveness? Am I lacking in funds? Huh. Just moments ago, you fired 23 shots at that steel-toothed wild boar, incurring an expenditure of 115 yuan, resulting in the demise of a guard, who will receive a death compensation of 50 yuan, along with 2 guards each receiving 10 yuan for their injuries. Thus, your total cost for this wild boar amounts to 185 yuan. 185? That hardly seems substantial. To maintain your rank within the top tier, you must slay at least 700 steel-toothed wild boars daily, which will require an expenditure exceeding 136,500 yuan. Oh, so much? Baidabeo blinked in disbelief. The sub-account bestowed upon you by the master allocates a monthly allowance of 1 million yuan, coupled with the funds you've garnered from charming your lady. Your disposable income for this month stands at 1.38 million yuan. Does that mean I won't have enough to play for more than 10 days? You are overly optimistic. You have already spent 7.67 million yuan, indicating that in approximately 5 days, you will be out of resources. With 14 days remaining this month, you will need to endure 9 days of hardship. I suggest you hunt giant rabbits after 5 days. What should I do then? I have no desire to endure hardship or hunt giant rabbits. Very well. The middle-aged woman, observing by DeBayo's distressed expression, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In truth, she was exaggerating. By DeBayo still possessed a substantial amount of New Year's money to spend. She simply wished to prevent the guard team from sacrificing their lives unnecessarily. She had also perished twice during the early stages of the game. Although not real deaths, the experience was hauntingly terrifying. By DeBayo, equipped with the finest gear and holding the highest level, could easily contend with the wild boars if she were willing to take on the challenge. But alas, she feared pain. Given her reluctance to confront danger, the guards, being only level 7, were prone to frequent demise. Even with a rotation of 7 guards, the number of deaths in a single day would be staggering. Who could endure such losses? Each death yields a compensation of 50 yuan, amounting to a daily allowance of 3,000 yuan. But what if a guard were to suffer a mental breakdown? Such an incident could tarnish the reputation of both the young lady and the Bai family. Thus, she subtly guided by DeBayo to alter her strategy, ensuring the guards remained unaware that she was obstructing their financial gains. Ding! A notification sound captured the middle-aged woman's attention. This was a special alert from the auction house. If options were preset, the auction house would promptly notify when relevant items were listed. Staff of the Undead King Gold. Upon seeing the attributes of this golden equipment, her heart skipped a beat. Why couldn't it be listed just a few minutes earlier? Such a waste of my mental energy. My lady, hunting wild boars for experience is not out of the question. The middle-aged woman was not the only player in the 5188 novice village to have set alerts for golden equipment. Boss, there's more golden equipment. Chief, look at this treasure. No one shall compete with me for this golden staff. Li Wu opened the search interface, only to find that the auction house did not have any purple gold ores. After a moment's thought, she directly traded a purple gold ore to the spicy rabbit head, each receiving one perfectly matched. All items suitable for the auction house were listed, and just as she intended to take the young girl to the square for a look, Li Wu couldn't resist glancing at the bidding interface for the staff of the Undead King, and then she froze. 50 gold, 50 gold, and 1 silver. 55 gold, 55 gold, and 1 silver. 58 gold, 88 gold. How much time has passed since then? Was it possible that he had misread earlier? Realizing that 1 gold was not equivalent to 10 copper, but rather 1,000 copper, unable to resist the impulse, Li Wu inadvertently clicked the button beside the currency bar in the auction house interface. When prompted to confirm the recharge of 1,000 yuan for 1 gold, he silently opted to cancel. The price for a level 6 piece of equipment had skyrocketed to 88,000, and tears began to silently cascade from the corners of Li Wu's mouth. Adhering to the principles of fairness and justice, he invited the nearby spicy rabbit head to take a glance at the auction house. The young girl, with a naive expression, peered at the screen, and the two of them found themselves transfixed. The price continued to ascend, gradually slowing as it approached over 180 gold. Amidst the bustling players around them, they remained motionless. It was only when their hunger levels plummeted below 3 that the intense pangs of hunger liberated them from their stupor. With over 2 hours left in the auction, they risked ascending into the void if they remained any longer. Taking a deep breath, Li Wu slowly closed the auction house interface. There was still ample time. They could engage in other activities for now. Oh, all right. With coins in his pocket, Li Wu was unreserved in his purchases, acquiring 10 black breads and 5 bottles of mineral water. As for the delectable honey bread, priced at 1 silver for a 4-point increase in hunger value, he didn't even bother to glance at it. Casting a sidelong glance at the spicy rabbit head relishing the honey bread, he couldn't help but smirk. Spoiled child. Ding. Your Ring of the Undead King has been purchased by another player for 80 silver. After deducting a 10 silver transaction fee, 72 silver has been transferred to your wallet. Li Wu was taken aback. Engrossed in the staff of the Undead King, he had overlooked the time, only to be pleasantly surprised by the silver ring. Bring me half a honey bread. With 72 silver equating to 720 yuan, it was enough to cover 3 days' wages for him. Gazing at the currency in his account, Li Wu couldn't resist withdrawing 1 gold. Without even needing a password, 1 gold seamlessly converted into 950 yuan cash, transferred directly to his bank card. Initially overjoyed, he quickly erupted in a fit of curses. Damn planners. They charge only 0.5 for withdrawals, yet you take 5. Is the banking regulatory authority not concerned? Will I have to work after this? With over 50 silver remaining in his pocket, and recalling the adage that investment yields returns, Li Wu opened the auction house once more and began searching for level 1 equipment. The prices were quite satisfactory, primarily because the vast majority of players had already reached levels 4 or 5, rendering level 1 equipment obsolete. It was nearly impossible to find level 1 white gear in the auction house. Only a few black iron items stubbornly persisted, all at rock-bottom prices. Li Wu meticulously selected equipment that enhanced physical attack and health points. Great Rabbit Blade, Black Iron, Physical Attack 17, Strength 2. Great Rabbit Leather Armor, Black Iron, Health 35. Defense 6. Great Rabbit Helmet, Black Iron, Health 30, Strength 1. Great Rabbit Leather Boots, Black Iron, Health 25, Movement Speed 5. Gold Chain, Black Iron, Physical Attack 4. Strength 1. 2 Copper Bracelets, Black Iron, Physical Attack 3, Stamina 1. 2 Copper Rings, Black Iron, Physical Attack 3, Strength 1. Having acquired a complete set of first-level Black Iron equipment for a mere 8 silver coins, Li Wu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Upon reaching level 1, his health increased by 30 points and his mana by 20 points, in addition to an enhancement of 2 to all attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Adhering to the fundamental principle that emphasizes the importance of attack in the early stages of the game, he allocated the 5 free attribute points, designating 4 to Strength and 1 to Constitution. Once adorned in the full set of Black Iron gear, Li Wu's attributes surged dramatically. His health reached 270, mana 140. Physical attack 77, spell attack 24, and defense 30. His strength stood at 23, intelligence at 12, spirit at 12, constitution at 15, bone at 12, and agility at 12. His skills included True Sight and Fireball, while his talent, Cutting, at level 1, allowed attacks or skills to inflict real damage equal to 0. 2 times the target's maximum health. This ability could be upgraded by defeating wild creatures of equal or greater level, granting an increase of 0.1, with a maximum of 3 triggers per level. Inspired by Li Wu, the Spicy Rabbit Head also acquired a set of first-level Black Iron equipment, focusing on spell attack, which reached an impressive 62 points. Clad in their resplendent new gear, the duo hurried toward the southern edge of the village. Here we come, Giant Rabbit, with a strike. They dealt -29 and -142 damage, instantly reducing the 200 health points of the Giant Rabbit to a critical state. Li Wu, momentarily taken aback, felt no need to kite or even utilize his skills. A simple melee strike sufficed, inflicting -72 damage. The critical hit of 100 was astonishing. The Spicy Rabbit Head unleashed a fireball, dealing 142 points of damage. Was there any need for a team? After some contemplation, Li Wu realized that he, too, could manage without a team. A fireball dealt 29 damage, followed by another 29 from kiting. And then a powerful strike of 115 left the Giant Rabbit with only 58 health points remaining. With the slight knockback effect from the powerful strike, a well-timed melee attack could secure the kill without sustaining any damage. However, his mana was dwindling, as defeating a single Giant Rabbit consumed nearly half of it. If not for the pain, he could have easily relied on mere melee strikes. Powerful strikes followed by regular attacks would suffice. Li Wu encouraged the Spicy Rabbit Head, but she shook her little head vigorously, exclaiming, "I'm scared alone." Noticing her genuine apprehension, Li Wu pondered that even if they teamed up, the Spicy Rabbit Head would not be at a disadvantage. After all, even if her fireball dealt 142 or even 199 points of damage, it would still require 2 fireballs to defeat the Giant Rabbit. While in a team, only one would be necessary, thus maintaining efficiency. Ding! Killing the Giant Rabbit awarded 16 experience points. Both leveled up. Although the experience from the Giant Rabbit diminished by 20, the efficiency had significantly increased. Dispatching a Giant Rabbit in 3 seconds was sheer delight. Observing his ample mana, Li Wu felt restless. Although the Spicy Rabbit Head's efficiency had not diminished due to their partnership, he had indeed benefited from the improved efficiency of their collaboration. Taking advantage of the Giant Rabbit's slight knockback from the powerful strike, Li Wu swiftly followed up with a melee attack. -72, -1. Li Wu's arm was bitten by a Giant Rabbit, and surprisingly, it was not as painful as expected. It felt akin to being nibbled through a cotton coat, rather gentle, leaving no marks. Chapter 13, Escaping with Funds. Although taken aback, Li Wu did not lose focus and swiftly dispatched the giant rabbit with a simple strike. Picking up the fur that had fallen to the ground, he summoned the character interface for a quick glance. Defense, 30. The giant rabbit's physical attack was merely 25 points. It hadn't breached his defenses. Could it be that the sensation of pain correlates with the damage inflicted? He decided to consult his companion. The obedient spicy rabbit had immediately called upon its mother. After relaying Li Wu's question, there was a prolonged silence on the other end, as if enduring something. Dear, you can directly access the web in the game, including the official forum. This trivial matter, you can look up yourself. I'm exhausted from your antics. Spicy rabbit head, sensing its mother's irritable tone, stuck out its tongue in secret and attempted to access the official forum. The forum had a search function, and soon enough, it found the answer. Brother Tuan, the sensation of pain relates to two factors. Firstly, it is connected to the damage taken. The lower the damage, the lesser the pain felt. Secondly, it pertains to the characteristics of the equipment, which mirrors reality closely. For instance, if you wear leather armor, the areas it covers will feel less pain when attacked, while exposed areas will hurt significantly. Oh, that makes sense. Li Wu Nudda, picking up a pair of plain rabbit shoes before continuing to slay monsters, as he had exhausted his mana and resorted to basic strikes. By the way, Brother Tuan, I also found a strategy. Although you can only transition to a shield guardian at level 10, players below that level are not restricted from using shields. While they won't have the damage reduction effect of shield guardian, blocking attacks with a shield will naturally lessen the pain. Alright, that is something to experiment with when time permits. For now, let's continue defeating monsters. Brother Tuan, save me. Li Wu watched as the spicy rabbit head rushed towards him in distress, and he sighed before swiftly dispatching the giant rabbit that was pursuing the little girl. If you had that much time to run, you could have struck it down with your staff. It hurts so much. Spicy rabbit head whimpered, rubbing its arms and behind. Li Wu glanced at the silk robe adorning the spicy rabbit head and pondered that the sensation of pain likely related to the material of the equipment. Cloth cannot compare to the thickness of leather armor. Certainly, the little girl's capacity to endure must also be rather low. The two continued to hunt monsters. Li Wu, being both resilient and formidable, found himself at a disadvantage, but he did not mind. After all, they were comrades who had fought together, and such a loss was trivial. Besides, he harbored a thought of not leveling up too swiftly. Ding! Your king of zombie staff has been purchased by another player for 240 gold. After deducting a service fee of 24 gold, the remaining 216 gold has been transferred to your wallet. Even while playing a game, Li Wu felt his heart race. For just one piece of equipment that couldn't even leave the novice village. He had sold it for a sum that would take him a year of hard work across 3 jobs turn. Blue Star Dog. No, wait, Divine Planner. Are you a woman? If so, come on, give you a kiss. No worries, if you're a man, that is fine too. Li Wu took a deep breath and gestured for Spicy Rabbit Head to pause. The scepter of the undead king had been sold, and it was time to divide the spoils. Spicy Rabbit Head was momentarily taken aback, about to utter a response when, to his astonishment, Li Wu suddenly vanished. Upon checking his friend list, he saw that the name of the invincible adorable team had turned gray. She had logged off. In a state of urgency, Li Wu swiftly removed his gaming helmet, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of large, inquisitive eyes staring back at him. When players are engaged in a game, any significant external disturbance or noise prompts the helmet to issue an automatic alert. The only one capable of causing such a disruption at home was little Tuan Tuan, prompting Li Wu to hastily log off to investigate. How could Tuan Tuan be awake at this hour? A glance at the clock revealed it was already 6 in the morning without him realizing it. Uncle, the baby made a stinky. The baby did it all by herself. Little Tuan Tuan proudly declared, hands on her hips, her big eyes sparkling with a desire for praise. Li Wu enthusiastically applauded, clapping his hands and smiling indulgently. You're amazing, baby. You knew to go by yourself. Did your teacher teach you that? Yes. Teacher Lei said that I've grown up and can go by myself. Such a good baby. But did you wipe afterward? No, I didn't tea. By the time Li Wu had soothed Tuan Tuan back to sleep and dealt with her little clothes, quite some time had passed. When he logged back in, he noticed that the little girl was nowhere to be found. Checking his friend list again, he saw that Spicy Rabbit Head's name had turned gray. He couldn't help but worry. Did she perhaps suffer from a heart attack due to anger? His concern lasted but a moment before a powerful strike landed on a nearby giant rabbit. After slaying 6 of these creatures and depleting his mana, the figure of Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly appeared not far away. Brother Tuan Hua? Oh no, he had frightened child. Li Wu hurriedly approached to explain, don't cry. I didn't run away with the money, no. It's my mom who hit me, Hua. Huh, weren't you detained? My mom and I are locked in the same cell. Oh, what is going on? Is this because of me? No, Spicy Rabbit Head sniffled, rubbing her eyes as she recounted the events. Although she claimed it wasn't tea related to Li Wu, the situation indeed had ties to him. When Li Wu abruptly logged off, the little girl had waited for a while and, upon realizing he had tea returned, worriedly asked her mother if Blue Star would disconnect. Upon hearing of Li Wu's sudden disappearance and knowing the value of the golden equipment, her mother confidently asserted that he must have encountered a troublesome teammate. Spicy Rabbit Head, however, was unconvinced, firmly believing her brother Tuan must have simply disconnected and was not the type to abandon her. The two of them, each unwilling to yield, argued back and forth without reaching a resolution. The spirited little girl ultimately retorted to her mother, accusing her of harboring a petty mindset. Enraged, her mother promptly removed her helmet. Upon realizing that the predicament was indeed linked to him, Li Wu quickly offered words of comfort to Spicy Rabbit Head and then initiated trade. Brother Tuan, you don't need to share the spoils with me. Spicy Rabbit Head declined the trade request, pursing her lips. Thinking she was upset, Li Wu gently patted her little head and chuckled. Even if you feel wronged, don't jest with the gold. Accept it quickly. I had no intention of claiming that. It was you, Brother Tuan, who initiated it. I merely gathered some stones, which are hardly valuable. I felt that what you previously provided was already excessive. However, it would be unjust to dismiss the contribution without your assistance. I would not have succeeded. Had it not been for you, I might have spent an entire night digging yet barely managed to extract 1,000 stones. Even if I had the patience to toil through the night, my hunger levels were insufficient at that time. Thus, we are equally indispensable to one another, and naturally, we should share the spoils. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter lies in your exceptional talent, Brother Tuan. Your gift is indeed significant. Chapter 14. What is the point of labor? After much persuasion, Li Wu finally convinced the Spicy Rabbit Head to accept the transaction. Upon seeing a deduction of 108 gold from his account, Li Wu could not help but smile bitterly. Maintaining a baseline of 108,000 gold is quite a strenuous endeavor. Just as he was about to click on withdrawal, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to summon the chat interface. Regional chat, 5188 Newbie Village Indomitable Cute Team. Large amounts of gold available. 102, no need to pay up front. Small transactions accepted. Jiangfeng Fishing Fire to Leg Sleep. What? Are there scammers in Blue Star too? Phantom Knight. This game binds your ID and scans your brainwaves. Surely no one is foolish enough to fall for it. Is there a studio? Surely they don't employ scripts. White Big Treasure. Witness my chain lightning. Jiangfeng Fishing Fire to Leg Sleep. Did someone just acquire a skill book? Indomitable Cute Team. Large amounts of gold available. 102, no need to pay up front. Small transactions accepted. Ding. The system has detected a violation in your speech. You were muted for 3 hours. Li Wu sighed and reached out to click on the withdrawal. He withdrew all 113 gold, resulting in a balance of 107,350 yuan. One absurd situation. With this in mind, Li Wu hurriedly opened the official forum. According to the forum's revelations, there are 4 newbie villages, 1 in each direction. The 5-level Silver Wolf King, the 5-level Electric Zombie King, the 10-level Furious Giant Ape, and the 10-level Hell 3-headed dog, known as the Gatekeeper. Li Wu recalled that the upgrade conditions for the cutting talent required defeating opponents of equal or higher level, with a maximum of 3 activations against the same level. Therefore, it would be wise to defeat 2 more 5-level foes before reaching level 6. Currently, no one has strategized against the 2 10-level bosses, and even counting Li Wu's efforts, the 5-level Electric Zombie King has only been defeated twice across the entire server. The Silver Wolf King's spawn location is in the southern plains of a newbie village. While its position is not fixed, it typically appears in open areas. Although the Silver Wolf King possesses high attack and considerable health, it lacks expansive area skills, making it vulnerable to straightforward tactics. Li Wu conducted further research, but could only ascertain that the Silver Wolf King respawns every 12 hours. The details for the others remain incomplete. However, since the Electric Zombie King is also a 5-level creature, its respawn time is likely similar to that of the Silver Wolf King. As Li Wu is currently muted, he can only seek assistance from the Spicy Rabbit Head nearby. Regional Channel, 5188 Newbie Village Spicy Rabbit Head. Does anyone know when the Silver Wolf King will respawn? Jiangfeng Fishing Fire to Leg Sleep. Around 12:30 to 1 o'clock p.m. Phantom Knight. Brothers, let us gather at 12:30 p.m. sharp. We shall not disperse until victory. Phantom, watch my lip movements. After glimpsing the answer she sought, Li Wu exited the chat channel. Casting a glance at the time, she waved goodbye to Spicy Rabbit Head with a smile, saying, I must log off to prepare dinner for the children. You should rest as well. Let us join forces to hunt the Silver Wolf King at noon. With that, Li Wu logged off, leaving Spicy Rabbit Head gazing at the spot where she had vanished. A sudden and indescribable feeling welling up in his tender heart. So, Brother Tuan has children now. How bittersweet. Li Wu glanced at the clock. It was precisely 6:40. The little one had been feeling a bit under the weather lately, and she decided against sending Tuan Tuan to kindergarten for breakfast. She first rinsed some millet and set the rice cooker to porridge mode. Next, she took a block of tofu and a tomato, sliced them neatly, and placed them in a steaming basket. This was a recipe she had discovered in a parenting book, as steamed tofu and tomato are gentle on the stomach. However, she had only ever prepared stir-fried tofu with tomato for Tuan Tuan, never steaming it. To be cautious, she cut a small piece of winter melon and added it to the steamer, intending to prepare a minced meat winter melon dish later, as winter melon is also known to alleviate heat. Next came the main course. Li Wu toasted 2 slices of bread and fried 2 eggs. At exactly 7 o'clock, the alarm rang with the cheerful tune, "I am the invincible little darling." Accompanied by the music, little Tuan Tuan rolled over and sat up, her big eyes landing precisely on her uncle through the open door. The spirited child showed no signs of morning grumpiness. With a little wiggle, she slid off the bed and padded barefoot to the bathroom. She first relieved herself in the little toilet and then, with a playful pout, dragged out the step stool from beneath the sink, managing her own washing and brushing with admirable independence. Having completed her morning tasks, the little one approached Li Wu, gazing up with an expectant expression. "Look, darling has brushed her teeth and washed her face all by herself. How wonderful!" Li Wu exclaimed, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up, his exaggerated tone causing Tuan Tuan's chest to puff out with pride. Yes, Tuan Tuan is the best." She beamed, wrapping her arms around Li Wu's leg in delight. The little one graciously ate a few bites of the steamed tomato and tofu, as well as the minced winter melon, finished a bowl of millet porridge, and even nibbled on a piece of toast, ensuring nothing was left behind. Li Wu polished off the remnants of her meal just as he felt satisfied. With bellies full, the duo set off promptly at 7:45. The little girl stood on the footrest of the electric bike, her tiny hands gripping the handlebars as she mumbled the lyrics to Invincible Little Darling. Li Wu cast a wistful glance at her wind-tousled hair, lamenting the difficulty of braiding it. Teacher Lei Lei could weave all sorts of styles, but under Li Wu's care, it resembled a wild nest, untamed and free. After handing Tuan Tuan over to Teacher Lei Lei, Li Wu found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. Typically at this hour, he would be at the barbecue shop at the street's end, skewering meat for a mere dime each. On a good morning, he could skewer 800 sticks. In the afternoon, he would unload goods at the supermarket, earning 100 when the stock was plentiful or 60 to 70 when it was sparse. With surveillance cameras and motion detection alarms installed at home, Li Wu would continue to deliver takeout until the early hours, returning at around 2 in the morning. A full day of work could yield nearly 300 yuan. Yet merely overnight, he had amassed an astounding 110,000 through the Blue Star. At that moment, the thought of returning to the grind felt almost insurmountable. After a moment of hesitation, he lifted the phone and requested a half-month leave. A direct resignation was out of the question. Last night had been a stroke of luck eclipsing skill, and he could not guarantee that he would replicate such fortune in the game. He decided to observe the situation for now, especially since he still had to make up for the overdue online hours. After returning home to rest, he would awaken to pursue the Silver Wolf King. Chapter 15. The Silver Wolf King, once he had earned substantial wealth in the game, he was determined to purchase a gaming pod, which was said to have a calming effect on the nerves, making gameplay akin to slumber. While the gaming headset offered some semblance of that experience, it could never truly replace sleep. He slumbered soundly until 11:30, skipping lunch to log in directly. In the game, he found himself standing on the giant rabbit prairie, and upon glancing up, he spotted the familiar figure of Spicy Rabbit Head. The young girl, brimming with energy, had logged in even earlier than him. At that moment, she was soloing a giant rabbit, demonstrating her newfound prowess as she deftly kited the creature after casting a fireball, evidently having honed her skills during his absence. Upon seeing him give a thumbs up, Spicy Rabbit Head bashfully scratched her head and then scampered over. "Brother, I'm scared." Leaning slightly, he remarked coolly, "At such a young age, do not learn to brew tea." "Huh? What do you mean? Too timid. If you're frightened, why not find someone to team up with? Aren't there a few players over there who seem novice enough, battling the giant rabbit?" He gestured towards 3 players who appeared to be struggling against the giant rabbit. "I did team up, but they're too clumsy. They keep failing to hold aggro, which results in me getting bitten multiple times. Plus, with more players, the experience is scant. I don't wish to play the nurturing older sister. Nevertheless, I did gift them the whiteboard gear I obtained today. Together they might manage." "You, an older sister?" He glanced over to see that the other players indeed seemed to be of similar age to Spicy Rabbit Head. Yet the young girl appeared more mature due to her rapid development. Surely they haven't been sent to detention? Any of your fellow inmates? Not at all. They are all celebrating their birthdays today, having just turned 14. At this revelation, he couldn't help but smirk. The Blue Star was truly remarkable, having effectively consolidated the personal information of its citizens. All right, I have a few pieces of gear dropped by the giant rabbit, which are of little value anyway. You can take them to them. As for me, I wish to venture forth and encounter the Silver Wolf King. Will you stay here or accompany me on this perilous adventure? Of course, I will join you. As he received a few distant thanks, he waved goodbye and departed the giant rabbit prairie with Spicy Rabbit Head. The giant rabbit prairie lay just south of the novice village, aligning with the direction of the Silver Wolf King's spawn. However, the southern plains were vast, requiring an hour to traverse from the village entrance to its farthest point. Such expansive territory was only reasonable. How else could it accommodate 100,000 players? The spawn location of the Silver Wolf King was random. Thus his objective was the Mad Sheep Prairie, situated in the heart of the southern plains, as he had gleaned from strategies shared on the official forum. The Mad Sheep is a level 4 creature, a passive monster that, while safeguarding its territory, radiates influence across the southern plains for a brief duration. Once the location of the Silver Wolf King is unveiled, hastening from the Mad Sheep Prairie will yield the utmost efficiency. The Silver Wolf King has been the subject of countless strategies, and an innumerable throng of players congregates around its spawning site. Arriving late would leave one bereft of even a single strand of wolf fur. The duo journeyed to the Mad Sheep Prairie without incident, and soon witnessed the overwhelming presence of players outnumbering the monsters. Level 4 passive creatures are currently coveted targets for farming, and the influx of players eager to encounter the Silver Wolf King only amplified the crowd. After several attempts with his true sight, Li Wu finally succeeded in unleashing it just before the Mad Sheep was vanquished. Met Sheep. Level 4. Health 820. Attack 75. Defense 50. Li Wu gazed in astonishment at the attributes of the Mad Sheep, having initially believed that with their complete set of black iron gear, they could engage the creature in a contest of strength. However, they found themselves thoroughly overpowered. Fortunately, Li Wu had no intention of battling the creature. Instead, he quietly observed the chat channel alongside Spicy Rabbit Head. At 1:45, the awaited message finally graced the public screen. Lonesome, all cold. The Silver Wolf King has spawned at coordinates 124-431-7664 in Wild Boar Ridge. Class 5's charismatic. Brothers, charge forth. Upon seeing that the Silver Wolf King had appeared in Wild Boar Ridge, Li Wu's brow furrowed. The monsters in Wild Boar Ridge are level 8, steel-toothed wild boars. And according to forum data, creatures of level 5 and above in the game are aggressive. Entering their alert range will provoke their ire. Under normal circumstances, 2 level 1 characters would have little chance of reaching Wild Boar Ridge, but Li Wu had devised a plan. Stick close to me. Let's follow the main force. Many players, like Li Wu, awaited the Silver Wolf King's spawn in Mad Sheep Prairie, and he led Spicy Rabbit Head in pursuit of well-equipped players. While it sounds simple, the execution proved challenging. The main force swiftly entered the territory of the level 5 venomous spiders. Fortunately, Li Wu was a professional, with timely deliveries being his forte. He excelled in multitasking, navigating alleys, avoiding pedestrians, and competing against rivals. Li Wu's keen eyesight and reflexes were exceptional, and after navigating through twists and turns, he successfully reached Wild Boar Ridge with Spicy Rabbit Head. Upon arrival, the player army spontaneously began to clear the monsters. The attack power of the level 8 creatures was not to be trifled with, necessitating a thorough clearing. However, with sheer numbers, what was once a challenge for only a handful of top players to confront, the steel-toothed wild boars soon became prey for the masses. A dozen players surrounded a single boar, while others hurled fireballs from the rear. The steel-toothed wild boar hardly felt any pain before meeting its demise. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head followed suit, contributing their efforts with the crowd. Although they could not penetrate the creature's defenses, they exerted themselves visibly. Yet the experience remained elusive. In Blue Star, as long as one inflicts damage upon a creature, they would receive experience proportional to the damage dealt. However, the spoils of the monster's drop would go to the player who delivered the final blow. After a fierce struggle lasting over 10 minutes, the two finally navigated through the throng and approached the vicinity of the Silver Wolf King, spotting the towering silver behemoth from a distance of several hundred meters. Chapter 16. The Fearsome Silver Wolf King. At this moment, countless players had gathered near the Silver Wolf King, making the appearance of 2 level 1 characters in the territory of an 8-level monster rather conspicuous. Fortunately, The game imposed significant restrictions. Any active attack on another player would cause their name to turn gray, and killing someone would result in a direct shift to a red name. Li Wu cast a true eye towards the distant Silver Wolf King. Silver Wolf King. Level 5. Health 68,000. Physical attack 780. Physical defense 360. Magic defense 310. Skills: Sharp Fangs and Claws, a passive skill that adds an extra 10 damage and 20 lifesteal to normal attacks. Bite deals 180 damage to the target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Thunder Pounce instantly leaps towards the enemy, dealing 150 damage upon landing and inflicting 110 damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius, with a release distance of 35 meters and a cooldown of 8 seconds. Frenzied Rampage, a passive skill that activates when health falls below 30, increasing movement speed by 100, attack speed by 200, and reducing skill cooldowns by 50. Li Wu was taken aback by the attributes of the Silver Wolf King, which seemed considerably higher than those of the Electro Zombie King. However, considering that the Silver Wolf King was akin to a warrior while the Electric Zombie King resembled a mage, the disparity became less surprising. After all, the Silver Wolf King possessed only one area attack, whereas the Electric Zombie King had two. Why was there no major guild clearing the area or organizing a hunt? Li Wu initially felt puzzled, but soon came to a realization. Unlike previous large-scale games, Blue Star had an overwhelming player base. Even top-tier guilds boasting 100,000 members in past games would struggle to form teams of even a few dozen players scattered across the myriad novice villages. In Blue Star, guilds could only be established in the main city, and since no one had yet gained access to the main city, the concept of a true guild simply did not exist. Without a guild system, even if players attempted to rally others through shouting or external chat tools, effective command would remain elusive. The greater the number of players, the more chaotic the situation became. Just 7 or 8 days post-launch, even if a prominent player managed to organize a 1,000-member team, the absence of a guild system rendered it impossible for players to distinguish friend from foe. In the chaotic Wild Boar Ridge, where tens of thousands of players congregated, the scene could become utterly bewildering. One might not even know how a prominent player met their demise. Of course, nothing is absolute. After observing for a while, Li Wu noticed a formation of around 100 players standing orderly over 100 meters away from the rear of the Silver Wolf King, reminiscent of military training during her first year in college. Clearly, there were capable individuals among them. The command displayed was impressive. It was uncertain how much financial backing the commander possessed, but for Li Wu, standing so obediently without at least 100 or 80 coins would be inconceivable. If there were tasks beyond standing at attention, additional compensation would be essential. Speaking of money, voices began to rise from the crowd, calling out various recruitment shouts, creating a din akin to a bubbling pot of porridge. Li Wu found it difficult to hear, so he simply opened the chat channel to read the text. Immortal touching my rear. Recruiting damage dealers. Team leader will pick. Salary 10 silver. Requires attack power of 270. Range preferred 317. I am a little demon. Seeking damage dealers. There is a boss. Gear will be evenly divided based on market price. Requires attack of 260. Range preferred 713. King Gigi. Recruiting damage dealers. Random selection. Requires attack power of 260. Range preferred 911. Waves of Passion. Recruiting damage dealers. Team leader will pick. Ends with a show. Requires attack power of 260. Range preferred 119. Obscure Knight. Citizens team looking for partners. Random selection. Level 6 and above 182. Obscured. Watch my mouth shape. The maximum party size in Blue Star is 20. And the chat channel is flooded with various recruitment messages. Li Wu applied for a long time, but was regrettably rejected by the Waves of Passion team. They had set entry requirements, automatically rejecting anyone with an attack power below 260. The requirement of 260 attack power is not difficult to comprehend. The physical defense is 360 points, while the mage defense is 310. Very few can breach the defense with ordinary attacks. A melee player with 260 attack power can only inflict 30 damage using a powerful strike. A player with 260 spell attack power can deal merely 28 damage with a fireball spell. After searching for a while, Li Wu discovered that aside from the Waves of Passion team, which was fully booked, other teams barely filled half their spots. The team offering 10 silver even ended up with only 3 members. Based on the public screen, there are only a handful of players with 260 attack power, though some teams may have filled up ahead of time. Nonetheless, it reflects the general strength of high-level players. Li Wu aspired to join a high-end team. His cutting talent had leveled up, and his true damage reached 0-2. The Silver Wolf King had 68 000 health, and he could inflict 136 points of damage in one hit. Although he was uncertain of the capabilities of the very top players, Li Wu believed he should not fall short. Suddenly, a daft newcomer stepped into the Silver Wolf King's warning range, and with a swift lunge, the Silver Wolf King dispatched the fool, marking the beginning of the battle. The scene was exceedingly brutal. Although the Silver Wolf King's area attack skill, Thunder Lunge, had an 8-second cooldown, it did not mean that the Silver Wolf King was slow to eliminate foes. With an attack power of 780, plus a 10-point bonus, the 858 damage was insurmountable for most, effectively taking down a small player in one blow. While it seemed insignificant compared to thousands of players, the reality was quite the opposite. Players had limited attack ranges, and even though the Silver Wolf King stood as tall as a building, only about 200 or 300 players could participate in the attack, with a vast majority unable to get close. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head were among those who could not push forward. Fortunately, despite the king's voracious appetite, there were not many players, and although slow, his health was gradually decreasing. However, this state lasted only 8 seconds as the cooldown for the Silver Wolf King's Thunder Lunge ended. And with a great leap into the crowd, dozens of players within a 30-meter radius instantaneously transformed into white light. Only a single player remained standing, adorned in resplendent equipment. Clearly a formidable presence. Unfortunately, within a 30-meter radius, he stood alone. The Silver Wolf King would undoubtedly not overlook him, and with a swift bite, he was dispatched. Witnessing this scene, Li Wu furrowed her brow and pulled the Spicy Rabbit Head back behind the others. Chapter 17, Apologies, Sister. Once Li Wu had retreated to a safe distance with the Spicy Rabbit Head, she instructed the young girl to crouch down. The Spicy Rabbit Head, though puzzled, obediently complied. In the next moment, Li Wu lifted her foot and stood upon the girl's shoulder. Startled, the young girl gasped but remained still, her face tinged with embarrassment. Li Wu, towering at nearly 1.8 meters, clad in leather armor and wielding a long sword, perched atop the diminutive figure of the girl, who was dressed in a flowing silk robe. The contrast was stark, especially as the girl squatted, making her appear even more fragile, a sight that could only be described as disconcerting. Surveying the surroundings from her elevated position, Li Wu noted that no organized teams had engaged in the battle. They were merely observing from the sidelines. Previously, she had harbored suspicions. Although the Silver Wolf King's health was steadily depleting, she felt it should be declining at a faster rate. After all, she had deduced from the chat channel that there were dozens of players with over 260 attack points, not to mention those who were either ungrouped or had already formed teams, bringing their numbers well over 100. Even at just 260 points, with a skill dealing 30 damage, the collective damage would exceed 3,000. This was merely the threshold of 260 attack points. Li Wu believed that there were indeed other formidable players, such as the one who had purchased the Zombie King staff, whose damage would surely surpass expectations. Are you even human? Get down from there at once. In that moment, Li Wu became aware of the unseemly nature of her actions. Having been too eager to validate her suspicions, a girl rushed toward her from a distance, nearly thrusting her staff into Li Wu's face. Li Wu recoiled, fearing that the girl might inadvertently jab her in the mouth with the wand. Calm down, this is just a game. Regardless of age or gender, character attributes remain the same. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Wu noticed the staff before her, gleaming with a familiar golden light. Zombie King staff? What's this nonsense? You scoundrel, pervert. Though one would expect Li Wu to be incensed at such an insult, the realization that this girl was, in fact, a vital component of the game quickly quelled her anger. Contemplating for a moment, she suddenly crouched down. Rabbit, stand on my shoulder. Huh? The Spicy Rabbit Head was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. No, it's unnecessary. Oh, all right. The Spicy Rabbit Head nodded in compliance and obediently ascended to Li Wu's shoulder. With the young girl perched upon her, Li Wu gradually stood up and turned to face the girl, who wore an expression of mild discontent. My apologies for the spectacle. The once charming visage of Baidaba was now contorted in displeasure. Li Wu maintained a curtos damiano. And sensing that the young girl did not possess the inclination to feel victimized, it seemed they were merely engaging in a playful exchange, rendering her interference somewhat unwarranted. Very well. With a sidelong glance at the name hovering above Li Wu's head, Baidaba suddenly realized something, involuntarily shivering as he clasped his fists in a gesture of sincerity, saying, Apologies, sister. I misjudged you. Li Wu's jaw dropped slowly, his body also shivering instinctively. Imitating Baidaba, he clasped his fists and replied, Calling me brother will suffice. You have indeed misunderstood. I'm a staunchly straight man. Oh, my apologies. It's quite all right. Baidaba couldn't help but chuckle as he surveyed Li Wu and the spicy rabbit head, discovering they were both at level 1. With a grandiose air, he proclaimed, "No offense, no friendship. Do you want me to lead you in battle? The gear and items will belong to me, while the coins are yours." Li Wu was taken aback, glancing at Baidaba. He recalled that the Electric Zombie King had dropped 1 gold and 68 silver, while the Silver Wolf King should yield a similar amount, equating to over 1,600 coins. Baidaba was unaware of Li Wu's talents, and his offer was purely altruistic. Naturally, Li Wu would not acquiesce. Having just amassed over 110,000, he deemed a mere 800 unworthy of his attention, intending instead to gamble for the final blow and seize the opportunity. "I won't trouble you any further. Rabbit, do you wish to accompany this young lady?" "No, thank you. I'm merely here to observe the Silver Wolf King with Brother Tuan. I have no intention of engaging in battle. With such a large maw, it might swallow me whole." Li Wu nodded at Baidaba, graciously declining his offer, and shifted aside with Spicy Rabbit Head perched on his shoulder. Their brief encounter stirred no significant waves. Li Wu kept his gaze fixed on the Silver Wolf King's health while instructing Spicy Rabbit Head to monitor the team on the right that was following orders. The Silver Wolf King's health was plummeting towards 30, and while the battlefield appeared crowded, it had already replenished with countless waves of players, and the observing teams had begun to thin out. It seemed the Silver Wolf King was on the verge of death. Yet the throngs of players could not push their way in. How would the stationary teams seize the opportunity? With a thunderous howl echoing through the air, the Silver Wolf King's silvery fur suddenly turned crimson, its form swelling dramatically, resembling a small mountain. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted instantaneously. The Silver Wolf King's movement speed became extraordinarily swift. Chaos erupted as it darted around in a frenzy, with many players still unable to cast their fireballs before the beast exceeded their attack range. The melee fighters faced greater frustration, chasing after the Silver Wolf King's rear, yet perpetually striking air. Most alarming was the Silver Wolf King's skills. The originally 8-second Thunder Charge had morphed into a mere 4 seconds. Claiming swathes of players with each leap, its attack speed so rapid it left afterimages, and its health not diminishing but instead increasing. In under 2 minutes, the number of players in the arena plummeted to a chilling low, appearing to be less than 1/10 of the initial crowd. "Brother Tuan, they're moving." Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly leapt down from Li Wu's shoulder, pointing towards the eastern direction. Have they finally entered the fray? At that moment, Li Wu discerned the intentions of the observing teams. Since no one possessed the strength to clear the field, they would allow the Silver Wolf King to do so. The scattered players had been mostly eliminated, and only the competent teams would begin to showcase their prowess. No wonder in a novice village 5188, they have successfully defeated the Silver Wolf King twice, and their equipment levels have improved. How could they possibly fail? As the surrounding teams entered the arena, the previously one-sided situation stabilized almost instantaneously. Remarkably, the Silver Wolf King's vicious bite failed to eliminate the shield-bearing player before him. A radiant shield enveloped that player, followed by a golden glow descending upon his head. Healing magic. Chapter 18. Who will claim the Silver Wolf King? Even before reaching level 10, someone had already mastered the priest's healing spell. This game truly harbors hidden talents. The shield-bearing player was no ordinary contender either. The damage inflicted by the enraged Silver Wolf King was exceedingly high, suggesting that this player's health exceeded 2,000 and their defense was equally formidable. Without such resilience, even a healer would struggle. Li Wu observed closely. The shield-bearing player emerged from the Easter 100-man squad, appearing to be no young man, likely around 40, with the name Hao Jianjun displayed above his head. Surely, he wouldn't be using his real name as his game alias. -28, -38, -55, -66. The numbers floating above the Silver Wolf King's head were impressive, as its health plummeted dramatically. Even with the Silver Wolf King's significantly enhanced attack power and speed, along with a quadrupled lifesteal efficiency, it could not withstand the onslaught. Thunderous leap. The Silver Wolf King leapt once more into the throng. Yet this time it could not eliminate all players within a 30-meter radius. 4 or 5 remained standing, evidently boasting either high defenses or health exceeding 1,000. That Hao Jianjun charged forward with a skillful dash, his shield crashing against the Silver Wolf King's knee, momentarily diverting its wrath. Baidabeos also joined the fray, accompanied by a steward and bodyguard, unleashing a bolt of lightning. -280. Although the numbers above the Silver Wolf King's head were plentiful, this rare 3-digit figure was unmistakable. It undoubtedly came from the formidable Baidabeos. One must consider that the staff of the Zombie King alone possessed 180 points of spell attack, nearly rivaling the complete equipment of an average player. A person willing to spend over 200,000 on a level 6 item would surely possess exceptional gear. Suppressing the urge to rush forward, Li Wu's gaze remained fixed on the Silver Wolf King's dwindling health. Entering with such low health was hardly significant. At best, it could be likened to offering a mere peanut. His opportunity was singular, with the Silver Wolf King's health at its nadir and thunderous leap on cooldown. He intended to deliver the finishing blow with his cutting talent, inflicting 136 points of true damage. The Silver Wolf King's health fluctuated, finally descending to 3,000 points. As a thunderous leap took down a multitude of players, Li Wu seized the moment. Although he was too far to reach the Silver Wolf King directly, he had no intention of closing the gap. Despite being a primary physical attacker, his damage was insufficient to breach defenses, thus he resorted to casting Fireball. In the final moment, Li Wu launched his Fireball. Ding! The crisp sound of a system notification rang in his ears, and Li Wu's heart surged with joy as he prepared to rush forth and claim the spoils, only to quickly realize something was amiss. He did not level up. Despite slaying numerous giant rabbits, he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching level 2. Defeating the Silver Wolf King would undoubtedly grant him the experience needed for advancement. Congratulations on your participation in the defeat of the Silver Wolf King, inflicting effective damage, and earning 1,000 experience points along with 5 reputation points. Li Wu let out a deep sigh, a touch of regret washing over him as he gazed towards the spot where the Silver Wolf King had vanished. Curious to see which fortunate soul had dealt the final blow. The crowd was too dense to discern clearly, but the triumphant shouts that erupted ahead provided the answer. It was by Daba. Truly, the prowess of the foremost mage was evident in his overwhelming damage output. Hey, by Daba, do you still need any accessories? Wow, golden light, golden equipment. It appears to be 2 pieces. Li Wu chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that it was only fitting that such a player would seize the rewards, having invested so much into the game. It would indeed be a farce if he, a mere freeloader, managed to outshine him. As he looked up, he noticed 3 or 4 burly shield bearers rushing towards him, protecting by Daba from behind, while blades and spells pursued them relentlessly. Although the attackers were not numerous, the situation remained perilous for the few defenders. The shield bearers exhibited commendable skill, blocking a significant number of assaults, even managing to deflect some targeted fireballs with their shields. However, their strength was ultimately insufficient, and one by one, the bodyguards transformed into white light. A lightning whip struck, instantly eliminating 3 of the attackers, leaving only 2 remaining, both severely wounded. Another fireball took one more down, and soon after, Baidaba himself was brought down amidst concentrated fire, vanishing into a burst of white light. From the remains of Baidaba's luminous form, a golden glimmer descended. Countless players surged towards the radiance, while those lagging behind vented their frustration by casting spells into the fray. Amidst the chaos, a few disheveled items lay scattered on the ground, most notably a dark, ominous thigh bone, who was so unfortunate as to be left with but a single bone. Li Wu opened his backpack, only to discover that the valuable zombie thigh bone, worth over 100 coins, had dropped. Rather than feeling outraged, he looked at the golden stick in his inventory with a peculiar expression, his heart racing. Zombie King's Scepter, golden. One extraordinary stroke of luck. Perhaps I should invest a little? It feels a tad shameful to be freeloading off Blue Star like this. A message from Allah 22 popped up. Brother Tuan, where are you? I can't seem to find you. Huh, what should I do now? I'm farming steel-tooth wild boars, and I'm scared. The resolute image of Hao Jianjun flickered through Li Wu's mind, instilling a moment of doubt, but he swiftly cast it aside. Nothing could be more pressing than this Zombie King's Scepter. Without a moment's hesitation, he accessed the auction house and placed the Zombie King's Scepter for sale. It seemed many were eagerly awaiting this moment, as the auction drew immediate attention. The bidding price skyrocketed, reaching 180 gold within minutes, and it appeared that the final price would likely surpass the previous record. Logically, given that over 10 hours had elapsed since the last sale, one would expect a devaluation of level 6 equipment. However, by Daba's remarkable performance, with his impressive damage output, taking out 3 seasoned players with a single skill and another with a fireball, served as the best advertisement for the Zombie King's Scepter. By Daba, can the friend auctioning the Zombie King's staff postpone the auction, or may I trade other equipment in person? I assure you that I will not let you suffer a loss with my premium offer. Chapter 19. For a touch of kindness. Village announcement. Junlin Tianxia. Do not take it down. Last time I was offline, someone seized the opportunity. This time, I shall see who can surpass me. Let us see the auction house. Another village-wide announcement appeared, and Li Wu understood that the last statement was directed at him. Glancing at the auction house, he noticed that the bidding price had surged from 190 gold to an astounding 250 gold, instantly surpassing the previous bid. Li Wu's heart raced uncontrollably. 250 gold, after deducting a 10 handling fee, would net him 225 gold, amounting to 220,000 in cash. Recently, the government had introduced a policy. Although the special medicine for the group treasure still wasn't covered by insurance, the tariffs had been completely waived. 220,000 would nearly cover a year's worth of that special medicine. Moreover, there was still nearly 3 hours left in the bidding period. Given Junlin Tianxia's momentum, if someone contested it, the price might rise further. Of course, it was also possible that Junlin Tianxia was merely creating hype, attempting to stabilize the price at 250 gold. Faced with two village-wide announcements, Li Wu knew that any hesitation, even for a second, would be a disrespect to the gold coins. Meanwhile, Baidaba, still at the resurrection point, was nearly beside herself with frustration. Of all things to drop, why the precious staff? Initially, she was killed, but the thrill of acquiring the Silver Wolf King made her happier than angry, especially after finding a silver wolf robe perfectly suited for her in her inventory. The silver wolf robe was a golden level armor, and golden tier protective gear significantly reduces the sensation of pain compared to silver tier gear. As the largest component in terms of coverage among armors, its value was indisputable regardless of its attributes. Particularly for someone as pain-averse as Baidaba, the worth of this garment surpassed even that of weapons. Where's my staff? Baidaba eventually realized that her Zombie King-esque staff was missing. Unless a prominent player picked it up, an ordinary person would undoubtedly list it on the auction house without needing the nearby female steward to remind her. Baidaba promptly checked the auction house. Indeed, in less than 2 minutes, the Zombie King-esque staff had been listed. Without hesitation, Baidaba began to bid, only to find her bank balance insufficient when she reached 200 gold. She had initially considered borrowing money from the steward, but was met with a merciless refusal, citing her recent acquisition of a young boyfriend and her intention to buy him a car. Such a shameless excuse left Baidaba at a loss. For the female steward was far more than just a servant. She had watched her grow up and was akin to a family elder. In truth, the Zombie King-esque staff could be sacrificed. The female steward smiled gently and initiated a trade with Baidaba. Baidaba's eyes lit up. Previously, the Silver Wolf King had dropped numerous items, with 2 golden level pieces being the most prominent. While they were in a team, each had picked up 1 item and fled, not daring to take anything else, but unfortunately, they hadn't managed to escape. At this moment, the equipment the steward was trading could indeed serve as a substitute for the Zombie King-esque staff. Baidaba hesitated for a moment. She still longed for the Zombie King-esque staff. Indeed, switching to melee combat is also a viable option. Did not the esteemed elder mention that one could hone their close quarters abilities within the game? In that case, I find myself yearning for the staff of the Zombie King. Baidaba, with an innate contrariness, outright rejected the housekeeper's suggestion. You lack the funds. I shall sell this equipment instead. Time is of the essence. The auction duration for golden equipment is 3 hours, and your listing would be too late. That shall not deter me. Baidaba promptly spent 1 gold coin to acquire a large trumpet, broadcasting a prominent message throughout the village. Mea moment later, he beheld Junlin Tianxia's face contorted in displeasure upon reading the announcement. The 250 gold had already surpassed the expected price for a level 6 golden weapon, and none could guarantee it would not continue to escalate. Were she in his position, she would likely refrain from selecting a buyer who could not afford to explore alternative remedies. Most crucially, the predatory nature of Blue Star's economy is omnipresent. Prematurely delisting items incurs a penalty fee. With the current highest bid at 250 gold, the penalty amounts to 12 gold and 50 silver, equating to a staggering 500 coins. For an ordinary player, would they be willing to wager over 10,000 coins on the reliability of Baidaba? Gritting his teeth, Baidaba was about to procure another trumpet for damage control when he noticed the staff of the Zombie King had been delisted from the auction house. Glancing at his friend interface, he discovered a multitude of friend requests. After approving each one, he was bombarded with messages, some seeking to gain favor, others offering 50 coins, and still others agreeing to his proposed terms, asking him to transfer 20 gold to compensate for the delisting loss. Overwhelmed by the deluge of messages, Baidaba struggled to discern the true seller among them. Ding! The Invincible Adorable group has initiated a face-to-face trade with you. Suddenly, a trade request popped up, and Baidaba instinctively clicked to approve, revealing the staff of the Zombie King on the trading interface. At that moment, Li Wu felt a touch of embarrassment. In the realm of the game, should Bai Debeos be slain by another, the staff of the Zombie King would rightfully belong to the victor. Besides, even if he did not claim it, someone else surely would. Ultimately, the staff had no bearing on Bai Debeos. Li Wu could have avoided this complication. Although Bai Debeos professed he would not allow the seller to suffer loss, the staff had just been listed and had already garnered an impressive bid of 250 gold, leaving the final price uncertain. Bai Debeos' assertion of preventing loss lacked a tangible guarantee. Moreover, the prospect of a 500 coin penalty weighed heavily on Li Wu. Yet he ultimately chose to remove the staff of the Zombie King from auction. The trifecta of embarrassment, inconvenience, and financial discomfort, three reasons Li Wu detested, still could not overshadow the flicker of goodwill, provided, of course, that he did not incur a loss. Before confronting the Silver Wolf King, Bai Debeos proposed to bring along the unfamiliar Li Wu and the spicy rabbit head. While the currency lost was inconsequential to Bai Debeos, it was not necessarily insignificant to Li Wu. However, for Li Wu, who had endured the vicissitudes of human relationships over the past 2 years due to his companion's illness, this seemingly trivial act of kindness remained invaluable. Li Wu was willing to engage in actions that were both awkward and troublesome, yet painful to his purse, in the name of goodwill. "Sister, it turns out to be you," Bai Debeos exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "It's brother." Li Wu felt somewhat helpless, unsure whether this blue star had a renaming card. Bai Debeo, a person of reason, refrained from uttering anything awkward and directly placed a piece of equipment on the trading interface, followed by entering 100 gold. Due to the pain factor, melee weapons were slightly undervalued, yet they could still fetch around 180 gold. "I'll add another 100 gold. What do you think?" Bai Debeo remarked as he placed the physical armor he had previously exchanged for the King of Zombie staff in the trading slot, even including the pair of silver pistols. Without any hesitation, Li Wu clicked confirm. One must learn to be content. Chapter 20. The Fong of the Silver Wolf. Li Wu was indeed content. Observing Bai Debeo's eagerness for the King of Zombie staff, she knew that even adding another 10 or 8 gold would not pose a problem. However, doing so would diminish the value of the baseline he had just secured, the spicy rabbit head, amounting to a loss of nearly 100,000. Suddenly, it felt as though she had profited by that amount. "Let us see if my old man still dares to call me wasteful. Need a hand leveling up?" Bai Debeo's mood brightened, and he found Li Wu increasingly agreeable, once again suggesting to assist her in leveling. "Thank you, but I won't trouble you." Li Wu declined politely, turning to leave. "Wait, you seem like a decent person. Let's be friends." Li Wu naturally would not refuse the friend request from a benefactor. Promptly clicking accept. Once out of Bai Debeo's sight, Li Wu excitedly opened her backpack. Fong of the Silver Wolf, gold. Physical attack, 198. Strength, 12. Stamina, 12. Agility, 12. Required level, 6. Equipment skill, Sharp Fong. Passive skill, normal attacks deal an additional 8 damage and 5 life steal. What a treasure. The 198 attack power combined with 12 strength equates to an impressive 222 attack power. The equipment skill is equally remarkable. Although at ISNT an active skill, normal attacks incur no cooldown, making each strike akin to a mini-skill, and the 5 life steal significantly enhances sustainability. Li Wu caressed it fondly for a few seconds before deciding to list it for sale. How foolish of her to hesitate for even a moment. Such indecision was an affront to gold. There was no way she could keep it. By the time she reached level 6, this weapon would likely depreciate significantly. It was better to sell it while the price was still high. Additionally, her backpack contained a complete set of silver equipment. Li Wu promptly retrieved the 2 gleaming silver pistols. As a man, he found such items hard to resist. To her dismay, the 2 silver pistols constituted a single piece of equipment and could not be used separately. Unfortunately, they required level 7, so Li Wu could only admire them without equipping them. The remaining 8 pieces of silver equipment were all level 8. Although they had been discarded by Bai Debeo, they could still be considered high-end gear for the current novice village. Anyone donning this ensemble would instantly become a top player in the novice village, surely earning the admiration of onlookers. Li Wu glanced at the attributes and found them perfectly suited to him. Primary attack power with secondary life and constitution. Essentially an upgraded version of the level 1 black iron gear he was currently wearing. What was she waiting for if not to list them? To watch their value plummet? This time, without a moment's hesitation, Li Wu listed everything, even the beloved silver pistols. Within the satchel lay a novice handgun, both tactile and portable. Though it could not fire a single bullet, it sufficed for mere indulgence. The auction house also featured a scant collection of level 8 silver equipment, which, albeit limited in quantity, promised a handsome return upon sale. Though the ultimate price remained uncertain, The aggregate would undoubtedly surpass the profits of selling the Zombie King staff individually. Once the items were listed, Li Wu promptly logged off to enjoy a meal. Having amassed a considerable fortune, Li Wu resolved to indulge, descending to purchase 2 meat sandwiches devoid of additional toppings, and after her repast, she returned online. She promptly made her way to the giant rabbit prairie, where, after vanquishing over 80 giant rabbits, Li Wu ascended to level 2. The young girl, somewhat dazed, then followed her path to confront level 6 creatures, only to find herself bewildered. "Team leader," exclaimed the spicy rabbit head, pouting in mild frustration. "All right, now that we are at level 2, let us procure some level 2 equipment and tackle level 2 monsters." "Certainly," she replied, her pockets laden with a substantial sum, reveling in the prospect of shopping. The duo scoured the auction house for a considerable duration, initially hoping to splurge on a full set of level 2 silver armor, only to find none existed. Li Wu conducted another search, discovering that the silver equipment commenced at level 3, leading her to speculate that only items of level 3 and above were available. However, she dismissed the notion of verifying this on the forums, knowing they would soon be obsolete. The pair settled on a suitable set of level 2 black iron gear. After equipping the new attire, Spicy Rabbit Head generously bestowed her discarded level 1 black iron gear upon a nearby novice, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the giant rabbits. Having completed her benevolent act, the young girl gazed intently at Li Wu. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wu tossed her recently discarded equipment into the auction house. "What a frivolous child, attempting to draw me into her folly. This is worth 80 coins. Upon realizing her charm offensive had failed to sway Li Wu, the girl cheerfully followed her to the gathering of level 2 monsters. Land Turtle, level 2 health, 360 physical attack, 42 defense, 15. The attributes of level 2 monsters were significantly amplified, nearly doubling their overall power. Facing them while clad in level 1 gear would prove to be an arduous trial. Fortunately, level 2 black iron equipment was remarkably affordable, allowing the duo to dominate their adversaries with ease. After donning her new gear, Li Wu's health rose to 320, attack to 98, and defense to 39, making her encounters with the land turtles remarkably effortless. Meanwhile, Spicy Rabbit Head's health reached 255, her magical attack surged to 90, and her defense stood at 30. She had thoughtfully selected gear that enhanced her magical prowess and intellect, choosing to forego health and defense, resulting in her mana exceeding her health at an impressive 260 points. Even so, with a critical strike rate of 100, the young girl found confronting the land turtle less taxing than Li Wu. However, she remained fearful of pain. The land turtle's attack power was 42, while Li Wu's defense was 39, resulting in a meager damage of merely 3 points. Li Wu, uninterested in the notion of kiting, charged forward to deliver a powerful strike. -132, -3. The damage inflicted was so trivial that it barely elicited a change in Li Wu's expression. -204. Conversely, Spicy Rabbit Head's damage was formidable, swiftly reducing the land turtle to a mere shadow of its former self. -83. With a simple strike, Li Wu dispatched the land turtle, fortunate enough to have the first turtle drop a shell. The tortoise shell is a casting material. For further details, one may inquire at the armor shop. After concluding their experiments, the two adventurers embarked on their monster hunting expedition, akin to their previous encounters with the giant rabbits. Li Wu, eschewing the use of skills, engaged in straightforward melee attacks alongside a fiery spell, efficiently dispatching the land tortoise. In Chapter 21, Uncle Struck It Rich, Li Wu felt quite buoyant. Although leveling from 2 to 3 required a staggering 36,000 experience points, a single land tortoise yielded 60 experience, thus providing a commendable 30 points when shared. The pace of defeating the land tortoises surpassed that of the giant rabbits, rendering their overall efficiency immensely gratifying. However, there was a slight drawback. The gathering place for level 2 monsters was no longer as desolate as the giant rabbit prairie, with a noticeable influx of players. After vanquishing over 30 land tortoises, the area was nearly devoid of monsters, necessitating a search for respawns. Fortunately, they did not encounter any of the anticipated unpleasantness, such as players engaging in unsavory acts or opportunistic behavior. The game's realistic pain mechanics deterred most players from taking aggressive actions. The fact that they were reduced to battling tortoises provided insight into the skill levels of the surrounding players. The duo continued their endeavors until 4 p.m., at which point the young girl, having played for over 20 hours, could no longer persist and logged off to rest. Li Wu glanced at the time and suddenly recalled that if the Electric Zombie King also had a 12-hour respawn timer, it should be ready to respawn now. After a moment's contemplation, He concluded that there might not be enough time and decided to set that thought aside, as his guild mate was due to finish school soon. Ding! Your Silver Wolf S. Fong has been purchased by another player for 167 gold, after deducting the transaction fee of 16 gold and 70 silver. A sum of 150 gold and 30 silver has been transferred to your wallet. Li Wu could not help but smile upon seeing the notification. Although it was a few gold pieces less than anticipated, the set of silver equipment had sold for significantly more than expected. The price for the silver dual pistols was rather dismal, fetching only 2 gold, which was akin to a bargain compared to other weapons of the same level and quality. Their high consumption rate rendered them impractical, even beyond the means of the wealthiest players. Their value lay more in collectability than functionality. Conversely, the other 8 pieces of silver equipment commanded a high price, totaling 28 gold, leaving 25 gold and 20 silver after taxes. Remarkably, if one disregarded the transaction fees and focused solely on the total, everything had sold for an impressive 197 gold. Li Wu estimated that the Zombie King's scepter would struggle to exceed 280 gold, especially considering that the most formidable competitor, Bai Bao, lacked the cash to drive up the price. Ultimately, it was merely a level 6 piece of equipment. The top players had already ascended to level 9, and even a level 6 golden weapon was likely to depreciate significantly in value soon. With an additional 267 gold and 30 silver in his possession, Li Wu wasted no time and promptly withdrew 267 gold. After all, one could never predict when Blue Star might collapse. The bank transfer amounted to 650 yuan. Li Wu retrieved a bottle of mineral water, consuming half of it before saving the rest. Such extravagance. Choosing water over bread. At precisely 4:50 p.m., Li Wu logged off and, riding his electric scooter, sped to the kindergarten, where the children had yet to emerge. Utilizing his youthful vigor and agility, he deftly navigated past the elderly guardian's defenses, successfully securing a spot in the front row. This was his first time arriving early at the kindergarten. Tuan Bao often expressed a desire to see his uncle the moment school was over. Unfortunately, Li Wu was burdened with 3 jobs and was perpetually busy, often arriving late. And sometimes Tuan Bao was the only child left in the entire kindergarten. As the music played, the little ones in the toddler class lined up and emerged from their classrooms. Led by their teacher, Li Wu gripped the railing tightly, resolutely positioning himself at the front despite the crowd, even when an elderly lady discreetly nudged him with her elbow. Finally, it was the turn of Tuan Bao's class. As soon as little Tuan Bao stepped out of the building, he craned his neck eagerly to scan the entrance of the kindergarten. Although he often felt a tinge of disappointment, he yearned to see his uncle first. Tuan Bao's eyes sparkled, even from a distance. Li Wu could perceive the light in his precious nephew's gaze and the newly sprouted molars. Tuan Bao was quite understanding, although he longed to dash into his uncle's embrace. He dutifully held hands with his classmates, following the teacher's guidance as they walked slowly to the gate. Teacher Leilei also spotted Li Wu, her nose tinged with emotion. She broke the usual order for once and directly pulled Tuan Bao from the back of the line, delivering him into Li Wu's arms first. Li Wu scooped Tuan Bao up and nodded at Teacher Leilei before turning to navigate through the crowd, protecting his precious nephew. Uncle, I'm so happy. I got to see you right after school. Yes, nephew, I am delighted too. From now on, I will ensure you see me first when school ends. All right? Okay. Tuan Bao exclaimed as he wrapped his little arms tightly around Li Wu's neck. I love you the most, uncle. Did my dear boy have enough dinner? Sorry, uncle. I didn't eat enough. There were green vegetables in the dish, and I ate slowly. All the other children finished before me. I was too anxious and couldn't eat. No need to apologize. Uncle is not angry. That green vegetable is called broccoli, and it will help you grow stronger. Can you promise to eat it next time? Okay, you're such a good boy. How about I take you to a restaurant now? To that big one you wanted to visit last time? Really? The one with the enormous lion? Yes. Today, Uncle earned a lot of money. Let us indulge ourselves. Yay. Uncle earned a lot of money. Is it 100 yuan? More than 100. Is it 1,000? Even more than 1,000. Wow. Is it 500 yuan? Oh, my dear. How about I enroll you in a math class? Are there toys in the math class? You can bring one. I just wonder if they accept students as young as you. Though referred to as a grand restaurant, in Tuan Bao's eyes, it was merely large, being the biggest hotel in a small county town, lacking any star rating. Li Wu extravagantly ordered 4 dishes that Tuan Bao loved, knowing that his precious boy would be satisfied with just a few bites. After finishing his meal, Li Wu had plenty left over, which he promptly packed, as the night promised to be long, providing sustenance for a late-night snack. Upon returning home, he relished the rare opportunity to play interactive games with Tuan Bao for a while. allowing his dear nephew to style his hair into little braids while he perused the Blue Star forum on his phone. In a span of a day and night, a fortune exceeding 300,000 was amassed. Even if luck played a significant role, Li Wu could not afford to dismiss its implications. Moreover, given that the national mandate was in effect, Li Wu contemplated treating this endeavor as a legitimate occupation. To excel in this new venture, he resolved to delve deeper into its intricacies. After a brief investigation, he discovered the perplexing absence of information regarding the Blue Star operating company and even the development firm. All available data indicated a direct affiliation with the state. Is it reasonable for the nation to both develop and operate? Indeed, however, the enigma lay in the inability to ascertain which country was responsible for the development and which for the operation. This was undeniably rather illogical. Despite his confusion, Li Wu found himself devoid of any pertinent information. Chapter 22. The attempt to seize the Electric Zombie King. Who cares who developed it? After all, it's free. Li Wu promptly dismissed his doubts and began to explore the game's content and discussions. At 9 p.m., he, adorned with vibrant, low-quality dreadlocks, lulled the group to sleep before donning his helmet and logging in. The spicy rabbit head was offline, likely enjoying a deep slumber. Just as Li Wu prepared to investigate the mine, a series of loud announcements caused him to frown. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia. Hurry, hurry. The Electric Zombie King is attracting the undead. Are there any brave souls left? Dying once nets 5 silver. Send me a screenshot for 50. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia. Calling for ranged attackers. Those with magic damage above 300, come forth. Salary is 50 silver, double if you secure the position. I'm feeling lonely. I love to recruit those who are eager. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia. By Daba, if you dare to steal, I will end you. Village announcement, by Daba. Are you calling me out? I want to steal. I'm just here for you. Let us see if you can withstand my 500 points of magic damage. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia. Damn, your magic damage is already at 480? My apologies, Sistabai. You possess the Zombie King's staff. Let me have it. Initially, Li Wu intended to venture deep into the mine to scout for the Electric Zombie King, seeking potential opportunities to trap monsters. However, he was taken aback to discover that Junlin Tianxia planned to confront the Electric Zombie King directly due to not acquiring the Zombie King's staff. Although Li Wu's defeat of the Electric Zombie King was merely the second instance on the server without a server-wide announcement, the Zombie King's staff easily invoked associations with the Electric Zombie King. It was well known that no one had reported obtaining equipment with the zombie prefix from mere zombie farming. The $1,000 announcements proliferated, indicating a determined effort to conquer the Electric Zombie King. Li Wu felt a twinge of frustration but decided to purchase 600 stones from the player stalls, intending to join the fray. Should Junlin Tianxia successfully lure out the Electric Zombie King, he would seize the opportunity to contest for it. If Junlin Tianxia faltered, he would proceed according to his original plan. The village announcements stirred the entire community, and with 9 p.m. marking the peak online activity for players, the area outside the eastern mine was already teeming with people, leaving the village nearly deserted. Observing the bustling crowd, Li Wu suddenly perceived that Junlin Tianxia had made a rather poor move. The Electric Zombie King was not particularly challenging to defeat. The true difficulty lay in luring it out of the mine, as Junlin Tianxia audaciously chose to instigate trouble during peak online activity. It is noteworthy that even a level 1 character could inflict a mandatory damage of 1 point without breaking defenses. In such a scenario, tens of thousands of players flocked to join the fray, and despite Junlin Tianxia's recruitment of numerous seasoned players, the likelihood of successfully seizing an opportunity remained minimal. Although Junlin Tianxia was engaging in dubious tactics, Li Wu found little joy, as his own chances of success were equally slim, overwhelmed by the sheer number of participants. In the game, however, there were those bold enough to take risks. The enticing reward of 50 offered by Junlin Tianxia attracted a multitude of players, with coordinates of the electrocution zombie frequently reported in the regional chat channel. Potato earned $50 at the 3rd cave S9th fork, left turn at the 4th fork. Coordinates 176, 643, 3447. Radish 50. Same location. Coordinates 176, 623, 3445. Pumpkin, a solid profit of 50. Same coordinates 176, 603, 3444. Big Piggy. Is it really that appealing? Which brother will enlighten us? Is it painful to be electrocuted by the zombie? Tomato, 50 profit. Same coordinates 176, 583, 3440. Junlin Tianxia. It's certainly enticing, brothers come forth as martyrs, being electrocuted feels delightful. Akin to a massage, this money is too easy to earn. I am a good person. The boss isn't scrupulous. Being electrocuted by the zombie feels just like an electric shock. Those with low pain tolerance should beware, lest they be left with psychological scars. Reports from martyr players continued to flood the regional channel, and observing the fluctuations in coordinates, it became evident that the electrocution zombie was indeed being lured out step by step. However, with the efficiency of luring being merely a few steps per player, it was still far from completely drawing the zombie out of the mine. Li Wu found a rock to stand upon, surveying the surroundings, but failed to locate the target amidst the throng of players. He recalled a certain prominent figure named Hao Jianjun, with that individual's health and defense. Should he choose to become a martyr, their efficiency would undoubtedly be remarkable. He remembered that Hao was accompanied by someone possessing healing abilities. If the two coordinated their efforts, they might truly manage to draw the electrocution zombie out. He also wondered whether that disciplined 100-person team had arrived to join the commotion. The martyrs continued their endeavor, resurrecting at the spawn point after each demise, with hundreds of martyrs repeating the cycle. Observing the coordinates on the public screen, it was evident that the electrocution zombie had been lured halfway. Potato, 506, I can't hold on any longer. Brothers at the back, move up a bit. $300 will suffice. Pumpkin, I can't take it anymore. This isn't something a normal person would do. I'm trembling the moment I enter the mine. Radish, it's already been lured halfway. I'm not needed anymore. I'll take a break. Brothers at the back, please move up. Ultimately, some could not endure any longer. The sensation of pain was directly related to their damage tolerance. The vast majority of players who encountered the electrocution zombie lost their health in an instant, suffering full damage. Although they were instantaneously killed, the agony experienced just before death reached its zenith. Regardless, Junlin Tianxiao's conditions stipulated that merely dying from electrocution once would earn 50. There was no requirement that the creature must be successfully lured out to receive payment. Had Junlin Tianxiao insisted on the latter for compensation, he would likely attract very few fools. Emotions are indeed contagious, although no reports had yet emerged on the public screen. Li Wu deduced the situation from the sudden cessation of coordinate reports. Indeed, Junlin Tianxia has once again begun to announce loudly, doubling the remuneration for the Death Warriors. Li Wu observed the increasing number of players drawn by the news of the imminent emergence of the electric zombie. Contemplating for a moment, he navigated through the crowd and ventured into the first mining tunnel. He was willing to take a gamble, wagering that the electric zombie would not be summoned. Chapter 23. Interception on the way. Competing among tens of thousands with such minuscule odds is a futile endeavor. Those with skill may call it foresight, while those without are merely guessing. Instead of relying on luck, it is far more prudent to engage in endeavors where one can assert certainty. Though the mining tunnels were designated with various numbers by players, the depths were interconnected. Li Wu proceeded deeper into the first tunnel. Along the way, he noticed a significant decline in the number of players mining. Most lingered near the entrance, mining while waiting for the spectacle to unfold. As he ventured further in, the players grew increasingly sparse, and by the time he reached the depths, there were scarcely any present. Even though the first tunnel was not part of the publicly announced monster summoning route, Li Wu opened the chat history with a spicy rabbit head to review the message he had sent to the young girl. When online, she served as a tool. When offline, she became a mere notebook. The paths within the mines were intricate, and the Death Warriors had discovered their way from the 9th junction of the main tunnel, turning left at the 4th branch. Thus, the most promising location remained that initial left turn at the 4th junction. The outcome of the monster summoning would soon be revealed, and Li Wu had taken a detour through the first tunnel, leaving him with little time. He hoped Junlin Tianxia could hold on just a little longer. As if in response to Li Wu's thoughts, Junlin Tianxia's loudspeaker blared once more. The village's pinned message read, Junlin Tianxia, it's about to emerge. Those merely spectating, do not interfere with my kills. I want to pay for those who interfere. This declaration became the spark that ignited chaos. This exemplified the disadvantage of scattered troops. Without effective command, disorder was inevitable. Junlin Tianxia truly was a wretched strategist. Li Wu cursed under his breath and hurried his pace. At this moment, Li Wu had only traversed halfway. Even if he reached the left turn at the 4th junction in time, he might not swiftly locate an appropriate spot to ambush the monster. A protruding platform in the main tunnel caught Li Wu's attention, appearing to be an ideal vantage point. Just as he pondered whether to take the risk, several beams of light suddenly illuminated the mining tunnel, revealing a zombie emerging from the ground not far away. Monsters are spawning. Zombie, level 3. Health, 550. Attack, 65. Defense, 28. Naturally, one cannot expect a single monster to spawn. The tunnel was likely teeming with zombies. Seizing the opportunity before the first zombie fully emerged, Li Wu charged forward and delivered a powerful strike. -119. -1 cutting damage. -70. -26. After sustaining a skill hit and a basic attack, the zombie finally clawed its way out, delivering a jab with its dark, clawed hand. Hiss! The 26 points of damage elicited a sharp intake of breath from Li Wu, but it was not enough to slow his movements. -70. -1 cutting damage. Roar! -26. Hiss! -70. Thankfully, clad in black iron armor, he would have truly struggled otherwise. Li Wu glanced at his remaining 190 health points and let out a helpless sigh. He swiftly turned and began to dig into the cave wall beside him. There was no time to farm monsters. Even without farming, time was running short. He had stumbled upon a suitable spot to block the monsters and could only gamble on the chance that someone would pass by. After climbing onto the platform, Li Wu lay flat, resigning himself to fate. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for it wasn't long before the echoes of the Electric Zombie King's roar resonated through the mining tunnel. Li Wu remained calm and motionless, waiting until he heard the sounds of the Electric Zombie King bouncing about beneath the platform before he stood up with a grin. -1. -120. Slashing damage. His talent had leveled up, doubling the slashing damage. How delightful! As Li Wu hurled over 200 stones, the Electric Zombie King suddenly unleashed a skill towards the direction for which it had come, resulting in a wretched scream. Wasn't he farming monsters? Why did someone arrive so quickly? Could it be that Junlin Tianxia had not given up? Although Li Wu was somewhat taken aback, his actions did not falter. It was a matter of skill. Just because someone spent money did not mean he had to yield. Besides, they hadn't paid him anything. They were catching up. He needed to watch the distance. Something felt amiss. 3 had already perished, yet they remained in place. The lack of visibility hindered his understanding of the situation. I'll give another try. Although his sight was limited, the sounds carried through, and Li Wu couldn't help but smirk upon hearing the discussions. What to do? Remaining stationary would be tantamount to offering free kills. Should he continue to engage? He had already spent tens of thousands. Could he really afford to give up now? That was your statement. Don't regret it later when you can't lure them out. Damn! Does Junlin Tianxia lack this bit of reputation? Hearing the murmurs from beyond his field of vision, Li Wu paused momentarily, yet his hands remained busy. It seemed Junlin Tianxia was not entirely incompetent. He understood the necessity of frontline supervision, which explained his awareness of the players hunting for kills. However, with the Electric Zombie King using its skills every 12 seconds, it was crucial to maintain aggro, otherwise they would lack visibility. As Li Wu anticipated, several more wretched screams echoed, and the Electric Zombie King continued to bounce beneath the small platform. Junlin Tianxia turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation, yet he was at a loss for solutions. These sacrificial players were merely there to offer their heads. Fearing loss, none donned any equipment, and their bags were devoid of even a single piece of bread. Naturally, those who came to escort death would possess no worthwhile gear. Wearing it would result in instant demise. Players capable of surviving a hit were equipped with valuable items. Who would willingly sacrifice themselves? Did it seem as though someone was blocking? A player who had encountered such a situation previously murmured this, prompting Junlin Tianxia to react. He quickly called out towards the Electric Zombie King. Which of you has the aggro? Since you can't hit, could you kindly offer a kill? I will take the loss. And I'll even provide 1 gold as compensation for mental anguish. Chapter 24. Please provide a link. The range of attack is quite extensive, prompting Junlin Tianxia and his companions to maintain a considerable distance. By the time he vanquishes his foes, they would have ample opportunity to gather anything of apparent value. Even if Junlin Tianxia were to rush in and eliminate him, he would merely be left with scraps. He remains unconvinced that misfortune will befall him, allowing valuable items to slip away. Li Wu disregards others, while Junlin Tianxia, unable to discern if anyone is obstructing his path, clings to a sliver of hope and continues to send forth his minions. With only a few death warriors remaining, the sound of jingling coins fills the air, inciting Junlin Tianxia's fury. He yanks the last 2 death warriors apart, instructing them to swap out their skills, then seizes the moment to charge forward as their abilities cool down. The Electric Zombie King's lightning strike has a cooldown of merely 12 seconds, and Junlin Tianxia is soon enveloped in electric sparks. -865. However, he does not succumb, for he is a formidable player unafraid to communicate via loudspeaker, adorned in the pinnacle of current gear, with at least 2/5 of his health remaining. Suddenly, a blue glow envelopes Junlin Tianxia, and his health bar transforms into a cerulean hue. This is his unique ability. When his health dips below 50%, a magical shield activates, allowing his mana to absorb a portion of incoming damage, currently at a 30% mitigation rate. With 1,200 mana points, he can negate 360 points of damage, minus 505 after mitigation of 360. The blue bar reverts to red, leaving him with a mere 180 health points. Realizing his visibility is still insufficient, Junlin Tianxia, amidst the pain, hastily consumes a red potion. 800 minus 865. Another bolt of lightning arcs through the air, reducing him to a sliver of health, as he curses and finally breaches the visibility range. Indeed, someone is obstructing the monsters. Due to the angle, their face remains obscured, but their name is clearly visible above. Invincible adorable team? Could it be some bewildered girl? A flurry of questions fills Junlin Tianxia's mind, and then he inadvertently glimpses the health of his opponent. A flash of lightning illuminates the scene, and a string of question marks above Junlin Tianxia's head signifies his demise. To his astonishment, someone manages to rush close, startling Li Wu as well. Fortunately, that individual is ultimately transformed into a wisp of light. Concerned that others may follow suit, Li Wu's movements do not falter for a moment. Moments later, the electric zombie king lets out a wail before dissipating into light. With no time to assess the system notifications, Li Wu swiftly descends from the small platform, straining to listen for approaching footsteps while frantically collecting the glowing items, preparing to flee at the slightest indication of nearby presence. It appears that all is indeed quiet. Li Wu collects the silver coins, yet no one approaches. Surveying the ground, littered with at least 180 copper coins, Li Wu stands tall and dashes away. The 5-minute death penalty will refresh the loot, and with so many fallen, even a single item would be more valuable than the meager copper coins. Arriving at the location of the player who had collapsed nearby, Li Wu discovers an item on the ground, and upon picking it up, is momentarily taken aback. Wild boar leather boots, gold. Health 160. Intelligence 12. Spirit 10. Agility 8. Movement speed increased by 12. Equipment level 8. What kind of family is this? Even the death warriors dare to don golden gear. Li Wu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the original owner of the leather boots must be Junlin Tianxia. In addition to these wild boar leather boots, there was also a red potion. The potency of this potion was so immense that consuming it could lead to a fatal coughing fit. The village's pinned message read, Junlin Tianxia, you, stinky woman, used hacks. Just wait to be banned. No, this is a state-operated game. Prepare to face imprisonment. Li Wu found himself both amused and exasperated by Junlin Tianxia's loud proclamation. After some contemplation, he opened the regional chat. The invincible cute team. I am a staunch heterosexual. I do not use hacks. Junlin Tianxia, you nearly kill me with stones. And you dare claim you didn't use cheats? Immortal touching my rear. Using stones only inflict a mandatory 1 point of damage. You certainly used hacks. Obscure Knight. So there's indeed a hack. No wonder the zombie's king's scepter dropped. Clearly, it was from Electric Zombie, right? You soloed it last night. Didn't you? Obscured. What does it matter to you whether I used hacks? Just watch my lips. Bida Baum? Sister? Share a link for 50. Upon seeing Bida Bao joining the fray, Li Wu realized that explaining the situation would not be easy if a crowd reported him. It could attract unwelcome attention from the authorities. His cutting talent now appeared rather formidable, rivaling the 100 critical strike chance of Spicy Rabbit Head in certain aspects, and he intended to keep it under wraps for a while longer. After pondering briefly, Li Wu saw that the cooldown for speaking had expired, and he decided to weave a tale. The invincible cute team. My throwing talent ignores defenses. Believe it or not, feel free to report me. Junlin Tianxia. Even if what you say is true, how do you justify stealing from me? Bida Bao. Combat is based on skill. What do you mean by stealing? The village's pinned message read, Junlin Tianxia. I invested so much, and he intercepts me halfway. How is that not stealing? Bida Bao. Perhaps the person was already positioned waiting. Your actions might have disrupted their plans. Li Wu couldn't help but admire Bida Bao's eloquence. This excuse was precisely what he had intended to use, but had been unable to articulate due to the time constraints of the regional chat. The thought of 1,000 coins for a simple phrase made Li Wu feel a pang of sympathy for Bida Bao. Why couldn't such matters be discussed in the free section? In the regional chat, the invincible cute team. Thanks to the gallant words of Lady Bai, I indeed camped in the depths of the mine for 3 hours, almost letting that scoundrel Junlin Tianxia impede my efforts. Bida Bao. Glad to help. If the electric zombie drops equipment suited for me, please prioritize selling it to me. Since they had blocked the entrance, it meant that no one would be seeking him out, granting him ample time to sort through his spoils. As Li Wu opened his backpack, he received a private message from Bai Bao. Brother, shouldn't you be thanking me? We are friends, and an hour ago your name was still gray. How did you manage to camp for 3 hours? Oh, thank you. Let us get practical. Share a link. Chapter 25, small website link. Though he felt somewhat uneasy, Li Wu nonetheless sent Bai Bao the link. After replying, he began to examine his recent gains. First, he noticed a system message, defeated Electric Zombie, and gained 16,000 experience points. Congratulations on defeating Electric Zombie and earning 50 reputation points. In the wilderness, slaying foes above one's own level, with a talent level of 1, I earned 10,000 experience points upon my initial defeat of the Electric Zombie King. Now, having ascended 2 levels, my experience rewards have diminished somewhat. My previous triumph over the Electric Zombie King was the second kill across the entire server, granting me 1,000 prestige points. This time, however, there were no ranking rewards, and it remains uncertain whether the absence of a triple kill reward was due to others from different villages intervening. My talent level has risen once more, enhancing my slicing damage to 0.3, thus requiring only 334 stones to confront the Electric Zombie King again. Following this, the spoils of the Electric Zombie King emerged. First and foremost, there were 2 pieces of golden equipment that thrilled Li Wu. However, upon inspection, her smile waned slightly. The Zombie King helmet, gold, offers 150 health, 8 bone strength, 8 intelligence, and 8 spirit, with an equipment level of 5. The Zombie King bracelet, gold, provides 18 spell attack, 8 intelligence, and 8 spirit, also with an equipment level of 5. Although both pieces are of golden quality, they lack the inherent skills of the Zombie King scepter, leading to a significant reduction in expectations. Despite being golden, their levels only reach 5, with attributes comparable to the 7-level silver equipment provided by Bai Bao. At least the golden gear possesses an additional attribute. The extra 8 spirit on the helmet is likely of little value, while the bracelet is more promising, stacking an additional 8 intelligence. Overall, considering the current levels of top players, these 2 pieces of golden equipment can only be described as the tallest among the dwarfs, combined. Their value may not even reach a fraction of the Zombie King scepter. Fortunately, Junlin Tianxia contributed an 8-level golden boot, which should hold considerable worth. Additionally, there were 2 pieces of 5-level silver equipment. One, a physically oriented garment that Li Wu intends to keep, and the other, a magic-oriented Zombie King ring that she plans to sell at a low price to the Spicy Rabbit Head. The young girl holding 100,000 in funds is indeed a perilous situation. Aside from the equipment, Li Wu discovered a book in her backpack. Upon extracting it, she gasped in astonishment. It was a skill book, Thunder Shield. Upon use, one can learn the passive skill Thunder Shield. Thunder Shield automatically triggers when health falls below 30, increasing defense by 30 for a duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. It is indeed a skill book. Skills are far more desirable than golden weapons, as they remain steadfast throughout one's journey. Equipment skills can be easily lost. However, this Thunder Shield seems somewhat ordinary, with modest enhancements and a brief duration. Fortunately, being a passive skill, it should suit tank classes well. Faced with the skill book, Li Wu hesitated for the first time. Even the most mundane skill book should hold substantial value. Yet it appears that until Blue Star ceases operations, she cannot extricate herself from this game. If she can bolster her strength, it would likely facilitate earning money within the game. Had it been any other skill, she might have gritted her teeth and learned it. But the Thunder Shield evidently leans more towards tank-oriented classes. The tank class is more focused on team cooperation, and under the burden of pain, it could prove quite arduous. Though Li Wu has yet to determine a career path, it is certain that becoming a tank is not among the options. Pursuing self-improvement offers little value. Selling off assets seems a more prudent choice. Of course, Li Wu would never concede to being intimidated by the threat of gold coins. Ultimately, only a piece of unclassified purple gold or remains in his possession. Upon inspecting it, he discovers a message from Bai Bao. Is this your link? Has the link expired again? I'm rather busy at the moment. I will find it for you shortly. Are you a pervert? This is not the link I wanted. How is it that you resort to insults? What exactly do you desire? I seek a cheat link, yet you send me a link to a dubious site. Should I not berate you for this? Ah, this is truly a misunderstanding. Did I not declare on the public screen that I do not use cheats? What? You can't be serious about obtaining something through brute force, can you? After all that shouting for my assistance, you truly did not believe me? Indeed, it is hard to fathom. How could you accomplish what the entire village could not? Who would dare believe it? Believe what you wish. I assure you I do not cheat. Fine, I will take your word for it. Has the electric zombie been defeated? Did it drop anything of value? Observing the need for sustenance, Li Wu quickly forwarded the attributes of 3 golden pieces of equipment and the Thunder Shield. The benefactor, however, was somewhat discerning, expressing interest in only 2 items. Sell me the bracelet. Should I list it now? Could you refrain from auctioning it? The auction takes 3 hours, and I must guard against others seizing the tower. I will offer 22 gold, which should be considered a premium. Set a buyout price, and I will purchase it immediately. 22 gold amounts to 22,000 coins, which exceeds Li Wu's expectations. Without haggling, Li Wu listed the item with a direct purchase option set at 22 gold. Bai Dababao promptly seized it, and Li Wu received 19 gold and 80 silver. In hindsight, a direct transfer might have been preferable, given Bai Dababao's extravagant tendencies. Allowing her to acquire the equipment first and then transfer the funds would have been a wise move, saving 10 in transaction fees and 5 in withdrawal fees. Li Wu did not rush to withdraw the funds, instead listing all other equipment, including 2 silver items and the purple gold ore. However, the golden equipment and Thunder Shield were set for auction. The 2 silver pieces were listed at a buyout price set 30 higher than similar items in the auction house. Should they sell, it would be considered a profit, and if unsold, they would automatically be removed after the time limit, incurring only a nominal storage fee for items that failed to auction. Li Wu had self-taught the art of utilizing the auction house as a mobile storage unit. The only valuable item left in his inventory was the purple gold ore, and combined with the one previously shared with a spicy rabbit head, he now possessed 3 pieces. Uncertain of their purpose, and noting their absence in the auction house, Li Wu decided to list them directly, starting at 1 gold. With no other valuables remaining, Li Wu headed towards a wandering zombie in the distance. The zombie clawed at Li Wu, inflicting 26 points of damage. Li Wu did not resist, allowing the zombie to ravage him. With a total of 320 health points, the 26 points of damage represented less than 10, a level of suffering that was still bearable. In a pinned message from the entire village, Junlin Tianxia, is that wild boarskin boot in the auction house the one I dropped? The invincible cute squad. You are doomed. A server-wide bounty is on your head. Killing once for the invincible cute group rewards 10 silver, with no upper limit. Chapter 26. Group Leader. The commander is calling. The pain is bearable, yet the sensation of death is profoundly distressing, as though one is drowning. As Li Wu recovered from the feeling of death, she instinctively covered her face, then set her name to hidden. Hastily, she rushed to the shop to purchase a mask and donned it. It was clear that Junlin Tianxia was not someone to be trifled with, while she was unafraid of being hunted across the server. Revealing her true identity posed certain risks. She did not wish to endanger herself or her team over a game. After putting on the mask, Li Wu opened the chat channel. Invincible Cute Group. Fight based on skill. Can you not afford it? Yunling Tianxia, Ihemoni. What will you do about me hunting you down? Xian Rin Fu Wo Ton. 10 silver seems rather low. It's hardly worth the effort. Shunli, exactly. And it's bound to offend people. Those who can solo the Electric Zombie King are no pushovers. $100 is hardly worth it. Luminous Knight. Indeed. The price is too low. Killing someone will turn you red. Luminous. What does that matter to you? Just watch my lips. Village-wide top comment. Junlin Tianxia. I'm declaring a server-wide manhunt for the Invincible Cute Group. Killing once earns 1 gold, with no upper limit. Upon seeing Junlin Tianxia's announcement, Li Wu's eyes glinted with greed, and she quickly sent a message in the regional chat. Invincible Cute Group. Can I take this deal? I'll give you an 80% discount. Buy to bow. I'm running low on funds. I'm interested too. Does a no upper limit still count? Count me in. Invincible Cute Group will report positions. I'll take half the pay. As Junlin Tianxia observed the lively chat, he suddenly felt he might have made a foolish mistake. Invincible Cute Group. We are sincerely recruiting cooperative players. Kill me once and earned 60 silver. Payment in advance before the kill with an electronic contract. Those wishing to join, please enter the team. Once we reach 20, we will commence the battle until dawn. Xian Rin Fu Wo Ton. This seems quite reliable, yet I worry Junlin Tianxia might default. Buy to bow. Don't look for others. I'll partner with you. I just took a screenshot of his announcement. A person has dignity just as a tree has its bark. I'll spend 500 to have his post pinned on the forum. Let us see if he values his face or his skin. Junlin Tianxia's face turned an unmistakable shade of green as he suddenly realized how Blue Star differed from other games. The genuine sensation of pain complicated what was mundane in other games. Killing a player and turning red was trivial in other games, but in Blue Star, it was a severe punishment. Offering too little would deter any takers, and offering too much could indeed allow the invincible cute group to exploit the situation, especially with the meddlesome Bai Debao involved. Junlin Tianxia was wealthy, yet not to the extent of foolishly pouring money into the enemy's hands. Meanwhile, Li Wu was genuinely assembling a team, not merely issuing threats as others assumed. Paying 600 for a single death, why struggle for that? Moreover, there were ways to manage the pain. Keeping the damage below 10 was tolerable. As for the sensation of death, for the sake of the team's resources, what was 1,000 deaths? Just as Li Wu was relishing her delightful existence, someone in the regional chat made a remark. Little fairy, Junlin Lauda, there's a power outage at your place. By Daba, one must not underestimate Junlin. The entire server's bounty was abruptly concluded due to a power outage at the Tianxia family. Li Wu, feeling a pang of regret, disbanded the team, secretly admiring Junlin's ability to grasp both fortune and loss. The true villain is the most formidable. Such a mask cannot be easily discarded. Observing the relentless influx of friend requests, Li Wu promptly activated the automatic rejection feature. It seems there are quite a few individuals eager to engage in business with Junlin. Brother Tuan, I have logged in. What on earth have you sent me? Upon logging in, Malatang Tujiao discovered an array of messages from Li Wu, all composed of a series of numbers. He quickly replied, it's unimportant, just the coordinates for the electric zombie's record. Brother Tuan, have you slain the electric zombie again? Yes. Wow. Brother Tuan, you are impressive. Enough of the flattery. Let us go hunt the giant turtle. All right. Li Wu replenished some bread and, accompanied by Malatang Tujiao, set off to hunt the giant turtle. The Silver Wolf King spawns around 1 p.m. The next emergence should occur after 1 a.m., allowing for some time. After nearly an hour of hunting turtles, Li Wu checked the time and planned to join the commotion, only to be unexpectedly declined by the young girl. Not wanting to press the issue, he donned a mask to conceal his name and ventured to the fierce sheep prairie, following the same routine as noon. Once the coordinates for the Silver Wolf King were announced, players congregated from all directions. Li Wu found himself in an open area outside the spider forest, a habitat for level 3 monsters, yet he saw no spiders and had no opportunity to use even a true eye. Some were organizing golden teams, while others sought fighters, but no one dared to initiate the monster spawn. After 3 spawns of the Silver Wolf King, the solo players had learned their lesson. None were willing to be cannon fodder. Brother Tuan, someone asked if the Thunder Shield at the auction house was sold by you. The term commander is not used lightly. Could that individual, Hao Jianjun, be affiliated with the military? Reflecting on the disciplined nature of that 100-man team, it seems quite plausible. Only the military could swiftly assemble such numbers amidst the random allocation of novice villages. That 100-man team was indeed conspicuous, and Li Wu quickly spotted them on tiptoe. Noticing that the auction house bid had already soared to 102 gold with mere minutes left, Li Wu hesitated briefly before approaching the team. He harbored a unique sentiment towards the soldiers who protect the nation. Had circumstances been different, he could have joined the Chinese People's Army as a student, much like his roommates. Alas, life often presents its share of disappointments. As Li Wu approached, the 100-man team appeared unchanged. Yet he felt as if he were prey under the gaze of a feral beast, poised to receive a fatal strike. Chapter 27. Insights into the game. Li Wu's expression shifted, yet he soon relaxed, a hint of a smile gracing his face, albeit obscured by his mask. I am from the invincible and adorable team. The Thunder Shield at the auction house was sold by me. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, Hao Jianjun swiftly stepped forward from the group, without any pretense, and stated plainly, I wish to purchase your skill book on the Thunder Shield. However, my cash flow is currently insufficient. Might I request that it be placed on hold for auction until I can gather the necessary funds? Had it been anyone else, Li Wu would have likely scoffed at such an absurdity. With over 100 subordinates at his command, it seemed preposterous that he could not produce a mere 100,000. Yet, Li Wu harbored suspicions that these individuals were military personnel, and more likely than not, active duty, which made the situation less surprising. Regardless of the number of subordinates, they were state employees, not individuals drawing personal salaries. Moreover, it was evident that Hao Jianjun had already expended considerable resources. Otherwise, how could he have stood his ground against the Silver Wolf King at noon without succumbing? Naturally, even a high-ranking officer is human. It is quite normal for one to find themselves momentarily financially constrained, perhaps even under the thumb of a demanding spouse. In Li Wu's mind, there was no hesitation in his actions. The next moment, he retrieved the Thunder Shield skill book from the auction house, smiling as he said, Let us settle what you can pay now, and we shall discuss the remainder once you have means. Hao Jianjun gazed at the skill book displayed on the transaction interface, momentarily taken aback despite his lofty position. This player, with a somewhat effeminate name, exhibited a remarkable decisiveness in their dealings. After handing over all 76 gold coins he possessed to Li Wu, Hao Jianjun nodded in acknowledgement and said gravely, "The Thunder Shield has already reached a bid of 104 gold at the auction house and is likely to rise further. How about we settle at 110 gold? That leaves me owing you 34 gold. Very well." Li Wu agreed with a nod and turned to leave. "Are we not going to exchange a few more pleasantries?" Hao Jianjun opened his mouth, his promised words caught on the tip of his tongue with no opportunity to be voiced. This was all too smooth. In reality, his status ensured that matters flowed effortlessly. However, this was a game. It was not until the friend request notification chimed that Hao Jianjun realized it was from the invincible cute team. This is the reality. A debt of 34,000 without even a promissory note, and failing to add a friend would render pursuit impossible. You need not concern yourself with repaying the 34 gold. Rather, might you divulge some insights regarding the intricacies of this game? Seeing a message from the invincible cute team caused Hao Jianjun's brow to furrow. That 34,000 was hardly worth owing. I understand your inquiry. However, my knowledge is limited. I can only advise you to enhance your capabilities within the game as much as possible. That is all I can offer. He bore no psychological burden in revealing this small secret, for certain matters were already common knowledge among some individuals. Moreover, he held a certain admiration for this young man, who, despite a somewhat effeminate name, displayed remarkable decisiveness in his actions. Nevertheless, a secret is a secret. To prevent the other party from probing further, he swiftly deleted the conversation, reasoning that the lad had already stated the debt need not be repaid. Isn't this stating the obvious? Who would want to enhance their strength? Li Wu had always found it strange, and surely the entire world shared in his puzzlement. Why are all nations compelling their citizens to engage in gaming? Even the military, tasked with safeguarding the homeland, has been drawn into the fray. In a quaint novice village numbered 5188, a formidable assembly of 100 players was formed. If this were to proliferate to thousands of such villages, one could almost surmise that the entire nation's military might would be ensnared. The mere thought is enough to instill a sense of dread. The notion of harvesting the uninitiated is but a jest. There must be some monumental conspiracy compelling the leaders of all nations to enact such absurd policies without hesitation. Is it due to a scarcity of resources? Are they planning to establish a second world within the realm of the game? Or do they aspire to confine humanity within a digital domain reminiscent of the Matrix? Perhaps the specter of a third world war is to be resolved through peaceful means. With a battlefield set in the azure sphere we call home? Or is it that Mars is on a collision course with Earth, leaving humanity with no choice but to exist as mere consciousness stored within a colossal underground hard drive? Li Wu pondered many such theories, yet they remained mere conjectures. Today, he fortuitously encountered an individual who appeared to hold military rank, and naturally, he seized the opportunity to inquire. He did not expect to unearth any monumental secrets in exchange for the favor owed to him, but a mere hint would suffice. Unfortunately, his inquiry yielded nothing but trivialities, and when he attempted to press further, he discovered that his friend had been removed from his contacts. As he contemplated whether to confront the individual directly, he was startled by a loud shout from behind. Hao Jianjun, accompanied by his subordinates, charged towards the Silver Wolf King. The battle commenced, and Li Wu was swiftly engulfed by a throng of players. Hao Jianjun had grown even more formidable since noon, facing the Silver Wolf King with unwavering resolve. And with the support of his allies healing, the Silver Wolf King struggled to subdue him. Li Wu found himself jostled amidst the crowd, inadvertently thrust into the fray. This was intolerable. Upon spotting the Silver Wolf King within arm's reach, he turned to escape, only to find himself beset by misfortune. Just as he neared the edge of the attack radius, the Silver Wolf King unleashed a thunderous strike, rendering the area within 30 meters barren. Li Wu was caught off guard, suffering a significant blow. Even upon revival, he felt a lingering pain that made his liver quiver, taking him a while to regain his composure. This ordeal was utterly exasperating. Not only had he squandered an hour without any gain, but he had also incurred a loss of 34,000 coins, leaving him utterly despondent. He had hoped to capitalize on his recent level up and employ a cutting strike, which could inflict 204 points of damage on the Silver Wolf King, holding a glimmer of hope for that final blow. If fortune favored him, he could not only secure the kill, but also level up further, perhaps acquiring a gleaming treasure, even if it meant facing concentrated fire from others. Ding! Your auctioned item, Zombie King's Helmet, gold, has been sold for 7 gold and 35 silver. After deducting a 10 transaction fee, A total of 6 gold, 61 silver, and 5 copper has been transferred to your wallet. Ding! Your auction item, Wild Boar Skin Boots, gold, has been sold for 12 gold. After deducting a 10 transaction fee, a total of 10 gold and 80 silver has been transferred to your wallet. Ding! Your auction item, Purple Gold or X3 has failed to sell. Starting price was 3 gold, with a storage fee of 3 silver deducted. Li Wu gazed at his swelling wallet, and without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to withdraw his funds, including the total of 121 gold contributed by Daba and Hao Jianjun from the Zombie King's bounty. He withdrew it all, with 2 pieces of unsold silver equipment still in his possession. He promptly stored them in his warehouse and then called upon Spicy Rabbit Head to join him in farming for turtles. Surely, Hao Jianjun would not act without purpose. Regardless of the truth, dedicating time to level up is undoubtedly a wise choice. Chapter 28, Uncle is Impressive. After a night of diligent effort, Li Wu has ascended to level 3, while the Spicy Rabbit Head lags slightly behind due to lacking the experience from the Electric Zombie King. Little Tuan Tuan remains as obedient and sensible as ever, rising on her own to brush her teeth and wash her face, patiently seated at the dining table, awaiting her beloved uncle to present her favorite dishes. In just 2 days and nights, they have amassed 600,000, alleviating much of Li Wu's pressure. Coupled with previous savings, there's no need to worry about Tuan Tuan's special medicine for the next 2 years. Uncle, why are you so happy? Because Tuan Tuan is simply adorable. Indeed, Tuan Tuan is the cutest. I am an invincible little darling. Today, Tuan Tuan must diligently heed her teacher's words, and in the evening, her uncle will take her to purchase the large doll they saw last time. Wow! Tuan Tuan initially raised her little hand in excitement, but quickly lowered it. But didn't you say that it could only be bought during the new year? Is today the new year? Not yet. But Uncle has earned a lot of money again, so it's fine to buy it early. Wow! Uncle has made a fortune again. Is it still 1000? Hee! It's even more than 1000. Wow! Uncle is so impressive. After sending little Tuan Tuan to kindergarten, Li Wu did not rush to catch up on sleep, but instead logged back into the game to the mine. The Electric Zombie King, which he defeated around 11 o'clock last night, typically respawns around 11 in the morning. To confront the Electric Zombie King, one must lay in wait. Otherwise, one might be eliminated before even catching a glimpse of it. Following the coordinates he noted yesterday, Li Wu arrived at the location where the Electric Zombie King was discovered. While waiting for it to respawn, he found a suitable small platform and lay down to catch some sleep. He awoke at 11 o'clock, logging in right on time, his character still lying on the small platform. Opening the regional chat, he confirmed that no one was organizing a raid on the Electric Zombie King. While lying there, he opened the forum. Within the mine, the Electric Zombie King's alert radius and attack range extend beyond the player's field of vision. Even sitting up may reveal one to the wandering Electric Zombie King. Thus, lying flat is the safest option, and whenever the Electric Zombie King bounces beneath the small platform, it will be considered a perfect opportunity to engage. The forum merely states that the Electric Zombie King roams the depths of the mine, and the specific respawn coordinates are undiscoverable, leaving Li Wu to monitor the forum while waiting. Meanwhile, outside the mine, several players wore concerned expressions. Wei waited here for 2 hours without a sign of the invincible darling. Is he no longer farming the Electric Zombie King? Logically, he must still be farming. It guarantees golden equipment drops. Even the most basic level 5 golden gear can sell for several thousand. A weapon would fetch at least 100,000. Who could resist that? After wasting 2 hours, how long must we stand here? Earning money is hard, and Wei already accepted the deposit from Junlin Tianxia. Would you dare to back out? Backing out is impossible. I'm waiting until noon. After that, I still want to work for the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King isn't that appealing anymore. Last night, Tuan's wages were halved. This time, they may decrease further, barely covering the errands. It is quite normal. There are already players who have reached level 10, and it is likely that for level 10 will soon follow. Beyond weapons, level 5 players can only struggle for a few more days, as there are no bosses willing to collect other equipment. Yet, this invincible and adorable group remains the most delightful. I have heard whispers of a throwing talent that can ignore defenses, making the electric zombie feel as if it were tailor-made for him, and he single-handedly conquers it. This has only occurred once or twice. The leading players have reached a similar level in gear, making it effortless to attract them. What a waste. The path ahead seems promising, but after a few more attempts, even the dogs will lose interest. Our novice village feels like a dump. I have seen many novice villages casually slaying the electric zombie in the forums. Li Wu was unaware that Junlin Tianxia had hired individuals to wait for him at the entrance of the mine. He was leisurely browsing the forum and, before he realized it, had dozed off in the game. It is unclear how much time passed before the roar beneath him awakened him. Glancing at the time, he discovered it was already 12:30. Perhaps he had fallen into a deep slumber or simply strolled too slowly. With over 300 stones, Li Wu swiftly dispatched the electric zombie. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar system notification chimed. 12,000 experience points, which had decreased again after reaching level 3. He also received 50 reputation points, bringing his total reputation to 150. He was uncertain of its purpose. He was fortunate enough to attain a cutting ability and level up again, with the current cutting ratio reaching 0.4. At level 5, he could no longer trigger any talent enhancements. Upon reviewing his loot, Li Wu could not help but sigh. After all, he was not the chosen one, and it was improbable that each drop would yield something valuable. He obtained a level 5 golden ring, 3 level 5 silver pieces, a piece of black iron, and the ever-persistent 2 pieces of purple gold ore. The currency drop amounted to 1 gold, 68 silver, and 88 copper. He listed the golden ring for sale, kept the silver equipment for personal use, and placed the black iron on the market for 5 silver, treating it as a means to earn a bit of pocket money. Death was truly unbearable. If he could avoid it even once, he would seize the opportunity. He once again opened the auction house and searched for level 3 silver equipment. Ha Jianjun had mentioned the importance of enhancing strength. So Li Wu had grown disinterested in black iron gear and decided to acquire a full set of level 3 silver equipment, which would undoubtedly improve his leveling efficiency. The prices for level 3 silver equipment were not cheap, unlike the bargain prices of black iron gear. After all, for the vast majority of players, using level 3 silver gear until level 6 or 7 is quite normal, as it offers an additional attribute, which compensates for its slightly lower base value. Of course, this notion of being not cheap applied specifically to someone like Li Wu, who often benefited without expenditure. It was exceptionally expensive. A complete set of level 3 silver gear, including weapons, cost Li Wu a staggering 58 silver coins, which felt utterly exasperating. The plush toy his beloved adored was only 188. How dare they leave him nothing? To reach level 5 would take at least another day, and who knew how much the equipment would depreciate. It was imperative not to leave any behind. Once he finished his purchases, Li Wu took a moment to assess his attributes. Level 3. Health, 480. Physical attack, 168. Spell attack, 32. Defense, 62. Other attributes were currently unimportant. It sufficed to be aware of his attack and defense. Li Wu still had 10 unallocated attribute points, initially planning to distribute them in a ratio of 4:1 between strength and constitution. However, having recently acquired wealth through cutting, Li Wu contemplated whether to invest those points in agility instead. Agility would enhance attack speed, which would naturally benefit the triggering of cuts in the later stages of the game. Nevertheless, given the current low level and inexpensive equipment, Li Wu decided it prudent to conserve the attribute points for future allocation as needed. Chapter 29. The Arrears of Wages for Migrant Workers. Indeed, the silver equipment was remarkably enhanced, boasting a defense rating of 62. With this comprehensive enhancement, Li Wu charged at a distant zombie. The damage inflicted was minus 224 critical strike and minus 140 normal hit. A powerful strike followed by a normal hit had already depleted more than half of the zombie's health. The subsequent hits dealt minus 3, minus 140, minus 3, and finally minus 140 kill. Remarkably, a single skill followed by 3 normal strikes was sufficient to vanquish the zombie. Li Wu calculated the damage. The zombie had 550 health points, while the skill combined with 3 normal strikes dealt a total of 644 damage, resulting in an overflow of 94 points. Was that truly the case? 4 normal strikes would yield 560 points. Li Wu took a moment to mourn the unexpected loss of brain cells before rushing towards the next zombie. Li Wu emerged from the mine unscathed, albeit puzzled by the sight of several players around levels 7 and 8 searching for something with their backs turned to the mine. Although the young girl appeared timid, her damage output was impressive. It would be a waste not to utilize such a capable ally. It was uncertain whether the young girl required sleep, as she had managed to reach level 3 by grinding giant rabbits in Li Wu's absence. The spicy rabbit head was far more willing to spend money than Li Wu, and upon reaching level 3, had immediately purchased a full set of silver equipment, specifically selecting pieces with favorable attributes. Typically, equipment of the same level would see spell attack values lower than physical attack values. However, upon upgrading, the spicy rabbit head spell attack soared to an impressive 186 points, surpassing Li Wu's physical attack by a notable 18 points. This disparity was, of course, due to the spicy rabbit head allocating all her free attribute points in a 4:1 ratio towards intelligence and spirit. Upon observing the spicy rabbit head's attributes, Li Wu promptly took her to the level 4 Mad Sheep gathering area. With 2 sets of level 3 silver gear and a critical hit of 100, it would indeed be unreasonable not to engage in combat with higher level monsters. Were it not for a fear of excessive pain, Li Wu would have relished the opportunity to challenge level 5 monsters. Mad Sheep, level 4, health 820, attack 75, defense 42. Li Wu utilized True Sight to examine the attributes of the Mad Sheep and contemplated a strategy. He initiated the attack with a normal strike followed by a powerful strike, and while the Mad Sheep was momentarily stunned, he delivered another normal strike. The damage dealt was minus 126, minus 252, and minus 126, though the damage from the cutting was negligible. The combined attacks reduced the Mad Sheep's health by 500. The fireball from Spicy Rabbit Head arrived just in time, instantly obliterating the Mad Sheep with a damage output of minus 399. The explosive damage left Li Wu brimming with envy, unable to conceal his admiration. Truly, she was a child of fortune, if the young girl's level and equipment were to catch up to those of top players. How much would the gold farming team have to pay her? Upon slaying the Mad Sheep, a bounty of 60 experience points was awarded, with an additional 20 points for leveling up. Thus, Li Wu garnered a total of 72 experience points, attributed to the cooperative nature of the encounter. A solo kill would have yielded a remarkable 144 experience points. To ascend from level 3 to level 4 necessitates a daunting 40,000 experience points, requiring the duo to vanquish 555 Mad Sheep to achieve this milestone. However, Li Wu independently defeated the Electric Zombie King, netting 14,000 experience points, and with the prior and subsequent kills, had accumulated nearly half of the requisite experience. Spicy Rabbit Head was slightly behind Li Wu in experience, though the disparity was minimal. After all, while Li Wu was engaged, the young lady diligently dispatched giant rabbits and turtles, swiftly leveling up with each decisive blow. As Li Wu glanced at the time, and then at the chat channel, he discovered that the Silver Wolf King had spawned, explaining the scarcity of players in the level 4 monster area. It was prudent to capitalize on a lull in player activity. Soon, the abundance of wolves would diminish the efficiency of their endeavors. Li Wu held no ambition to contest the Silver Wolf King, despite having elevated his slicing damage to 0. 4. With the Silver Wolf King's 68,000 health points, he could inflict 272 points of damage with a single strike. Yet the prowess and equipment of the high-level players had also escalated in recent days. The threshold for gold farming teams had risen to 330 attack points, rendering Li Wu's hopes of landing the final blow akin to winning the lottery, given that he had already completed the activation of his talents 3 times at level 5. It seemed wiser to focus on leveling up in anticipation of strategizing for level 10. Given Blue Star's tendencies, the health points at level 10 could potentially soar to several 100,000, making it likely that most players would be unable to breach defenses, leaving him with a mere few hundred points to contest against. Amidst the plethora of Mad Sheep, the duo reveled in their efforts until, after half an hour, they noticed an influx of players at the Mad Sheep gathering spot. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head finally caught a glimpse of the arduous leveling path faced by veteran players. While it was not as dire as the initial server launch, where 10 players would converge to defeat a single monster, waiting for respawns after vanquishing a dozen creatures was nonetheless a sobering experience for Li Wu. The pair ventured to the level 3 monster gathering area, which, though less populated, did not afford the luxury of casual combat. The experience was meager and devoid of level-up bonuses, rendering it less efficient than the Mad Sheep. Ultimately, they returned to the Mad Sheep Enclave and continued their grind until 4 p.m., at which point Li Wu barely reached level 4. While Spicy Rabbit Head still required several thousand experience points, as Li Wu contemplated whether to purchase a set of level 4 equipment to challenge level 5 monsters, a sudden announcement captured his attention. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia. How can you shamelessly ask me for money when your task remains unfulfilled? Junlin Tianxia is causing trouble again? Li Wu pondered, opening the chat channel with curiosity. Killer Chong. I have been waiting at the mine entrance for 4 or 5 hours, delaying the Silver Wolf Gold team. And you dismiss us with merely a 10 silver deposit? Chike 996. You've waited 4 or 5 hours. I've been here since 10 a.m., not even managing to engage a single monster, and he is still withholding payment for those behind us. Boiling Kettle. We've been keeping watch. Hasn't T the invincible and adorable team come to challenge us? Li Wu suddenly recalled the several level 7 and 8 high-level characters at the mine entrance. Realizing they were indeed lurking to prevent him from engaging, they likely did not anticipate that he would place his character at the mine so early. Hence, they only monitored those entering the mine, overlooking those making their exit. In the realm of celestial realms, Junlin Tianxia exclaimed in frustration, "Nonsense! Just moments ago, a undead king ring was auctioned off. Who do you claim crafted it? You haven't even encountered the individual, yet you demand payment from me?" Killer Chong retorted. "Perhaps it was produced by him yesterday?" Chike 996 chimed in, "Indeed. Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from hard-working laborers." Kai Shuehu echoed, "Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from hard-working laborers." Junlin Tianxia interjected, "Cease your nonsense. I recently dispatched someone deep into the mine, and they have vanished." Killer Chong reiterated, "Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from hardworking laborers." The village's top message read, Junlin Tianxia scoffed, "A bunch of worthless fools. I won't part with my money, even if I broadcast it from a loudspeaker." The village's top message read, Junlin Tianxia proclaimed, "A bunch of worthless fools. I won't part with my money, even if I broadcast it from a loudspeaker." Chapter 30, Battle for the World. Li Wu finally grasped the situation. Junlin Tianxia, the underhanded one, had actually hired individuals to block him, aiming to sever his source of income. The mine possessed only 3 entrances, with a few high-level players stationed there. They could easily prevent him from entering, rendering his disguise futile. After all, miners typically lacked high levels or quality equipment, and a few formidable players could easily compel him to reveal his name. Who would dare to mine if they were truly skilled? Such incidents would surely proliferate. Li Wu, disregarding the need to level up, hurried towards a mine. Seizing the opportunity while they were at odds, he aimed to swiftly enter the mine. Upon arriving near the mine, he observed that no high-level players were guarding it and promptly made his way inside. Drawing from prior experience, Li Wu ventured deep into the mine. Once he had successfully cleared the zombies in the depths and was comfortably resting on a small platform, it was time to pick up his child. Riding his little electric scooter to the kindergarten, Li Wu, as he had done the previous day, affixed himself to the railing, eagerly awaiting his beloved child as first glimpse of him. As usual, the little one peeked out from the teaching building, her large, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Li Wu was once again captivated by the child's delighted expression and her adorable little teeth, unable to resist waving his hand and revealing his broad smile. Such a charming demeanor was simply irresistible, since Tuan Tuan had earnestly informed Teacher Lei Lei that her uncle would be there to pick her up. Teacher Lei Lei had made a point to seat her in the front row. Suppressing her excitement, the little one followed her teacher to the designated spot. Before Teacher Lei Lei could call out names, she launched herself into Li Wu's embrace like a little cannonball. Li Wu playfully pinched Tuan Tuan's cheek, saying, "Say goodbye to your teacher." "Goodbye, Teacher Lei Lei." "Uncle, are we going to buy a big doll?" "Yes, we're going to buy a big doll, but first, you must tell Uncle if you had a good dinner tonight." Li Wu raised Tuan Tuan's thumb, confidently asserting, "Let us go buy that big doll right now." As Tuan Tuan dozed off, clutching a doll larger than herself, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The excitement from her newly acquired toy caused her to giggle in her sleep from time to time. Li Wu gently tapped the small nose of Tuan Tuan, then donned his gaming helmet. Once online, he promptly glanced at the chat channel, confirming that no one was organizing a raid on the Electric Zombie King, which allowed him to relax and patiently await the creature's arrival. As expected, the Electric Zombie King, which he had already defeated 3 times, soon fell beneath Li Wu's stone. Regrettably, at level 5, he could no longer upgrade the cutting talent. Ding. Gain 12,000 experience. Ding. Reputation 50. Li Wu swiftly collected the loot, excitement coursing through him as he beheld 2 golden glimmers. Zombie King Armor, golden. Health, 280. Defense, 30. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 12. Equipment level, 5. Zombie King Helmet, golden. Health, 150. Constitution, 8. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 8. Equipment level, 5. Upon seeing the armor drop, Li Wu felt a surge of exhilaration, for due to the pain mechanics, the value of armor was second only to that of weapons. Even a level 5 piece should fetch a decent price. However, when he scrutinized the attributes of the Zombie King armor, his expression darkened. Why does this physical armor add spirit? The equipment's value plummeted drastically. Even if it didn't enhance strength or constitution, agility would have sufficed. Li Wu opened the auction house to take a look, and his frown deepened. Removing the largely irrelevant spirit attribute, this golden armor was comparable to an 8th level silver piece, lacking even 10 health points. What a disappointment. The other item, the Zombie King helmet, nearly caused him to lose his composure, as it added both strength and intelligence. Did they expect him to play a paladin? 2 golden glimmers produced 2 disappointing items. Had the electric zombie king's corpse not disintegrated, Li Wu would have been tempted to kick it in frustration. Was the game designer deliberately punishing him for monopolizing the electric zombie king? With a sigh, Li Wu examined the remaining loot. He found 2 silver items, a pair of shoes, and a ring, all of which had decent but primarily physical attributes, making them suitable for his use. He also found a long-lost zombie femur, a black iron-grade item he couldn't be bothered to inspect, tossing it directly into the auction house, hoping to trade it for a couple of meat buns. Additionally, there were still 2 pieces of unknown use purple gold ore. Li Wu had checked the forums, and currently, no one knew the purpose of the purple gold ore. To his dismay, even his currency had diminished. The last kill had yielded 1 gold and 66 silver, while this time, it was only 1 gold and 10 silver. Was this decline in drops due to the average player level being too high? Li Wu struggled to convince himself with this rationale and turned to head out of the mine. It was uncertain whether Junlin Tianxia had forgotten about him or if no one was accepting orders due to the salary dispute. After hesitating over the 2 pieces of golden equipment, Li Wu ultimately decided to keep them for himself. Their peculiar attributes would not attract the top players, and the lower level was, in fact, an advantage. After all, they were golden items, and even one lackluster attribute could rival 8th level equipment. A level 6 player wearing 8th level silver armor would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in combat power. Regrettably, it cannot be said that wealthy individuals struggling at level 6 are non-existent. Rather, they are lamentably few in number. Thus, these 2 pieces of golden equipment are destined to fetch a meager price. Moreover, after acquiring so much golden gear, it seems unreasonable not to indulge in their benefits. Li Wu stored the equipment in the village warehouse and then summoned his petite companion, the tool man, to commence monster hunting. Spicy Rabbit Head had also reached level 4. Yet neither was in a hurry to switch to level 4 gear, as the monsters were scarce while the players were abundant. Even with enhancements, their efficiency would not see substantial improvement, given they could dispatch the frenzied sheep in merely 2 or 3 strikes. They continued their hunting until the stroke of midnight when the chat channel began to organize and respond to the call for the slaying of the Silver Wolf King. Having earned little from the Electric Zombie King, Li Wu, with a glimmer of hope, decided to participate, ultimately spending over half an hour to gain a mere 1,000 experience points. It had not been long, yet the prowess of top players had already surged. The Silver Wolf King was adorned with a plethora of triple-digit numbers, rendering Li Wu's 272 utterly inconspicuous. His attempt to secure the final blow was akin to a jest, devoid of the fortune typically associated with the luckiest players. The tedious monster grinding persisted until 5 in the morning when an unexpected server announcement invigorated the online participants of Blue Star. The announcement read, "Congratulations to the player Zhang Tianxia and his team for defeating the level 10 Raging Giant Ape, earning the first kill reward of 3,000 reputation points on the Huaxia server." The server notification repeated thrice, informing players that someone named Zhang Tianxia had conquered level 10. Li Wu glanced at his experience bar, realizing he still required 800 experience points to ascend to level 5, and could not help but shed tears of envy. Level 10. One could only imagine the treasure that would be bestowed, especially as it was the server's first kill. The drop rates would surely be abundantly generous. What level of equipment might drop? If level 5 yielded golden weapons for level 6, would level 10 not produce weapons of level 11 or even platinum gear? As of now, no one had entered the main city, with the highest level being a mere 10. Were the spoils merely a tantalizing mirage? Envy aside, Li Wu's hands remained active as he struck at the frenzied sheep. With someone already conquering level 10, why had no one yet entered the main city? Was it true that the novice village had a level cap of only 10? Did one need to complete specific tasks? With level 10 still a distant goal, Li Wu was disinclined to waste time scouring forums. After slaying a few more frenzied sheep, he finally reached level 5. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 5. You have learned the Universal Skill Smash and the Universal Skill Ice Arrow. Smash, a powerful strike to the target's head, dealing 150 damage and stunning them for 15 seconds. Note, this is a novice universal skill and will be adjusted upon class change. Ice Arrow inflicts 130 magical damage to the target, reducing their movement speed by 30 for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Note, this is a novice universal skill and will be adjusted upon class change. Now at level 5, and having acquired 2 new skills, Li Wu promptly returned to the village with Spicy Rabbit Head. In the warehouse, he found 4 pieces of suitable level 5 silver gear, along with a level 5 silver magical ring, which he casually handed to Spicy Rabbit Head. Although the young girl was still a bit shy of level 5, she was progressing quickly. Initially, I had intended to sell it at a bargain price to the Spicy Rabbit Head, but this little girl is far too obedient, effortlessly following my lead, which makes it difficult for me to voice my intentions. In any case, a piece of level 5 silver equipment is now worth less than 200 coins. I might as well treat her to a deluxe version of Spicy Hot Pot. To my surprise, the team leader gifted me a ring. Could this be a sign of affection? But the team leader already has children. What am I to do? The Spicy Rabbit Head clutched the glimmering ring tightly. Her little face faintly flushed, and her twin ponytails bounced with her excitement. Li Wu also purchased several pieces of level 5 silver gear from the auction house, spending over a gold coin, which left her feeling rather pained. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to the Spicy Rabbit Head and said, "Rabbit, we must be clear about our dealings, just like true brothers, otherwise our friendship may not endure. Therefore, for the sake of our enduring camaraderie, I shall accept that silver ring from you for just 15 silver. What? The Spicy Rabbit Head, looking utterly bewildered, traded 15 silver to Li Wu, as if she could hear something within her shatter. With the recovery of 15 silver, Li Wu's expression brightened considerably. Although still a low-level character, weapons of level 5 are exceptionally valuable. A single level 5 silver weapon can fetch as much as 39 silver. How are the common folk supposed to survive? My darling's favorite large doll only costs 188. Having invested in a full set of level 5 silver gear, Li Wu's attributes surged dramatically. Name: Invincible and Adorable Team. Level: 5. Health: 780. Physical attack: 238. Defense: 90. Despite having 20 unallocated attribute points, her health reached 780, and her attack power soared to 238, leaving her just shy of being able to join the Silver Wolf King's gold farming party from 2 days prior. With such formidable attack power, Li Wu felt a surge of confidence, and, pulling the Spicy Rabbit Head along, headed straight for the gathering place of level 6 monsters. The southern village's level 6 monster gathering area is known as Bloodtooth territory, yet curiously, there are very few players farming here. Logically, level 6 monsters should be in high demand. After all, most players are preoccupied with their livelihoods, with a maximum online time of merely 6 hours a day. And most are around levels 6 or 7, perfectly positioned to farm level 6 creatures. Li Wu could already envision the bustling scene filled with players and the sound of firecrackers. Yet the current situation was quite the opposite. With a sense of curiosity, Li Wu tossed a true eye at a creature that resembled a gray wolf, albeit with 2 protruding teeth. Bloodtooth Beast. Level: 6. Health: 1680. Attack: 150. Defense: 68. Upon observing the attributes of the Bloodtooth Beast, Li Wu frowned slightly. With 1680 health and 68 defense, it certainly posed a challenge. However, the level 5 gear granted her 2 additional skills. While Ice Arrow was of little use to her, the powerful strike proved immensely practical, as it could stun the beast for 15 seconds, allowing her to land 2 sword strikes. Moreover, after equipping the level 5 silver set, her defense reached 90 points, meaning the beast attack would only reduce her health by 60 points, which, compared to her total health of 780, remained bearable. Why are there so few players here? Though puzzled, Li Wu still beckoned the Spicy Rabbit Head to engage the monster. The level 6 creatures are aggressive, and Li Wu was cautious not to attract additional Bloodtooth beasts, so she allowed the Spicy Rabbit Head to strike first. Due to the skill of dizziness, Li Wu was unperturbed by the attacks on the Spicy Rabbit Head. Although the young girl had yet to reach level 5, her damage output remained astonishingly high, instantly drawing the ire of the Bloodfang Beast. The Bloodfang Beast, swift as the wind, lunged towards the Spicy Rabbit Head in an instant. Li Wu quickly stepped forward to confront the beast, delivering a powerful strike. The damage registered as minus 255 dizziness and minus 6 slashing damage. Seizing the opportunity while the Bloodfang Beast was incapacitated, Li Wu unleashed a flurry of 2 sword strikes. The damage was recorded as minus 170, minus 6 slashing damage, and minus 170, minus 6 slashing damage. As the stun effect wore off, the Bloodfang Beast, now fixated on Li Wu, bit down hard on his raised arm. The damage was minus 60. This was less than 10 of Li Wu's health, allowing him to endure the pain. He swiftly retaliated with a powerful strike against the Bloodfang Beast. The damage was minus 255, 6 slashing damage. Li Wu intended to capitalize on the slight interruption from his powerful strike to deliver another blow. But he was taken by surprise, as the Bloodfang Beast's attack speed was significantly greater than that of the previous monsters he had faced. As he swung his sword, the beast clawed at him, inflicting minus 170, 6 slashing damage, and minus 60. At this point, both of Li Wu's melee skills were on cooldown, forcing him to exchange damage with the Bloodfang Beast. The damage was minus 170, 6 slashing damage, and minus 60, with a final tally of minus 347. At that moment, the second fireball from the spicy rabbit head arrived just in time, dealing another 347 damage to the Bloodfang Beast, leaving it with a mere 21 health points. As Li Wu prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the beast unexpectedly bit down on his arm first, its large fangs sinking viciously into his flesh. The damage was minus 160, lifesteal 100. Damn! The intense pain radiating from his arm prompted Li Wu to utter an expletive. Chapter 32, Bloodfang Spider. The lifesteal not only inflicted pain, but also compounded with the damage from a normal attack, making the 160 damage feel as if he had truly been bitten by a large dog. He endured the agonizing pain and delivered a fatal thrust to the Bloodfang Beast, his expression revealing his discomfort. It was no wonder that players were scarce in this area. This lifesteal of 100 points ignored defenses, making it nearly unbearable for anyone whose health did not exceed 1,000 or even 1,500. Thus, players of that health range were ill-suited for battling the Bloodfang Beast, and only a few players could be seen teaming up to grind here. Pain is inconsequential, but the efficiency is too low. We should first tackle level 5 monsters. We can return to this later once you reach level 5. Naturally, Li Wu would not admit to the spicy rabbit head that he feared pain. Instead, he led the young girl to the gathering of level 5 monsters. The level 5 monsters to the south of the village were poison fang spiders, resembling real-life spiders but with a terrifyingly large size, making one initially think a giant king crab had somehow come alive. Li Wu cast a True Sight spell, revealing the attributes of the poison fang spider. Poison fang spider, level 5 health, 1200 attack, 126 defense, 54 skill. Poison. Basic attacks imbued with poison can inflict the target with a status ailment, dealing 10 poison damage per second for a duration of 5 seconds. Each strike refreshes the duration, and the poison can stack up to a maximum of 5 layers. Monsters of level 5 and above are predominantly aggressive and typically possess at least one skill, while the abilities of the venomous spider may appear to inflict minimal damage. Their cumulative effect can be quite alarming. To illustrate, poison damage bypasses defense. 12 points of damage sustained over 5 seconds amounts to a total of 60 points. And should it stack to 5 layers, it becomes more fearsome than a critical hit of 100 from the spicy rabbit head. Li Wu calculated his health and damage output, concluding that the venomous spider could be farmed, provided he did not accumulate more than 2 layers of poison. He initiated the encounter with a fireball from the spicy rabbit head. Minus 375. Minus 303, minus 4 slashing damage. Minus 184, minus 4 slashing damage. Minus 184, minus 4 slashing damage. Li Wu advanced with a shield strike, stunning the venomous spider, and swiftly followed up with 2 basic attacks. Minus 36, minus 12, poison damage. In the face of the diminutive Hulk, Li Wu bore the prickling sensation from his wound and swiftly delivered a decisive blow, claiming the life of the venomous spider. The creature dropped the material, but Li Wu paid it no mind, instead vigorously rubbing the bitten area. The poison was not particularly painful, but it was intensely itchy, with a sensation recurring every second until the duration expired. Despite the discomfort, Li Wu was quite satisfied with his farming efficiency. Having been bitten just once by the venomous spider, the combined damage from the attack and poison had only cost him 96 points of health. With his current health and natural regeneration, he could feasibly eliminate 9 venomous spiders consecutively. In terms of farming those spiders, it was akin to exchanging 1 monetary unit for a venomous spider. It seems rather acceptable. Rabbit, look. Li Wu employed his silver tongue, appealing to emotions and reason, recounting shared hardships and battles fought side by side, leaving the spicy rabbit head momentarily stunned as he shamelessly raised the bar for humanity's limits. Satisfied, Li Wu accepted 250 health potions from the spicy rabbit head, adding them to the 250 he had procured himself, estimating that it would suffice. He eagerly set off with the young girl once more towards Bloodtooth Ridge. The drop rate for aggressive monsters seemed slightly higher than that of passive ones. Although black iron gear was scarce, numerous whiteboard items and materials were abundant. Naturally, relying on this for income was implausible, but the fun for game time, bread and water, were adequate. After over 2 hours of farming, having consumed half of the health potions, the spicy rabbit had finally reached level 5. Without needing Li Wu's reminder, the young girl ventured into the auction house and purchased a full set of silver gear. Still opting for the pieces with the best attributes, raising her spell attack to an impressive 260 points. After equipping her new attire, the spicy rabbit head became even more exuberant, insisting on confronting the blood-toothed beast. After all, the group leader had assured her that the beast's bites were not painful. Yet despite 2 hours of farming venomous spiders, she still felt a chill of dread. She feared spiders in reality, let alone this monstrous version magnified 100-fold. Were it not for the group leader standing before her, she would have preferred to farm rabbits rather than face these terrifying creatures. Li Wu, filled with trepidation, hesitated to move, though he was too proud to admit his fear of pain. As he pondered a plausible excuse, a blinding white light suddenly erupted nearby, and a massive spider, the size of a door, emerged. Being too close, Li Wu inadvertently triggered the spider alert, and it charged toward him with alarming speed. Though startled by the sudden appearance of such a formidable creature, Li Wu quickly regained his composure. He raised his hand and unleashed a piercing gaze, followed by a powerful strike to the spider's head. The damage was significant, but upon seeing the 24-point cut damage, he turned to flee. The spicy rabbit head, quicker to react, had already screamed and dashed away the moment the spider appeared. After being stunned for 15 seconds, the giant spider resumed its pursuit of Li Wu. Its speed, though not overwhelming, was nevertheless faster than his. After running approximately 20 meters, Li Wu was caught, suffering a painful bite that cost him 150 health points, causing him to cry out louder than the spicy rabbit head. The pain was compounded by an additional 24 points from poison damage, turning Li Wu's health a sickly green. The explosive damage caused the spider's ire to shift away from Li Wu, redirecting its focus towards the fleeing spicy rabbit head. Chapter 33. The Monster Robbery. Naturally, Li Wu could not allow the spider to pass. Should it bite the spicy rabbit head, the damage would be at least 200 points, and given the rabbit's already lower health, it would surely wail in distress. Fortunately, the slowing effect of the ice arrow took hold, reducing the spider's speed significantly. Li Wu seized the moment to thrust his sword sharply into the spider's rear. A powerful strike. The damage echoed as he swiftly resumed his flight. Perhaps due to the humiliation of its injury, the giant spider's hatred returned to Li Wu. Although still slowed, the spider maintained a slightly faster pace. And despite Li Wu's efforts to create distance, he was soon pursued once more. The spider, a creature of grudges, sank its fangs into Li Wu's backside. The interval between the spider's bites exceeded 5 seconds, preventing the poison from stacking. Yet Li Wu's health plummeted to 336 points, with 4 impending instances of 24-point poison damage. He could not afford to retaliate and instead consumed a healing potion while on the run. Just in time, the spicy rabbit head's fireball spell arrived, delivering explosive damage that once again drew the spider's wrath. Li Wu swiftly pivoted and struck fiercely at the spider. As the creature staggered, he managed to put some distance between them and conjured another ice arrow, firing it with precision. But the result was disappointing, inflicting only a minor cut damage. The colossal spider regained its composure, did not pursue Li Wu, instead charging towards the spicy rabbit head. It remained uncertain whether this was due to Li Wu's insufficient damage or the spider's instinct to target ranged attackers first. Fortunately, although Li Wu's icy arrows could not penetrate defenses, they triggered a slowing effect, diminishing the spider's speed and preventing it from closing in on the spicy rabbit head. Maintaining distance, Li Wu alternated the use of icy arrows to keep the creature in a state of deceleration. As he shouted for the spicy rabbit head to cooperate, he seized a moment to glance at the spider's information. Bloodfawn Commander. Level 5. Health 6,000. Attack 240. Defense 100. Skills. Toxin. Basic attacks inflict toxin, causing 10 damage per second for 5 seconds. Each hit refreshes the duration, stacking up to 5 layers. Web. Fires a web in the target's direction, immobilizing them for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Naturally, Li Wu could not scrutinize the details while engaged in combat, nor did he need to, as he had already grasped Bloodfawn Commander's health, attack, and defense from personal experience. He aimed to ascertain if the Bloodfawn Commander possessed any additional skills beyond the toxin and whether they could be countered. Stop, rabbit. Li Wu glanced at the information and urgently called for the spicy rabbit head to cease her actions, but it was too late. The young girl had already unleashed her icy arrow. Minus 476. Another explosive strike thoroughly enraged the Bloodfawn Commander, which abruptly halted, its formidable form arching as it emitted a white silk web towards the spicy rabbit head. The spicy rabbit head, already trembling with fear and focused on evasion, failed to notice the Bloodfawn Commander's movement and was instantly ensnared by the web, immobilizing her for a full 2 seconds, time enough for the commander to close the distance. Li Wu could not stand idly by. He hurried to her side, but alas, Both of his close-range skills were on cooldown, leaving him to strike with regular attacks. -138, -24 from cutting damage. -138, -24 from cutting damage. -170, -24, toxin damage. The brutal scene sent a shiver down Li Wu's spine. As he had feared, the spicy rabbit head clutched her chest in pain, her face reddening, her eyes even more so. Powerful strike. -257, -24 from cutting damage. -138, -24 from cutting damage. At this moment, the Bloodfawn commander's health plummeted to 2,937, -150, -24, toxin damage. Li Wu swiftly delivered a powerful blow to the Bloodfawn commander, then turned and ran while consuming a potion. Meanwhile, the spicy rabbit head, still clutching her chest, sprinted away, feeling both itchy and embarrassed. Yet, she did not forget Li Wu, and after covering a few meters, she bravely turned back to release another icy arrow. -476. The young girl's courage bought Li Wu precious time, as he utilized his powerful strike and the slowing effect to create distance. Don't panic, drink the red potion, and keep retreating. Remember to alternate using icy arrows with me. As Li Wu encouraged the spicy rabbit head, he meticulously timed his use of the ice arrow. The Bloodfawn leader, struck repeatedly by the ice arrows, was ensnared in a state of deceleration, while the cooldown for the ranged skill spiderweb was still a distant prospect. He could only watch as the two approached, yet remained frustratingly out of reach. The damage indicators read, -1, cutting damage 24, -476. Observing that the Bloodfawn leader's health had dwindled to 1960 points, Li Wu's anxious heart began to ease somewhat, although it appeared they could only kite for another 2 rounds. By then his strike would be available, ensuring the Bloodfawn leader's defeat. Li Wu calmly consumed another minor health potion, restoring his health to 370, which gradually increased. The damage continued. -1, cutting damage 24, -476, -160, -165. 3 ice arrows flew past Li Wu, 2 striking the Bloodfawn leader with precision. The left arrow belonged to the spicy rabbit head. The identities of the 2 arrows on the right, however, were soon revealed. Before Li Wu could turn, a figure burst forth, delivering a powerful blow to Li Wu's head, followed swiftly by a slash. -217, stun, -115. The abrupt strike left Li Wu stunned, and the excruciating pain nearly rendered him breathless. Just as his health had recovered to 450, the unforeseen strikes almost cost him his life. -476. The spicy rabbit head, unaccustomed to such an event, instinctively unleashed an ice arrow towards the Bloodfawn leader as she finally registered the situation. -165, -160. At that moment, 2 fireballs also impacted the Bloodfawn leader almost simultaneously. The spicy rabbit head's slightly delayed response inadvertently saved Li Wu's life. The player who had ambushed Li Wu, seeing the Bloodfawn leader's health bar reduced to a mere sliver, was overtaken by greed. The powerful strike that should have landed on Li Wu was instead wasted on the Bloodfawn leader. Chapter 34, Counterattack. -207. The assailant's formidable blow reduced the Bloodfawn leader's health to 126. With another strike, the spoils would be theirs. Meanwhile, Li Wu finally broke free from his stupor. -277, stun, -2 cutting damage. Shouting, Li Wu retaliated with a powerful strike against the assailant's head, followed by a slash aimed at the Bloodfawn leader. -138, cutting damage 24. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the Bloodfawn leader, elite, earning 1,200 experience points. Li Wu successfully defeated the Bloodfawn leader. On the other side, the spicy rabbit head was flustered by the unexpected arrival of 3 intruders, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, though she was a novice, she was obedient. Upon hearing Li Wu's call, she promptly switched to free attack mode and hurled a fireball at a distant player on the right. -540. Although the spellcaster had reached level 6, their equipment paled in comparison to that of the spicy rabbit head, with a mere 620 health points. The damage of 540 was so severe that it left him bewildered, with only 80 health remaining, causing him to retreat in panic. Startled by the anguished cries of his companion, another mage retained his composure, steadfastly holding his icy arrow and shooting it in the direction of Li Wu from afar. The objective was clear: eliminate the opponent before he could retrieve any items, thereby ensuring their acquisition. With a mere 68 health points left, a single blow could spell death, leaving no time to gather belongings. Nevertheless, Li Wu remained unflustered, his mind unclouded by the glimmering treasures scattered on the ground. Instead, He calmly retrieved a vial of red potion from his backpack and consumed it, his eyes reflecting not only tranquility, but also a hint of exhilarating contradiction. The ambusher, having just recovered from disorientation, initially felt chagrined by his own folly, only to be taken aback by the sight of an even more foolish opponent who neglected to collect the spoils. Had he been in Li Wu's position, he would have seized at least one item before meeting his demise. Elated, the ambusher lunged at Li Wu with a blade. Surprisingly, the strike dealt 115 damage without claiming Li Wu's life. In retaliation, Li Wu delivered a powerful blow to the ambusher's head, swiftly following it with another strike. The cumulative damage of 712 points left the ambusher critically wounded, his spirit crushed as he gazed in horror at Li Wu's remaining health of 665. The pain from his successive hits extinguished his will to fight, and he turned to flee. Li Wu pursued him coolly, delivering a humiliating jab to the ambusher's rear. In an instant, the ambusher's health was depleted, his death cry harmonizing with another distant wail. Meanwhile, the fiery spell from Spicy Rabbit obliterated the remaining mage, leaving her momentarily stunned by the death throes of her foe. Observing another mage retreating in the distance, Li Wu grinned broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and loosed another icy arrow while charging forward, simultaneously downing a small red potion. Though Li Wu's icy arrow lacked the ability to pierce defenses, its slowing effect was still potent, drastically reducing the fleeing mage's speed. "Rabbit, attack that individual," he commanded. The 2 seconds of deceleration proved insufficient for Li Wu to reach his target, and, as the slowing effect waned, he urgently called for Spicy Rabbit's assistance. A quick glance confirmed the little girl stood unharmed, and despite his curiosity, he pressed on in pursuit. Once more, Li Wu cast an icy arrow, successfully slowing the opponent, and finally caught up, delivering a fierce blow to his adversary's back, then finishing off the last enemy with a powerful strike. After dispatching his foes, Li Wu hastily collected the fallen items, then dashed towards the spoils of the Blood Fong leader. Once he secured the loot, he rushed back to gather the belongings dropped by the melee player who had ambushed him earlier. In Blue Star, the penalties for malicious actions were severe. Initiating an attack on another would result in a 10-minute gray name status, which could not be concealed even by hiding one's name. During this period, one would lose an item of equipped gear and at least one random item from their inventory. Actively killing another player would lead to a red name status for an hour, during which death would cause the loss of 2 pieces of equipment. With all items in the inventory, except for a few bound items, being forfeited, a certain individual, known for stealing monsters, was whisked away by the Spicy Rabbit head, leaving one to ponder whether any items were lost in the process. Just as Li Wu was about to voice an inquiry, he noticed a young girl standing there, her head adorned with a flickering crimson name. "Rabbit?" Li Wu approached in confusion, only to discover the Spicy Rabbit head trembling with her head bowed. "Rabbit?" He gently tugged at the ponytail of the Spicy Rabbit head, causing her to stumble slightly. The girl, having been caught off guard, finally reacted, her face contorted in distress as she cried, "Oh, Brother Tuan, I've killed someone. I've killed someone. Will I be arrested? Will I be executed? Ah, woo-woo." Li Wu was momentarily taken aback, yet he found no humor in her amusing reaction. Instead, he stepped forward and softly patted her back, murmuring, "Do not fear, dear rabbit. This is merely a game. You have not taken a life." "Game?" The Spicy Rabbit head lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Li Wu. "Yes, it is just a game. The opponent is not truly dead, and he is likely at the resurrection point cursing us and his inept teammates." "Oh, so it was a game," she exclaimed. "I thought I had killed someone and was stuck in a detention center, unable to escape." "Woo-woo. Enough now, with tears and snot all over your face. You look quite unseemly." Chapter 35, Skill Book, Toxin. Upon witnessing the Spicy Rabbit head return to her senses, Li Wu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The mandatory gaming for all would eventually lead to trouble. The Blue Star was rendered so realistically that even adults occasionally struggled to discern between the virtual and the real, let alone those immature minds of younger children. In recent years, computer and mobile games had ensnared many young individuals, causing them to lose sight of reality, mimicking in-game actions such as assault, robbery, and even murder in the real world. Girls like the Spicy Rabbit head, who had likely played innocuous games like Link Link and Princess Dress-Up since childhood, were thrust into the seemingly alternate world of Blue Star, the psychological impact of which was undoubtedly profound. The consequences could extend beyond mere psychological trauma, potentially leading to severe mental health issues. Even Li Wu himself had felt an inexplicable thrill momentarily. The opponent had clearly fled, yet he should have prioritized collecting the leader's drops. Suddenly, the significance of the game's realistic sensations began to dawn on him. Once the spicy rabbit head regained her composure, she noticed her crimson name and quickly inquired, Brother Tuan, "Why am I marked red? Did they not strike first? Your teammates' attacks do not affect each other. The player you killed did not assault us, hence your name turned red. What should I do? I'm afraid others will come to kill me." Li Wu, upon hearing this, cast a wary glance around and indeed spotted players in the distance observing them. He promptly took the spicy rabbit head by the hand and said, "Let us move to a lower level area. The players there possess less strength and will be safer. Oh, then let us hunt the giant rabbits. Surely, no one would dare to attack me there." As Li Wu guided the spicy rabbit head toward a safer location, he assessed the recent gains. The white-named player had been fortunate enough not to drop any items, while the two gray-named players he had slain had lost several. Regrettably, the only equipment available consists of a level 4 silver bracelet and a level 6 black iron sword, both of which are rather unimpressive in value. However, it is quite typical for gear to be subpar. Had it been of better quality, their journey might have met an untimely end today. The level 4 silver bracelet and the level 6 black iron sword are of comparable worth, and thus, Li Wu casually handed the silver bracelet to the spicy rabbit head. The remainder comprised of materials, most of which were not particularly valuable. Only the 32 pieces of black bread elicited a moment of surprise from Li Wu. Was this a group drop? It is a pity that it did not amount to a full set of 99 pieces, otherwise at 5 coins apiece. That black bread would have been worth several hundred coins. Nonetheless, 32 pieces of black bread are not insignificant, sufficient to sustain him for a day's worth of deliveries. After sharing half with the spicy rabbit head, Li Wu began to examine the drops from the Bloodfang leader. He had encountered elite-level monsters in forums, but had never faced one in the game until now. Currently, no players have deciphered the respawn mechanism for leader-level monsters. Some speculate that they spawn based on time, while others assert it is triggered by the number of monsters defeated in the current area. Given the vastness of the Blue Star map, traversing Bloodfang Ridge from one end to the other takes at least several minutes. Unless one is extraordinarily fortunate, it is quite challenging to spot a living leader-level monster, even within Bloodfang Ridge. After all, while these creatures are stronger than the average monster, they are not overwhelmingly formidable. A mere handful of players of the same level can easily conquer them, with most not surviving beyond 5 minutes after respawning. Conversely, leader-level monsters are the primary producers of golden equipment in the market. Unlike the guaranteed drops of golden gear, the drop rate for leader-level monsters might not even reach 20%. Nevertheless, they spawn frequently and in considerable numbers, with far richer equipment levels. Although leader-level monsters only appear in areas ranked level 5 and above, there are numerous gathering spots for monsters of levels 5 to 10 in every direction from the Novice Village, resulting in as many as 24 areas for leader respawns. The pair of wild boar skin boots, dropped by Junlin Tianxia, should be from an 8th level steel-toothed wild boar leader. Regrettably, this Bloodfang leader did not yield any golden equipment. It only dropped 2 pieces of level 5 silver gear, whose attributes were inferior to what the two were already wearing. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The highlight was the presence of a skill book. Li Wu's heart raced in excitement. Could it be that the god of wealth had come home to relieve himself and forgotten his paper? Skill book, Toxin. Toxin. When dealing damage to a target, it has the potential to poison them, inflicting 10 toxin damage per second based on attack power, lasting for 5 seconds. With each attack refreshing the duration. The toxin can stack with a maximum of 5 layers. Note, range damage cannot trigger this effect. Isn't this akin to the skill of the Bloodfang spider? Li Wu's first instinct was to sell it for a quick profit, but he soon recalled the advice of Hao Jianjun to strive to enhance his own strength. Equipment may frequently change, but skills can accompany one for a lifetime. Moreover, this toxin skill is exceedingly enticing. If stacked to 5 layers, it would be nearly as formidable as the spicy rabbit head's 100 critical hits. Li Wu turned to glance at the chattering spicy rabbit head beside him, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The young girl was utterly oblivious to the treasures dropped by the Bloodfang leader. Even if he were to hoard the skill book for himself, she would remain none the wiser. Li Wu found himself in a genuine quandary. In order to share the expenses of the spicy rabbit head, one must compensate her with half of the funds after acquiring the toxin skill. Previously, the Thunder Shield was priced at 110,000 by Hao Jianjun, and in Li Wu's estimation, the toxin skill should be valued even higher. If sold, his psychological price would undoubtedly be no less than 130,000. Money is of paramount importance to him. A glimmer of conflict danced in Li Wu's gaze, as conscience and greed waged a fierce battle within him, leaving him in turmoil for an extended period. Li Wu gazed blankly at the blushing young girl, gradually regaining clarity. The matter of a few thousand yuan was trivial. Despite the expenses of medication and living, he had managed to endure annual costs exceeding 300,000 without faltering. Yet here he was, caught in an internal struggle. Earlier, the Bloodtooth leader had dropped a skill book, which he intended to use himself. The exact price was uncertain, but he tentatively set it at 140 gold, offering her 70 gold now, with an agreement to adjust later based on auction prices for the same skill book. The spicy rabbit head seemed utterly taken aback, her mind momentarily blank upon hearing Li Wu's offer of 70 gold. This skill book is for your personal use, not for sale. So there's no need to share with me, right? She protested. No, if it were a matter of a few dozen, or even a few hundred yuan, we could simply use it ourselves. But this is a matter involving tens of thousands. You may be young and lack a grasp of monetary value, but I cannot overlook it. Besides, didn't you mention being from a single-parent family? Don't you wish to alleviate your mother's burden? The spicy rabbit head hesitated before responding. My mother seems to have a manageable burden. Just the other day, she told me our family circumstances were poor to encourage me to study harder. But in truth, we own a property in a prestigious primary school district, which is quite valuable. From where is your family? Li Wu inquired. From the capital, she replied. Li Wu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, then decisively retrieved 70 gold coins from his bag and pressed them into the spicy rabbit head's hands. Enough. No more argument. I detest the wealthy, he thought, feeling a pang of frustration. Li Wu then activated the toxin skill book and successfully learned the skill. Arriving at the land turtle map, he eagerly struck with his sword. The land turtle had only 360 health points, and with one strike, Li Wu dealt 223 damage. The turtle subsequently lost health at a rate of 23 points per second, eventually dwindling to 22 health points, whereupon the spicy rabbit head cheerfully finished it off with a tap of her wand, ending its brief existence. While battling the land turtles, neither of them bothered to use skills. After Li Wu delivered a strike, the spicy rabbit head would simply tap once, moving on to the next. As the turtles were swiftly poisoned to death, though the experience gained was low, their pace was rapid, and the efficiency was not significantly lower than when grinding spiders without potions. After 2 rounds of combat, they decided to halt, as it was already 7 a.m., and both were due to log off. Li Wu logged off to prepare breakfast for his child, while the spicy rabbit head logged off to prepare for her release from prison. However, Li Wu refused to cut corners with his time at Tuan Tuan's side. He would not hire anyone to look after Tuan Tuan, with no parental companionship. He could not bear to imagine how lonely the child's heart must be if he did not carve out more time to be present. Upon logging back in, Li Wu immediately checked the regional chat, his heart tightening at the messages on the public screen. Someone was battling the Electric Zombie King, and it seemed they were on the verge of defeat. Li Wu rushed out of the mine in a flurry, only to witness the Electric Zombie King transform into a dazzling white light as he arrived. Spotting Hao Jianjun, who was bent over picking something up, Li Wu silently concluded that soloing the Electric Zombie King will be nearly impossible in the future. With Hao Jianjun's current attributes, he could effortlessly lure out the Electric Zombie King. Once the Electric Zombie King exited the mine, it would not survive for even 5 minutes. With a sigh, Li Wu glanced at his friend's list, noting that the spicy rabbit head was not online. Just as he contemplated training alone, a message from Bai Debeo arrived. Brother, are you interested in taking down the furious giant ape? You are no ordinary level 5 player. You're the kind of man who can solo the Electric Zombie King. Do tell me more. Hee. Early this morning, another village secured the first kill of the furious giant ape. Our village's more formidable players felt a bit disgruntled and are preparing to organize teams to collectively claim the second kill. Well, I suppose I'm one of the stronger players too. Bai Xia is certainly capable, but my level 5 character might not qualify, right? You absolutely qualify. Don't you possess that ability to ignore defenses? Even if your attack power is somewhat lower, you can still deal impressive damage. I estimate that, in terms of damage output alone, most level 9 players would not compare to you. While this was indeed true, Li Wu had another question. What's your query? Why not gather the entire village to tackle it, like we did with the Silver Wolf King? Many ants can take down an elephant, and surely you high-level players wouldn't fear being outdone by lower-level characters? Even swarms of low-level characters are ineffective. The player who secured the first kill, Battle of Heaven, posted a strategy on the forum. The furious giant ape has a skill that triggers when its health drops to 20. It enters a death-like state, increasing its defense by 50 for 1 minute. If it isn't killed within that minute, it regains full health. Player attack ranges are limited. If too many low-level characters crowd the front, the high-level characters won't be able to inflict sufficient damage. Alright, count me in. After pondering for a moment, Li Wu accepted Bai Debeo's invitation. The potential exposure of his talents did not concern him greatly, as it was uncertain whether they would be revealed amidst the multitude of players. Who could discern the source of any particular damage? Bai Debeo had just been outside the mine, and Li Wu soon encountered her. He was not foolish enough to follow blindly. Upon meeting, he directly inquired, "You didn't team mention how the loot will be distributed?" For the strategy against the furious giant ape, I plan to collaborate with another player to form an elite team. We established 2 distribution methods. One is a straightforward arrangement where each participant receives 2 gold, and if someone secures a kill, their earnings double. But they cannot partake in the distribution. The other option is to forego wages. If a kill is secured, magical equipment will belong to me, while physical equipment will go to the other player. We will purchase these at market price, and the proceeds will be evenly split among those who choose the second option. As for items we do not need, team members will have priority to purchase, but at a price no lower than 90 of the market rate. Any remaining items will be auctioned off, with profits shared equally. The first method guarantees a safe profit of 2,000, while the second offers a lower likelihood but greater potential rewards. Li Wu contemplated this and asked, "The arrangements seem reasonable. I wonder which option others have chosen." It is all the second option. My team insists on level 10, with equipment of at least level 9 silver or above. Such players generally do not regard the second gold with much esteem. They all wish to take a gamble. Have they all chosen the second option? Success in this endeavor is by no means guaranteed, and the number of participating teams cannot be few. Is there truly a necessity for such a gamble? The world of battle has unveiled a platinum weapon. I choose the second option. For Li Wu, even a moment's hesitation is a sign of disrespect towards platinum equipment. A level 6 gold weapon sold for over 200,000. What then of a platinum grade? If the first platinum weapon in the novice village were truly to emerge, it would fetch a price of several 100,000, a sum that Bai Debeos cannot afford to squander. Very well, I shall contact a few more individuals, and we shall set off together shortly. Oh, and do be cautious in the level 10 monster area. Do not let the lesser monsters take you out. Understood. Li Wu nodded, suddenly struck by a thought, and curiously inquired, "Did you not mention yesterday that you would be eating dirt? How is it that you now have the funds to form a team?" My father, in a fit of whimsy, unexpectedly bestowed upon me a substantial sum, allowing me to indulge freely in the game. Now, I toss away what I consume. Chapter 37. The white heroine lacks accessories for her legs. Li Wu's eyes glistened with envious tears as she cast a glance at Bai Debeo's delicately exposed, fair, long legs. After a moment's contemplation, she earnestly asked, "Does the white heroine still require accessories for her legs?" Damn, it seems this naming issue cannot be overlooked, can it? Bai Debeo's female steward approached from the village, presenting him with several vials of potions. I could only procure this many. The rest were snatched away. Although they are valuable items, Li Wu did not shamelessly demand more, but instead cast a puzzled look at the steward. Are there many level 10 players in our village? It is quite normal for Bai Debeos to be level 10, but I did not expect her subordinates to also be level 10. I am not certain of the exact number, but I estimate there must be at least 100. With so many level 10 players, why has no one ventured to the main city? Is the main city not yet open? I am unsure. The officials have yet to provide any details regarding the game content. There are speculations on the forums that it may relate to level 10. Logically, if the main city were accessible, all level 10 players would surely head there to continue their advancement. What purpose does it serve to design such a difficult novice village? Thus, it seems likely that only upon completing all novice villages will the main city be unlocked. That makes sense. Bai Debeos gradually gathered 8 individuals, and with Li Wu and the steward, formed a party of 11, swiftly assembling in the novice village. All right, another leader reported encountering a commander monster. After defeating it, they will proceed on their own. Besides those in our party, there are also 7 burly men wielding shields. Li Wu found them somewhat familiar and quickly recalled that they were members of Bai Debeo's bodyguard team. The bodyguards are all level 9 and were not included in Bai Debeo's party. With so many people in the village, no one paid much attention. But once they exited the village, Li Wu, as a level 5 novice, became somewhat conspicuous. The occasional scrutinizing gazes from the group made Li Wu feel uncomfortable, though unspoken. Those glances carried a hint of emotion. Li Wu understood the situation, for he was merely at level 5. Anyone observing him would likely perceive him as a novice, and naturally, others would harbor concerns regarding his capabilities, fearing it might adversely affect the team's success. Although Li Wu wished to assert that he was not inferior to them, he hesitated to voice it, apprehensive that they might request him to engage a minor foe for a demonstration. He lacked the high damage output necessary for such an endeavor. Bai Debeo, oblivious to these subtleties, remained carefree, while the attentive female steward, feigning conversation with Baidabeo, casually remarked on Li Wu's unique talent, asserting that his damage output was on par with the others. This not only spared Li Wu from embarrassment, but also alleviated the concerns of his companions. Li Wu cast a glance at the female steward, pondering whether this sister possessed culinary skills. As the group journeyed onward, slaying foes along the way, they traveled for over an hour before finally reaching the designated assembly point agreed upon by Baidabeo and other seasoned players. Throughout the journey, Li Wu adeptly seized the opportunity to gain over 8,000 experience points, surpassing the efficiency he had achieved while grinding spiders. The rewards for leveling up were indeed enticing. The assembly point lay at the entrance of a valley, where a considerable number of players had already gathered. A quick survey revealed that Hao Jianjun was also present, having come directly after defeating the Electric Zombie King. However, the number of players accompanying Hao had significantly dwindled. From over 100 presumed soldiers, only about 30 remained. With levels evenly split between 9 and 10, Li Wu scrutinized the surrounding players and ultimately confirmed that he was the sole player below level 9 in attendance. To evade unnecessary ridicule and complications, he stealthily positioned himself among Baidabeo's bodyguards, the 7 burly men providing him with ample cover. As more players arrived, it wasn't long before another leader, who had claimed to be finishing up with the commander, joined them. Baidabeo promptly began forming groups, but soon noticed an extra person, tilting his head in confusion as he counted. Wolf Knight, didn't you mention that one of your members couldn't make it? How come he is here now? The Wolf Knight, a young man in his 20s wielding a broad, tapered sword, was immediately recognized by Li Wu as the owner of the golden weapon Silver Wolf's Fang, produced by the Silver Wolf King. Though it was uncertain if it was the same one he had sold, initially believed to be unable to attend due to other commitments. It turned out he had managed to arrive after all. What should we do now? I've already filled my group. Perhaps you could have your friend join my bodyguards? That one work? That's my wife. Am I supposed to let her mingle with 7 burly men? Then one of your other friends will have to withdraw. Withdraw? We're a team of 10. We either all go together or not at all. That's not feasible. They've already wasted over an hour coming here with me. I, Baidabeo, am a man of my word and cannot renege on this. Baidabeo spoke with unwavering resolve, exuding a certain heroic spirit. The Wolf Knight frowned, visibly irritated. You women are truly troublesome. How about one of the pure workers steps back? I'll compensate him with 2 gold coins. Isn't that fair? No. Baidabeo, are you truly disregarding my face? Our families have been friends for generations. Let us be straightforward. I cannot go back on my word. Blast it. Are you insinuating that I am untrustworthy? I'm not. You are. Baidaba and the Wolf Knight must truly be old friends. The two of them engaged in a lively exchange, their faces flushed and voices raised, yet it seemed they were not genuinely angry. Both valued their pride immensely, unwilling to concede an inch. Shouldn't we add a little more? Add a little more? What do you mean? Baidaba looked at Li Wu in confusion. Li Wu flashed a grin at Baidaba, then turned to the Wolf Knight, saying, Let's raise the salary a bit, shall we? I'll resign immediately. Upon hearing this, the Wolf Knight chuckled, tilting his head at Baidaba before turning back to Li Wu. Consider it settled for gold. Li Wu clapped his hands in agreement, eager not to let the Wolf Knight change his mind. However, Li Wu's eagerness seemed to dampen the Wolf Knight's spirits, despite not being short on funds. He felt he might have given too much. The Wolf Knight took out 4 gold coins to hand to Li Wu, but halted midway, staring intently at the top of Li Wu's head, enunciating each word. You. Level 5. Asking for a salary? And double at that? What is so impressive about level 5? The Wolf Knight retorted with annoyance. Soloing. Silence. White hero. Baidaba was about to boast about Li Wu when he was interrupted, turning to see Li Wu gesturing toward the distance, smiling but silent. Chapter 38. Furious Giant Ape. Following the direction Li Wu pointed, Baidaba quickly fixed his gaze on a target. Junlin Tianxia. Although he had never seen him in person, the name above him was quite conspicuous. Should Junlin Tianxia discover that the invincible cute squad was also present, one could only imagine what chaos might ensue. In truth, Li Wu was not afraid of Junlin Tianxia wearing a mask. He felt secure as long as there was no danger in reality. What could he possibly fear in the game? Moreover, he did not believe that Junlin Tianxia would dare to kill him here, surrounded as he was by level 9 and 10 high-level players. Unless he were a fool, Junlin Tianxia would certainly not risk turning himself infamous. With his gear, many would likely wish to profit from him. However, avoiding trouble was always preferable. The Wolf Knight glanced between Baidaba and Li Wu, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Without further ado, he tossed 4 gold coins to Li Wu. Baidaba, do not forget you have a betrothal. The Wolf Knight grinned, raising an eyebrow at Baidaba. Who takes the drunken ramblings of old men seriously? Daba retorted, rolling his eyes, but then realized, wait, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing of consequence. If you do not take it seriously, someone else might. Take advantage of the main city being closed and enjoy yourself. Zhao Xiao, must you speak so recklessly? What reckless words? Did you not acknowledge him yourself? Li Wu remarked with a frown, speaking coolly. Brother, let's not delve into melodramatic plots. I prefer to avoid complications. I spoke of acknowledging his strength. Daba and the Wolf Knight found themselves bickering once more. Level 5 possesses no real strength. Believe it or not. Daba, weary of the argument, turned to Li Wu and said, now that we are here, why not join my bodyguard group? Li Wu cast a glance at the 7 burly men, contemplated briefly, and shook his head. No need. I plan to seize it myself. I must thank you for bringing me here. The bodyguards of Dabeo were merely level 9, likely focused on health and defense. And their shields would reduce attack power by 20, rendering their offensive capabilities unworthy of Li Wu's attention. You weren't intending to go solo from the start, were you? That's why you chose to withdraw from the team? Dabeo regarded Li Wu with an expression of suspicion. How could that be? I simply believe the chances of obtaining it are too slim. Li Wu gestured around, offering a wry smile. Just look at the number of people here. A full party of 20 or 30 would suffice. Not to mention the uncertainty of success in the endeavor, even if we did succeed. The odds of actually claiming it are minimal. It would be wiser to secure some easy profit first, then share that profit with me. The team is mine to assemble, and you would be profiting at my expense. Li Wu widened his eyes at Dabeo, and after a lengthy pause sighed, let us sever ties. Dabeo was rendered speechless. The appointed time soon arrived, and approximately 300 players gathered outside the valley, predominantly level 9 and 10, most of whom were affluent individuals hired by the wealthy, while the remainder were independent players who had arrived upon hearing the news. Li Wu followed the throng into the valley, where a creature resembling a 3-meter-tall silverback gorilla roamed. While a 3-meter gorilla might be deemed an extraordinary beast in reality, in comparison to the Silver Wolf King, it appeared rather diminutive, and the use of the term giant in its name seemed rather misplaced. However, none of the players present dared to underestimate it, especially after revealing its true form. Enraged giant ape, level 10 health, 180, 000 attack, 80 defense, 500 skill 1, iron skin, damage reduction of 50. Skill 2, heavy strike. The enraged giant ape's next 3 attacks will inflict 150 physical damage, ignoring 30 defense of the target with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 3, ground shatter. The enraged giant ape raises its fists and strikes the ground, causing 100 damage to all targets within a 50-meter radius, stunning all targets for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 4, Fury. When the enraged giant ape's health drops below 50, it enters a state of fury, increasing its size by 500, movement speed by 50, attack speed by 50, and damage by 50, while reducing skill cooldowns by 50. In this state, it becomes immune to all control skills and taunts. Skill 5, Last Stand. When the enraged giant ape's health falls below 20, it enters a state of apparent death, unable to move or attack, while increasing damage reduction to 90. After 1 minute, it regains all health and inflicts 300 physical damage to all targets within a 100-meter radius. Upon witnessing the statistics of the enraged giant ape, the players' faces paled considerably. This reaction was not solely due to the ape's formidable attack power, which would certainly be painful. After all, those present had distinguished themselves in the vast expanse of the 880 novice village, accustomed to enduring what they termed as real pain during their ascension to level 9 or even 10. These individuals are not like the latecomer Li Wu, for the auction house is brimming with an abundance of equipment suited to their level. Typically, they don low-level gear while engaging high-level monsters, and it is quite commonplace for them to lose half their health with a single bite, having grown somewhat desensitized to the so-called genuine pain. Of course, one cannot include the likes of Daba, a seasoned player who, with 7 bodyguards shielding him, incurs penalties on their bonuses even from a mere punch. The defense here is exceedingly high, with few players capable of breaching it through mere attacks. Only skills can inflict damage. Moreover, these players are not novices, quickly discerning the sheer menace of the rampaging giant ape's 4th skill. This skill should not be dubbed desperate counterattack, but rather either you die or I do. If the rampaging giant ape is not vanquished within a minute, those dealing 300 damage will find themselves the ones perishing, as its vast radius nearly engulfs the valley, effectively wiping out all in its vicinity. Everyone, maintain silence during the strategy session, and heed my commands. as the sole individual capable of directly confronting the rampaging giant ape. How Jianjun stepped forward without hesitation, receiving no objections from the others. "Do not move, wait for my signal." Chapter 39, Against the Wind, Slaying the Giant Ape. How Jianjun shouted, brandishing a shield that shimmered with golden light as he charged forth. A player from the ranks behind him surged forward, conjuring a protective barrier around Hao Jianjun. Startled, the rampaging giant ape lunged at Hao Jianjun, its colossal fist crashing down with a resounding thud. -854. In an instant, Hao Jianjun's sword vanished, replaced by a finely crafted red potion that he consumed in one gulp. The player trailing behind him, maintaining a safe distance, waved their staff, casting a golden light that restored over 400 of his health. -854. 160. -597. 160. The rampaging giant ape's first skill was not yet exhausted, delivering 2 more punches that struck Hao Jianjun's shield, shattering it in the process. -540. 160. The earth-shattering strike. The rampaging giant ape's area of effect skill had been unleashed, with 8 seconds remaining on its cooldown. All in, with Hao Jianjun's command, nearly every player surged forward, including Li Wu. Players unable to withstand the area attack. Manage your timing to evade the skills. Hao Jianjun directed. -1. -720, cutting. -1. -720, cutting. Li Wu's damage output was notably substantial. Aside from him, only a select few elite players could inflict 3-digit damage, and even then, it was only in the lower hundreds. The rampaging giant ape's health diminished rapidly, as the top players from the novice village demonstrated their formidable output capabilities. Unlike the Silver Wolf King, where weak players abounded, here the health points steadily declined without the pesky -1 notifications. Hao Jianjun maintained aggro effectively, and despite the rampaging giant ape's health plummeting to half, there were no casualties. However, the moment the creature's health reached 50, the situation shifted dramatically. The towering, rampaging giant ape let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling as if inflated like a balloon, transforming into a colossal behemoth towering over 10 meters tall. The colossal ape's crimson eyes disregarded Hao Jianjun, who was desperately striking its ankle as it leaped into the throng of players. With its fists raised high, it delivered a devastating blow, causing a cacophony of anguished cries as several players were transformed into shimmering specters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The enraged giant seemed to possess an uncanny intelligence, grinning malevolently as it targeted the frail ranged attackers, dispatching them effortlessly with powerful strikes. As the players dispersed, the fragile ones retreated from the line of fire, while the melee fighters consumed potions to sustain their health. Hao Jianjun shouted commands while courageously charging ahead once more, attempting to draw the giant's ire. Unfortunately, the beast in its berserk state paid him no mind, bounding about the battlefield as if searching for something. Meanwhile, Li Wu had taken refuge behind a distant rock, trembling with fear. When the giant's health dwindled to 55, Li Wu made a hasty exit, although others were unaware. He knew all too well that the enraged ape was likely hunting him down. Earlier, he had depleted his mana and, seizing the moment while the giant's area attack cooldown was active, had risked several strikes. Startled by his own damage output, he had fled. To his astonishment, the toxins he had unleashed also inflicted cutting damage. With just a few strikes, the giant's health plummeted alarmingly, as though Hao Jianjun were losing his grip on its attention. Even as Li Wu retreated, the giant continued to suffer from the cutting damage inflicted every second. Once he was safely outside the danger zone, he cast a glance back, his heart racing. The toxin damage bypassed defenses, dealing 23 points per second. With 4 strikes, he had stacked it to 4 layers, inflicting 92 points of damage per second, compounded with the cutting effect from his basic attacks. In a mere 3 or 4 seconds, he had whittled away nearly 6,000 of the giant's health, not including the subsequent 4 seconds of ongoing poison and cutting damage. This had certainly drawn its wrath. Li Wu retreated further, making his way to the mouth of the valley and concealing himself behind a large boulder to observe quietly. He surmised correctly that, in its fury, the giant had disregarded Hao Jianjun's taunts and immediately sought out the source of its greatest pain. Unfortunately for the beast, Li Wu had already fled, leaving it to pursue the players still posing a threat. The fearsome rage of the giant was palpable, with a significant number of players eliminated. Its health finally dropped to 20. Upon reaching this threshold, the colossal creature's form shrank instantaneously, curling up and cradling its head, motionless on the ground. "Quickly, unleash your attacks," Hao Jianjun urged, though it was unnecessary. The remaining players, numbering in the dozens, fervently began their assault. Regrettably, the giant's damage mitigation was a staggering 90, resulting in most strikes dealing single-digit damage, while a few surviving veterans managed to inflict merely 20 or 30 points, with 36,000 health points remaining. The prospect of defeating the giant within a minute seemed bleak. As 20 seconds elapsed, its health stood at 15. Some players, sensing inevitable failure, chose to retreat. At the 30-second mark, with the health dwindling to 13, Hao Jianjun reluctantly signaled his teammates to withdraw. Meanwhile, Li Wu had just emerged from the valley, having taken too long to traverse the distance. Fall back from the valley and regroup for another attempt, he thought. As he retreated, Bai Debao noticed Li Wu moving against the tide and hurriedly called for him to retreat. Li Wu, however, ignored the warning and sprinted towards the furious giant. The players fleeing from the valley rushed out one after another, with some mockingly deriding another as a fool. Ignoring the defense, how could one possibly defeat it alone? At this moment, a player seemed to have received some news, and then the explosion occurred. Why did the system notify me that I had dealt damage to the rampaging giant ape, rewarding me with 1,000 experience points and 5 prestige points? What? Everyone quickly glanced at their system notifications, their expressions shifting dramatically. Some quick-witted individuals turned back towards the valley, prompting others to hastily follow suit. The rampaging giant ape had vanished, and the scattered copper coins on the ground served as a grim reminder of what had transpired. It had been slain, but where was it? Chapter 40, Platinum Equipment. Pinned at the top of the village discussions, Junlin Tianxia, who killed the rampaging giant ape. We fought for so long, and you swooped in to reap the rewards alone. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Junlin Tianxia sent out a loudspeaker message, but it was regrettably ignored by Li Wu, who was currently in the village counting the spoils of this encounter. Return stone, bound as the name suggests, cooldown 1 hour. Moreover, it was uncertain whether anyone would take the risk of killing him while having a red name. Primarily, it was seen as a hassle, especially by those like Junlin Tianxia, who was akin to an incessant pest. First, he checked the system messages. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the rampaging giant ape, earning 50,000 experience points, with an additional 50,000 points for the level up kill bonus. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the second kill of the rampaging giant ape across the entire server, earning 2,000 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated a level 10 foe, and your talent level has increased to 1. Ding! Congratulations, your cutting talent has been elevated to level 4. Having secured a second kill, Li Wu felt an immense satisfaction. His intuition told him that prestige must be a remarkable asset. The experience gained from a solo kill was exhilarating, providing a base of 50,000 experience points, plus another 50,000 for the level up bonus, propelling him not only to level 6, but also tantalizingly close to level 7. Next came the spoils dropped by the rampaging giant ape. Giant ape fingerbone platinum. Offhand weapon. Magical attack power 180. Constitution 30. Intelligence 30. Spirit 30. Equipped with the skill Arcane Impact, releases a magical orb at the target, dealing 80 magical damage and stunning the target for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Equipment rating 90. Platinum equipment, like its golden counterpart, grants 3 additional attributes, yet the values are formidable. It remains uncertain whether the skills attached to the equipment are standard across all platinum items or if this particular piece, being an offhand weapon, possesses unique traits. This was the first time encountering equipment without a level requirement, and the meaning of the equipment rating was still unclear. Li Wu instinctively pondered whether equipment beyond level 10 would no longer necessitate a level requirement for wearing. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that this item was platinum equipment, and it was also the first offhand weapon Li Wu had encountered, aside from shields. Typically, players can equip only one weapon. If the offhand is a shield, the attack power diminishes, and the shield's attributes do not augment the character's stats. Players in forums speculated that only specialized classes, such as shield warriors, could truly leverage the benefits of shields. Li Wu tested it and was astonished to find that he could indeed equip the giant ape fingerbone, which directly augmented all his attributes with its own. Was this not a stroke of fortune? Whoever donned this offhand weapon would possess an additional piece of equipment compared to those who did not, and it boasted attributes that were second only to weapons and armor. Moreover, it also granted an additional control type skill. The value of this item made Li Wu tremble with excitement. With this platinum tier offhand weapon, his enthusiasm for another platinum tier pair of shoes significantly diminished. The giant 8 bone boots, platinum, offered 288 health, 28 endurance, 28 strength, 28 agility, and an increase in movement speed by 22. Equipment rating, 84. This piece was quite standard in terms of equipment, with high attributes across the board, and the movement speed increase was particularly enticing, alleviating any concerns about being chased by wild monsters. Li Wu also attempted to equip it, and indeed, he succeeded. In addition to these 2 platinum items, the rampaging giant ape dropped 2 pieces of level 10 gold equipment and 2 pieces of level 10 silver equipment. Having witnessed the platinum gear, Li Wu's regard for the gold equipment instantly diminished. It wasn't arrogance. The attributes of level 10 gold gear, no matter how impressive, were unattainable for him at present, as they were all auction house items, with their value best measured in gold coins. The 2 pieces of gold equipment were unremarkable. One was standard physical gear and the other standard magical gear, which Li Wu glanced at before moving on. As for the 2 silver items, upon seeing their attributes suited him, he decided to keep them. There was little chance of level 10 equipment depreciating in value in the short term. Selling them now only to repurchase at level 10 would amount to a waste of transaction fees, so it was wiser to retain them. Aside from the equipment, the rampaging giant ape also yielded 5 pieces of purple gold, or 8 gold and 12 silver in currency, along with a heap of small change he hadn't managed to collect. Unfortunately, there were no skill books. Li Wu gazed at the giant ape fingerbone in his possession, hesitating before deciding not to list it on the auction house. Instead, he opened his friend list. Bai Debao's avatar had been flashing for quite some time, and Li Wu didn't need to click to know he was inquiring about any valuable items. Get a load of this giant ape fingerbone, platinum, and this giant ape bone necklace, gold. I want them. Have you seen the attributes? Currently checking. Li Wu shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, different people had different fortunes. When would he be able to demand items without even checking attributes or prices? Perhaps when he had saved enough for an 80-year guild treasure fund. I'll take both of these. Don't list them in the auction house. I'll transfer you the funds. 500,000 for the fingerbone, 40,000 for the necklace, totaling 600,000. Consider the additional 60,000 your reward for prioritizing my needs. Li Wu did not haggle and immediately agreed to Bai Debao's offer. After providing his bank account number, the 600,000 cash was transferred instantly. Li Wu pondered for a moment and then sent the information of another physical level gold bracelet to Bai Debao's, requesting that the Wolf Knight take a look at it first as a token of gratitude for his wages. After completing the transfer, he also mentioned that he should always be considered for any future treasures. And would he also experience the thrill of being affluent, purchasing items without bargaining and even offering extra, storing his equipment in the warehouse. Li Wu glanced at the platinum boots adorning his feet and suddenly felt an urge to witness the final appearance of the novice village. Although the boots suited him perfectly, he had no intention of keeping them. The reason he hadn't passed them to Bai Daba or the Wolf Knight was to take advantage of their use while he still could. With an increase of 22 in movement speed, ordinary monsters could hardly keep pace with him, and even if they did, they would require acceleration skills to catch up. As long as he exercised caution, Li Wu was confident in traversing the area populated by level 10 monsters. If he waited until the boots were sold, he would miss his opportunity. Resolute in his decision, Li Wu made his way to the western edge of the village, memorizing the coordinates shared by players on the forum, and subsequently marked them on the novice village map. He chose the most direct route, heading straight for the novice village's final challenge, the Hellhound. Chapter 41. Yet again, stuck. Li Wu beheld the formidable creature concealed behind a massive stone door, a 3-headed hound, his eyes brimming with a thirst for wealth. The first kill of the Hellhound across the server promised a bounty of treasures. Surely, it would yield at least a platinum-grade main weapon, wouldn't it? As his desire grew, he pondered how to approach the resting beast within the doorway. Hellhound, health, 200,000, physical attack, 100 magical attack, 100 defense, 500 skills, fireball, sea of fire, ice arrow, ice howl, dark energy ball, sea of corruption, trinity. The skills were quite clear. Each head of the Hellhound possessed a single target skill and a group attack skill. A video had been shared on the forum showcasing players tackling the Hellhound, revealing that it remained stationary within the doorway, casting its skills outward. The creature's immobility rendered it relatively easy to defeat, provided there were enough players to wear it down. However, the challenge lay in its final skill, Trinity. The meaning of Trinity was somewhat ambiguous, but it could be simplified to signify 3 lives. The forum video concluded upon reaching the Hellhound's 3rd life. The increase of 60 damage from the Hellhound was insurmountable for any player, especially with the sea of corruption skill, which enveloped the surroundings in a thick black mist, inflicting a loss of 10 health per second while preventing healing. Potions and healing spells became ineffective. The forum's content creator speculated that thousands of players, each at level 10 and equipped with a full set of level 9 silver gear, would be necessary to conquer this formidable foe. The Hellhound would not emerge. But could they perhaps exploit the doorway's perspective? Yet, the vast corridor where the enormous stone door was located provided a broad field of vision. Edging along the wall would inevitably place them within the Hellhound's alert range. How could one safely approach the stone door? Li Wu lifted his gaze to survey the valley's sides and retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack. Time to traverse the mountains. Li Wu circumvented the valley, climbing from the opposite side, using the pickaxe to carve footholds in places where none existed. After an arduous half-hour, he finally reached the summit. Finding a vantage point concealed from the Hellhound's sight, he began his careful descent. Before the mist of dusk had settled, the ominous growl of the three-headed Hellhound reverberated through the air, indicating that I had unwittingly encroached upon its territory. Approaching the stone gate, I cautiously advanced, inch by inch, before selecting an angle to hurl a stone towards the opposite pillar. The growls persisted, yet the sound of the stone rebounding off the ground was unmistakable, revealing that it had not struck the Hellhound. With deliberate care, I edged forward once more, the panting of the beast echoing in my ears. I cast another stone, and this time the resulting sound was gratifyingly accurate. Although the angle obstructed my view, and I could not see the damage inflicted, the change in the Hellhound's cries was evident. Success! A chuckle escaped my lips. My cutting damage had risen to 0.5, allowing each stone to siphon away 1,000 life points from a creature. After sustaining several hits, the Hellhound unleashed a torrent of flames towards the entrance, igniting half the valley in a fiery blaze. The intense heat scorched my face, and I was startled to discover my life points gradually dwindling. Fortunately, the loss was not rapid. I raised my head and consumed a vial of healing potion to avert the grim fate of becoming charred. The inferno raged for 10 seconds before transforming into a howling blizzard. Regrettably, due to my position, I suffered no damage. As the storm subsided, it morphed into a thick black smoke, which I could no longer evade. This ominous fog was likely the corrosive sea, despite my angle obscuring its direct assault. The mist managed to seep in. Just a mere touch diminished my life points by 5. Startled, I retreated hastily to the furthest corner of the valley, where the smoke finally ceased its encroachment, leaving me with a mere 15 life points. I was fortunate to have escaped swiftly. Otherwise, I might have met my demise here. The Hellhound's repertoire was limited. As long as I stayed clear of the corrosive sea, it posed no further threat to me. Meanwhile, in the adjacent novice village, players were also confronting the Hellhound, seemingly with greater ease than I. Outside the valley, a throng of players craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the icy tempest within, their faces betraying uncontainable excitement. What was the captain thinking? How could such a strategy even occur to him? Merely conceptualizing it is insufficient, without the necessary strength to withstand its onslaught and maneuver behind it. Only the captain possessed such prowess. Look, following the corrosive sea is the icy roar. The fire-based head must have been vanquished by the captain. In the 1133 novice village, over 1,000 players converged in the Valley of the Hellhound, led by a man in his 60s. Each participant in this endeavor against the beast would receive a reward of 500, and a successful takedown would yield 5,000. The 100 most proactive individuals would be granted immediate entry into the prestigious Baida group. The Elder, lacking the imposing aura often associated with authority, spoke in a calm manner that stirred the hearts of the 1,000-strong crowd. 5,000 may not seem like a fortune, yet it equates to a month's salary for an average person, and the prospect of earning such a sum in a single encounter was undeniably enticing. What excites one is not merely the 5,000 coins, but the opportunity to enter the Baida group without examination, a prestigious enterprise among the top 100 in Huaxia. Even merely standing at its gates is far more advantageous than the average corporate office worker. The Elder waved his hand, and behind him, thousands of players surged eagerly into the valley. Li Wu remained oblivious to the happenings in other novice villages, mechanically continuing the motion of throwing stones. The Hellhound had not utilized its fire-based skills for quite some time. It seemed its first life had long been extinguished. Chapter 42. The First Kill of the Hellhound. Unbeknownst to him, the ice howl had also vanished, leaving only a dense black mist lingering every few seconds. Li Wu became increasingly cautious, tossing a few stones before retreating, as the damage had escalated. Just a moment ago, he had faltered and upon reaching the corner, his health plummeted to a mere 10, 1 second away from total loss. As he hurled the final stone, the black mist erupted once more from the entrance, and his expression darkened considerably. The 800 stones he had meticulously prepared had failed to slay the beast. This was inconceivable. The cutting damage accounted for 0.5 of the target's health, meaning that 200 strikes should have sufficed to deplete 1 life of the Hellhound, and 600 to obliterate 3 lives. Why then did it still persist? Li Wu concealed himself in the corner, filled with reluctance. The Hellhound's survival could only imply 2 possibilities. Either it retained a 4th life, or Li Wu's stones did not strike true every time. After all, with 800 throws, it was entirely plausible that some missed their mark. Regardless of the scenario, its current health must be critically low, considering the arduous journey back would take over an hour, with the climb itself requiring more than half an hour. Li Wu resolved to take a chance. There was but one opportunity, which arose when the Hellhound unleashed its corrosive sea. This skill was persistent, rendering it incapable of utilizing any other abilities while active. It was akin to the Hellhound, reduced to 1 head, spewing mist, thus unable to project dark energy orbs. After discarding his platinum boots into the auction house, Li Wu fixed his gaze upon the stone door. As the black mist surged forth, he dashed in barefoot. It was a matter of life and death. There was no time to monitor his health, and he launched into a flurry of strikes. -1, -23, poison damage. -1,000, cutting damage. -1, -46, poison. -1,000, cutting. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Hellhound, earning 50,000 experience points, with an additional 80 for the level 4 kill reward and 40,000 bonus experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Ding! Congratulations, you have attained level 8. Ding! Congratulations, your talent level has increased to level 5. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the first kill of the Hellhound across the entire server, earning 3,000 reputation points and a server-wide announcement. Server announcement. Congratulations to the team led by the Player Invincible Adorable Squad for being the first to slay the level 10 Hellhound, receiving the first kill reward of 3,000 reputation points in the Huaxia server. The series of 3 server announcements left all players in a state of bewilderment. Outside the valley where the Hellhound resided, in a novice village of 9,527, a throng of players could not contain their excitement upon seeing the server announcement, leaping for joy. Upon witnessing the team, led by the unrivaled Cute Squad, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd. Had the team leader entrusted the captaincy to a female member? Was it possible that the leader no longer wished for fame? What use is fame when a Hellhound still roars its icy breath? The first kill had been claimed by another village, the young man relentlessly hacking at the rear of the Hellhound. Upon seeing the server-wide announcement, exhibited only a slight glimmer of surprise in his eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged, and his sword did not falter in its strikes. In the novice village of 1133, an elder outside the valley glanced at the server announcement, then at the scattered remnants of players within the valley who had been caught in the icy roar. He furrowed his brow slightly. The elder beckoned, and a woman with her hair elegantly pinned up approached swiftly. Investigate where this unrivaled Cute Squad, along with that previous warlord, are located in which novice village. See if we can establish contact and potentially recruit them. Yes, the woman replied with a slight bow. Coordinate with the personnel department to determine which novice villages harbor our members. Encourage them to keep an eye on the high-level players across various villages. And if any stand out particularly, you should engage with them. Understood. The elder surveyed the players who had been annihilated in the valley, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, humble chickens and dogs can never ascend to prominence. After slaying the Hellhound, Li Wu swiftly gathered the loot and then accessed the auction house. The platinum shoes had only been listed for a mere 10 seconds, yet the bidding price had only risen to 2 gold and 30 silver. Li Wu decisively delisted them, incurring a penalty of 2 silver and 30 copper. One wonders who was so quick that I had to spend an additional 20 coins, Li Wu muttered in dissatisfaction, while simultaneously collecting the currency and examining the drops. The first kill indeed yielded astonishing results, as the Hellhound dropped a total of 7 items, 2 platinum, 3 gold, and 2 silver. Magic Hound Eye Staff, platinum. Magic Attack, 338. Intelligence, 32. Spirit, 32. Stamina, 32. Equipment Skill, Ice Roar, unleashes a blizzard at a target location, dealing 160 magic attack damage with a range of 4 meters, capable of simultaneously attacking up to 8 enemies. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Equipment rating, 96. Magic Hound Fire Fawn Platinum. Physical attack, 360. Strength, 32. Stamina, 32. Agility, 32. Equipment skill, Fireblade. The sword is imbued with a fire spirit, allowing the next attack to inflict 210 physical damage on the target. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. Equipment rating, 96. Magic Hound Leather Armor, Gold. Health, 1088. Defense, 108. Stamina, 22. Strength, 22. Agility, 22. Equipment rating, 66. Magic Hound Necklace, Gold. Magic Attack, 28. Intelligence, 18. Spirit, 18. Agility, 18. Equipment rating, 54. Magic Hound Ring, Gold. Physical Attack, 36. Strength, 18. Constitution, 18. Agility, 18. Equipment rating, 54. Li Wu has now expanded his horizons. He glanced at the silver equipment, noting that it required level 10, and lost interest immediately. His primary focus remained on 2 pieces of platinum and 3 pieces of gold equipment. To his astonishment, he managed to acquire 2 platinum weapons, something he had never dreamed possible. The first kill across the server indeed yielded an astonishing drop rate, potentially revealing the finest treasures. The 3 pieces of gold equipment validated Li Wu's prior assumptions. None had level requirements, only an equipment rating. As anticipated, items above level 10 did not necessitate a wearing level, nor did they demand a specific class. He pondered whether there would be any changes upon entering the main city. In addition to the equipment, the Hellhound also dropped 5 pieces of purple gold ore and a pitch black token. Abyss token. This can unlock the gates to the Abyss. Gazing at the Abyss token in his hand, Li Wu felt a moment of confusion, but soon his thoughts turned to the profound passage behind the stone gate. The Hellhound was also known as the Gatekeeper. It could not merely guard this stone entrance, could it? Chapter 43. Activating the Abyss Dungeon. Ignoring the notifications from his friends' list, Li Wu ventured deeper into the passage. Before long, he reached the end, where a black luminescent barrier stood before him. A square stone pillar emerged from the adjacent wall, featuring a hollow space precisely shaped for the token. Without hesitation, Li Wu placed the Abyss token into the recess. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully activated the Abyss Altar, earning 3,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for successfully activating the Abyss Altar and unlocking the Abyss Dungeon, earning 3,000 reputation points. The Abyss Dungeon is now activated. Players above level may 10th enter within 24 hours after defeating the Hellhound, with a maximum of 10 players allowed simultaneously. Note, there is no penalty for dying within the dungeon. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and this announcement offered no option for anonymity. Within 2 minutes, another server-wide broadcast rang out. Beneath his mask, Li Wu's expression turned to one of resignation. Surely, players across the Huaxia server must be assuming he had become quite affluent. At least, that was the impression of Baidaba, who had sent several messages in quick succession. After retrieving the pre-sold equipment from his storage, Li Wu sought out Baidaba and engaged in a direct trade. Baidaba accepted the equipment without a glance, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he eagerly inquired. Invincible Cute Team, what did the Hellhound drop? Anything I could use? Li Wu wasted no time, placing the Demonic Dog Eye Staff, Platinum, Demonic Dog Necklace, Gold, and a level 10 silver helmet into the trade window. Baidaba's eyes widened as he beheld the 3 items. After a prolonged silence, Baidaba finally spoke. I find it difficult to set a price. You defeated the Hellhound, and the main city may open at any moment. Once it does, who knows if this weapon's value will skyrocket. In any case, my experience is maxed out, and I'm not particularly picky about equipment. Perhaps you should hold on to it for now. I could take the necklace and silver helmet right away. Hearing Baidaba's words, Li Wu briefly fell into contemplation. This was something Li Wu had never anticipated. If the main city were to open imminently, this piece of equipment would likely become highly sought after, given that the player population across the server far eclipsed that of a mere village. Of course, this was merely a possibility. The official website had not provided any details regarding the main city. Who could say whether platinum items would suddenly flood the market? Furthermore, there was the unexpected emergence of an abyssal portal dungeon, which might yield superior equipment, possibly leading to a sudden devaluation of platinum gear. Ultimately, the focal point was Blue Star. The mandatory participation was evident. Even the simplest minds could discern the deeper implications. Yet the absence of official clarification left the populace in disarray. Initially, for the sake of public safety, even minor measures like quarantining a neighborhood and wearing masks had sparked considerable controversy. Now, the situation was unpredictable. This was merely within the domestic sphere. Abroad, Protests numbering in the hundreds of thousands erupted over the simple act of wearing a mask. Due to Blue Star, there were reports of numerous individuals experiencing mental health issues, prompting many experts to advocate for the cessation or restriction of the game. Although such posts were swiftly deleted, new ones emerged in quick succession. The government's enforced gaming policy delighted the youth, yet for those with families and responsibilities, it seemed utterly ludicrous. We are not living in the feudal era. How could the voices of the masses ever find harmony? Li Wu understood well that the money in hand was truly his, and after a moment's contemplation, he chuckled. Who can accurately predict what lies ahead? How about you make me an offer? The integrity of the white heroine is unquestionable. Are you trying to flatter me? Daba rolled her eyes, finally biting her lip and stating, the weapon for 800,000, the necklace for 50,000, and the silver helmet is included as a bonus. Who asked you to pressure me? Deal. Wait, did I offer too much? What are you talking about? A mere 180,000 is nothing to boss by. With a sigh of relief, Daba promptly transferred the funds to Li Wu. Thank you, boss. Without hesitation, Li Wu handed over the equipment to Daba. Do you have any physical gear? That Wolf Knight fellow hasn't added you as a friend and has sent me 800 messages. Upon hearing Daba's inquiry about physical equipment, Li Wu felt a newfound disregard for gold coins. The attributes of the demonic hound Fire Fong were simply extraordinary. With a base attack of 360 and an additional 32 points in strength, the total attack power reached an impressive 424, not to mention the 32 points in stamina and agility. One could say this single piece of equipment was nearly equivalent to two of his own. Additionally, the Fireblade skill dealt 210 damage coupled with high attack power, aside from select few elites who wouldn't be eliminated in an instant. Most crucially, this equipment had no level restrictions, enabling him to wield it immediately. After much hesitation, Li Wu finally sighed, relinquishing his earlier thoughts. 800,000. That amount could easily purchase 2 apartments in their small county. The mere thought of carrying 2 apartments around the game was almost unimaginable. Moreover, since his gameplay did not rely on attack power, and he had the spicy little artillery for leveling up, why would he need to wield a clearly valuable weapon to test the greed of other players? Sell it. After selling, he would not have to worry about the costs of the guild's potions for the next decade. That golden outfit could be kept as an extravagant treat for himself. Next time, he would definitely wear himself. Li Wu sent the attributes of the magic dog Fire Fong to Debeo, then gritted his teeth and said, 900,000. Not a single cent less. Upon noticing that the magic dog Fire Fong did not require a level, Debeo immediately understood Li Wu's frustration and smirked. I'll contact him. Within a minute, Li Wu received a notification that 1,000,000 had been credited to his bank account. Could such a game-changing artifact be acquired cheaply? I've even added an extra 100,000. After all, he is a fool with plenty of money. Well, the white heroine is quite loyal. I also have a golden ring of the highest tier. Could you assist me in selling that as well? Debeo rolled his eyes, but still helped sell the level-less golden ring to the Wolf Knight. The ring lacked the allure of weapons, and in the end, the Wolf Knight only offered 58,000. Li Wu let out a deep breath, feeling considerably relieved. The cost for Tuan's medication had weighed on him like a mountain, and he could finally afford to breathe a little easier. Over the past few days, he earned 3,020,000 in cash through Blue Star, and there were still over 10 gold pieces in his backpack unaccounted for. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would need to worry about Tuan's medical expenses for the next decade. After completing the transaction, Debeo confirmed the dungeon location with Li Wu, then set off to gather a team, intending to seize the first clear of the dungeon. Seeing that he had reached level 8 while still wearing level 4 gear, Li Wu decided to retrieve the 2 pieces of level 5 golden equipment and 3 pieces of level 5 silver jewelry from his warehouse. Upon comparing them to level 8 silver equipment, he found the level 5 gear rather unimpressive. Although the attributes were skewed, level 5 gold was still significantly better than level 5 silver. However, he anticipated a sudden leap to level 8, leaving him with surplus equipment. He decided to toss all the gear into the auction house and planned to purchase a full set of level 8 silver equipment from a trading house. Yet, upon glancing at the prices for level 8 silver equipment, a tremor ran through him. Chapter 44, What a Pity. Despite many players already reaching level 10, the prices for level 8 equipment remained steadfast. Just a couple of days ago, the set of level 8 silver armor Debeo had given him sold for 28 gold, along with the silver dual pistols, totaling 30 gold. Now, to acquire a comparable set would cost him over 20 gold. His sudden upgrade caught him off guard, thrusting him into the mainstream level. What kind of household would dare spend over 20,000 on gear that would soon become obsolete? However, lacking matching equipment would force him to downgrade and grind for monsters. Since he had inadvertently caught up with mainstream players, Li Wu naturally wished to chase after the top players. What if the main city suddenly opened up and others rushed to the new map while he, with his cutting-edge talent, struggled in the novice village? That would be quite unreasonable. After much contemplation, Li Wu ultimately succumbed to his impulses and purchased a set of level 8 silver equipment, excluding the clothing and shoes. Unfortunately, he could not find a suitable weapon, which remained a sought-after commodity. The auction house's level 8 silver weapons either had low attack power or skewed attribute points, and none were satisfactory. There was, however, a silver wolf S Fong golden weapon up for auction, likely discarded by the Wolf Knight, but its price had already soared to 100 gold. Golden weapons came with a built-in skill, while silver weapons did not. Though Li Wu was envious, he settled on purchasing a silver longsword that enhanced his spirit. Though the weaponry may lack power, the golden armor he bestowed upon himself proves formidable. The over-level 10 golden grade Demon Hound leather armor is exceptionally potent, granting an impressive 88 points of health and 108 points of defense. At this moment, when Li Wu dons the additional 8 pieces of level 8 silver equipment, he becomes a veritable tank. Name: Invincible and Adorable Squad. Health: 2088. Defense: 258. Attack: 342. Upon observing these attributes, Li Wu felt an immediate rush of confidence and headed straight for Wild Boar Ridge. He pondered what that mischievous girl, Spicy Rabbit Head, was up to. Having just been released from confinement, she had yet to log in. Steel Tusk Wild Boar, level 8. Health: 2800. Attack: 240. Defense: 120. Skills: Charge. Instantly rushes towards the target, inflicting 130 physical damage and stunning the target for 1 second, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Bite. Inflicts 150 physical damage on the target, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Li Wu glanced at the attributes of the Steel Tusk Wild Boar, feeling amused. Despite the boar possessing 2 skills, its ordinary attacks could not penetrate his defenses. Spotting a solitary Steel Tusk Wild Boar, he charged directly at it, only to be met with the boar's charge, which momentarily immobilized him. Minus 54, stun. Minus 102. It was hardly painful. The damage from the boar's 2 skills did not exceed 10 of Li Wu's health. He paid it no mind, and once the stun wore off, he retaliated, stunning the Steel Tusk Wild Boar. Minus 293, stun. Minus 34, poison. Minus 16, cutting. With nearly 2088 points of health, he could engage at will, though his attack power was somewhat lacking. Were he to wield a superior weapon, he could easily take on level 9 or 10 monsters. It was no wonder the price of level 6 golden weapons remained robust. While their attack power was only marginally higher than that of level 8 silver weapons, the accompanying skills were exceedingly advantageous. If he possessed the Silver Wolf's Fong, which enhanced attack and provided lifesteal, he could effortlessly tackle monsters of a higher level without pause. Li Wu began to reminisce about Spicy Rabbit Head. Without her as a turret, his efficiency in monster hunting seemed to be lacking. He wondered when she would log in again. Although her level was merely 5, if she donned a full set of level 5 silver gear, her damage output might rival his own at level 8. As school was about to end for Tuan Tuan, Li Wu logged off after a brief session. Today was Friday, and the kindergarten would be closed on Saturday and Sunday. He needed to ponder how to care for Tuan Tuan. Previously, during weekends, he had taken Tuan Tuan along to work, but now, without the obligation to work, it felt inconvenient. Leaving Tuan Tuan in someone else's care was worrisome, and he had no one else to turn to, especially since the nation's enforced gaming regulations left few available individuals. Still lingering at the railing outside the kindergarten, Li Wu did not leave immediately after picking up Tuan Tuan. Instead, he engaged in some playful activities with her at the entrance. Once all the children had been collected, Li Wu approached Teacher Lei Lei, who was busy disinfecting the classroom. Teacher Lei Lei, whose real name was Sun Lei, looked at Li Wu with surprise. "Are you inviting me to your home this weekend for a part-time job?" Li Wu nodded, somewhat shyly. "Yes, although it may be a bit presumptuous. The only person I can trust to take care of Tuan Tuan right now is you, Teacher Lei Lei." Sun Lei gently patted Tuan Tuan's little head, casting an apologetic glance at Li Wu. "I'm sorry, Tuan Tuan's uncle. My daughter is only 2 years old. On weekends, I not only have to look after her, but also catch up on game time, and my husband needs to do the same. Even if we take turns, our time is quite limited, and I simply cannot spare any." "It's all right. I apologize for bothering you." Upon hearing this, Li Wu felt a slight pang of disappointment. He had not expected teacher Lei Lei to be married with a 2-year-old child. Having earned 3 million in just a few days, his thoughts began to stir. Tuan Tuan was only 3 years old. As a grown man, looking after him was manageable, but in 2 years, it would become inconvenient. Now that he had some money in his account, and teacher Lei Lei seemed fond of Tuan Tuan, he couldn't help but entertain some ideas. Unfortunately, he would have to take Tuan Tuan to the domestic service center tomorrow to see if he could hire a suitable nanny or childcare worker. After coaxing Tuan Tuan to sleep that evening, Li Wu succumbed to fatigue and also drifted off. He had initially planned to log on in the middle of the night to try and seize Electric Zombie King and Silver Wolf King, but alas, he overslept and woke up at 2 in the morning. Once online, Li Wu promptly checked his friend list, a smile gracing his face. The little cannon finally came online. Li Wu sent a voice message to Spicy Rabbit Head, inquiring, "Why weren't you online during the day?" "Oh right, you still have school. But why are you playing so late?" "We're having a break for the next couple of days. The new policy has significantly reduced our workload. Not only do we have no homework, but we also don't have classes on Saturdays anymore." Spicy Rabbit Head's tone was filled with elation, expressing her support for the national policy for the first time. "That's great. Your red name is gone, right?" Nothing unexpected happened. The previous day, when they logged off, Spicy Rabbit Head's red name time had not yet expired. They had agreed to log back on together at noon, but the girl had missed out due to school. Something unexpected happened. Speaking of which, Spicy Rabbit Head had indeed been unlucky. She was just 10 minutes away from having her name turn white, but unexpectedly, another player logged in just ahead of her. Seeing that the player was level 9, she ran away without waiting to be noticed. Unfortunately, she strayed too far and accidentally ventured into a level 5 monster zone, where she inadvertently attracted 3 monsters and was overwhelmed, leading to her demise. Not only did she lose 2 pieces of equipment, but due to her red name, she was also imprisoned by the guards for 2 hours upon respawning. What a misfortunate child. Chapter 45, Buy One Get One Free. After Spicy Rabbit Head equipped her level 5 silver set, even though she was 3 levels lower than Li Wu, her damage output remained astonishing, allowing them to nearly grind continuously. Even when they accidentally aggroed 3 steel-tooth wild boars, they faced no danger whatsoever. "How you ventured so far from the tank class?" Li Wu mused in disbelief. The duo continued grinding until 7 in the morning, at which point Li Wu logged off to prepare breakfast. Spicy Rabbit Head, having leveled up to 6 from grinding, immediately swapped to a set of level 6 gear and ventured off to solo in the level 5 monster zone. After breakfast, Li Wu took Tuan Tuan to the domestic service center. Although it was referred to as a service center in a small county town, it was hardly a formal platform. It was merely a children's clothing store where the owner also acted as a part-time intermediary. There's a noticeable absence of professional nannies or childcare specialists, as those with financial means tend to hire expensive help from larger cities. Li Wu is not particularly discerning. Her primary concern is for her child, Tuan Tuan, and as long as the caregiver can cook and is congenial, she is satisfied. Of course, character is also of great importance. But this is something that cannot be ascertained at a glance. True nature is revealed over time. After hearing recommendations from the owner of a children's clothing store, Li Wu ultimately chose a part-time nanny named Lu Ying, a woman in her 30s with a daughter of her own. Full-time live-in nannies are a rarity in small towns, and the shop owner was unable to find one in a short time frame. Lu Ying, as the shop owner explained, possesses a university degree and works in the community, though she's not a permanent staff member, but rather an external hire. Her compensation is decent. She initially did not need to work part-time, but her husband tragically died in a drunk driving accident last year, which also claimed the life of another individual. Typically, in such cases, the deceased heirs are only required to pay compensation up to the value of their inheritance, which, in this case, will be half of the couple's joint assets. However, Lu Ying, empathizing with the other party's unfortunate situation, chose to offer full compensation. Thus, her once stable family was shattered, leaving her burdened with considerable debt. Although she had not yet met Lu Ying, Li Wu had already formed a favorable impression of her, perhaps due to a shared sense of sorrow or the kindness she demonstrated. Today being Saturday, Lu Ying was not required to work, and upon receiving the news, she hurried over. Due to the rush, she had not had time to drop her daughter off at her mother's house, so she brought her 5-year-old daughter along. Lu Ying is strikingly beautiful, with long, dark hair elegantly tied back, exuding a gentle, scholarly aura that makes it difficult to associate her with the role of a part-time nanny. Li Wu felt a tug on her pant leg and looked down to see Tuan Tuan's small hand gripping tightly, her large eyes filled with anticipation. Li Wu quickly knelt down to embrace Tuan Tuan and softly inquired, "What is the matter, darling? Can I play with that sister?" Tuan Tuan whispered in Li Wu's ear like a tiny mosquito. Li Wu was momentarily speechless. She had intended to observe the chemistry between Tuan Tuan and Lu Ying. Yet it seemed the little one had already formed a bond with Lu Ying's daughter. Regardless of the specifics, the connection was all that mattered. Li Wu promptly declared that Lu Ying could start working today and bring her child along, offering a daytime shift with a daily pay of 200. The primary reason for hiring a nanny was companionship for Tuan Tuan, and this arrangement was simply perfect. Li Wu remained cautious, choosing not to immediately don the gaming helmet. Instead, eavesdropping for an hour. Lu Ying demonstrated remarkable patience with Tuan Tuan, while her daughter was also considerate and accommodating. However, being children, they inevitably encountered conflicts during play. Lu Ying did not unilaterally favor either child, but gently guided them to reflect on their actions, encouraging them to apologize and reconcile. With this reassurance, Li Wu felt at ease and activated the gaming helmet to immerse herself in the game. To her surprise, the spicy rabbit head was still there, prompting the youthful Li Wu to reflect on the joys of youth. It seemed that today's children played games with reckless abandon. The two individuals spent an additional 2 hours at Wild Boar Ridge, until the spicy rabbit head finally succumbed to sleep. Li Wu glanced at the time and logged off as well. The two children were engaged in a game of house, while Lu Ying prepared a modest meal, serving only 2 dishes, 1 stew and 1 stir-fry, each aromatic and balanced in flavor. Joyfully playing, Tuan Tuan caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and rushed over, tugging at Li Wu's hand and eagerly salivating. Observing Tuan Tuan's adorable, greedy demeanor, Li Wu felt a slight blush creep across his cheeks. Although he could cook, he often merely learned on the fly and did not consider himself skilled. As the four gathered at the table, Tuan Tuan relished the meal, prompting Li Wu to jealously inquire, which tastes better, Annie's cooking or Uncle's? Without hesitation, Tuan Tuan proclaimed, Uncle's is the best. In her heart and words, Uncle was undoubtedly the greatest, though her rapid eating betrayed the truth. Li Wu chose not to press further, nodding in satisfaction, and his chopsticks moved as swiftly as Tuan Tuan's. The Electric Zombie King was unable to be soloed. Now, the players it could attract included more than just Hao Jianjun. Before the Electric Zombie King could respawn, numerous high-level players had already stationed themselves deep within the mine. Li Wu's slicing ability had reached level 6, equipping him with an additional 360 points of damage against the Electric Zombie King, yet he still failed to secure a hit. Baidebeos and the Wolf Knight were simply too formidable. Baidebeos unleashed a Frost Howl that dealt 980 points of damage, and the subsequently emerging Wolf Knight was even more terrifying, landing over 1,300 points with a Flame Strike, truly a sight to behold. Ultimately, the Electric Zombie King was claimed by the Wolf Knight, dropping 2 pieces of golden equipment, leaving Li Wu yearning. It's fine. Level 5 items are not worth much anymore. After all, they spent 1 million. Li Wu reassured himself as he hurried to join the main group heading south toward the village, where the Silver Wolf King was about to spawn. The rampant scene of the Silver Wolf King was now a distant memory, easily quelled by a few hundred scattered players. Li Wu, quick on his feet, arrived just as the Silver Wolf King's health dipped below 30. Seizing the moment before Baidebeos and the other prominent players arrived, he launched a furious assault. Without the overpowering presence of Baidebeos and the Wolf Knight, Li Wu's damage output was remarkable among the common players. Once his poison stacks reached 5, the Silver Wolf King's health plummeted. Soon, the Silver Wolf King's aggro locked onto Li Wu, but his defensive health was sufficient to withstand 2 of its attacks, ultimately claiming the last shred of its life. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain Silver Wolf King, earning 6,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain Silver Wolf King, earning 50 reputation. The 2 notifications made Li Wu realize that the Silver Wolf King's spoils belonged to him, prompting him to swiftly gather the loot. A series of attacks struck him, 76, -4, -11, -1, -56, -1, but Li Wu remained undeterred, downing a red potion with one hand while hastily stowing 2 pieces of purple gold or into his backpack with the other. Noticing that the ground was strewn with currency, he hastened away, running faster than the others, with a significant chance of escaping the fray. However, the anticipated second wave of attacks only grazed him, while distant cries of despair echoed. Most players had participated in the level 5 strategy. As long as one possessed a modicum of intelligence, they would not allow their names to turn gray or red amidst the throng. Those who could not resist attacking Li Wu were swiftly engulfed by the 4th catastrophe, rather than obtaining Li Wu's equipment. They were likely to lose at least 1 piece themselves. Li Wu, not being foolish, collected a handful of silver coins before retreating. It was not out of a noble desire to leave scraps for other players, but rather a fear that once the crowd dispersed, some players might conspire against him. Seizing the moment while the scattered copper coins still held some allure, Li Wu swiftly vacated the battlefield. Once he had distanced himself from the fray and found himself without any nearby players, he began to examine the spoils dropped by the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King had yielded 2 pieces of level 5 golden gear, a helmet and a bracelet, both possessing physical attributes. Considering the additional attribute, they surpassed his current level 8 silver equipment. Li Wu, disinterested in selling them, donned the new items immediately. His attack power decreased by 8 points. Yet his health increased by 60 points and his defense by 8 points. After tossing the unequipped gear and the silver items from the Silver Wolf King into the auction house, Li Wu sent a message to buy Dababeo. White Knight, when are we assaulting the Berserk Giant Ape? Do you need additional fighters? What? Are you still hoping to scavenge? Surely not. Without me, they would hardly manage to defeat the Berserk Giant Ape. That was yesterday. Today is a different story. Such confidence? That is only thanks to you. The Abyss Passage Dungeon's minor monsters have a chance to drop level 10 silver equipment. As long as they are not killed, the minor monsters respawn every half hour. Though the drop rate is low, the ability to farm repeatedly makes it worthwhile. Level 10 silver gear is nearly ubiquitous now, with prices having plummeted by more than half. What does that say about the overall combat power of players? The Berserk Giant Ape can essentially be considered a guaranteed defeat. Indeed, a few big shots mentioned yesterday to keep a low profile and be wary of being eliminated directly. Aren't they afraid of turning red? You clearly do not understand the world of the affluent. I can hire 7 bodyguards in the game. Why can't others hire a few fearless warriors? Must every task be undertaken personally? While I assure you I won't stab you in the back due to our friendship, I cannot guarantee the same for others. Li Wu pondered, momentarily at a loss for words. The saying goes, a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Did he not realize how exceptional he was, that the elite had collectively targeted him? Truthfully, you could still fight. As long as you find some skilled players to advance and retreat with you, no one would dare attack you under the threat of turning red. Alas, were your terms. Li Wu Siga. He was well aware of this strategy, yet in his friends' list he had only by Dababeo and one other, Spicy Rabbit Head. The only elite he could rely on was by Dababeo. I can summon the Wolf Knight and gather some others to protect you. With the 2 of us present, no one would dare make a move. If we succeed in the spoils, you will receive 1/3 of the profits, while the remaining 2/3 will be shared between myself and the Wolf Knight. Of course, you need to cover the wages of the other fighters. Agreed. United with by Dababeo, the Wolf Knight, and others, the group set forth towards the valley where the Berserk Giant Ape resided. The number of team members has diminished compared to yesterday, likely due to by Dabayo's offering only a meager salary today. Li Wu, disinterested in inquiring further, knew that as long as he was present, neither by Dabayo's nor the Wolf Knight would be foolish enough to share 2/3 of the profits with anyone else. Nevertheless, a dozen individuals were ample, especially with by Dabayo's 7 bodyguards and butler. Li Wu finally recognized an issue and turned to inquire, where are your butler and bodyguards? I've dispatched them to guard the Cerberus, by Dabayo's replied. Is it necessary to guard it in advance? Wouldn't it be more efficient to eliminate it here and then proceed? By Dabayo's cast a curious glance at Li Wu. Don't you follow the forum? What do you mean? Li Wu quería increa singly perplexa. Aside from you, that fellow war of the world also dispatched the Cerberus yesterday and posted a guide on the forum, claiming that the Cerberus cannot venture outside nor turn around. As long as one can withstand the barrage and make it to its rear, they can strike at will. Is there such a technique? But what relevance does that have with your people guarding in advance? Can your butler and bodyguards withstand it? They may not withstand it head-on, but they can certainly guard the passage and wait for the respawn. Wow, such audacious maneuvers exist? I was hoping to earn another windfall today. That war of the world has obstructed my financial path. Not to mention, the forum has revealed that war of the world defeated the Cerberus merely 2 minutes after you, losing not only 1,000 prestige, but also the 3,000 prestige required to activate the dungeon passage, along with the most crucial 2 announcements across all of China. What a coincidence. Li Wu felt considerably reassured in his mind, and continued dismissively, what significance do announcements across all of China hold? It merely lets everyone know I'm flourishing. I might as well shout, come and slay me. You truly understand nothing. Bai Dabayo shot a disdainful glance at Li Wu, shaking his head. Do you have any idea how valuable a server-wide announcement is? If War of the World were to secure 3 consecutive announcements, once the guild system is opened, he could effortlessly establish a top-tier guild with a mere call to arms. If I were to obtain a server-wide announcement, I would even contemplate starting a guild for amusement. Yet his hard-won server-wide announcement has been overshadowed by your 2 consecutive announcements. Who is truly obstructing whose financial path? Well, he might not be seeking fame, Li Wu awkwardly scratched his nose. He's already gone to the forum to post guides and attract attention. Do you think he doesn't desire it? Bai Debeos rolled his eyes and then, as if struck by a realization, glared fiercely at Li Wu, continuing, Chapter 47, Fury. Li Wu also rolled his eyes, thinking, I've only been climbing for half an hour. Otherwise, you will be even further behind. Then why didn't TU and the Wolf Knight tackle the Cerberus first? The Cerberus lacks damage immunity skills. Your chances of claiming damage are higher than against the rampaging giant ape, Li Wu queried, somewhat puzzled. Although a guide existed for the Cerberus, the number of players arriving to battle the rampaging giant ape had not diminished. In fact, it had significantly increased compared to yesterday. After a full day had passed, the number of players reaching levels 9 and 10 had significantly increased. Additionally, many level 8 players, upon hearing the news, had also arrived. Had it not been for the presence of level 9 and 10 monsters surrounding the savage giant ape valley, it is likely that players below level 8 would have dared to join the fray. A considerable number of prominent players from yesterday had also returned, presumably sharing the same belief as Bai Debeos, underestimating the Hellhound's apparent ferocity. Outside the valley, players frequently cast glances at those masked individuals whose names were concealed, with some even brazenly demanding them to reveal their identities. Li Wu, with a keen sense, understood that they were wary of him. However, with Bai Debeos and the Wolf Knight's reputation preceding them, none approached to force Li Wu to disclose his identity, despite his own name being hidden. Surprisingly, Jianjun was absent, leaving one to wonder if he had gone to confront the Hellhound as well. Even without Hao Jianjun, they were still able to fight. Some influential players had sent 2 alternate accounts to lure the monsters, coaxing out the savage giant ape-esque skills, at which point the players surged forward in mass. Li Wu positioned himself beside Bai Debeos, casting fireballs. With 2,000 hit points and remarkably high defense, he remained stable, as the area attacks only diminished his health by 800. As long as he wasn't hit by 3 consecutive area attacks, he could sustain himself with potions, while Bai Debeos occasionally had to dodge out of the skill range. Once the savage giant ape's health dropped to 50, it entered a berserk state, prompting Li Wu to exercise caution. He controlled his attack speed to avoid drawing too much aggro while monitoring his own health. Li Wu remained vigilant, refraining from unleashing his full power immediately, waiting until his health reached only 10 points before unleashing a barrage of attacks. Numbers of 1080 erupted above his head, standing out amidst the predominantly 3-digit figures. Before the other players could react, the savage giant ape had already collapsed. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the savage giant ape, earning 25,000 experience points, with an additional 10,000 experience points for leveling up. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 9. Ding! Congratulations. Your team has defeated the savage giant ape, granting an additional 20 reputation points through team bonuses. Ding! Congratulations, your talent level has increased to level 6. Bai Debeos swiftly gathered the loot, while the other team members formed a protective circle around her. In such a tense atmosphere, no foolhardy players dared to make a move. Once Bai Debeos had collected several pieces of equipment, the other players could only retreat in disappointment, with some venting their frustrations in the public chat, but refraining from any real confrontation. As the players dispersed, Li Wu bowed slightly to his teammates, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all. His thanks were warranted, as his substantial experience gain was largely due to his teammates voluntarily withdrawing from the party at the last moment. Aside from himself and Bai Debeos, these individuals had reached level 10 just the day prior and had no need for experience. While Li Wu had no reason to conceal his capability of inflicting 1080 hit points of damage, the savage giant ape's defense, coupled with its 90 damage immunity, meant that others could only inflict a mere 10 to 20 points of damage, and even the Wolf Knight, using Fire Fury, could only manage to deal 100 points of damage. The damage dealt was truly beneath Li Wu's notice. The reason for retaining Bai Daba as the captain was to instill trust among the others. The captain's acquisition alleviated the concerns of the Wolf Knight and his companions. Without even considering her character, Bai Daba's notorious disregard for wealth was sufficient for Li Wu to believe she would not act selfishly. The spoils included a platinum-grade robe, 2 pieces of golden gear for pieces of level 10 silver equipment, a book of the Berserk skill, 5 pieces of purple gold, or, in a currency, sum of 6 gold and 90 silver. Once the crowd had dispersed, Bai Daba began to disclose the attributes of the equipment. Li Wu cast a glance, ultimately fixating on the Berserk skill book. Skill book, Rapid Berserk. Rapid Berserk, upon use, instantly increases attack speed and movement speed by 30, while reducing defense by 30. lasting for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. What a valuable item. The most precious treasures from the Berserk Giant were indeed that platinum robe and the Berserk skill book. Ordinary skill books were valued around 100,000, whereas this particular book was likely worth even more. Will you choose the items or take the cash? Baidaba inquired, her smile radiant. You first, name your price. Li Wu countered, equally cheerful. The Wolf Knight, observing the exchange, scoffed derisively and muttered, and they claim there are no stories here. I estimate the platinum robe at 200,000, the skill book also at 200,000, each piece of golden gear at 50,000, and the total for the 4 pieces of level 10 silver equipment at 30,000. As for the purple gold, ore, its purpose remains unclear. Let us value it at 1,000 each. If you deem it valuable, you may take it first, and the remaining 6 gold and 90 silver can be considered as a bonus for the others, given that you have gained so much experience. 1/3 of 6 gold and 90 silver amounted to 2,300 pieces, causing Li Wu to ponder returning the experience, though she refrained from expressing it, aware of the embarrassment it might bring. Baidaba's valuation aligned closely with Li Wu's expectations, save for the skill book, which was slightly lower than anticipated, possibly due to differing perspectives. While Baidaba and the Wolf Knight sought high burst damage, Li Wu, endowed with the slicing talent, had a greater need for attack speed. After a moment contemplation, Li Wu stated, the total value is 5,350,000, meaning my share is 178,300. I wish to acquire the skill book and the purple gold, or thus I will supplement the amount by 27,700 or 27 gold and 70 silver. Agreed. Baidaba responded readily, promptly handing over the skill book and the purple gold or to Li Wu, adding with a smile, you can forego the extra payment. Still claiming there are no stories. The Wolf Knight could not help but mutter again, earning a roll of the eyes from Baidaba. Li Wu shook her head, producing 28 gold coins to hand to Baidaba, remarking, I must still supplement the amount. I sense the purple gold or will prove quite useful. And who knows if its value might suddenly soar in the future. Is that so? Then you must share one with me. And me as well. In light of potential price surges, Baidaba and the Wolf Knight each insisted on giving Li Wu 1 gold coin. Chapter 48. A miscalculation by Junlin Tianxia. Baidaba's eyes widened in astonishment, hastily sending Li Wu a message. Aren't you afraid of dying? The Wolf Knight queried, his expression one of disbelief. Never mind. I shall not go. If that were truly effective, it would be too late for us to arrive. If it proves ineffective as a sorcerer, I would have no opportunity to charge forth. I certainly will not seek out needless suffering. Wait, I could still rush in, and even if we are unable to defeat them, the indomitable and adorable team can certainly handle it. Once they finish, we can seize the moment to engage in dungeon runs together, as we have yet to perish in a single one. But how can he enter the dungeon at level 9? Once we eliminate him, that should suffice. If he doesn't level up, we can always assist him in farming some level 10 monsters for a while. It will be swift. Very well, let us proceed. Baidaba and the Wolf Knight had reached an agreement, but their teammates were not as fearful as Baidaba. One of them chuckled and said, esteemed leaders, we cannot run as swiftly as you. Why don't you first use your little fists to eliminate us? We are not afraid of death. If we lose our equipment, you could simply help us retrieve it. Baidaba was at a loss for words. She was well aware of their little schemes. Nonetheless, it was harmless enough. She allowed the others to remove their weapons and several pieces of offensive gear. Once their names turned gray, she gently tapped them with her staff, sending them flying. Are you mad? Do you wish for a magic player to traverse the realm of level 10 monsters? Baidaba proclaimed. Junlin Tianxia, do you seek death? Who dares to slay me? What is happening? Has he lost his mind? Does he not fear being marked red and subsequently slaughtered for a grand loss? He is not mad. Rather, he is quite astute. With 2 teams of 40 level 10 players, they could easily clear out anyone in the narrow passageway. Even if they become marked red, they could swiftly enter the dungeon afterward and farm lesser monsters for an entire day. Who could possibly contend with him? He is not afraid of it proving ineffective. He is simply gambling on luck. He possesses no platinum gear, and even if he loses a few pieces of his outdated golden equipment, he would not be distressed. Furthermore, he has reached level 10. Even if he spends a day in confinement, he suffers no significant loss. What a ruthless individual. Li Wu offered a candid assessment. Indeed, he is quite bold. Be cautious. Fear not. I will not expose myself without necessity. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Hellhound's respawn point, Li Wu did not enter the valley. Instead, taking advantage of the lack of attention, he circled widely and ascended the mountain via the path unearthed yesterday. The cliffs flanking the valley towered 2 to 300 meters high. Li Wu concealed himself within a thicket, revealing only his eyes as he gazed downward. The valley was crowded with players, cursing at the stone gate, presumably venting their ire at Junlin Tianxia and his crew. The latter group was barricaded within the portal, and Li Wu could not see them. He could only remain patient and wait. Before long, a trio of simultaneous roars erupted, and a wave of white light surged forth from the valley. With the respawn, all players within the valley were forcibly teleported away. A cacophony of commotion could be heard from outside the valley's entrance. Li Wu opened the regional chat, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. The group, led by Junlin Tianxia, was also forcibly transported, just like the players within the valley, finding themselves at the entrance. Li Wu surmised that Junlin Tianxia's expression must be utterly captivating at this moment. 40 bright red names emerged amidst the throng of players, akin to 40 large meat buns. In under a minute, they were annihilated, leaving a plethora of equipment and items scattered across the ground. The red-named backpack items erupted in a cascade, with at least 2 pieces of equipment falling from the players' bodies. Those outside the valley, before even engaging in combat, had already reaped substantial rewards, and the regional chat was filled with expressions of gratitude towards Junlin Tianxia. Village announcement by Daba. Congratulations to Junlin's little dog for enduring in prison. Village announcement. Wolf Knight. Congratulations to Junlin's little dog for enduring in prison. Upon noticing that his 2 comrades had begun to broadcast their congratulations, Li Wu joined in the camaraderie, proclaiming in the regional chat, Invincible Cute Squad. Congratulations to Junlin's little dog for enduring in prison. Such proclamations were not to be trifled with. The farce of Junlin Tianxia had come to a close, yet the players outside the valley found themselves in a quandary. Those present who wished to confront the Hellhound could only adopt the strategy from the forum's initial fail guide, executing remote concentrated attacks during the intervals of group skills, striking and then retreating. Although that guide had been deemed a failure, it did not imply that the current attempt would meet the same fate. The post had been published 2 days prior, and the players' levels and equipment were now vastly superior. At the valley's entrance, players enthusiastically analyzed the situation, with some beginning to instruct others on how to tackle the challenge. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment captured everyone's attention. Damn, someone is climbing down from the mountain. The players quickly gathered at the valley's mouth, only to discover a figure descending from the rocky wall, already encroaching upon the Hellhound's alert zone. A barrage of group attack skills erupted from the portal, yet the climber continued downwards, unharmed and undeterred. Is this the real deal? Concealed identity, wearing a mask. This must be the Invincible Cute Squad. Quick, everyone, charge forward and focus fire on that individual. All right, you go first, we'll follow you. Why aren't you moving? I'm afraid my name will change color. Damn, as if we're not scared. Chapter 49, The Pet Egg. As soon as Li Wu observed that everyone had been cleared out, he promptly began to descend the rocky wall. Just as the day before, he stood enscathed at one corner of the valley, then stealthily moved along the wall towards the stone gate. Upon reaching the stone gate, rather than throwing stones, he chose to wait in silence. At that moment, a dozen players rushed into the valley, quickly succumbing to attacks, with 6 remaining players launching ice arrows at Li Wu from a distance. -121, -112, -151. Li Wu had anticipated this. Ordinary players would surely hesitate to charge in and confront him directly, yet affluent individuals like Daba, who had hired subordinates, would behave differently. It was entirely reasonable for them to send minions to attempt to eliminate Li Wu before he could secure a kill for himself. Had this been yesterday, Li Wu might have faltered, but today he had become a veritable tank. Even Daba could not eliminate him in an instant, let alone a few lackeys. A series of black energy orbs erupted from the stone gate, claiming the nearest player, while a thick cloud of black mist surged forth from within. The 4 remaining players, hindered by the mist's healing suppression, took only a few steps before transforming into beams of white light. Li Wu, braving the black mist, dashed along the Hellhound's flank to position himself behind it. He was left with 180 points of life, but he dared not gamble. Li Wu gazed at the Hellhound, its rotund belly wedged between the walls, and couldn't help but chuckle. Could this creature be female? Its swollen belly was reminiscent of Lady Li's condition after 3 years. As he observed the Hellhound's unguarded rear, an idea struck him. He retrieved a long-buried novice handgun from his backpack. Previously, he had not considered this option due to the cost of ammunition, but now his cutting skill had advanced to a higher level, inflicting a damage of 0.7, sufficient to slay the beast in just 143 strikes. Each bullet cost 5 coins, totaling 715 coins to eliminate one, and the handgun's range far exceeded that of his skills, surpassing even those of the novice village. If successful, he could kite the creature effortlessly. Bang! Immunity. Bang! 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 After several shots, Li Wu, his expression darkening, sheathed the handgun and drew his long sword to strike at the hellhound. There was no time for contemplation regarding firearms, as he charged through the stone gate. Players outside the valley grew restless. Commanding players began coordinating ranged allies to concentrate their fire, while wealthier players hired mercenaries to draw the creature's skills. Some players wielded area of effect abilities, inflicting significant damage to Li Wu even while he was shielded behind the hellhound. He was forced to consume potions or retreat to hurl stones. Regrettably for the beast, Li Wu's cutting skill had reached level 6, dealing damage of 0.7, translating to 1,400 points per strike. Coupled with 5 layers of poison and the dual trigger effect of his normal strikes, each blow resulted in 2 hits of 1,400 plus an additional 170. Ultimately, fortune favored Li Wu, and the hellhound succumbed beneath his sword. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the hellhound. You have gained 50,000 experience points, with a bonus of 10,000 points for defeating a higher level foe. Ding! Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 10. Ding! Congratulations. You have learned the novice universal skill, jump slash. Ding! Congratulations. You have learned the novice universal skill, wind slash. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the hellhound, earning a reputation reward of 50. Li Wu paused briefly at the items that dropped before hastily collecting them. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained the first pet egg from the Huaxia server, earning a reputation reward of 3,000. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Invincible Cute Team for being the first to acquire a pet egg. The pet system is now activated, and all monsters have a chance to drop pet eggs. This is an official announcement. Li Wu scowled, swiftly gathering the remaining items, neglecting even the silver coins, and turned to flee. A server-wide announcement was a troublesome affair. Platinum equipment was already a source of envy, and now this first pet egg could incite greed among players. Why couldn't he quietly amass wealth? Just as he turned to make his escape, he was struck by several icy arrows, hampering his movement speed. Fury. Li Wu instantly activated the newly acquired Fury skill, boosting his movement speed by 30. And with the additional speed from his platinum shoes, he narrowly evaded further attacks, breaking free from the onslaught of other players. Rushing to the end of the passage, Li Wu pressed his hand against the obsidian screen, and an alert from the system resonated. The Abyssal Passage instance can only be entered once daily. The difficulty level is quite high. It is recommended to enter as a team. Please confirm if you wish to proceed solo. Li Wu had no time to form a party. He promptly clicked confirm, and his figure vanished before the dark screen. In the next moment, Li Wu found himself within a lengthy tunnel, where a few humanoid monsters with dual horns and a pitch-black appearance prowled in the distance. Observing his remaining 300 health points, Li Wu exhaled softly. At last, he felt secure. Not rushing to inspect the distant creatures, he opened his backpack to examine his gains. The first item that caught his eye was the rare pet egg. Hellhound pet egg. Upon hatching, it randomly acquires one of 3 attributes: fire, ice, or dark. Hellhound, a descendant of the 3-headed hellhound. It has not fully inherited the bloodline due to its impure lineage. Note, the pet becomes bound upon hatching and cannot be traded. The brief description left Li Wu somewhat perplexed. A pet egg of this level should logically be considered exceptional. However, the information indicated that the hellhound's bloodline was impure, thus labeled as a mixed breed. Li Wu opened the pet interface, but unfortunately, it contained no further information. It seemed that specific details would only be accessible post-hatching. He pondered whether there were levels beyond the current one, or even tiers above that. What if, like cooking oil, it underwent a refining process that rendered it worthless? Should he proceed with hatching it? Technically, he was already at level 10, and with the main city yet to open, it would be an opportune moment to train a pet. Otherwise, the experience would go to waste. Chapter 50. The Privilege of Wealth. Whether it was the pet egg draining his fortune, the hellhound only yielded 2 pieces of golden equipment and 3 pieces of level 10 silver gear. Hellhound leggings. Golden health force 60, stamina 18, agility 18, strength 18. Equipment rating 54. Hellhound ring. Golden physical attack 28, constitution 18, strength 18, spirit 18. Equipment rating 54. The other 2 pieces of level 10 silver gear were mage-oriented, which Li Wu promptly tossed into the auction house. After facing the hellhound twice and nearly being killed, Li Wu finally grasped the significance of equipment. Had it not been for his golden upper garment, which remained unsold, he would have had no chance to fight back before being eliminated. Merely focusing on wealth is not the path to success. Enhancing one's strength is essential for better earnings. Noting that both pieces of golden equipment were suited for his physical attributes, Li Wu equipped them without hesitation. After listing the two replaced level 8 silver items, he searched for level 10 silver gear. Indeed, as Bai Debayos had mentioned, the prices of level 10 silver equipment had plummeted, even falling below that of level 9 silver gear, and the quantity was abundant. Li Wu carefully selected and purchased 2 level 10 silver bracelets, a level 10 silver ring, and a level 10 silver helmet, prioritizing those that enhanced health and defense. After completing her outfit change, Li Wu suddenly realized that she had unknowingly ventured further down the path of a tank. Name, Li Wu. Level 10. Health, 2860. Mana, 620. Physical attack, 428. Defense, 428. Li Wu gazed at her attributes, feeling somewhat speechless. Her attack power had scarcely increased, while her defense now matched her attack. With a defense of merely 500 points at level 10, she could soon take the place of the Cerberus at the gate with a little more effort. Upon reaching level 10, she had automatically learned 2 universal beginner skills. Jump Slash, a high leap followed by a heavy strike, dealing 180 physical damage, with a release distance of 3 meters and a cooldown of 8 seconds. Wind Blast. It can blow away enemies within a 2-meter radius who do not exceed her level. A distance of 8 meters. For each level lower than her own, the distance increases by 1 meter, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Opening her friends list, she noticed that Bai Debayos' avatar had been flashing for quite a while. I want it. I want it. I want it. Bai Debayos' voice made Li Wu shiver involuntarily. What do you want? Li Wu asked, perplexed. I want a pet egg. I want a pet. Bai Debayos was utterly fixated on the pet, showing no interest in anything else. There's only one pet egg in the entire server. How do you expect me to price it? Li Wu felt somewhat helpless. His subjective thought was to sell the pet egg, as it was the first pet in the server, yet determining its price posed a dilemma. It's no longer the only one. The auction house already has pet eggs listed. I reckon yours should be of better quality. So soon. Li Wu was taken aback and hurriedly opened the auction house, only to discover 2 pet eggs currently up for bidding. Giant rabbit pet egg, level. Steel-toothed wild boar pet egg, level. Li Wu was at a loss for words. It had only been a few minutes, and the minor monsters had already begun dropping pet eggs. Was there an update for the lower-tier versions? He initially thought to leverage the uniqueness of the pet egg to elevate its worth, but before he could even warm it up, the market was cooling down. Fortunately, the quality of the 2 pet eggs in the auction house was not high enough to challenge that of the Cerberus. It can be sold. Li Wu gritted her teeth and added, but the price is really hard to determine. I fear I will have to list it in the auction house. What's the big deal? How about this? I'll give you $1 million up front, and then when someone from our village or another village auctions a pet egg of similar quality, we'll use the highest transaction price as a reference. If it's more, you 1T have to refund me. If it's less, I'll compensate you. Li Wu felt speechless and then sent a message with a peculiar expression. Haven't you asked me what kind of pet egg it is? ISNT, it the Cerberus pet egg? Bai Debayos asked, puzzled. This one is a mixed breed. Li Wu sent over the information of the Cerberus pet egg. Bai Debayos fell silent for a moment, then excitedly messaged back. You scared me. I thought it was just a mutt. The Cerberus sounds even cooler than the 3-headed dog. Moreover, its level can't be considered poor. If I find something better later, I can always exchange it. I have already entered the dungeon. No worries. You can join the group, and I can enter the same dungeon with you. Li Wu accepted the team invitation from Bai Daba, and then cast a true eye towards the distant humanoid monsters. 5 creatures were wandering in the distance, one of which appeared significantly more robust than the others. Abyss Demon Elite. Level 10. Health, 20,000. Defense, 350. Physical attack, 450. Skill 1. Taunt. Loudly curses to attract the target's hatred. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 2. Bloodthirsty Strike. Inflicts 130 physical damage on the target and restores an equivalent amount of health. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 3. Abyssal Steel Body. Reduces magical damage by 30. Abyss Demon Servant Elite. Level 10. Health, 15,000. Defense, 300. Spell attack, 420. Skill 1. Fireball. Inflicts 130 spell damage on the target. Cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2. Abyssal Demon Fire. Releases abyssal demon flames to a target area with a 5-meter radius, dealing 70 spell damage per second to targets within the flames for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 3. Abyssal Demon Body. Reduces physical damage by 30. Upon examining the information, it became evident that the 5 humanoid monsters comprised 1 melee fighter and 4 mages. While their damage output was not excessively formidable, their health was astonishing. The Abyssal Passage dungeon was designed for 10 players to confront 5 elite monsters, and without healing skills. It would severely test the team's synergy. Most average groups might struggle to prevail. However, Li Wu was unperturbed. With his defense having reached 428 points as he ventured further away from the tank role, the demon could barely penetrate his defenses, while the demon's servants found it exceedingly difficult to do so. Chapter 51, Abyssal Passage Dungeon. If there were only 1 elite monster, Li Wu would have considered a challenge. But 5 was another matter entirely. Fortunately, Bai Daba did not keep Li Wu waiting for long and soon appeared at his side, accompanied by a wolf knight and 7 other players. Upon their meeting, Bai Daba eagerly extended his pale hands towards Li Wu. Li Wu glanced at him and smiled broadly. You clearly haven't done any hard work. Oh, stop fooling around. Just give it to me, Bai Daba insisted anxiously, reaching out as if to choke Li Wu. The wolf knight nearby rolled his eyes and muttered teasingly, TSK, 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 such lewd words. Li Wu shot an exasperated glance at the wolf knight and refrained from teasing Bai Daba further, retrieving the pet egg instead. Bai Daba took the pet egg and immediately chose to hatch it. A small black dog appeared at Bai Daba's feet, and although it was dubbed a hellhound, its petite size made it rather adorable. Wow, so cute, Bai Daba exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he scooped the little dog into his arms to play with it. Li Wu cast a true eye at the little black dog. Hellhound Pup Ice. Qualification, Level 0. Health, 180. Magic, 180. Defense, 20. Spell attack, 50. Skill, Ice Arrow. Upon seeing the attributes of the Hellhound, Li Wu felt a pang of envy. To one's astonishment, the initial attributes of the Hellhound are remarkably high, nearly double that of the players. Fortunately, pets are presumably unable to equip items. Li Wu, unable to access Bai Daba's pet interface, curiously inquired, "What can you tell me about the pet's qualifications?" Upon hearing Li Wu's prompt, Bai Daba promptly summoned the pet interface, his expression filled with delight as he exclaimed, "For pets with this qualification, each level gained increases the initial attribute value by 100. An increase of 100 initial attributes? Pray, do not tell me that each level raises health by 180, mana by 180, defense by 20, and spell attack by 50? Indeed, that is the case." The Wolf Knight reacted most fervently, exclaiming with envy, "That is utterly outrageous." Thus, when this pet reaches level 10, it would possess 1980 health, 220 defense, and 550 spell attack, more formidable than a mage clad in a full set of level 10 silver gear. Li Wu cast a silent glance at his own 428 attack power, remaining unvoiced. Were it not for the significant disparity in health and defense, he might as well be likened to a mere dog. Allow me to share a secret. Bai Daba suddenly scanned the others with a mysterious expression. Alas, he was not adept at keeping secrets. Before anyone could react, he blurted out, "My Black Daba can be ridden at level 10. What on earth is a Black Daba?" Li Wu glanced over and realized that the Hellhound's name had transformed into Black Daba. Suddenly comprehending, he asked in astonishment, "Can pets serve as mounts?" "Yes, indeed. I am uncertain about other pets, but my Black Daba's documentation states that it cannot be ridden below level 10, which implies it could be ridden thereafter." The Wolf Knight gazed at Black Daba with even greater envy, but then a thought struck him, causing him to burst into laughter. Bai Daba turned sharply, glaring at the Wolf Knight, pointing an accusatory finger. "What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon my Black Daba?" "Ha, not at all. I merely pondered that whether pets can be mounts should depend on their species. Otherwise, what of that venomous spider pet at the auction house? We'll be trampling on a king crab at level 10? The image of a king crab being ridden conjured laughter among the group. Even Li Wu could not help but chuckle, casually gesturing toward the humanoid elite monster in the distance. What if this abyss demon also drops a pet egg? Well, riding a person is somewhat acceptable. Once the laughter subsided, Li Wu directed attention back to the distant monsters, stating, "Shall we engage them?" "Absolutely. We didn't defeat a single one yesterday. With you here today, we are sure to prevail. How shall we divide the spoils?" We had previously agreed that the minor monsters' drops would be equally shared among the 7 of them, while the 3 of us would abstain. Should we succeed, we will share the rewards equally among the 3 of us. Li Wu glanced at the other 7 players, familiar faces from the past few days. After some contemplation, he remarked, "Isn't it somewhat unfair to those 7? Upon hearing this, Li Wu nodded, although he was uncertain about the drop rate of the minor monsters. If the 7 agreed, then so be it. However, Bai Daba did not mention anything regarding the distribution of rewards. "The share counts as my portion," Li Wu stated solemnly. You misunderstand. I meant that I should also receive a share of the rewards. What about your proud self-esteem? What is that worth per pound? Due to the lack of class transitions, Bai Debao's group did not consider any occupational synergies. Including Li Wu, there were a total of 4 melee fighters and 6 spellcasters. Li Wu exchanged stats with the Wolf Knight, then reluctantly removed his level 10 silver helmet and donned the level 10 golden helmet lent to him by the Wolf Knight. The Wolf Knight was equipped with an entire set of damage-dealing gear, with the only exception being this helmet, which provided an additional 18 stamina and 2 sets of 18 bone attributes. In contrast, Li Wu's silver helmet offered merely 14 stamina and 14 bone attributes. Li Wu intended to lend the discarded silver helmet to the Wolf Knight, but upon inspecting its attributes, the latter disdainfully purchased a level 9 golden helmet that enhanced strength and agility from the auction house. Well, it wasn't entirely extravagant. After clearing the dungeon, he could resell the level 9 helmet, incurring only a minor transaction tax of a few thousand, which he could easily afford. After equipping the golden helmet, Li Wu's health surged to 2,960 points, with a defense of 472 points and an attack power still at 428. With such defense, Li Wu boldly charged toward the distant elite monster. Halfway through his charge, the Abyss Demon mocked him, causing Li Wu to uncontrollably rush toward it. At the same moment, the fireballs from the other 4 demon servants struck him. -48. -48. Surprisingly, the fireballs from the elite Abyss Demon servants only deducted 48 points from Li Wu's health, and the Abyss Demon's Bloodthirst skill merely drained 113 points. The 4 demon servants unleashed abyssal fire upon Li Wu, but regrettably, their 70 magical damage proved insufficient to breach his defenses, resulting in mere -1 damage indicators. Chapter 52, A Challenge. As the taunt wore off, Li Wu executed a leap and struck the demon's head, immediately following up with a powerful blow that filled the aggro meter. Li Wu's modest attack power was on par with the demon's, but fortunately, his teammates were formidable. 3 melee fighters circled around the monster to its rear, while 6 spellcasters stood at a distance, collectively focusing their fire on the Abyss Demon. Given that the demon was immune to 50 points of magical damage, the Wolf Knight's performance stood out, dealing 1,400 damage with a fiery strike and over 1,100 damage with a leap attack, nearly disrupting the demon's aggro. Thankfully, Li Wu landed a fierce strike that stunned the demon in place. Being somewhat restrained, Li Wu offered a reminder to the Wolf Knight and swiftly delivered 2 regular strikes to stack the poison to 5 layers. With 5 layers of poison inflicting 210 damage per second, combined with the double strike of 280 damage, Li Wu's damage per second reached 500, finally stabilizing the demon's aggro. As the exchanges of attacks continued, Li Wu's health dwindled to 2,000 points. And noticing that the demon was still alive, while 4 demon servants hurled fireballs at him from a distance, he urgently called out, "Send 2 people to hold off those demon servants. Otherwise, I won't be able to sustain my health." "No need," Bai Debao's voice rang from behind. A golden light then descended upon Li Wu's head. 812. Instantly, Li Wu's health surged close to its maximum. Turning his head, he saw Bai Debao's smiling and waving his wand, his face brimming with pride. Such extravagance. With Bai Debao's healing spell, Li Wu felt no further hesitation and boldly charged the Abyss Demon toward the 4 demon servants, ensuring each foe received a fair share of his poison skills at their utmost potential. Soon, all 5 monsters accumulated 5 layers of toxins, their enmity fully charged. Before long, they transformed into radiant light, leaving behind only a handful of currency. After a brief recovery, we pressed onward. The second wave of monsters mirrored the first, and Li Wu advanced directly. This time, after the demon had stacked 5 layers of toxins, Li Wu finally commanded the Wolf Knight to engage. Without a hitch, they cleared the foes, revealing a piece of silver equipment on the ground. The affluent player, acting as the arbiter, stepped forward to collect the gear, intending to distribute it to the others after the dungeon concluded. The team continued onward, systematically eliminating 7 waves of elite monsters before reaching a tunnel that branched into 3 paths. Bai Debao's call for the group to take the left passage. Upon entering the left corridor, we encountered a wave of elite monsters, this time numbering 8, all melee Abyss Demons. The pressure mounted on Li Wu. Even with Bai Debao's providing healing, it was a formidable challenge to withstand 8 Abyss Demons. Employing the old strategy of kite fighting, the 4 spellcasters formed pairs, each using ice arrows to draw off 1 demon, leaving the remaining 6 manageable for the team. Bai Debao's, seasoned in traversing Abyss dungeons, quickly outlined the strategy. Li Wu nodded in agreement, drawing the aggro of all 8 demons, while the 4 mages cooperatively lured away 2. After the remaining members focused their attacks to eliminate 1 demon, Li Wu maintained 5 layers of toxins on the other 5, signaling Bai Debao's to unleash an area attack. Bai Debao's staff emitted an ice roar, and with a flourish he produced the staff of the Zombie King, casting a chain lightning spell. The seamless interplay of their dual staves showcased a masterful synergy, prompting Li Wu to cast an admiring glance. Wealthy players are not to be feared. Rather, it is their skill that truly intimidates. Even with the Abyss demons possessing a 50 immunity to magical damage, they fell to Bai Debao's explosive onslaught. The left corridor contained only 2 waves of elite monsters. Upon clearing them, we encountered the first boss of the Abyss dungeon. Abyss Warrior, level, 10 health, 100, 000 defense, 400 physical attack, 800 skill 1. Bloodthirst inflicts 150 physical damage on the target, restoring health equal to the damage dealt. Cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2. Bleeding inflicts 150 physical damage on the target, causing a wound that deals 10 physical damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 3. Whirlwind Slash transforms into a spinning vortex, dealing 100 physical damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius every second for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 12 seconds. Skill 4. Abyssal Steel Body reduces magical damage by 50. Compared to the Hellhound, this boss is comparatively weaker in all aspects. However, with the player count reduced to 10, the challenge has intensified. Reviewing the data, Li Wu helplessly raised his hands. The single target damage is excessively high, and with your healing spell on a 3-second cooldown, I cannot endure for long. Unless you possess 2 healing skills or another melee player has a taunt ability to alternate aggro with me, we cannot hope to succeed. Bai Debo pondered for a moment and remarked, "My talent is damage transfer. I can redirect a portion of the damage you receive onto myself. However, my ability can currently alleviate only 8 points of damage for a duration of 1 minute." Li Wu, upon hearing this, expressed surprise, but soon followed with a note of regret. "Your talent is quite impressive, yet how is it only at level 2? The cooldown period is excessively long, taking half an hour to recharge, and the transfer amount is minimal. I often forget to utilize it. Such a pity. 8 points is somewhat lacking." Shaking her head, she glanced at the others. "Does anyone else possess a unique skill? Don't look at me. My talent is dual-handed greatsword proficiency, granting me additional attack power when wielding a 2-handed sword, but I have yet to even lay eyes on one," the Wolf Knight lamented. "My talent is sweetness level 1. I can taste saccharine flavor in black bread." Lonely, in his own misery, was even more disheartened than the Wolf Knight. "My talent increases damage by 10, but it cannot be upgraded. My talent reduces aggro, allowing me to confront monsters without fear. My talent enhances cooking speed by 30. As Li Wu listened, her mind was clouded with disbelief. What absurd talents these were, none of which seemed useful. By Debo's side, this should be relatively straightforward. As long as we can endure, we can fight. Li Wu, puzzled, inquired, "Did none of you engage in battle yesterday?" "We did not. Yesterday we formed a party with a tank possessing taunt skills and another magic user with healing capabilities. Unfortunately, that tank's damage output was too low. Once the taunt expired, he could not maintain aggro and kept dying. Why didn't you group with him again today?" "Don't mention it. Those two are a couple. And when the tank failed to hold the monsters, he blamed me and the Wolf Knight. We exchanged heated words all afternoon. I unfriended them long ago." "Well then, shall we explore the other 2 passages? Perhaps they will yield more favorable encounters." The 2 alternate passages proved to be even more formidable. One housed the Abyss Mage, whose area of effect attacks were overwhelming, rendering us unable to stand our ground, while the other was the Abyss Priest, capable of inflicting area damage, healing, and summoning elite monsters, far more troublesome than the previous 2. Bai Debo spoke with a hint of discouragement. "More area attacks? That is excellent news." Li Wu's eyes gleamed at this prospect. An abundance of area attacks suggests fewer single-target skills, and area damage is typically less potent than that of single-target strikes. Li Wu eagerly urged everyone to seek out the mage. Chapter 53. Defeat the mage before the warrior. After clearing the 2 waves of magical minions blocking their path, they arrived before the Abyss Mage. Abyss Mage, level, 10 health, 100 000 defense, 400 magical attack, 800 skill 1. Fireball inflicts 150 magical damage, cooldown of 2 seconds. Skill 2. Explosive Flame deals 130 magical damage to the target and inflicts the same damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 3. Abyssal Fire Sea manipulates abyssal flames, creating a vast sea of fire centered around itself with a 50-meter radius, dealing 70 magical damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. This is a channeled skill and cannot be interrupted, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 4, Abyssal Body. Immunity to 50 physical damage. The Abyss Mage's capabilities diverged somewhat from what Li Wu had anticipated. Its damage output was not insignificant, rivaling that of the Abyss Warrior when calculated. However, upon discovering that the third skill, Abyssal Inferno, featured an uninterruptible channeling mechanism, Li Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Channeling skills, akin to the hellish three-headed dog exhaling dark fog, render the caster unable to execute any other abilities while in effect. Attack. Daba, find an opportunity to heal me. The rest can strike at will, as long as they stay alive. Without waiting for the group's deliberation, Li Wu swiftly activated a large health potion and charged in. Minus 728. En route, a fireball struck him, prompting Li Wu to promptly consume the health potion in hand. He then unleashed another explosive flame just as a jumping slash struck him. Minus 568. Minus 185, jumping slash. Minus 42, poison. Minus 700, cutting. Just as he was about to deploy Abyssal Inferno, Li Wu preemptively executed a powerful strike to stun the foe. Unfortunately, the 8-second cooldown on the stunning ability meant that it could only trigger once during that time, preventing multiple warriors from stunning the creature to death. Once Li Wu stacked the poison to 5 layers, he finally unleashed Abyssal Inferno. Centered on himself, a 50-meter radius was instantaneously engulfed in flames, rendering him immobile in the channeling state. Nevertheless, with a defense of 472 points, the 75 points of magical damage from Abyssal Inferno inflicted only 113 points of damage per second upon Li Wu. While he was scorched, Li Wu emitted a series of gasps and continued to unleash a relentless barrage of damage. With normal attacks combined with 5 layers of poison and dual cutting, his damage per second soared to 2,300. As the 10-second channeling period concluded, his health dwindled to 75. Daba and the others, still positioned 50 meters away, were momentarily stunned. Although they had previously witnessed Li Wu's prowess while battling the enraged giant ape, they had not grasped the full extent of his capabilities due to the overwhelming number of participants at the time. Now, witnessing Li Wu in a one-on-one confrontation was strikingly conspicuous. What in the world is this damage output? Are you all dazed? Hurry and heal me, Li Wu shouted at Daba after stunning the enemy. Coming. Daba finally reacted and hurriedly advanced to cast a healing spell on Li Wu. The others quickly followed suit, with 3 melee fighters rushing in. Unfortunately, just as one managed to land a strike, they were met with an explosive flame, leaving 2 of them critically injured, while only the Wolf Knight retained a healthy amount of health. You 2 should withdraw. You won't have time to evade the next explosive flame. The Wolf Knight can take another hit, but then retreat as well. The Abyss Servant was immune to 50 points of physical damage, rendering melee attacks ineffective. Even the Wolf Knight couldn't inflict substantial damage. Noticing their dwindling health, Li Wu ordered their withdrawal. The other spellcasters were thriving, however, as Li Wu's damage per second of 2,300 firmly secured aggro, preventing Daba from losing control of it. Once the cooldown on the health potion expired, Li Wu consumed another large potion. Daba, stand in the flames for 3 seconds and give me another healing spell, with fireballs striking every 2 seconds, each inflicting 728 points of damage on Li Wu, and Daba healing every 3 seconds for 812 points. The calculations revealed that the damage Li Wu sustained per second was 364, while Daba's healing amounted to 270 per second, resulting in a net health loss of 94 points for Li Wu every second. In the earlier encounter with the first Inferno, Li Wu's health was already precarious. As the cooldown of the Abyssal Inferno concluded after a 20-second interval, Li Wu's health dwindled to less than half. Had Bai Debaigong not provided him with healing during the Inferno, a single fireball at the end would have sufficed to eliminate him. By the time the second Inferno arrived, his health had plummeted to 40. A chime rang out, announcing the defeat of the dungeons, Abyssal Mage, and the acquisition of 0 experience points. Merely a solitary chime, and yet it yielded nothing. Li Wu couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Not even a hint of reputation. How miserly. The adjudicator by Debaigong swiftly advanced to collect the loot that lay upon the ground. Regrettably, the Abyssal Mage had not dropped any platinum equipment. Only a level 10 golden item and 5 silver pieces. The Wolf Knight scoffed, muttering, "This is quite pitiful. Debaigong, you aren't hoarding the good stuff, are you?" Bai Debaigong rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "Get lost. Did you not see any platinum glimmer on the ground just now?" Li Wu, maintaining his composure, chuckled, This is to be expected. After all, it is merely a dungeon. With 10 players, one can clear it multiple times in a day across the entire server. If platinum equipment dropped, it would be worth next to nothing. Golden gear is quite lackluster. Do you think everyone is as affluent as you? Few teams can even clear this dungeon now. Level 10 golden equipment is still quite valuable. My father handles the financial matters. I need not concern myself with that. The Wolf Knight sulked, lacking any enthusiasm. Look at the attributes of this equipment. Baidebaegong suddenly exclaimed with delight, sharing the item's details in the team chat. Abyssal bracelet, golden, health, 180 bone, 18 bone, 18 bone, 18 equipment level, 10. What is there to be so excited about? This equipment is practically useless. The Wolf Knight remarked, somewhat bewildered. Why not give it a try? Li Wu casually swapped the abyssal bracelet for his silver bracelet that only enhanced strength and bone by 12 each. His health officially surpassed 3,000 points. Defense rose to 556, but his attack dropped to 404. Chapter 54. Abyssal Priestess having acquired a golden item. Li Wu had no intention of keeping it for himself. He smiled and said, let us keep track of this bracelet. We'll tally it up at the end of the dungeon. All right, let me check the auction house for any other suitable golden gear for you. Baidebaegong nodded, summoning the auction interface to search for equipment that could bolster Li Wu's capabilities. That won't be necessary. It's too valuable, Li Wu replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You're overthinking it. I'm not that extravagant. I'm merely helping you look. You'll purchase it yourself? Then I won't trouble you further. Let us get back to the fight. Li Wu halted any further attempts at extravagance and began to move away. As Baidebaegong walked, he browsed the auction house, discovering 2 level 10 golden items currently up for bidding, yet neither suited Li Wu. In truth, Li Wu's equipment was already quite exceptional. Aside from his weapon and a bracelet and ring that were silver, the rest were all level 10 golden or above. One could assert that, excluding those 3 items, his overall gear was even comparable to that of the Wolf Knight. Certainly, when it comes to pricing, the Wolf Knight's weapon could easily overpower the entire being of Li Wu. The 10 individuals once again stood before the Abyss Warrior. After a brief examination of the Abyss Warrior's statistics, Li Wu calculated the approximate results. His current defense stood at 556 points, and even if he remained passive, factoring in various skills and standard attacks, his damage per second DPS was around 560 points. With Baidebaegong's talent mitigating 8 points, his DPS dwindled to approximately 500 points. The healing spell could neutralize an additional 270 points, leaving a mere 230 points of DPS. Furthermore, the Whirlwind Slash skill, which instead reduced damage taken, combined with his powerful strike occurring every 8 seconds, would allow him to endure a fierce battle. With a fierce battle cry, Li Wu charged forward. Executing a leap strike, he unleashed a flurry of powerful blows, culminating in a series of attacks that stacked 5 layers of poison, generating substantial threat per second. While facing minor foes, the Wolf Knight could potentially snatch aggro with a burst of damage, but against the Abyss Warrior, such a feat was entirely unfeasible. With a DPS of 2,300, even the Wolf Knight would find it exhausting. Engaging the Abyss Warrior, which required little technical skill and relied primarily on raw statistics, proved straightforward. The only alarming moment occurred when the Abyss Warrior unexpectedly landed 2 critical hits, highlighting the inadequacy of the monster's information. However, Li Wu was not without a solution. After signaling everyone to cease their actions, he landed a powerful strike to stun the enemy before activating his berserk state and swiftly retreating, including the time spent circling back. The entire encounter did not exceed a minute and a half before the Abyss Warrior succumbed. The Adjudicator approached to loot the fallen foe, only to discover yet another piece of gold equipment, lamentably accompanied by merely 3 silver items. Nevertheless, this gold piece was an article of clothing, not as splendid as those worn by the trio, but still considerably more valuable than other gold-tier fragments, worth 2 or 3 lesser items. Even the Wolf Knight, who claimed to disdain gold gear, couldn't help but smirk. After all, who doesn't appreciate wealth? Having conquered 2 dungeons in succession, the group eagerly surged towards the central corridor. After clearing 2 waves of minor foes, the 3rd dungeon materialized before them. Abyss Priest. Level 10. Life, 120,000. Defense, 450. Magical attack, 850. Skill 2. Abyss Summoning. Summons 5 Abyss Demons to assist in battle. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Skill 3. Mass Healing. Restores 100 points of life to all allied targets within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. Upon seeing the Abyss Priest's statistics, Li Wu couldn't resist rolling his eyes at Baidebaegong. Why not engage such an easily defeated foe first instead of tackling those two? I wonder what you were thinking. What are you talking about? This one is far more challenging than the other two. Beos retorted defiantly. That life drain has damage. How is that difficult? Oh, whatever. Let's just attack, Li Wu sighed. And amidst Beo's exclamations, he charged toward the Abyss Priest. Just as he approached, the Abyss Priest let out a thunderous call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come quickly. Li Wu's mind filled with frustration as he confronted the suddenly appearing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Abyss demons and executed a leap strike upon the Abyss Priest. Ignore the minor creatures. Focus your fire. Retreat 50 meters and heal if you're out of health. After a command from Li Wu, various skills were unleashed upon him fervently. Beos finally grasped the reason behind Li Wu's sigh. The bloodthirsty skill of the elite creature inflicted a mere 29 points of damage upon Li Wu. The 5 monsters collectively dealt only 145 points of damage. The standard attacks amounted to a meager 1 point, despite the life drain causing 47 points of damage over 3 seconds. However, the cooldown for life drain was 5 seconds, and it would also employ other skills, resulting in an approximate 8-second interval, reducing the damage per second to a mere 205. There was no need for her to absorb the 8 damage for Li Wu. Mere healing spells could sustain him at full health. As for the so-called infinite summons, Beos couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, observing his rapidly depleting health even with continuous healing. The output was overwhelmingly excessive, summoning even one more minor creature would spell doom. It was precisely because of Li Wu that this battle was manageable. Otherwise, who could expect a defensive warrior to serve as a damage dealer? Especially one whose output surpassed that of the so-called strongest mage in the novice village, known as 5188. As Beos suspected, the Abyssal Priest had no damage mitigation skills. Under the full assault of 10 individuals, the Abyssal Priest fell within less than 50 seconds. With its collapse, the 10 unharmed elite creatures vanished. Li Wu lamented the loss, recognizing that while defeating 10 elite creatures was somewhat ambitious, the minor creatures, susceptible to slowing effects, could be easily dispatched, perhaps yielding a couple of silver items. The summons were justified per the distribution, as the Abyssal Priest transformed into a radiant light. Aside from a few pieces of equipment left on the ground, the very ground beneath them began to tremble, followed by the collapse of the stone wall at the end of the passage. Chapter 55, Moral Coerción. Beos swiftly moved forward to collect the items, then regarded the crumbling stone wall with caution. As the tremors ceased, another deep passage appeared at the end of the corridor. Surely there can't be more? The Wolf Knight remarked with excitement. It's quite possible, although these 3 are challenging. Even without me, if you collaborate with Hao Jianjun and his ally with healing abilities, you might still succeed. I refuse to believe that in the entire Huaxia server, no novice village could devise a strategy to conquer this dungeon with their combined might, Li Wu replied with a smile. I concur. Since yesterday when Zhang Tianxiao released the strategy for the Hellhound, many novice villages have slain the Hellhound, and there are certainly numerous villages capable of tackling dungeons. Yet, I have yet to hear of any novice village that has completely cleared a dungeon. Beos transition from caution to excitement. Who wouldn't be thrilled at the prospect of an additional battle? The Abyssal Priest dropped a level 10 golden mage boots. After sharing the details in the team channel, Beos donned the boots, while the remaining 3 pieces of silver equipment garnered little interest, as everyone's focus remained on the newly revealed passage. Throughout their journey, not a single monster was encountered, and at the end of the corridor lay a grand hall, where a colossal figure sat regally upon a throne at the far end. Beside the throne lay a massive, pitch-black canine creature. Abyssal Lord, level 10, life 120,000, defense 450, physical attack 900, magical attack 900, skill 1, bloodthirst, skill 2, abyssal inferno, skill 3, healing art, restores 120 health points equal to the target's magic value, skill 4, mounting posture, upon mounting a steed, both attack values increase by 50, and all damage is absorbed by the steed. Skill 5, Abyssal Body, reduces physical damage by 50 and magical damage by 50. Abyssal Demon Wolf, level 10, life 100,000, defense 450, physical attack 800, skill 1, bite, inflicts 150 physical damage to the target, cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2, Blood Drain, absorbs 10 health points. Skill 3, Howl, reduces the movement speed of all targets within a 100-meter radius by 50, cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 4, Savior. When the Master's health drops below 50, becomes immune to all control effects and rushes to the Master's side. Upon seeing the information of the two monsters, Baidabeos exclaimed in astonishment. Two of them. Unless we summon Hao Jianjun immediately. A dual defense and dual healing strategy might work. The Wolf Knight shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Indeed, it's quite challenging. The Abyssal Lord's mounting posture is exceedingly fierce. An increase of 50 in both attacks means even if Hao Jianjun arrives, it won't suffice. I wonder if he starts on his mount, for if that is the case, no one will be able to help. That should not be the case. Look at the Abyssal Demon Wolf. It possesses a savior skill, suggesting it only activates when the Lord's health drops to 50. Thus, the correct strategy would be to eliminate the Abyssal Demon Wolf first, then the Lord, but alas, we may not endure. Li Wu sighed. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lonely Nothing Cold suddenly spoke. I do have a strategy. What kind of strategy? Li Wu asked, puzzled. It requires a monetary investment. Lonely Nothing Cold grinned. Li Wu blinked in surprise, thinking Lonely Nothing Cold was jesting, and turned to Baidabeos, teasing. Yes, talking to you. Baidabeos rolled his eyes at Li Wu and then turned to Lonely Nothing Cold. If the method proves effective, money is no issue. When Lonely Nothing Cold revealed his plan, everyone's eyes sparkled with interest. If it were another team, this method would be futile. Who could possibly defeat the foe with just 3 individuals? Even if it were feasible, the timing would be inadequate. However, with Li Wu present, as long as they could withstand the onslaught, it would merely take a few seconds. All right, if it works, each will receive a reward of 1 gold. Baidabeos promptly decided, with a reward of 1,000 coins for each. Li Wu regarded Baidabeos as if he were a fool, silently lamenting the youth's naivety. What money are you speaking of? If one dies in the dungeon, they are simply transported outside. No items are lost. What is this talk of buying lives? Is there truly an excess of life to sell? If one cannot pass through normally, ISNT it's still death? If Baidabeos insisted on trying it, could the others refrain? The entire dungeon's rewards lay in Baidabeos' hands. Could Lonely Nothing Cold and the others disregard his commands? Moreover, collaboratively strategizing to tackle the dungeon, sharing insights and ideas, is surely a common endeavor. The allocation plan has been finalized, yet after witnessing the recent developments, I feel shortchanged and wish to increase my contribution. Yesterday, I spent an entire day with Baidabeos, yet we failed to clear a single instance, and we lost count of the minor monsters we encountered. Baidabeos and the Wolf Knight, the strongest among us, are putting in work without reward. Shouldn't they feel the same sense of loss? This fellow has resorted to cunning tactics, binding the other 6 players together in a subtle moral coercion. It would have been more straightforward, given Baidabeos' character. Would he be inclined to offer suggestions freely? Inwardly, I lament that this individual has narrowed his path, clinging to 2 powerful allies, yet failing to appreciate their value. Unlike Baidabeos, the Wolf Knight has caught on, casting a cold glance at the situation. While we possess wealth, it does not grant the right to treat us as fools. The Wolf Knight, maintaining his composure, refrained from an outburst and spoke calmly. Money cannot be obtained without effort. Dying in an instance incurs no real loss. I have heard of teams that have perished 10 or 20 times while clearing new content. Why should our team receive a reward of 2,000 for merely dying? The expression of the individual, known as Lonely Everything, is cold, shifted slightly, ready to retort, only to be interrupted by the Wolf Knight's subsequent remarks. Rewards are not out of the question. I can even double the amount. But this is not a ransom for lives. These 2 instances are likely the final challenges. Surpassing them may yield prestige rewards for first-time completion. Although the purpose of prestige remains unclear, I wish to acquire as much as possible. Therefore, when we tackle the second instance, anyone who chooses to withdraw will receive a reward of 2 gold. The Wolf Knight's words plunged several into silence, yet only 4 players truly wrestled with their decision. Among the 7, 3 have been aligned with the Wolf Knight since the server's inception, and naturally, they would not disrespect the notion of prestige. Without him, they would not have had the opportunity for such first-time achievements. One conflicted player pondered aloud. May I opt not to take the reward, but still receive prestige? Certainly, replied the Wolf Knight, but you must share the financial burden of the rewards for the others. It is unreasonable for me to pay while you simply ride along for prestige. Chapter 56. Abundant wealth does not equate to foolishness. Ultimately, all 7, including Lonely Everything is Cold, opted for the reward. On one side lay the prospect of receiving 2,000 without effort. On the other, the likelihood of incurring several thousand in expenses for an uncertain prestige. For an ordinary player, the choice was clear and devoid of real conflict. Moreover, ordinary players are not entirely excluded from acquiring prestige. Simply participating in battles against wild monsters grants 5 points. Who among them would be willing to spend money to buy prestige? They could gradually accumulate it instead. In the novice village, One could easily gather 20 points in a day, and with the main city opening, the potential for accumulation would only increase. Only a fool would spend money on such a commodity. As I observed the Wolf Knight, I found myself bewildered. He was unlike what I had expected. Unlike Debeos, who was foolish and wealthy, the Wolf Knight was indeed astute. He not only outmaneuvered lonely everything is cold, but also seized the opportunity to garner some prestige. While ordinary players hesitated to gamble on uncertain prestige, the Wolf Knight had little to lose, perhaps just a pair of underpants worth of funds. Furthermore, his verbal tactics were remarkably skillful, subtly ensnaring those few individuals in his scheme. What is the point of purchasing prestige? If prestige truly exists, it rightfully belongs to others. Why should one desire to buy it and expect others to follow suit? If you possess the capability, refrain from relying on others for assistance in dungeons. You spend money to have someone withdraw from the party, yet those who remain see their prestige increase due to the system's allocation. Take it up with the system. It has no bearing on anyone else. These individuals, oblivious to being led astray by the Wolf Knight, draw no attention from Li Wu, who feels it matters little. After all, they are not at a loss, as a reward of 4,000 is hardly insignificant. Were it not for the fact that prestige cannot be transferred, he would have considered selling it. His prestige has exceeded 10,000, a veritable achievement, without the need for speculation. A price multiplied several times would not be unreasonable, yet alas, it cannot be sold. Li Wu resolves to no longer underestimate the wealthy. The notion that foolishness accompanies wealth is merely a delusion of the impoverished. Isn't 2 gold a paltry sum? I sense that Debeos' words remain unspoken, yet he is silenced by the Wolf Knight, his wide eyes filled with confusion. Observing Debeos' naivety, Li Wu discreetly suppresses his earlier thoughts. Debeos' demeanor seems to have been swayed by a private chat with the Wolf Knight. A hint of anger colors his fair cheeks, yet he wisely refrains from outbursts, aware that the opportunity for a first clear may never return. With the conditions settled, Li Wu interjects. Actually, there's no need for Wolf Go to guide. Suddenly, Lonely Everything Cold speaks up, eliciting puzzled glances from the crowd as he cheerfully retrieves a novice handgun from his bag. The handgun's range surpasses that of skills. Li Wu glances at the proud, Lonely Everything Cold, unable to resist rolling his eyes. This fellow is quite clever, yet he seems oblivious to the concept of being satiated. Lonely Everything Cold steps forward, aiming the handgun at the distant Abyssal Lord. Bang! After the first shot, nothing changes. Lonely Everything Cold awkwardly chuckles. He missed. Bang! Immunity. The second shot successfully strikes the Abyssal Lord upon his throne, the word immunity floating above him, yet it effectively provokes the Lord, who rises to approach. The minions beneath the throne, no, the wolf minions, let out a howl and charge down. The 7 members of Lonely Everything Cold flee at once, while Li Wu and his companions merely sidestep. As the two pass by, Li Wu delivers a swift blow, rendering the Abyssal Wolf stunned. After exchanging blows with the wolf, Li Wu draws enough aggro and gradually leads the creature beneath the throne while retreating. The Abyssal Wolf possesses only a single damage skill, given Li Wu's current defense. He does not even require potions, as Debeos' healing suffices. With little pressure, Li Wu cannot help but inquire about a question that had crossed his mind earlier. White Heroine, why was there immunity when using the handgun? I recall you having used one before. Are you unaware? Debeos replies, somewhat surprised, it's not about that. It's a matter of defense. If the combined attack power of the firearm and bullets does not surpass the target's defense, not even a forced 1-point damage can trigger. Will this firearm remain useful in the later stages? Even with fixed high damage, it cannot surpass the total defense of players' equipment, and later monsters will likely prove difficult to penetrate. Li Wu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the inclusion of firearms in the game. Was it merely a ploy to exploit the wealthy players? What purpose do these weapons serve, then? Who knows? It is rumored that some players have already mastered the art of crafting armor-piercing bullets by hand. Perhaps ammunition will soon become affordable. If it dares to drop to 10 copper coins apiece, I would not hesitate to reclaim my dual pistols. What is the significance of dual pistols? Some say that another novice village has unveiled a level 10 golden rifle, boasting an impressive rate of fire. The Wolf Knight interjected with palpable excitement. Li Wu cast a sidelong glance at the Wolf Knight and queried, why are you so thrilled? With your circumstances, I doubt you've ever handled a firearm in reality. Not only have I handled one, but I have also shot, he replied, though alas, it was merely at the shooting range. In this game, one can not only slay monsters, but also engage in combat with other players. Li Wu nodded in agreement, recognizing that every man harbors a dream of wielding a firearm. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated military service previously. As they spoke, the abyssal demon wolf fell to the ground without contest, and a massive figure charged angrily towards them from a distance. The other 7 had accomplished their designated objectives, leaving ample time for Li Wu and his companions. Chapter 57. The Job Change in Shenhao City. The abyssal demon wolf did not drop any loot, and Li Wu hurriedly positioned himself to confront the abyssal lord. Without the abyssal demon wolf, the abyssal lord was akin to a toothless tiger, though it possessed a terrifying attack power of 900 points. Its skills were limited to bloodthirst and abyssal inferno. The pesky healing spells that irritated others were, in fact, alleviating Li Wu's burden, as the troublesome 50 damage reduction rendered his attacks nearly ineffective. The abyssal lord lingered for merely 10 seconds longer than the abyssal demon wolf. Once he confirmed that the other 7 had withdrawn from the party, Li Wu delivered the final strike. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the instance, abyssal lord, earning 0 experience. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the instance, abyssal demon wolf, earning 0 experience. Ding! Congratulations to your team for completing the first kill of the abyssal passage instance, earning team prestige of 3,000 points. With 3 members in the team, you receive 1,000 points of prestige. Server announcement. Congratulations to the team led by Dabo for achieving the first kill of the abyssal passage instance, earning team prestige of 3,000 points. May all players continue to strive for excellence. Yay! The consecutive announcements sent by Dabo's fair face flushing with excitement. I'm on television. The whole of Huaxia knows my name now. Just as Dabo's words faded, another server announcement momentarily eclipsed her name. Server announcement. The abyssal passage has been opened, and the 12 zodiac cities of the abyss are now accessible. Players at level 10 or above may choose to enter any of the 12 zodiac cities at the entrance of the abyssal passage instance. Before this announcement could even scroll 3 times, Li Wu and his companions instinctively placed their hands on the suddenly materializing light screen. Upon seeing the prompt that appeared, Li Wu azitata. However, he quickly realized that even if he stayed behind, the other 2 might not allow him to engage freely in combat with the rampaging giant ape. The strategy for confronting the 3-headed hellhound in mount climbing has been unveiled, and it is anticipated that a multitude of climbers will gather tomorrow. In a moment of hesitation, Li Wu watched as the figures of Baidaba and the Wolf Knight vanished, prompting him to hurriedly click on the confirmation button. There are rewards for first kills and first completions. Does the first player to reach the city receive a reward? What about the first player to change their class? This is quite the delay. Fortunately, when Li Wu arrived in Shenhou City, no new server-wide announcement rang out. It seems there are no rewards for being the first to reach the city. At that moment, Li Wu found himself in a vast square, dominated by 9 towering statues. Beneath each statue stood a shadowy figure. To Li Wu's astonishment, as he approached, all 9 figures swiftly converged on him, encircling him. Greetings, adventurer. Are you interested in joining the Assassin Alliance? One figure clad in tight leather armor and of slight build spoke first. What is the point of a sneaky profession? You should join our warrior alliance instead. You look strong and well-suited to be a warrior. Another figure, wielding a longsword, casually pushed the diminutive assassin aside and laughed heartily. Do you dare to engage in professional discrimination? Do you believe I won't stab you in the back at midnight? A golden-haired girl with a longbow swayed slightly, causing her bow to send the leaping assassin flying far away. With a cheerful smile, she addressed Li Wu. How about the Archer Alliance? There are plenty of beautiful women. Speaking of beautiful women, the Priest Alliance has the most. A tall beauty in a white robe, unable to conceal her ample bosom, squeezed her way forward. Join our Knight Alliance. We offer dual mastery of magic and martial arts, along with various mounts that can be exchanged for free. Our Mage Alliance is superior. The ultimate damage is what you deserve. Have you heard of the Summoner? Pets and mounts are mere illusions. We can summon our own, and it's free. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, overwhelming Li Wu and causing a throbbing headache. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out, Gar Alliance. If you want to come. Who cares about those as skinny as chicklings? Li Wu turned in surprise toward a towering figure clad in full metal armor, wielding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, standing an imposing height of 2 meters. Even knowing who he was, Li Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you playing hard to get with me?" As if I would crave being a moving target. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Baidaba for being the first to transition to Mage, receiving a set of golden-grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Wolf Knight for being the first to transition to Warrior, receiving a set of golden-grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianxia for being the first to transition tonight, receiving a set of golden grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Feng Chue Dan Dan Liang for being the first to transition to priest, receiving a set of golden grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. The series of server-wide announcements left Li Wu's expression drastically altered, and he quickly scrolled through the messages before dashing towards the muscular man. I wish to join the Guard Alliance. I want to be a moving target. Please, let me transition. Among the 9 professions, only the Summoner and Guardian remain unchosen by players. The Summoner, relying on summoned creatures for combat, is inherently frail, even less resilient than a mere monkey. If Li Wu wishes to acquire a set of golden tier profession gear and 1,000 reputation points, he has no choice but to opt for the Guardian. The burly man cast a disdainful glance at Li Wu, wasting no time as he waved his hand, a golden light descending upon Li Wu. System notification. Do you wish to change to Guardian? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on being the first to change to Guardian, earning 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Your free attribute points have been reset. Please redistribute them. Ding. Your novice universal skills have been forgotten. Please learn professional skills from your mentor. Ding. You have acquired the Guardian's profession traits. Attack decreased by 20, stamina increased by 20, defense increased by 20. Server announcement. Congratulations to the Invincible Cute team for being the first to change to Guardian, receiving a set of golden tier profession gear and 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a set of golden tier profession gear. Seeing a row of golden gleam in his backpack, Li Wu let out a gentle sigh of relief. He had been torn between high attack speed professions and tanky ones. His talent combined with rapid attack speed would undoubtedly be swift, but high speed also meant fragility. Once his talents surged, no one could restrain him, and any random skill could lead to his demise. Tanky professions, while resilient, would not reach high attack speeds. But considering that toxin skills could trigger slicing effects and were only activated in melee, it could compensate for the speed issue. A golden tier profession set, undoubtedly valuable, might be worth millions, considering his experience selling equipment over the past few days. With only 9 such rewards among nearly 1 billion players in all of China, just the thought of it was tantalizing. Chapter 58. The love-hate relationship with the golden set. Filled with anticipation, Li Wu glanced at the weapon attributes in his backpack, his eyes lighting up with delight, only to quickly shift to a look of horror. Refined steel longsword gold, bound. Attack, 360. Stamina, 26. Bone, 26. Strength, 26. Equipped skill, lifesteal. Attack grants 5 lifesteal. Equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirement, warrior, shield bearer, assassin. Equipment rating, 78. The weapon is indeed excellent, although lacking active skills. The 5 lifesteal serves as a passive skill, quite practical. But why must it be bound? Li Wu hastily inspected the other equipment, only to reveal an expression of despair. All were bound, none could be sold, and despite being labeled as a profession set, there were no set attributes, merely a collection of names. 2 or 3 pieces were even inferior to what he already possessed, utterly insulting the title of a profession set. Wait, his current equipment wouldn't change, would it? Li Wu quickly checked his equipped items, relieved to find that the opening of the city did not alter his gear into professional equipment. He feared that his health and defense-enhancing gear would transform into mage-oriented equipment. Where'd he go to weep? Moreover, non-professional equipment would surely be more valuable than professional gear, so he wouldn't incur a loss. Upon re-evaluating the golden set of rewards bestowed by the system, it became evident that the attributes were uniform, enhancing stamina, constitution, and strength, albeit with varying quantities based on the specific piece of equipment. Steel shield, defense 100, stamina 26, constitution 26, strength 26. Steel armor, health 1000, defense 100, stamina 23, constitution 23, strength 23. Steel helmet, health 400, stamina 20, constitution 20, strength 20. Steel leggings, defense 36, stamina 20, constitution 20, strength 20. Steel boots, health 180, stamina 20. Constitution 20, strength 20, movement speed increased by 18. Steel necklace, attack 36, stamina 18, spirit 18, strength 18. Steel bracelet, health 180, stamina 18, constitution 18, strength 18. Steel bracers, attack 36, stamina 18, constitution 18, strength 18. Steel ring, attack 36, stamina 18, constitution 18, agility 18. Steel band, defense 36, stamina 18, constitution 18, agility 18. This ensemble represented a rather standard set of Guardian gear, most of which surpassed that worn by Li Wu, particularly as he still donned 2 pieces of silver equipment. However, the weapon, tunic, and boots were inferior to Li Wu's current attire, and the bracelets offered a rather average enhancement, falling short of the 3 bone bracelets previously acquired. Nonetheless, since all items were bound, Li Wu decided to equip everything except for the boots and bracelets. The tunic was marginally lacking, and it seemed prudent to sell it while it still held value. The helmet would need to be returned to the Wolf Knight. After completing the outfit change, Li Wu glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Invincible Adorable Squad. Level: 10. Health points: 5076. Magic points: 480. Physical attack power: 699. Magic attack power: 60. Defense: 933. Stamina: 237. Spirit: 48. Strength: 221. Constitution: 253. Intelligence: 30. Agility: 66. Skills: Guardian Specialization, Frenzy, Toxin. After the transformation, Li Wu gazed at his character panel in bewilderment. The explosive increase in attributes was rather expected, considering he had not only upgraded his weapon, but also acquired a substantial shield. However, he sensed something amiss until he noticed the addition of the passive skill, Guardian Specialization, in his skill bar. This specialization reduced his attack power by 20 while augmenting his stamina and defense by 20, which accounted for his extraordinarily high health and defense values. Presumably, other classes would experience corresponding changes as well. With a sigh, Li Wu approached the Guardian class instructor to request the acquisition of class skills. At level 10, he was permitted to learn 3 skills, with an additional skill available for every 5 levels thereafter. The first 2 skills were Taunt and Valiant Strike, which he could learn at no cost. However, the third skill, Shield Bash, demanded a tuition fee of 2 gold, even though the effect was identical to the Strike skill automatically learned at level 5. After changing classes, the Strike skill had been removed, only to be replaced by a shield-related skill that required a hefty sum of 2,000 coins. Why is learning a skill so exorbitantly priced? Li Wu exclaimed, glaring at the class instructor. The gaze of the career mentor was wider than that of Li Wu, and the one behind was even more expensive. If you lack funds, hurry up and earn some. Do not embarrass yourself here. Alas, Li Wu, with his fiery temper, immediately produced 2 gold coins, completed the lesson, and turned to leave. The mentor's arm was nearly as thick as his waist. If you can't provoke them, then avoid them. Baidaba and the Wolf Knight were uncertain which city they had been transported to. Upon reaching the teleportation portal they had just arrived at, Li Wu pressed a button, only to be taken aback. The teleportation array displayed 12 cities, yet the system indicated that the portal was damaged, allowing entry but not exit. Was this truly a predicament? Just then, Baidaba sent a voice message. I'm in Rabbit City. Where are you? Let's divide the loot from the dungeon. I'm in Monkey City, but this teleportation portal is broken. Can you make it over here? Li Wu glanced at the few players sporadically appearing through the portal and sighed in resignation. Although Baidaba had transitioned to a mage, the skills learned from the skill book remained. His attributes must have skyrocketed as well, and his healing capacity was undoubtedly remarkable. He was considering collaborating with her to explore the wilderness. To his dismay, the 12 Zodiac cities were not interconnected, a choice he had made hastily for the sake of speed. Just moments ago, the Abyss Lord had dropped 2 pieces of golden equipment, a pet egg of an abyssal wolf, and several pieces of silver equipment. I will send you the information. Baidaba, recalling the matter of sharing the spoils, listed the findings for Li Wu, a level 10 golden helmet and a level 10 golden ring, with the abyssal wolf pet egg of certain quality. I will directly convert this into cash for you. Now that the main city has opened, I intend to establish a guild, and these pieces of equipment can serve as rewards, which I plan to collect. All right. Chapter 59, War Sky Guild. Let us keep the accounts clear, my dear sister. With the main city opening, level 10 equipment won't hold as much value anymore. Even golden equipment will certainly see a significant depreciation. Baidaba was unusually finicky about finances. The sudden opening of the main city had caught him off guard. Just a minute ago, level 10 golden equipment could fetch 40 to 50,000. But with players reaching the main city, free from level limits, they would quickly level up and acquire even higher tier equipment. The top-tier players' gear would soon be rendered obsolete and flood the market, causing prices to plummet. For instance, the 9 players who had just transitioned would soon flood the market with dozens of items, most likely golden equipment. The dungeon had yielded a total of 5 pieces of level 10 golden equipment, all loose items, which could be valued at 10,000 each. There were 14 pieces of silver equipment, each valued at 1,000. As for the abyssal wolf pet egg, I plan to gift it to my mother, initially appraising it at 200,000, akin to my own pet, with future adjustments if needed. Sound good? After deducting the bracelet and the Wolf Knight's helmet, I will transfer you 68,000. All right. Bai Daba's speed in transferring funds remained impressively swift, and in the next moment, Li Wu received 68,000, his spirits lifted. Yet soon after, his elation began to wane. The anticipated plummet of golden equipment prices? Would the gear he had just exchanged also suffer the same fate? With this thought in mind, Li Wu hurriedly listed all the equipment he had swapped out for sale. Upon noticing the finely crafted steel boots and bracelets secured within her backpack, Li Wu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided against replacing them with the platinum boots and 3 bone bracelets. After organizing her equipment, Li Wu strolled through the city, seeking potential quests. Blue Star exhibited peculiarities, as the novice village lacked any introductory tasks. While the secondary profession mentors in the village would issue occupational quests, they merely served as prerequisites for acquiring life skills, devoid of any supplementary rewards. For instance, one might need to smelt a certain quantity of iron or to learn the forging skill. Li Wu, having heard from her mother about the substantial investments required for life professions in the early stages, refrained from pursuing any secondary profession. Despite engaging in numerous conversations, she failed to trigger any quests, leading her to believe that the main city would similarly lack available tasks. Wasn't this akin to exploiting players? In contrast to other games, where a succession of main and side quests would yield rewards of some sort, here, even stones could be exchanged for currency. The absence of quests meant no need for rewards, saving a significant expense given the player base. A server-wide announcement echoed. Player Jean Tion is the first to establish a guild Jean Tion. Rewards include Guild Level 1, a Golden Guild Warehouse, a Golden Guild Banner, and 10 server-wide announcements. Accompanied by a series of server notifications, the system's alerts sounded. Ding! Players at level may 10th summon the guild panel to apply for membership, and those who join a guild can teleport for free to the city of the guild leader within 24 hours. Li Wu, following the system's prompt, summoned the guild interface, only to discover that the guild list displayed solely the Jean Tion Guild, located in Zishu City. Bai Dabao's speculation was indeed accurate. Jean Tion had successfully established a guild. Should she consider joining Jean Tion? As the inaugural guild, its prospects for growth appeared promising. Frankly, she doubted that the incidents in the novice village could be replicated in the main city. With the guild system in place, the chaotic skirmishes among individual players would likely become a thing of the past. It was commonplace for various guilds to monopolize and control the wilderness, with even some efficient leveling spots potentially falling under their sway. As a formidable guardian equipped with top-tier gear, her entry into a guild would surely attract attention. By negotiating favorable terms, she could secure a stable and lucrative position within the game, perhaps even enjoy benefits such as insurance and retirement plans. However, she pondered whether having indirectly claimed 2 server-wide announcements and 6,000 reputation points from Jean Tion would provoke retaliation from its leader. Just as Li Wu lingered in indecision, Bai Dabao sent her a voice message. Upon answering, Bai Dabao's eager voice rushed forth. "Brother, please establish the guild quickly. You can sell it afterward. Hurry to the Lord's office to apply for the guild. Whether you manage it yourself or sell it, you're bound to profit." "What do you mean?" Li Wu inquired, somewhat bewildered. "Establishing a guild requires 3,000 reputation points, which you undoubtedly possess. I suspect that the second guild will also receive a server announcement and rewards. Even if it doesn't, establishing a guild early is more valuable. Hurry." Bai Dabao was genuinely anxious for Li Wu's success. All right. Upon hearing this, Li Wu hastily took off running, exclaiming, "If reputation is the requirement, aside from myself and Jean Tianxia, who else could possibly possess 3,000 reputation?" "Not necessarily," Bai Dabao interjected. "Just moments ago, 9 individuals received 1,000 reputation points each. I already have over 2,000 reputation myself, and besides, the announcements for double and triple kills in the novice village have yet to be made." Upon reflecting on Bai Dabao's words, Li Wu realized that he was unaware of who had achieved the first and third kills of the Electric Zombie King, as well as the first, second, and third kills of the Silver Wolf King and the third kill of the Rampaging Giant Ape, alongside the 3 kills of the Hellhound. Although the probability of such occurrences was negligible, there was still the possibility that others, like himself, had obtained the full reputation without a party. At least for now, it was evident that Jean Tianxia had monopolized the reputation rewards. Otherwise, his reputation could not have reached 3,000 points. After inquiring nearby about the location of the Lord's Mansion, Li Wu swiftly made his way there. The Lord's Mansion stood in the heart of the city, flanked by 2 rows of guards, each gripping long swords. their eyes scanning the surroundings with cold vigilance. With a flick of his wrist, Li Wu cast a true I spell, discovering that aside from the guard's displayed level of 60, the rest remained shrouded in mystery. He wondered if the game might impose some sort of penalty for trespassing into the Lord's mansion. Feeling slightly anxious in the presence of the imposing guards, Li Wu approached. As expected, the guards grew alert upon his advance, and one stepped forward, sword in hand. To question him, "What brings you here?" "I seek to establish a guild, and would appreciate it if you could notify the Lord," Li Wu replied. Such a trivial matter concerning a mere civilian guild hardly warrants the Lord's attention. "You may enter through the side door and speak with the director of the Civilian Organization Supervisory Office," the guard retorted. Li Wu smacked his lips, then proceeded towards the small side door indicated by the guard. Although he had entered the Lord's mansion, the side entrance led him into a narrow alleyway, which only seemed to diverge further from the intended destination. He began to doubt whether this so-called Lord's mansion was merely a facade, wondering if the designers from Blue Star had yet to create its interior. Eventually, he arrived at an office space and found the Civilian Organization Supervisory Office. An elderly man with a goatee lounged in a rocking chair, seemingly dozing off. Li Wu's arrival appeared to disturb the man's slumber, prompting him to grumpily inquire, "Who are you looking for?" "I wish to establish a guild." The old man perked up at the mention of a guild, sitting up abruptly with newfound enthusiasm. "What type of establishment method would you prefer?" "Establishment method?" Li Wu was taken aback. Wasn't it said that 3,000 reputation sufficed to create a guild? What methods are available? The old man stroked his goatee, smiling as he explained, "There are two methods to establish a guild. One is to complete the monster extermination tasks issued by the Lord's Mansion to earn merit. Once you accumulate 1,000 merit points, you may establish a guild for free. The second method involves consuming 3,000 reputation to apply directly. Tasks. At last a quest." Li Wu's spirit lifted instantly, and he eagerly asked, "What tasks are available?" "To the left upon exiting, there is a task hall. You may find it there," the old man replied. Though intrigued by the tasks, Li Wu recognized the importance of time and promptly declared, "I shall directly consume my reputation to apply for the establishment of a guild." The elder seemed to have anticipated Li Wu's choice, extending his hand with a smile. 2,000 gold coins. "What?" Li Wu, suppressing the urge to clean his ears, asked incredulously. 2,000 gold coins. Weren't you just saying it was free to establish? I mentioned that 1,000 merit points would allow for a free establishment, but constructing with prestige requires additional payment. Is this an additional payment? It's as if you're demanding my very life. Li Wu clicked his tongue in frustration and turned to leave. 2,000 gold coins just to establish a guild? Do you take me for a fool? Upon exiting the so-called Civil Organization Regulatory Office, Li Wu connected with the voice application sent by Daba, furiously recounting his unfortunate encounter. "But this is outrageous. Establishing a guild costs 2 million. What if it doesn't sell?" Li Wu sighed. "Trust me, Brother Tuan, it will definitely sell. If I weren't worried about you losing out, I would have offered to buy it myself." Daba's words made Li Wu pause, and, after a moment's hesitation, he advised, "Establishing a guild for 2 million is daunting. Subsequent upgrades and constructions could far exceed expectations. Are you certain you can manage this?" Li Wu's concerns were not unfounded. Although he had yet to fully grasp the nature of Blue Star, it was evident that applying to establish a guild might indeed be the simplest step in the entire development of the guild. "If I can't manage it, I still have my father, right? He just asked me if I could establish a guild. I'm mainly worried about undervaluing my offer. If you can truly establish a second guild, an open auction would undoubtedly yield a high price." "An open auction? Surely not. Can it really be established for free using merit points? Though it requires completing tasks, it shouldn't be as challenging as acquiring prestige. Perhaps in a few days, establishing a guild will become quite simple. Time is money. The sooner the guild is established, the greater the advantage. It's unfortunate that Zhang Tianxia can also establish a guild and has taken the lead. Otherwise, if you were the only one able to establish a guild, selling it at a sky-high price would be a certainty." Bai Xia, true to her name, spoke from the heart, which moved Li Wu slightly. After contemplating, he said, "Perhaps I should borrow some money." When it came to money, Daba was quite straightforward and immediately inquired, "How much do you need?" 2 million. Even though Li Wu was not physically present, Daba couldn't help but roll her eyes. "In these past few days, I know you've earned more than 2 million. Where's your money?" Li Wu felt a bit embarrassed and murmured, "I can't touch that money. If you trust me, lend me 2 million. If the guild doesn't sell, consider it a gift to you, and the 3,000 prestige points will be my free gift to you." "Are you implying that you don't trust me?" Daba's tone was slightly displeased. "I trust you, but I cannot afford to gamble, nor do I dare to. This money has significant importance for me." Daba was unaware of the specific importance of Li Wu's funds, yet she sensed the sincerity in his tone. After a moment of thought, she replied, I can lend you 2 million. If the guild doesn't sell, it will be on me. I will cover you. The 3,000 prestige points will not go to waste. And I will reimburse you 2 million. Huh, wait, how much will you reimburse me for the 3,000 prestige points? Li Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening. 2 million. Of course. Why should I engage in bidding when I could simply sell it to you outright? Oh dear, Brother Tuan, why are you being so petty? The value of the second guild undoubtedly exceeds your imagination. Dabayat is exceptionally benevolent, to the extent that Li Wu instinctively worries whether her mind has been compromised. If she were to propose a direct purchase of 2 million for 3,000 reputation points, Li Wu is confident he would agree without a moment's hesitation. Frankly, if their positions were reversed, he could not assure that he would display the same gallantry as Dabayat. Li Wu entered the two characters Blue Star as the name of the guild. The game is titled Blue Star, and the guild name Blue Star's absolute 10,000 oil gold, while not universally satisfying, would not devalue the guild's reputation. Under the eager gaze of the elder, Li Wu pressed the confirmation button, deducting 2,000 gold from his account. A server-wide announcement proclaimed, Congratulations to player Invincible Charming Tuan for establishing the second guild, Blue Star. Rewards include Guild Level 1, a gold-tier guild warehouse, and 8 server announcements. The subsequent 8 server-wide announcements inundated every player's view, while far away in Zishu City. Zhang Tianxia observed the notifications with a slight frown. The name Invincible Charming Tuan had become ubiquitous, and he had rushed to establish a guild without even inspecting his equipment, fearing that Invincible Charming Tuan would seize the initiative. Half an hour had passed. He initially believed that this individual would not monopolize the first kill of the Cerberus and the reputation earned from activating the dungeon. Yet competition had inevitably arrived. After the 8 announcements concluded, Zhang Tianxia entered the system store to purchase 10 super loudspeakers. With a member limit of only 20,000 for a level 2 guild, he had anticipated gathering the strongest 20,000 players under his banner. But now, faced with a rival, he felt compelled to demonstrate his might and suppress the news of the second guild's establishment. With a top announcement on the server, Zhang Tianxia declared, War Heaven Guild. The first guild. We are recruiting heroes from across the land to collaboratively forge the strongest guild in the game. After sending out 10 super loudspeakers, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Showcasing his financial prowess was far more appealing than a mere server announcement. Each super loudspeaker cost 100 gold, and even Zhang Tianxia felt a pinch, as this million could have been spared. Chapter 61. Your uncle has reclaimed your future. At that moment, Li Wu, much like Zhang Tianxia, felt a sting in his heart. He had not anticipated that the price of loudspeakers would soar 100-fold after the main city opened. Although intermediate loudspeakers, which had only increased 10-fold, were available, their range was limited to Shenhe City. Reluctantly, Li Wu had to buy a server-wide announcement, as he felt too embarrassed to borrow money from Dabayat. With a top announcement on the server, he proclaimed, Invincible Charming Tuan, auctioning the second guild, Blue Star. Highest bidder wins. Zhang Tianxia, observing Li Wu's loudspeaker, was on the verge of cursing and immediately sent a friend request to him. The request was promptly declined. How would everyone engage in bidding? By spamming super loudspeakers? Zhang Tianxia pondered for a moment before realizing the ruthlessness of Invincible Charming Tuan. To require individuals to demonstrate their financial capability with a sum of 100,000 yuan serves to deter frivolous bids from the less serious participants. Consequently, the final transaction price is expected to exceed initial expectations. After all, calling out a bid of 100,000 yuan necessitates a careful consideration of one's offer. A low bid would result in a wasted opportunity, compelling one to increase their offer as much as possible. While the strategist of the realm had grasped the situation, Li Wu found himself perplexed, unaware of the underlying issue. The super loudspeaker announcement had been broadcast for several minutes, yet there was an utter lack of response. The regional chat buzzed with activity, yet serious bids were conspicuously absent and prices were beginning to decline. Unable to contain his frustration, Li Wu sent a voice message request to Daba. Upon connection, he found himself at a loss for words. As Li Wu remained silent, Daba cheerfully remarked, Brother, there's no need for gratitude. We are like sisters, after all. Who are we to each other? It seems like it's not selling, Li Wu hesitantly replied. Daba was taken aback, exclaiming, How is that possible? Even if it's not peak online hours for players, there should still be some response. The chat channel? Daba paused momentarily before realizing, Brother, please don't tell me your friend requests are still disabled? In a moment of realization, Li Wu slapped his forehead, intending to rectify the situation when suddenly, Someone activated the super loudspeaker. Server announcement. Call me Long Out Yen. How ruthless. You expect me to pay 100,000 yuan for a bid when your friend requests are closed? I'll bid 2 million. Server announcement. Level 8 Gale. You foolish person upstairs. Don't you know it costs 2 million to establish a guild? I bid 3 million. Server announcement. Young Master Zhao. Don't waste your loudspeakers, 2 above me. I bid 4 million. Server announcement. Xiao Li Qian Kuan. 5 million. Seeing the bid reach 5 million left Li Wu momentarily stunned. Yet he quickly remembered to alter his friend's settings. With the bid now at 5 million, his anxiety dissipated, and after a moment as contemplation, he purchased a super loudspeaker once more. Server announcement. Invincible Cute Group. Apologies for forgetting to enable friend requests. Please, only serious inquiries. Thank you. No sooner had Li Wu completed his announcement than a flurry of friend requests inundated him. Observing the 99 requests, he frowned, pondering the excessive number of idle participants. With bids at 5 million, it seemed improbable that so many were genuine. Most were likely just curious onlookers. Server announcement. Young Master Zhao. 6 million. Server announcement. Time within the pot. 8 million. As he witnessed others still using the super loudspeaker to place bids, Li Wu could not help but comment to Bai Daba, who had yet to disconnect. Are these people insane? Why continue to use the loudspeaker for bids? You truly understand so little, Li Wu sighed. You know nothing of the world of the wealthy. The bidding continued, soon escalating to 10 million. Li Wu, with trembling hands, waited a minute in anticipation, only to find the price stagnate. What are you saying? Bai Daba inquired, unable to hear clearly, his voice laced with confusion. Nothing much. Daba, I sincerely thank you today. Had it not been for your assistance, where would I have found this 8 million? I shall say no more. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to call upon me, and I shall respond without hesitation. Bai Daba smiled gently. Oh, Tuangu, you refuse to believe you're being petty. This is just the beginning. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Do you think it can rise further? Li Wu expressed disbelief. Exceeding 10 million is no trivial matter. Ordinary management lacks the authority for such figures, so they need time to consult the higher-ups. However, we cannot just hold our ground like this. Bai Dabao's voice resonated, followed by the sound of a thunderous announcement. All servers top announcement. Bai Dabao, 12 million. Seeing Bai Dabao also rushing to announce his bid, Li Wu quickly interjected. What are you doing? I'm helping to raise your price. Then raise it a little less. Don't crush it in your hands. No worries, I know what I'm doing. Bai Dabao spoke nonchalantly, and moments later, Li Wu finally understood what it meant to have a perspective determined from birth. Though their ages were similar, Li Wu had always lived in a small county with limited horizons. His biggest dream in recent years was merely to earn an annual salary exceeding 300,000, ensuring that Tuan would always have special medication. He had seen online the extravagant players who splurged millions on games, but couldn't fathom that someone would spend 30 million for a so-called second guild. Indeed, 30 million. The individual known as Zhong Ryu ultimately bid 30 million, prompting Bai Dabao to inform Li Wu that it was nearly over and mentioned that if it weren't for the interference of the Zhantian Guild, selling for a smaller target would have been entirely feasible. This exemplified the disparity in vision among individuals. Upon receiving the 30 million, Li Wu not only increased his savings, but also broadened his horizons. They were unafraid of him defaulting. In Blue Star, outsiders could not utilize local bank cards, and should scams occur, they could be easily apprehended. Li Wu promptly invited Zhong Ryu to join the guild, and without waiting for his arrival, he hastily relinquished the position of president to him. What a joke. Zhong Ryu is not from Shunho City. I would be foolish to grant him the opportunity to teleport here. Others wishing to establish a guild would require some time, and Li Wu intended to seize the chaos to his advantage. If the so-called second guild were to set up in Shunho City, he would have no place left to stand. Chapter 62. I consider you a sister yet. All server announcement. Congratulations to player Woody Kuai Tuan for establishing the third guild, Brilliance, rewarded with guild level 1 and 5 all server announcements. Though already dazzled by the barrage of thunderous announcements, when these 5 all server announcements flashed across the screen, players throughout the Huaxiao region were left utterly stunned. All servers top announcement. Woody Kuai Tuan, auctioning the third guild, Brilliance. Is anyone else coming? Zhan Tianxia, witnessing the repeated all server announcements, felt even his steadfast demeanor falter as his blood pressure surged. Zhong Ryu, joyfully discussing the future of the guild with his followers, could no longer maintain his delight upon seeing the newly released all-server announcement. Bai Dabao couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Tuan Ge's pettiness dissipated far too swiftly. Now he understood why this fellow had suddenly sought her assistance. Was the third guild truly so enticing? There are already 2 guilds established, and the appeal is somewhat limited. However, the rewards for a level 1 guild remain quite enticing, with bids having soared to 24 million. Naturally, this surge can be attributed to the price manipulation orchestrated by DeBeos. Employing his usual tactics, after confirming that the buyer, the level 8 Gale, was present in Haiju City, Li Wu swiftly transferred leadership and exited without leaving any room for negotiation. A server-wide announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to player Invincible Adorable Team for establishing their 4th guild, Brilliant," with rewards of 3 server-wide announcements. The top message on the server read, "Invincible Adorable Team, auctioning the 4th guild, Brilliant. Friends who previously bid can privately message with their offers." Li Wu, aware of the saying that things come in threes, kindly reminded potential buyers to submit their bids privately. The perennial question arose, is the 4th guild truly desirable? Hu Zhongryu and Gale expressed that it was not as appealing as anticipated, and aside from the 3 server-wide announcements, there were no additional rewards. The announcements effectively served as a super loudspeaker, costing merely 100,000. However, the 12 Constellation City does not currently allow for interconnectivity, making the establishment of a guild akin to monopolizing a city, a fact understood by those in the know. Consequently, capable buyers opted to use the super loudspeaker for bidding, resulting in astonishing price increases, even surpassing the previous bid. Most buyers believe that this would likely be Li Wu's last guild for sale. The name Invincible Adorable Team was well known. Having achieved the first kill of the Hellhound, activated the Abyssal Passage dungeon, and acquired the first pet egg, along with the first transition guard. No one doubted Li Wu's exclusive access to the prestige rewards. These accolades summed to exactly 10,000, sufficient to establish 3 guilds. The price for the Brilliant guild ultimately capped at 28 million. After transferring the leadership position to the buyer, Li Wu approached the elderly man with the goat horn beard once more. His prestige was certainly more than 10,000 points, bolstered by the 1,000 points from the first dungeon completion reward. However, the server-wide announcement at that time was credited to DeBeos, along with 2,000 prestige points from the second kill of the Frenzy Giant Ape and 1,000 points shared with the Spicy Rabbit Head during the second kill of the Electric Zombie King. A server-wide announcement declared, "Congratulations to player Invincible Adorable Team for establishing their 5th guild, Big White," with rewards of 3 server-wide announcements. Buyers who missed out on the 4th guild perked up, and before Li Wu could activate the loudspeaker, one buyer began to place a bid. Yet, that bid was immediately eclipsed by Li Wu's super loudspeaker. The top message on the server read, "Invincible Adorable Team, this guild is not for sale." Upon receiving an invitation to join the guild from Li Wu, DeBeos was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the guild's name, he hesitated to accept, expressing disbelief as he sent a voice message to Li Wu. "Brother, this should be your last guild, right? You're not thinking of selling it to me, are you? Although I can manage the 28 million price, purchasing this guild would leave me in dire straits. Just a moment ago, while I was helping you raise the bid, my father warned me. Our family situation is a bit complicated. He can't provide me with much more support, you understand?" DeBeos said with a mix of laughter and concern. "Family feuds? An illegitimate child? Do you have half-siblings? You are overthinking it. I, Daba, the sole heir of the Bai family, have a mother with a rather unique status. Although she conducts herself with integrity, it is inevitable that she may attract controversy. So you understand, right?" "Ah, I see. Your mother is a civil servant." "Indeed, but that is of no consequence. You're not using a megaphone to auction off anything. If anyone questions you, you can profess that you are collaborating with me to manage the guild. That is indeed a feasible plan, but my funds are limited. I only have 2 million. Before Daba could finish his thought, Li Wu interjected, "Didn't we agree beforehand? You would cover my expenses. 2 million to buy my 3,000 prestige points. Brother, don't joke around. Do you realize that if we announce with a loudspeaker that this is the last guild available, the price would undoubtedly soar above 25 million? I am aware." Suddenly, Daba had an epiphany and exclaimed in shock, "Brother, you don't intend to court me, do you? I regard you as a sister. Yet you wish to pursue me?" During the previous 3 auctions, Li Wu had refrained from using his own bank card for direct transactions. He was unaware of the identities of those purchasing the guilds, but he understood that they were all affluent individuals, particularly the exceedingly wealthy. Having sold 3 guilds, he had likely offended the major buyers of the first 2, not to mention the watchful eye of the formidable Zhang Tianxia. In the game, Li Wu felt unafraid. Yet in reality, he was merely a 21-year-old commoner from small county. It would be alarmingly easy for the opposing party to trace his identity through his bank card. And while individuals of such status might not act on such trivial matters, one could never be certain of encountering someone vindictive. Li Wu did not wish to cause even the slightest trouble for his companion, so he sought assistance from Baidaba. Without hesitation, Baidaba agreed to help, utilizing the corporate account of a subsidiary owned by her father to process the 3 transactions, executing various operations that Li Wu found incomprehensible. Ultimately, to ensure safety, she even requested her father to transfer funds to Li Wu's account from his personal account. In Baidaba's words, her father possessed the ability to shield him from prying eyes, as well as the power to intimidate others from attempting to pry. Li Wu was oblivious to the cost of enlisting someone with such capabilities, so he offered his sincerity. An eye for an eye, a favor for a favor. This is the pride that belongs to Li Wu. Baidaba was taken aback by Li Wu's sincerity. Was he perhaps out of his mind? Just moments ago, he was seeking to borrow 2 million, and now he was ready to part with over 20 million. Baidaba steadfastly refused to make the purchase. While Li Wu was equally determined to sell, neither could persuade the other, until Li Wu devised a drastic measure. If you do not buy it, I will promptly dissolve the guild. Since I dare to forego 20 million, I am certainly unafraid of losing 200,000. Chapter 63. No one should take advantage. Finally, under Li Wu's threat, Baidaba joined the Bai Guild. What a terribly mundane name for a guild. You should have mentioned selling it so that I could choose a better name, Baidaba quipped. Let us make do with it, Li Wu replied with a grin. After transferring the leadership to Baidaba, he promptly exited the guild. As they remained connected via voice chat, Baidaba noticed that Li Wu had left the guild and hastily inquired, "Why did you leave the guild? Come to the Rabbit City. Let us slay monsters together." Hee. I shall refrain from joining a guild for now. While collective endeavors within a guild offer greater assurance, they also entail the sharing of spoils among numerous members. Even if my prowess allows me to garner a larger share, it pales in comparison to the exhilaration of claiming victory amidst a multitude. In the short term, no one will be establishing a guild. The absence of a guild in the Monkey City is indeed my paradise. When the time comes for someone to form a guild there, I shall join you then. Very well. Let us each pursue our own paths until we meet at the pinnacle. Ah, such youthful exuberance. I shall take my leave now. We can chat later this evening. It is nearly dinner time, and Lu Ying should be off work soon. Li Wu has no time to venture into the wild to seize the first bounty. As Li Wu removed her helmet, her phone buzzed with a notification. Upon checking, she discovered the latest message was a reminder of a bank deposit of 10 million. What the? Li Wu swiftly donned her helmet once more and sent a voice message to Baidaba. Did I not mention 2 million? Why did you transfer 10 million? Li Wu inquired with irritation. I would have preferred to transfer less, but I am constrained by limits. Li Wu gritted her teeth in frustration. Hee. Do not dwell on it. My steward calculated everything meticulously. Transferring you 10 million ensures neither of us incur the loss. Regardless of how we operated with the public account for your funds, taxes are inevitable, and I do not wish to burden my mother with complications. I recently facilitated your receipt of 82 million. The subsidiary registered in my name is engaged in a government-supported project, thus enjoying a lower corporate tax rate of approximately 12,300,000. Adding 10 million still results in a sum lower by over 5 million than the final sale of your guild. I shall not contest that. Consider it my service fee. For a university student struggling with courses, this service fee is exorbitant. Taxes again? Li Wu found herself momentarily speechless, but soon regained her composure, retorting. If the White Guild had not sold to you, would you have sought tax payment from me? Naturally. My father's wealth does not simply fall from the sky. You must be jesting. Prior to establishing the White Guild, aside from the 2 million you lent me, the remaining 80 million was transferred to me entirely. I had intended to deduct it from your final guild auction proceeds, but who knew you would insist on selling to me? Baidaba asserted confidently. Li Wu harbored doubts regarding Baidaba's claims, yet found herself outmaneuvered at this moment, rendered without recourse. As Baidaba had stated, dissolving the guild now would result in losses far greater than her own. We truly are quite mad. Anyone who reads our conversation would surely think we are insane. Li Wu shook her head and let out a wry smile, opting not to struggle further, and logged off. 87 million. The shackles that have burdened her for 2 long years were finally cast off at this moment. This is a joyous occasion. How can one weep? Li Wu raised her arms to shield her eyes, then erupted into laughter, appearing quite deranged. Hearing the commotion, Tuan, who was playing with a young lady in the living room, rushed over. Although Annie said Uncle was working and should not be disturbed, Uncle is laughing now. Surely, that signifies the end of his work. Indeed, it must be so. Tuan nodded vigorously, extending her tiny hand to gently push the door open a crack. her small head peeking inside, her large eyes blinking with delight. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Wu lowered her arms and was instantly smitten by Tuan Tuan's adorable appearance. Leaning forward, she scooped Tuan Tuan into her embrace and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. Uncle has made a fortune again. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle, did you earn another 100 coins?" "No," replied her uncle. "I earned far more than 100 coins. More than 1,000, 10,000, even hundreds of thousands." "Really? Does that mean you can buy Bao Bao a big doll again?" "Indeed. Whatever number of big dolls Tuan Tuan desires, Uncle shall procure, filling the bed and the room to the brim." "Wow, is that true? But if the room is filled with dolls, won't Uncle have trouble finding Bao Bao?" "Well, that poses a dilemma. How about we just purchase one?" "All right." After dinner, Lu Ying took her daughter home from work, as her playtime for the day was still unfinished. Fortunately, there were elders at home to assist in looking after the child. Li Wu, accompanied by Tuan Tuan, also ventured out, ensuring the little one had some fresh air instead of being glued to the television. The shopping mall closed at 8 p.m., and the two of them lingered there until the hour arrived. Of course, it wasn't merely Tuan Tuan's tender age that drew her to shopping. They had spent some time enjoying the indoor amusement park within the mall. Just as Li Wu returned home with the still eager little one, his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number on the caller ID, he initially intended to reject the call, but upon realizing it was a local number, he decided to answer. "Hello, is this Mr. Li Wu?" "Yes. This is the Industrial and Commercial Bank. I am." Beep, beep, beep. Li Wu hung up before the caller could finish. Have phone scams become this brazen? They can even display local numbers. As the phone rang again, accompanied by Tuan Tuan's cheerful singing, Li Wu frowned and glanced at the screen, discovering it was the same number. He casually rejected the call once more. Is this scam so rampant nowadays? Usually, they switch targets after being hung up on, yet they persist in calling back. Within 10 seconds, the phone rang again. Still the same number. Li Wu's patience wore thin. He decided not to reject the call this time and prepared to answer in anger. "Don't hang up. I assure you, I am from the bank." The caller spoke rapidly, seemingly anxious to avoid Li Wu's ire. "Mr. Li, I assure you, I am not a scammer. I am Zhao Wuqi, the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank here in Chi Town. We have detected anomalies in your account. There have been frequent large cash inflows recently, and today there were multiple substantial transactions triggering our risk control mechanisms. We suspect your account may have been compromised for money laundering activities, and it has been temporarily frozen. That was a legitimate transfer to my personal account. On what grounds can you freeze my bank card?" Li Wu inquired, furrowing his brow. "Your response indicates that you are aware of these transactions. According to national regulations for substantial inflows, the bank is required to conduct internal verification and ask the account holder to explain the source of the funds. Our bank has recently conducted an overtime verification and determined that there is no system error. Therefore, you will need to provide an explanation regarding the source of the funds. Should your explanation be deemed unsatisfactory, you may be required to provide corresponding proof." Zhao Wuqi spoke with a courteous demeanor and presented logical arguments. Li Wu, who was not entirely knowledgeable in this area, pondered for a moment and responded, "Surely your bank can trace the origin of this money, correct? Although the amount in my account is considerable, it does not seem unusual for the transferring account. Indeed, the transferring account is legitimate and compliant. However, you are still required to elucidate the source of the funds," Zhao replied. "It is classified as a personal gift. Do you possess any relevant evidence?" Li Wu contemplated and said, "I do not have proof, but I could request the other party to explain to the bank. Would that suffice as proof?" "That would be acceptable. It carries more legal weight than your personal explanation. Additionally, I must inform you that if this money genuinely constitutes a personal gift, you may be liable for taxes, as our bank is currently linked with the tax authorities. It is advisable for you to personally visit the tax bureau to handle this matter to avoid unnecessary complications." "Understood. Please do not forget to unfreeze my account promptly once the other party has completed their explanation. I am eager to transfer funds. By the way, my card should have a limit, correct? If I wish to transfer a larger amount, would I need to make an appointment?" "Huh? How much do you intend to transfer?" "Approximately 80 million. I wish to transfer money to my other cards, Post Bank, Construction Bank, Agricultural Bank, and the Rural Credit Cooperative. I plan to transfer 20 million to each card." Well, if you're transferring between your own bank accounts, mobile and online transfers have limits. However, if you go to the window in person, there are no limits, although you will need to make an appointment in advance." Zhao Wuqi's voice noticeably faltered. "Oh, can I schedule an appointment with you now? I estimate that the other party should be able to clarify everything by tomorrow morning at the latest. I recall that the bank is also open for personal business on Sundays, correct?" "Yes, it is indeed open. But may I inquire why you wish to transfer money to other accounts? What's there to hide? I passed by those banks a few days ago, and they were running promotions offering rice, flour, and cooking oil for deposits. Huh? How much rice and flour will you receive? Can you consume it all? Why refuse something that is given for free? I happen to know someone at the supermarket who can help me sell it for a profit. Is that illegal? Whether it's illegal or not seems to require consultation with the business administration, but you need not transfer your funds to other banks. If you desire any benefits, you can directly propose them to me. Our bank has policies as well. Huh? Is the industrial and commercial bank now also providing rice, flour, and cooking oil? Not only rice and flour. We can provide anything you desire. If you make a substantial fixed deposit or purchase financial products with us, we can arrange for you to receive supplies from a grocery store. Zhao Wuqi exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. Is that true? Li Wu felt somewhat bewildered, questioning if Zhao Wuqi was indeed a scammer. How could it be false? You should come by tomorrow. No, I will personally visit you tomorrow. Please do not transfer any money elsewhere. No, there's no need for you to come. I will visit the bank to find you. Your words sound too much like a scammer. It would be more prudent to discuss matters in the bank president's office. All right, I will start work early tomorrow. How does 8 a.m. sound? Zhao Wuqi inquired, suppressing his excitement with a gentle tone. Li Wu was reluctant to indulge in such a peculiar service, for he considered himself on the verge of achieving a modest goal. He promptly stated, no, your bank opens at 9:30 on Sundays, right? I fear it will be too crowded if I go then. Zhao Wuqi was left speechless. Was this Mr. Li Wu being overly cautious? After confirming the time, Li Wu ended the call and sat beside Tuan Tuan, watching television while scrolling through his phone. Whenever he encountered something puzzling, he would consult Baidu. As Li Wu typed large deposit into the search bar, several convenient suggestions appeared before he could finish. Which bank offers the highest interest for large deposits? Tips and methods for large deposits. How much interest can be negotiated for large deposits? A series of convenient search terms made Li Wu ponder. After perusing them all, he began to understand certain matters. Was Zhao Wuqi really calling him late at night, merely to inquire about the source of his substantial funds? What could possibly be investigated through a mere phone call? If the account had been frozen, wouldn't it suffice to send a text alert or have an employee call the next day? Would Li Wu not hastily rush to the bank? It turned out this fellow had ulterior motives. Previously, he was only aware of bank services. When he sold 2 properties and his deposits fortuitously exceeded 800,000, he became a client, able to withdraw money without queuing at the counter, though his status was short-lived as he was soon downgraded. Now, with deposits exceeding 87 million, what kind of client was he? Upon investigation, Li Wu discovered that the highest tier of clients at the bank was reserved for those with deposits exceeding 8 million, qualifying them for private banking services with dedicated account managers. He was uncertain about the specifics of private banking, but with 87 million in deposits, he was undoubtedly a premier client, often referred to as residing at the pinnacle of the financial pyramid. It seemed that even the bank president had to engage in business endeavors. After soothing Tuan Tuan to sleep, Li Wu hesitated before donning his gaming headset. In a matter of days, he had earned what would take a lifetime for many to accumulate. There was no need to contemplate the interest that could be negotiated tomorrow. Even at the most ordinary rate of 2 for a 2-year fixed deposit, 87 million would yield an annual interest exceeding 174 million. What did that signify? It meant direct financial freedom. Tuan Tuan's special medicine, even if consumed excessively, could not deplete 174 million, with his gaming time nearly replenished. Was it truly necessary to exhaust himself day and night? In that moment, Li Wu genuinely longed to relax completely. Yet in the end, he still put on a gaming headset. He had become addicted to gaming. After all, he was merely a 21-year-old young man, previously bent under the weight of life. Now, standing tall, was the alternative to gaming to spend time at a bar? Furthermore, he had not forgotten the warning he purchased from Hao Jianjun. The nationwide compulsion to play games undoubtedly concealed a significant pitfall. Hao Jianjun had advised him to enhance his in-game abilities as much as possible, and this was not without purpose. Chapter 65, Title System. As Li Wu logged in, he received a system notification from the auction house. The obsolete equipment he had listed had all sold, albeit at prices lower than he had anticipated. 6 pieces of level 10 golden equipment astonishingly sold for just over 30 gold, while only the unlevel restricted clothing and rings commanded high prices. The ring fetched 60 gold, and the magical hound leather armor even reached 120 gold. Li Wu furrowed his brow and opened the friends list, intending to leave a message for the offline by Debeo when he received a voice request from Spicy Rabbit Head. Oh dear, why have you all gone to the main city? The young girl expressed her grievances, feeling quite wronged. They had both been novice combatants in the same mine, Yet now one was level 7, and the other had ventured to the main city. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved in such a situation? Li Wu glanced at Spicy Rabbit Head's level, perplexed, and remarked, "You have leveled up rather quickly. When I logged off, you hadn't even come online. In just 3 or 4 hours, you have gained another level. Not only have I leveled up swiftly, but so have others." The auction house is now operational, allowing the purchase of unlevel-restricted equipment from the main city. I currently possess silver gear with a score of 30, making monster hunting much faster, Spicy Rabbit Head cheerfully replied. Li Wu, intrigued, opened the auction house and confirmed that indeed, unlevel-restricted silver equipment was available for sale. The search criteria had also been enhanced to include a scoring option. Upon examining the patterns, Li Wu discerned that the equipment score corresponded directly to the attributes it conferred. For instance, his gear featured attributes of 18 across 3 categories, yielding a score of 54, while 3 attributes of 20 resulted in a score of 60. Even platinum equipment followed suit. Silver equipment only had 2 additional attributes. Thus, the equipment score of 30 mentioned by Spicy Rabbit Head indicated that the 2 attributes for the silver gear were each 15. This was quite remarkable. Typically, a level 7 silver equipment from the novice village would peak at 89, yet now it had surged to 15. Was this not a monumental change? Moreover, even a level 1 character could equip it. What distinction remained between a level 1 character and a level 10 character? Aside from the automatic increase of 2 points in all attributes and free attributes upon leveling, no wonder level 10 golden equipment had plummeted in value while unlevel restricted gear soared in price. What purpose did it serve for equipment above level 10 to have no level requirements? Was it to accommodate players whose progress had been hampered by limited online time? Or was there some clandestine intention to expedite the enhancement of players who had fallen behind? Li Wu could not fathom the answer, but he recognized that an opportunity for profit had arisen. While a significant number of players had reached level 10, they paled in comparison to the nearly 900 million eligible players, suggesting a disparity of at least several dozen times. This implied that over 800 million players were eagerly awaiting their turn, and the prices for unlevel restricted equipment were poised to skyrocket. Even the most basic items would fetch a handsome profit. Li Wu swallowed hard and inquired, "Rabbit, how much did you spend on this set of silver equipment?" "Your mother doesn't know, does she?" Li Wu's eyes involuntarily twitched. "Your mother is probably nearing the main city. Your equipment will likely follow suit. What will you do then?" "I'll just not enter the same city as her." "You certainly have a rebellious spirit. Regardless, I earned these gold coins myself." Sighing, Li Wu remarked, "Hurry and level up. Once you reach the main city, I shall lead you to fortune." "All right, I'm all in. I won't log off until I reach level 10. Li Wu left a voice message regarding the bank account to Bai DeBeo, who had already logged off, and then turned towards the mission hall. Since he was heading out to battle, it was fitting to accept a cleansing mission as well. The mission hall was bustling with numerous players, some accepting quests while others sought groups. Clad in conspicuous brand equipment, Li Wu stood out remarkably, although others could not discern specific details. The appearance alone suggested it was undoubtedly high-grade gear. His presence attracted many who approached him with offers, but Li Wu had activated an automatic team rejection setting, effectively dismissing their advances. Only one cleansing mission could be accepted at a time. To take on another, one must either complete the current task or forfeit it. The merit points awarded for missions were not consumables, but were instead used to elevate 1S rank title. The so-called 1,000 merit points that allowed for the free establishment of a guild actually granted the title of Baron. With the Baron title, one could not only establish a civilian organization at no cost, but also purchase items from the merit store. The higher the title level, the rarer the items available for purchase, and a certain percentage of discount could be enjoyed as well. Li Wu was particularly intrigued by the prospect of discounts and pondered whether there were any limits on quantities. Otherwise, as titles advanced, reselling items from the merit store could become a lucrative venture. At present, Li Wu could access the merit store, which featured only a scant selection of low-tier consumables, such as bread and red and blue potions, akin to those found in ordinary shops. The prices were not cheap, likely a reflection of his insufficient title, as many items were not displayed. However, there was one item in the merit store that ordinary shops did not sell and could be purchased without a title: the return scroll, a one-time use item priced at 10 silver. This price led Li Wu to question the rationale of the developers of Blue Star. Considering the vastness of the Blue Star map, it took an hour just to traverse the novice village from end to end. The return scroll should be classified as a commonly used consumable. Was charging 10 silver not absurd? Ordinary players would likely prefer to endure a lengthy run rather than spend that amount. Accepting a cleansing mission also had title restrictions. Players without a title could only undertake level-specific tasks, while a Baron title was necessary for higher-level quests. Li Wu had little interest in lower-level missions. However, while browsing through the level-specific tasks, he discovered a quest to eliminate werewolves at level 20. Quest: Eliminate werewolves. The village of Mandu, located east of Shenhou City, has recently been plagued by werewolf attacks. Please take the commission letter to Mandu Village and deal with these wretched bandits. The mission objective is to kill 200 werewolves and their leader, Hogger. The team size is limited to 3, with a total reward of 60 merit points for the team, compared to the paltry 20 merit points for slaying 1,000 level 11 monsters. This quest offered a far more enticing reward in both quantity and merit points. Moreover, with a 3-person team, each member would only need to eliminate fewer than 70 monsters, resulting in each participant receiving 20 merit points. Chapter 66: Elimination of Werewolves. The high merit reward suggested that werewolves were likely of a higher level than the level 11 monsters, and the presence of a named character indicated that Hogger was probably an elite creature. It was improbable that such a reward would be found in the wild. The compensation simply did not match. Li Wu initially had no intention of grinding level 11 monsters for experience. With numerous players already at level 10, it was certain that the level 11 creatures would be swarming with competitors. Furthermore, given his possession of the most elite equipment in the entire server, he could not afford to lose face by failing to defeat creatures of just 2 or 3 levels higher. Thus, he set off to seek the wargs, hoping to engage them in battle. If he could not, he would reassess his strategy. It took him over 20 minutes merely to exit the city of Shenhou, followed by another 20 minutes to reach the village of Montu as indicated on the map. The expanse of this map was astonishingly vast. Li Wu began to regret not choosing the summoner class, as it was rumored that summoners could summon mounts for free. Within Montu village, aside from himself, there were a few other players, clearly indicating that he was not the only one tasked with hunting the wargs. The village chief, marked by a golden exclamation point above his head, engaged in a brief conversation before Li Wu handed over the quest commission. Consequently, a quest to exterminate the wargs appeared in his task system. Not feeling the urgency to form a party, especially since his total merit points stood at only 60, Li Wu preferred to handle the task solo, if possible. Following the chief's guidance, he ventured into the woods at the eastern edge of the village. Upon locating the wargs, he finally understood why this was designated as a group quest. The wargs were not only aggressive creatures, but also lived in packs. 5 wargs were gathered around a campfire, roasting some unknown delicacy, the aroma wafting towards him from a distance. He wondered whether the players could partake in the wargs barbecue, as it certainly smelled authentic. Casting 2 true sight spells, he revealed the information of the 2 distinct types of wargs. Warg Scout. Level: 13. Health: 12,000. Defense: 320. Physical attack: 550. Skill: Backstab. Attacks from behind the target, dealing 180 physical damage. Cooldown of 8 seconds. Warg Bandit. Level: 13. Health: 12,800. Defense: 320. Physical attack: 600. Skill: Mighty Strike. Deals 150 physical damage. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Seeing the attack capabilities of the wargs, Li Wu could not help but chuckle. Why even form party? His defense had soared to a remarkable 933 points, rendering both types of wargs incapable of breaching his defenses. Only the backstab of 2 warg scouts could inflict a mere 57 points of damage, with an extensive cooldown of 8 seconds. After some contemplation, Li Wu decided to leave no opportunity for the wargs to retaliate. He still had 50 unallocated attribute points, which he promptly distributed in a 2:3 ratio between endurance and constitution. He had refrained from allocating points in the novice village, uncertain of his career path and wary of the potential lack of reset opportunities. Now that he had chosen the Guardian class, he was determined to augment his endurance and constitution by an additional 20 points. Li Wu's health increased to 5,316, and his defense reached an impressive 1,005. After finalizing his attributes, he charged forward, feeling no need to utilize taunts or guard against potential backstabs from the warg scouts. Even if he were struck by a backstab, it would only impose a trivial 1 point of damage. He refrained from using skills, opting instead to circle around and strike each ward repeatedly. The 5 wards were perfectly positioned to allow for continuous application of poison. Li Wu's attack power was 699, with regular strikes dealing 379 damage, resulting in a cumulative poison damage of 345 per second, plus 84 from cutting. Within a minute, the 5 wargs succumbed one after another, transforming into beams of white light, leaving behind a piece of whiteboard equipment on the ground. The talent for cutting is impressive, yet it proved somewhat futile when facing lesser foes. To Li Wu's dismay, 5 words were theoretically inflicting 5 points of forced damage per second, amounting to 300 points over a minute. However, his health remained at full capacity. Upon inspecting the system backend, he realized he had overlooked the weapon's inherent lifesteal of 5 points. With the ability to drain 5 points for every 5 inflicted, his sustenance was effectively boundless. The enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted from a nearby campfire, and as Li Wu approached, eager to partake, he was confronted with gruesome remnants strewn across the ground. A small, bloodied hand lay starkly in view. To his horror, these words were cooking human flesh. Li Wu nearly retched. Not even the most debauched escapade on his first day at university had ever been this revolting. Were it not a game, he might have truly lost his composure. Was such realism truly necessary in a mere game? Not far off, 3 players had just finished combating a wave of words and turned at the sound. One young man called out to Li Wu, "Brother, purchase a high-grade mask from the system shop. It will conceal the stench, or else the aroma will become increasingly nauseating." Heeding the advice, Li Wu swiftly summoned the system shop and procured a high-grade mask, undeterred by its steep price of 1 gold coin. At last, the horrific scent of human flesh dissipated, and Li Wu exhaled in relief, expressing gratitude to the young man. Despite knowing it was merely a game, Li Wu's gaze toward the next wave of words was filled with a fierce intent to kill. The young man, noticing his girlfriend glancing curiously at Li Wu, decided to maintain a prudent distance from this formidable player. Much like in reality, riding an electric scooter with one's girlfriend feels romantic. Yet one cannot predict if a Ferrari revving beside them might steal that romance away. To avoid such a scenario, the young man suppressed any thoughts of seeking Li Wu's favor and hurriedly beckoned his teammates and girlfriend to retreat further away. With no one contesting the creatures, Li Wu continued to slay words for over 2 hours, accumulating the kills of approximately 5 to 600. His experience bar had risen by nearly half. Defeating monsters 3 levels above him granted an additional 60 experience points, and if he persisted for another 3 hours, he would ascend to level 11. Contemplating the series of system notifications that would emerge upon the main city's opening, Li Wu quietly summoned the leaderboard. With the main city's launch, numerous new features had become accessible, including the leaderboard, which currently showcased rankings for levels, pets, and mounts, each listing only the top 100 players. Glancing at the level leaderboard, Li Wu noted that within mere hours of the main city's opening, half of the top 100 players had already reached level 12. Having departed the novice village, he realized that skilled players were no longer a rare breed. Among the top 100, he recognized only one familiar name, Baidabeo, wielding a platinum staff and clutching 2 area attack skills, yet his level was disappointingly ranked at 46. Baidabeo was offline, and it was likely that he would soon be ousted from the leaderboard. Though the top-ranked player was unfamiliar, the name resonated with him. Seeing Zhang Tianxia at the pinnacle, Li Wu couldn't help but admire the individual's prowess. Unlike his own methods, the forums had revealed that Zhang Tianxia relied on sheer skill. In this realm of the game, one cannot help but wonder if the legendary figure of the Lightning 5 Whips has found its way into reality. Rumors circulating in the forum suggest the existence of formidable players, possibly skilled in martial arts in the real world, within this so-called entirely virtual blue star. Ancient martial arts have begun to flourish anew, rejuvenated through various enhancements, despite being overshadowed by modern technology. Perhaps I should seize the opportunity to enroll in a class tomorrow. Chapter 67, Bloodsucking. The task of eliminating 200 wolfmen had long been accomplished, yet the elusive captain, Hog, remained unfound. It is uncertain whether he had fallen victim to other players. Left with no choice, Li Wu expanded his search radius while simultaneously dispatching monsters. Time slipped away and, suddenly, a series of anguished cries echoed from afar. Shortly thereafter, a player came sprinting towards him, akin to a hound in pursuit, closely followed by a towering wolfman wielding a massive axe. This player was the youth who had previously crossed paths with Li Wu, who had cautioned him about the high-level mask. As the youth veered towards him, Li Wu instinctively darted aside. Whether the youth was luring danger or simply acting out of desperation, Li Wu was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. While distancing himself, he tossed a discerning gaze towards the approaching foe. Wolfman Hog, Elite, level, 13 health, 38,000 physical attack, 800, 160 defense, 450 skills, 1. Mighty Strike, deals 150 physical damage with a cooldown of 5 seconds. 2. Battle Intent. Killing an enemy increases attack power by 10 for 1 minute, stacking up to 10 layers. 3. Overwhelming Force. Hog's physique surpasses that of ordinary wolfmen, inflicting 130 physical damage with standard attacks. Upon viewing Hog's attributes, Li Wu quickened his pace. Hog had likely claimed the lives of 2 players, boosting his attack to 960 points. After all, while the map is vast, many players share the Wolfman quest. "Help me, please," the youth cried out as he noticed Li Wu changing direction, hurriedly redirecting his own steps towards him. "Let us team up. We can surely take Hog down together." "No need. I prefer to claim the merit for myself. But rest assured, I shall retrieve your remains. And if you drop anything, I will return it to you." Li Wu's swift footwear allowed him to distance himself from a youth, who ultimately fell victim to Hog's pursuit, succumbing to a few decisive blows. "You monster, you shall not escape the wrath of my kin." Li Wu understood that engaging in a debate with a game monster was futile. With Hog's battle-intent skill stacked 3 times, confronting him directly would yield no advantage. The duration of this skill lasts 1 minute, and with the youth's demise, it had just reset. It was prudent to delay the encounter until after the 1-minute mark. With his swift shoes, Li Wu evaded Hog's immediate grasp. However, he refrained from heading towards the bustling village, wary of encountering other players, and instead chose a wider route to prolong the inevitable. The larger circle was closing in on the smaller one, and before the minute had elapsed, Hog caught up with Li Wu. Minus 598, stun, minus 350 slashing, minus 69, poison, minus 350 slashing, minus 249, basic strike, minus 350 slicing, minus 138, toxic, minus 350 slicing. After stunning Hog, Li Wu was too lazy to run away. Although Hog's battle intent still lingered for a few seconds, his weapon's lifesteal could sustain him. Once Hog regained consciousness, he delivered a powerful blow that struck Li Wu's raised shield. Minus 555. The 3-layered battle intent of Hog proved formidable, inflicting over 10 hit points of damage to Li Wu despite the shield. Li Wu's left hand tingled from the impact, and with a soft grunt, he retaliated with a valiant strike. Minus 598, minus 350 slicing. 29, 17, 10, 17. With that valiant strike, 4 negative signs appeared above Hog's head, while 4 positive signs emerged above Li Wu's. Although the healing was moderate, Li Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. The slicing had even triggered lifesteal. Suddenly, Li Wu realized that his talent might turn the tide. He could hardly contain it. If he encountered a creature with millions of hit points, would he not choke on the lifesteal? Well, given that a creature with millions of hit points would likely not take a second bite, he probably wouldn't be able to siphon any health from it. Hog's powerful strike cooled down, and even with additional damage, a basic strike could only inflict 347 points of damage on Li Wu. After a few seconds, Hog's battle intent expired, and his attack plummeted to 800. Even with the passive skill of overwhelming force, a basic strike could only deal 35 points of damage to Li Wu. Although Li Wu had lost less than half of his health, it gradually increased, and by the time Hog fell, Li Wu was at full health. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the elite monster, Wolfman Hog, earning 8,000 experience points and a bonus of 4,800 experience points for leveling up. Hog dropped a remarkable 8 items. Though only 2 were silver equipment, the rest were black iron and plain items. Hog was not a boss monster, but an elite from the wild, and dropping 2 pieces of silver was quite commendable. In addition to the gear, there was a bloody wolf head and several silver coins. Such was the nature of elite monsters. Despite battling numerous ordinary wolfmen without a single silver drop, he had garnered 3 black iron items and several plain ones. Seizing the opportunity while the equipment was valuable, he listed everything for sale, ensuring a profit of several thousand coins. Despite possessing 87 million, who would complain about having too much money? Promoting to Baron allows him to establish a guild for free. If progress is swift, he might even turn profit. Finding elite monsters was somewhat challenging. This time, Li Wu opted for a task to slay 500 abyssal magic pigs. It was a similar level task, but it did not involve named monsters, and a merit reward was still 60 points. Given Hog's difficulty in being defeated, the abyssal magic dogs required for this task must be of a higher level than the wolfmen, or else the merit reward would not be the same. With his current strength, targeting monsters above level 13 would yield higher returns. Following the task's guidance, Li Wu spent half an hour locating Lihua Town, which was further from Monta Village. Chapter 68. Encountering a boss monster again. Following the task's guidance, Li Wu spent half an hour locating Lihua Town, which was further from Monta Village. Although Pear Blossom Town is referred to as a town, it is not significantly larger than Manda Village. However, Pear Blossom Town boasts a greater variety of offerings, most notably the presence of 2 figures adorned with golden exclamation marks. Upon inquiring, Li Wu promptly lost interest, for these 2 were merely secondary profession skill instructors, one a pastry chef and the other a brewer. Completing their tasks would allow one to learn the art of crafting the local delicacies, pear blossom pastry and pear blossom brew. There exists a specialty shop in town that sells these very items. The pear blossom pastry not only restores 3 points of satiety, but also grants an additional 5 stamina for a duration of 5 minutes. In contrast, the pear blossom brew is said to be delightful, yet bears no significant effects. The price of the pear blossom pastry is 3 silver coins, while the pear blossom brew commands a staggering 10 silver coins. While the high price of the pastry is justifiable, one must question the reasoning behind the brew's cost. Driven by curiosity, Li Wu indulged in purchasing a bottle. The brew was fragrant and offered a subtle intoxication that lingered delightfully. Though not a connoisseur of alcohol, Li Wu found himself enchanted by the brew's flavor, leading him to extravagantly acquire 10 more bottles, intending to celebrate future successes with a toast. He also purchased 10 pear blossom pastries, one for consumption before battle and one for enjoyment afterwards, a perfectly sound strategy. Following the task's guidance, Li Wu ventured south of the town in search of the abyssal magic pig. Amidst an endless expanse of pear trees, he discovered the abyssal magic pig recklessly ramming into the trees. It was no wonder there was a quest to eradicate these creatures. They were devouring the pear blossoms, recklessly toppling trees and jeopardizing the town's livelihood. Abyssal magic pig, level 15. Health, 16,000. Defense, 600. Physical attack, 650. Skill 1. Charge. Instantly lunges at an enemy from a distance of 8 meters, dealing 150 physical damage and stunning the enemy for 1 second, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Skill 2. Bite. Inflicts 160 physical damage on the target, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Upon observing the attributes of the abyssal magic pig, Li Wu felt quite pleased. It exemplified the archetype he favored: high defense and health, yet low attack. He approached directly, but was immediately spotted by one of the pigs, which charged and stunned him in place. Fortunately, the pig's attack power was rather lacking. Neither its charge nor its regular attacks could breach Li Wu's defenses, with only the bite causing a mere 36 points of damage. Finding this encounter unproductive, Li Wu deftly bypassed the abyssal magic pig, taking a few steps forward and inadvertently attracting 4 more pigs. Employing his usual tactic of circling around to attack each one, he found the pig's charge skill somewhat bothersome. Thankfully, the charge had a minimum cast range. If within 8 meters, it could not be executed, or else 5 pigs could easily overwhelm him. After approximately 2 hours of slaying 500 abyssal magic pigs, the process appeared inefficient, yet the rewards were gratifying. Not only had he leveled up to level 11, but he had also acquired 7 pieces of black iron equipment. Although the level 15 monsters dropped black iron gear with only a single additional attribute, the values reached 18 points. This singular attribute was already comparable to the golden equipment adorning Li Wu. However, due to class restrictions, only the black iron gear suited for rear-line professions could fetch a high price. In a well-equipped team, rear players may choose to focus solely on their primary attributes, temporarily relinquishing others to enhance their offensive or healing capabilities. Li Wu was fortunate. Among the 7 pieces of black iron equipment, for could be sold for a handsome price, comparable to the silver gear obtained from the spicy rabbit head. Although the abyssal magic boar had high defense and took longer to defeat than the wolfmen, the experience gained was considerably superior. Most importantly, within the entire pear orchard, Li Wu was the only player present, indicating that there were currently no players farming level 15 creatures, and even if there were, they were not in Pear Blossom Town. Guarding a map alone while farming was incredibly advantageous. It was unlikely he would encounter creatures so well suited for leveling up while undertaking other merit tasks. As he hesitated, a colossal figure emerged in Li Wu's line of sight. Abyssal Magic Boar Lord Boss. Level 15. Health 150,000. Defense 1050. Physical attack 900. Skill 1. Charge. Skill 2. Bite. Skill 3. Lord's Authority. When health falls below 50, it summons nearby ordinary abyssal magic boars to fight alongside it. Skill 4. Stone Armor Aura. Increases its own and allies' defense by 20 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. It was indeed a boss monster. Bosses are classified between elite monsters and regular ones, colloquially known as mini-bosses. Li Wu had encountered a boss once before. The toxin skill originated from a level 6 venomous spider lord. Bosses have a chance to drop golden gear and skill books. Seizing such an opportunity, Li Wu would not let it slip away. However, the boss's attack power was somewhat formidable. With blood siphoning and potions, he should be able to manage, although the Lord's authority posed a challenge. While ordinary abyssal magic boars do not deal much damage individually, their sheer numbers and the annoyance of their charge skill could be troublesome. Nevertheless, there was a solution. The Lord's authority merely summons nearby creatures, rather than conjuring minions out of thin air like the dungeons of Abyssal Priest. As long as he cleared the nearby ordinary abyssal magic boars, he should be able to engage the boss. The extent of the summoning range for Lord's authority remained uncertain. But since he was the only player in this area, it was prudent to eliminate as many as possible to minimize risk. By preemptively clearing a space, he could then lure the abyssal magic boar lord over for the kill. The boss's alert range was greater than that of ordinary monsters, thus elegantly resolving the issue of clearing minions surrounding the boss. After dedicating half an hour, Li Wu successfully cleared a satisfactory area and approached the boss. As he drew nearer, the abyssal magic boar lord indeed noticed him before the other ordinary boars, charging forth with its skill. Li Wu raised his shield, striking while retreating, gradually guiding the boar lord to the center of the open space. The abyssal magic boar lord's high defense rendered Li Wu's basic attacks ineffective. Fortunately, his poison and slicing skills triggered blood siphoning. The boar lord could only penetrate Li Wu's defenses with its biting skill, which had a cooldown of merely 2 seconds. Yet, Li Wu sustained himself with blood siphoning and health potions, engaging in a stalemate as both the tank and the monster exchanged blows. At last, the health of the abyssal magic boar lord dwindled to 50, and an ear-piercing squeal resonated, causing Li Wu's ears to ache. The ordinary monsters nearby had long been vanquished by Li Wu, leaving no response from the lord. The lord called out once more, his body taking on a stone-like hue, instantly enhancing his defense by 20. Regrettably, without allies in sight, the collective battle had turned into a solitary struggle. No matter how formidable the defense, one could not escape the harsh reality of true damage, and soon the abyssal pig lord lay defeated upon the ground. A round object tumbled to the earth, capturing Li Wu's attention. Chapter 69. Paying taxes is an obligation every citizen must fulfill. The abyssal pig lord did not drop any golden equipment or skill books, but instead yielded a pet egg. Abyssal pig pet egg. Quality. Can hatch into a level abyssal piglet, with a 50% chance of producing a level abyssal pig lord offspring due to its noble bloodline. Had he discovered this egg the day before, Li Wu would have certainly considered selling it. However, today was different, and being overly frugal would be deemed unworthy. Ordinary abyssal pigs lacked excitement, yet a lord-level pet surely warranted cultivation. The 50% chance was worth the gamble. If it turned out to be a mere ordinary pig, he could simply dispose of it to save on wasted experience. Resolved, Li Wu cradled the pet egg in his hands. A prompt appeared. Would you like to hatch the abyssal pig pet egg? Note, once hatched, the pet cannot be traded. Without hesitation, Li Wu confirmed his choice. A flash of light enveloped the egg, which vanished from his grasp, and at his feet appeared a small, pitch-black piglet, joyfully spinning around. Li Wu accessed the pet interface, a smile gracing his face. The 50% chance had proven favorable. Though it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, its attributes were commendable. Abyssal pig lord offspring. Quality, level, 0. Health, 240. Mana, 180. Defense, 40. Physical attack, 40. Magical attack, 0. Skill, bite. Cannot be ridden until level 10. Compared to by DeBayo's level Hellhound, the abyssal pig's attributes differed significantly. The Hellhound possessed an initial magical attack of 50, whereas the abyssal pig's initial attack stood at only 40. Nevertheless, the abyssal pig's health and defense were considerably higher. The quality of a level pet increases by 100 initial attributes with each level gained. Should the abyssal pig rise to level 11, its health would reach 2880, defense 480, and attack 480. While it would not compare to Li Wu, adorned in exceptional equipment, it would certainly rival the average player. Ideally, he should have summoned a damage-dealing pet to compensate for his own attack shortcomings. However, Li Wu's choice to hatch the abyssal pig was not solely based on the possibility of high quality. Although a level abyssal pig may not match the attack power of the Silver Wolf King, it would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary level pet. What Li Wu valued most was the aura skill of the abyssal pig lord. The petrifying aura was exceptionally advantageous for guardians, providing a 20-point defense bonus that could render Li Wu nearly indestructible. When faced with a lord-level monster, there would be no need to clear out lesser foes. However, at present, his little piglet possessed only one skill, with the potential for aura skills emerging at higher levels. Li Wu glanced at the experience requirements for pet upgrades, which amounted to a mere fifth of that required for players. This seemed quite reasonable. Even if you were to switch pets in the future, the transition would not be too painful. Moreover, the The ability to share experience among pets allowed for a swift elevation of their levels, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. The recent encounter with a boss had yielded substantial experience, with an additional 80 points awarded for surpassing level 4, bringing him closer to reaching level 12. After naming his pet pig intestine, he allocated 80 experience points to it. Li Wu estimated that by the time he reached level 12, pig intestine would be nearing level 10, at which point he could simply reverse the experience distribution. After commanding pig intestine to remain stationary, Li Wu commenced his monster hunting expedition. The strategy remained straightforward: 5 pigs spinning in a cycle of consumption. The experience efficiency was still remarkably high, akin to defeating monsters at level 4. Upon defeating 5 creatures, pig intestine leveled up, visibly growing plumper. Unfortunately, despite the advancement, it did not gain any new skills. He continued the hunt until his eyelids grew heavy, finally achieving level 12, though he miscalculated the experience, as pig intestine was still half a level away from reaching 10. Notably, at level 5, pig intestine had learned the charge skill. It was already past 4 in the morning, and Li Wu could no longer endure the wait for pig intestine to reach level 10. He removed his gaming helmet and nestled down by the bed, quickly falling asleep. He was awoken at 9 by Lu Ying, who had previously reminded him, and after washing his face, he set out. Following a thorough study of the bank procedures the previous day, Li Wu felt well prepared for his visit. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, he went directly to the president's office. After confirming their identities, Li Wu, without waiting for Zhao Wuqi to pitch his sales, cheerfully inquired, "Has my account been unfrozen?" Zhao Wuqi was taken aback that this matter had attracted citywide attention. Ideally, it should have proceeded through the normal channels. Yet he did not anticipate a morning call from the city urging for progress. Uncertain of the young man's background who had been mentioned in the call regarding deposits and the exchange for staple foods, Zhao Wuqi was mindful not to offend anyone beyond his position as a branch manager. "That's good." Li Wu nodded, then asked, "How should I go about paying this tax?" "For that, you will need to consult with someone from the tax bureau," Zhao Wuqi replied. Upon hearing the word transfer, he grew somewhat anxious and quickly added, "Given the substantial tax amount, our bank would need to assist in this process. Why not handle it here? I can invite a colleague from the tax bureau. Would that be convenient?" "Extremely convenient. Thank you for your help." "No need for thanks," Zhao Wuqi insisted, shaking his head as he promptly called the tax office in Li Wu's presence. Although the bank and the tax bureau operated independently, their connections were close. Zhao Wuqi directly contacted the head of the tax office. Typically, the office would be closed on Sundays, but upon hearing about the tax amount of 87 million, the director immediately agreed to accommodate the request. It is worth noting that taxes could be declared monthly or annually, and some might even defer payments indefinitely, never knowing when they would be settled. This was akin to receiving a windfall in terms of political achievements. What was the harm in working a little overtime? For a small town, 87 million was indeed a considerable sum. The privately owned enterprises supported by the town contributed only 2 to 3 million annually, and the mayor frequently paid visits to express concern, fearing that the factory might fail and thus diminish this crucial tax revenue. The director of the tax office has arrived, accompanied by a staff member. It is the duty of every citizen to pay taxes legitimately. Li Wu, without any heirs, cooperated fully to complete the payment process. Private gifts are considered unexpected income and are subject to a 20% tax on unexpected income. Mr. Bai had transferred a total of 90 million to Li Wu, which is classified as unexpected income, requiring a tax payment of 18 million. Additionally, the 3 million Li Wu earned from selling equipment was disclosed without any excuses on his part. Initially, the country's tax regulations regarding virtual gaming products were not well defined. However, following the launch of Blue Star, the state established a 20% personal income tax on virtual products. Li Wu promptly paid all taxes, amounting to over 18.6 million. In reality, he had overpaid, as he had also spent 8 million to establish a guild, which should have been calculated based on profit. After a long day, Li Wu ultimately accompanied them to the tax office, where the funds had already been transferred directly from the bank to the tax office's account. Certain procedures still needed to be followed, but fortunately, the tax office staff had already completed the calculations at the bank, and Li Wu merely needed to sign various documents. Once the tax matters were settled, Li Wu still had over 68 million left in his account, a considerable sum. Zhao Wuqi, who had been introducing various financial products throughout the journey, now looked at Li Wu with eager anticipation, licking his dry lips, ready to speak again. Li Wu, with a wry smile, shook his head and said, "Director Zhao, I would prefer you refrain from discussing any financial projects. I only wish to invest in fixed deposits and have no interest in exploring other options." "Mr. Li, are you truly not considering any financial products?" The returns far exceed those of fixed deposits. I have no intention of considering them. Please assist me in setting up 2 fixed deposits, one for $20 million for a 3-year term and another for $30 million for a 5-year term. I would like a 4 annual interest rate for the 2-year deposit and a 4.5 rate for the 5-year deposit. If this is acceptable, we can proceed now. Otherwise, I will explore other banks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuqi furrowed his brow and replied, that interest rate is rather high. It would have been manageable a couple of years ago, but the country has been reducing interest rates in recent years, and such a rate cannot be granted. Li Wu stood up, uninterested in further debate with Zhao Wuqi, and turned to leave. Seeing that Li Wu was not bluffing, Zhao Wuqi hastily said, wait. Let me consult with the municipal bank. I truly lack the authority for such a high rate. Zhao Wuqi was not lying. His authority was indeed limited. If the amount were within 35 million, he could have made the decision, but 4 was beyond his jurisdiction. This time, Zhao Wuqi did not take long. With a single phone call, the city approved Li Wu's request. Unfortunately, a significant portion of this transaction would be allocated to the city, leaving him with only a small share. The processing of the business was remarkably swift. The local bank did not have a dedicated private banking service, so Zhao Wuqi personally took charge. From now on, Li Wu could directly liaise with the bank president for any future transactions. Holding 2 large deposit certificates, Li Wu felt a sense of fulfillment in life. The $20 million fixed deposit for 3 years would yield an additional $2.4 million in interest after 2 years, while the $30 million fixed deposit for 5 years would accrue $6.75 million in interest after 5 years. Calculating the figures, with a principal of $50 million remaining untouched, his annual returns amount to an impressive $215,000. With over $18 million still in his bank account, Li Wu had no intention of idling. He promptly made his way to a newly developed residential area sales office. Without much hesitation, he pointed to a 6-story model within the property display. How much for this building? He inquired. If it's for pre-sale, are there any discounts? He continued, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, sir. Currently, a down payment of only 20% is required. Furthermore, if you pay a deposit of $10,000 before the end of the month, this amount will be fully refunded upon delivery, effectively saving you $10,000. And for the full payment, if you settle the full amount before the month concludes, you will enjoy a 5% discount. Li Wu nodded again, then asked, is your boss available? Excuse me? Do you know our boss? I do not, but I am concerned you may not have the authority to make decisions. If you doubt my capability, I can fetch our manager. Your manager likely lacks the authority as well. Is your boss here? If not, please make a call on my behalf, stating that someone is interested in purchasing an entire building with full payment. If he has the time, a face-to-face discussion would be preferable. If not, please extend the best possible conditions, or I shall consider purchasing across the street instead. Li Wu was not attempting to flaunt his influence. Rather, he understood that the developers in this town were not large corporations, but mostly individual enterprises, making them quite approachable. Take this new development, for instance. It consists of only 8 buildings. Li Wu intended to purchase 1/8 of the entire project outright. What developer wouldn't be eager to accommodate such a request? Wait, you mean one entire building? The saleswoman could no longer maintain her cheerful demeanor, staring at Li Wu in disbelief. I am neither mistaken nor delusional. This building has 2 units, totaling 24 apartments, and I intend to acquire them all. The saleswoman, realizing her lapse in professionalism, quickly responded, I apologize. I will seek confirmation. Before long, the company's president, Wang Fugue, appeared at the door. Whether he was there to mock or to engage with a significant client, it warranted his presence. Observing Li Wu's somewhat disheveled appearance, Wang Fugue felt a flicker of disappointment and cast a mildly irritated glance at the saleswoman. With a pig in the game awaiting his attention, Li Wu was not inclined towards theatrics. He directly inquired, what is the lowest price for this building? I am prepared to pay in full on the spot. Wang Fugue, maintaining his composure, refrained from questioning Li Wu outright. Instead, he smiled and asked, forgive my curiosity, but what do you intend to do with so many apartments? Our small county has an average level of prosperity, and while property prices are not exorbitant, there is little room for appreciation. The investment potential is rather limited. I am not investing. I am purchasing these for my niece's future. The property deeds will be solely in her name. May I ask how old your niece is? She is 3 years old. Is that acceptable? Are you jesting with me? Security, please escort this young man out. Wang Fugue could no longer contain his composure. This was absurd. Li Wu felt a twinge of helplessness. His intentions may indeed seem eccentric, yet he genuinely wished to make this purchase. Having endured a life fraught with the near demise of his entire family, Li Wu is beset with apprehension regarding the arrival of tomorrow and the unexpected. He contemplates his future, envisioning a life where he may marry and have children. Yet he fears the consequences of unforeseen events that might leave Tuan alone. What if his wife and child do not treat Tuan kindly? Li Wu is acutely aware that such a pessimistic mindset at the tender age of 21 is profoundly unhealthy. Nonetheless, he feels compelled to secure some assurance for Tuan's future before seeking the counsel of a psychologist. Do not be agitated. I suspect that if I reveal my savings balance now, you might think I am merely jesting. As someone in real estate, you must have a close rapport with the banks. Do you have the phone number for President Zhao of the Industrial and Commercial Bank? A brief conversation wouldn't be too burdensome. By the way, I am Li Wu. Chapter 71. A heart of 41 at the age of 21. Wang Fugue, seeing the earnestness in Li Wu's demeanor and recognizing his acquaintance with Zhao Wuqi, paused to halt the approaching security guard and retrieve his phone to make a call. After hanging up, Wang Fugue exhibited an exuberance that insisted Li Wu's sample of vintage De Hong Pao from 1982. Li Wu had been away long enough and was disinclined to engage in protracted negotiations with a real estate magnate well past his prime. He stated plainly, "Isn't the price of this building between 3,200 and 3,600? Let us not differentiate by floor. Let us set it all at 3,200 and apply a 5% discount." Wow, Mr. Li, your demand is rather audacious. Not only does that reduce the average price per square meter by at least 200, but with a 5% discount, that's another 160 off. Such a price is simply untenable. Will you sell or not? Please give me a straightforward answer. Yes. Have I offered too much? How about including full renovations at no extra charge? That's not feasible. I must at least break even. The market isn't favorable this year. Please don't leave. I also have a ceramic store and can offer you a complete set of high-end tiles. Deal. You certainly know how to negotiate. And to think you can purchase an entire building at such a young age. Truly impressive. Since you own a ceramic store, you must have access to a renovation crew. I'll do a complete renovation package for 50,000, excluding furniture and appliances. Agreed. But you won't be providing me with subpar materials, will you? Certainly not. If you buy the entire building with cash, you can pay half of the renovation fee up front, with the remainder due upon satisfaction. Am I perhaps asking for too much again? Not at all. I will also include a 55-inch television with each unit. It appears I have indeed overstepped. Li Wu sighed, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Let us settle the accounts. The accountant behind Wang Fugue had already calculated the total square footage during their negotiations. Upon determining the unit price, the figures were quickly finalized. 424 units, totaling 2,164 square meters. The aggregate price amounted to 560 yuan. Wang Fugue generously waived the remaining 8,560 yuan, along with a prepayment of 600,000 for renovations. Li Wu promptly transferred 17 million yuan and an additional 700 yuan, entrusting the real estate company to handle the property tax. This was significantly less than anticipated, with over 10 million still in his account. Li Wu pondered before acquiring the last 2 street-facing commercial units remaining with Wang Fugue, once again inscribing the name of Tuan, Li Yu. The shops along the street are highly sought after, and Wang Fugue was resolute in refusing to lower the price. Ultimately, Li Wu spent 4 million to acquire 200 square meter commercial properties, still entrusting Wang Fugue with the responsibility of paying the taxes. The deed tax for commercial properties is quite steep, amounting to 5% of the property price, which resulted in Li Wu paying an additional 200,000. However, the shops required no renovations, as tenants would handle their own fittings. With over 6 million remaining in her account, Li Wu finally felt at ease. Both the residential complex and the shops were newly developed, not considered too old even after a decade or two. Once the properties were handed over, they would be rented out, with the rental income deposited into the newly opened bank account for Tuan. Should she still be alive when Tuan comes of age? It would be ideal. If she were to pass away or face bankruptcy, these properties and savings would ensure Tuan's well-being. At just 21, having already alleviated the concerns of a 41-year-old, what a relief it was. Upon logging in, she received messages from Baidaba and Malatang Tutu. Brother Tuan, I can't make it to Shinho City. My mom helped me get a bank card today, and after discovering my plans to buy equipment, she gave me a beating and insisted I go to Maodu City to keep an eye on me. Brother Tuan, I'm heading to Maodu City. My mom is outside waiting for me with a feather duster. She set me straight. Brother Tuan, I've changed my class. This time I didn't listen to my mom and became a priest instead of an archer. I believe a guardian certainly needs a healing profession as support. Brother Tuan, my healing spell also crits now. I'll definitely be able to help you in the future. Reading through the series of messages, Li Wu couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She felt a tinge of regret that the young girl wouldn't be coming to Shenhou City, as obedient little turrets like her were hard to come by. However, the girl's tone seemed somewhat off, flirtatious even. Could it be that she was developing a crush on him? That simply wouldn't do. Engaging in illicit affairs was out of the question. It was said that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. It was no wonder that Malatang Mama resorted to family discipline, urging the girl to go to Mouta City, likely sensing something amiss and wanting to mitigate any potential losses. In that instant, Li Wu contemplated deleting Malatang Tutu to sever her flirtation. Malatang Tutu was online and quickly sent a message. Li Wu responded with indifference and dismissed her. After all, it was unlikely that the main cities would open up in the near future. A child affection comes swiftly but fades even faster, and letting time take its course would likely diminish it. After some thought, Li Wu sighed and sent a message to Baidaba, asking her to keep an eye on the situation. Not expecting any favors in return, Baidaba nearly fell over in excitement at the prospect of receiving a referral fee. A 100 crit healing rate. Who was looking out for whom in this scenario? She promptly invited Malatang Tutu and her mother to join the guild. After addressing these matters, Li Wu returned to her pig farming endeavors. Reaching level 12, the experience gained from abyssal magic pigs had diminished somewhat, but with pig large intestine nearing level 10, Li Wu decided to remain in the same spot. After nearly an hour of grinding abyssal magic pigs, pig large intestine finally reached level 10. Li Wu was thrilled to learn that pig large intestine had mastered the stone armor aura at level 10. Regrettably, the aura's effect was only at 10 rather than 20, and it remained uncertain if there would be further opportunities for enhancement. Nevertheless, a level 10 boost was quite advantageous for Li Wu, particularly given its noble percentage increase. Upon noticing the riding capability indicated on the pet interface for the pig intestines, Li Wu glanced down at the creature, which, although considerably larger, resembled a typical domestic pig in reality. His expression morphed into one of amusement. This was not the hefty swine, weighing 500 to 600 pounds after years of care, but rather the kind that is culled from the farm at a mere 200 pounds. A petite girl akin to a spicy rabbit head might manage to ride it. Yet for his towering stature of over 6 feet clad in heavy armor, mounting a domestic pig seemed utterly absurd. Where he placed those long legs, would they not dangle awkwardly? Chapter 72. The little pig pulls the cart. The average abyssal magic pig stood shoulder-high to his chest. How could a mere minor lord have the audacity? Unable to restrain himself, Li Wu kicked the pig intestines, but ultimately decided to give it a try. All for the sake of the 80 movement speed boost noted in the data. Ding! You lack the necessary saddle equipment and cannot mount. Saddle equipment can be purchased from the system store or other players engaged in crafting. Upon seeing the system prompt, Li Wu perused the system store and located the saddle equipment priced at 10 silver. He then summoned the auction house to search and discovered that saddles were also available there, with a variety of styles. The lowest price for a similar model being merely 3 silver. It appeared that once the main city opened, the lifestyle players had finally begun to profit. Casting a glance at the rather unattractive pig intestines, Li Wu opted against anything ostentatious and purchased a standard saddle for 3 silver. Equipping the saddle onto the pet interface, a saddle appeared on the pig intestines, with the reins hanging from its snout. With no one around, Li Wu felt a surge of excitement as he grasped the reins and mounted. After all, it was a mount. In reality, he had only ridden a bicycle and a small electric scooter before. To his surprise, there was indeed no place for his long legs. His feet simply dangled to the ground. With a flick of the reins, the pig intestines bolted forward with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in awe. Li Wu squatted in a riding stance, watching his empty hands, dumbfounded as the pig intestines sped away, his expression darkening. With a sigh, Li Wu remounted the pig intestines, extended his legs forward, and swung the reins. The pig intestines began to run with him aboard, though it was a small pig pulling a heavy load. The speed of movement remained unaffected. The mount's velocity was calculated based on Li Wu's own speed, with an additional 80 speed boost propelling him forward. Look, someone is riding a pig, riding a mount with legs splayed wide. This was indeed a rare sight. Wow, the prince of black pigs. Is he going mad with thoughts of royalty? Can one truly be a prince while riding a pig? You know nothing. Did you not see the high-quality gear he is adorned with? Did you think the white horse prince became famous solely due to his steed? That makes sense. Prince, bestow upon me some of your gear. I could use some warmth at night. Never seen anyone ride a pig before. What a spectacle. What's wrong with riding a pig? It may not be pretty, but at least the pig intestines are a renowned quality. After hatching, the pig's intestines promptly ascended to the pet ranking, securing the 27th position. Although it is nestled among lower-tier pets, No one has yet managed to hatch a pet of superior quality. Riding the pig, Liu navigated through the crowd, her mind swirling with thoughts as she hastened towards the quest hall. Focusing solely on leveling up was not her primary goal, for the cutting talent could only be enhanced by vanquishing wild creatures of equal or higher rank. As of now, no one had discovered the wilderness surrounding the main city, and Liu was wary of advancing her level 2 swiftly. This time, Liu accepted a merit task with a name ominously linked to monsters. The task was to eradicate the goblin bandits that blocked the way. The transport convoy near Shinhaoshan had been ambushed by a band of goblin marauders. Thus, she was to deliver the commission letter to Mando Village and eliminate these ruffians. The mission objectives were to slay 200 goblin bandits and the chief goblin, Gabuda. The team comprised 3 members, and the reward amounted to a total of 45 merit points. Having previously visited Mando Village, Liu, atop her pig, reached her destination in just a few minutes. After presenting the commission letter to the village chief, she set off southward as directed. Since the transport team had been attacked, it was logical to follow the main road, and soon enough, Liu discovered traces of the goblins. The nearby players were sparse, but not entirely absent. After a day of relentless fighting, most of the first-tier players had already reached level 11, making it considerably easier to form teams and slay monsters. The goblin bandits were level 12, possessing 9,000 health, 350 defense, and 520 physical attack power, with a skill that dealt 150 physical damage. Given their relatively low level and the modest merit points awarded, Liu felt no need for further analysis and engaged them directly. The pig was already level 10, with 2,800 health, 440 defense, and 440 attack. Not only could it provide Liu with a beneficial aura, but its biting skill also inflicted considerable damage on the monsters. Adhering to the principle of equitable distribution, Liu led 5 goblin bandits in circles, striking them down one by one as the pig chased and bit at them. In no time, the 5 goblins lay defeated at Liu's sword. Experience points were distributed at a ratio of 1:9 between her and her pet, allowing her to control the leveling process, and thus she aimed to elevate the pig's level to 12. After nearly half an hour of relentless slaughter, the 200 goblins were dispatched. Amidst the curious gazes of nearby players, Liu mounted her pig and ventured further afield. However, the issue with elite monsters was that although the ordinary creatures had been eradicated, there was still no sight of the elite goblins. It was uncertain whether other teams had already vanquished them. Galloping on her mount, Liu decided to scour the expansive goblin spawn point. Riding a steed had its drawbacks. Any consecutive 3 attacks would cause her to be thrown off, regardless of whether her defenses held. Fortunately, the goblins did not spawn densely, and as long as she avoided charging into large clusters, her dismounts were infrequent. Moreover, Liu's strength was formidable enough that even if she attracted 10 or 8 goblins, she would not perish. After a thorough exploration of the area, she finally spotted Gabuda among the sea of diminutive goblins, wielding a massive wolf fawn club. After all, being twice the height of an ordinary goblin is quite conspicuous. Great Goblin Gabuda, Elite. Level, 12. Health, 35,000. Defense, 420. Physical attack, 750. Skill 1. Smash. Inflicts 150 physical damage to the enemy and stuns them for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Skill 2. Great Might. The Great Goblin's physique is significantly stronger than that of ordinary goblins, allowing regular attacks to deal 130 physical damage. Skill 3. Cannibalistic Frenzy. When health drops below 30, disregards control effects and charges toward nearby goblins, voraciously devouring their flesh to absorb vitality, restoring 30 health for each goblin consumed, up to a maximum of 3, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The sight of 3 players rushing towards him from a distance caused a grimace to cross Liu's face. Chapter 73. The Malicious Trio. The trio maneuvered past several waves of goblins, heading directly towards him, likely having spotted the imposing Great Goblin from afar. Liu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately taunted Gabuda to draw its ire. He certainly did not wish to relinquish the Great Goblin he had painstakingly located to others. Having reached level 12, Liu's stats were as follows. Health 5, 412, Defense 1, 029, and Attack 705. Given that Gabuda's attack stood at only 750, it could not breach Liu's defenses. Even with skills, it could inflict merely 96 points of damage. Liu remained cautious, refraining from utilizing skills, and instead opted for regular attacks against Gabuda. The trio, consisting of a shield bearer, a priest, and a mage, approached after dispatching an obstructing goblin. exchanging glances and whispers upon witnessing Li Wu audaciously engaging an elite monster single-handedly. Li Wu cast a discerning eye over their equipment, while he could not discern the specifics. The sheen and craftsmanship suggested a general quality. The jewelry remained obscured, yet the weapons and garments indicated that their gear was mediocre, not reaching golden tier, with the priest's shoes potentially being the exception. If a confrontation ensued, Li Wu was confident in his agility and believed he could evade capture even if he was outmatched. With this in mind, he smiled and said, "I've been searching for this quest monster for quite some time. Might I kindly ask you to keep your distance and allow me to strike first?" The trio exchanged looks, and the priest, arms crossed, chuckled. "You go on with your fight. We merely wish to observe the spectacle, curious about what loot this creature might yield." While their words were pleasant, their intent was clearly nefarious. Whether to claim the final blow or to eliminate Li Wu for his spoils, he would not remain passive. Even though Li Wu conserved his skills, Gabuda's health dwindled to 30, triggering cannibalistic frenzy. Roaring in rage, Gabuda momentarily forgot the pain inflicted by Li Wu and charged towards a nearby goblin. The diminutive creature was seized in Gabuda's grasp, its neck clamped within the great goblin's gaping maw as it savagely chewed, the gruesome scene evoking both horror and fascination. As Li Wu beheld the unfolding scene, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He swiftly raised his hand, summoning the pursuing Gabuda's attention, and stored the aggressive pig entrails into his pet space before turning to charge at a nearby ordinary goblin. Startled, the trio of adventurers swiftly retreated. Li Wu, witnessing their flight, made no effort to pursue. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Gabuda. Having already triggered the family cannibalism mechanism, Gabuda was now under a 5-minute cooldown. Ample time for Li Wu to vanquish it several times over. Although surrounded by 2 or 3 dozen goblins, their skills could not breach Li Wu's formidable defenses. The minuscule amount of health they managed to chip away was trivial compared to what Li Wu could recover. With a legion of goblins serving as his guardians, Li Wu felt no trepidation about others stealing the kill. Even if someone were to manage a distant shot for the final blow, the spoils of Gabuda would remain unattainable for them. When a monster fails to engage its enemy for an extended period, its aggro becomes chaotic, attacking whoever draws near. Much like Li Wu's previous experience with the Electric Zombie King, although the creature's ire was directed at him, any intruder within its alert range will be swiftly assaulted. Among the throng of goblins, merely 6 or 7 could strike at Li Wu, while the rest remained in a state of aggro confusion. Li Wu harbored no doubts about the courage of those 3 daring to plunge into the fray to claim loot. As Gabuda's health dwindled to 50 under Li Wu's relentless assault, a piercing ice arrow suddenly struck him, inflicting a paltry minus 146 damage. Observing this meager affliction, Li Wu turned to the returning trio with a disdainful smirk. With a spell power around 900, did they truly believe they could slay him and loot the spoils? Alarmed by the insignificance of their attack, the mage hastily called out to the nearby priest, urging, "You too, strike now with radiant impact." Upon witnessing Li Wu's health bar barely diminish, the priest's countenance darkened. Yet, with his comrade already engaged, he had no choice but to commit to the fray, casting his sole offensive spell. Radiant impact, minus 151. The priest's equipment was somewhat superior to the mage's, as he donned golden boots and silver attire, yet his damage output paled in comparison to the mage's enhanced abilities. On Li Wu's end, he had already afflicted 4 nearby monsters with 5 layers of toxin, leeching health from 5 creatures, while a steady stream of notifications floated above his head. Though the gains were modest, the mage and priest skills required cooldowns. After several rounds of spells, Li Wu's health had only diminished by a quarter, while Gabuda's endurance was waning. Li Wu retained his skills, vigilantly monitoring Gabuda's health, while silently noting the frequency of the mage's and priest's attacks. Just as Gabuda's health dwindled to a mere sliver, Li Wu keenly observed the priest's skill falter. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes as the pig entrails emerged outside the mob. Executing a charge skill that stunned the priest in place, Li Wu held his sword aloft, refraining from striking, while the mage's fireball unexpectedly detonated upon Gabuda's head. As the priest succumbed to dizziness, the meticulously planned ambush against Gobta fell apart, leaving Gobta with over 300 health points. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wu collected the long sword that had been delayed by his descent. Instead of hastily gathering spoils, Li Wu took advantage of the distraction caused by the suddenly appearing boar intestine, which drew away the outer circle of goblins and swiftly emerged from the gap left by Gobta's demise, heading straight for the dazed mage player. "Quick, use Ice Arrow!" shouted a guard player who had been anxiously waiting on the sidelines as he positioned himself in Li Wu's path. Li Wu raised a shield to deflect the incoming ice arrow. Although the damage was minimal, it reduced his movement speed by 30. Unfazed, Li Wu grinned at the mage and nonchalantly stowed away the boar intestine. The goblins, now devoid of a target, lost their aggression, while the recently revived priest and mage found themselves within the goblins' alert range. Li Wu continued his relentless advance towards the two spellcasters, and the guard, momentarily bewildered, attempted to halt Li Wu's charge with a shield bash, only to see his name turn gray in an instant. Chapter 74. When am I? -1. The force damage of 1 point hovered above Li Wu's head, seemingly mocking the guard. This disparity in equipment quality was evident. The guard, at level 11, could withstand the goblin's damage due to his focus on resilience. However, his inferior gear inevitably compromised his offensive capabilities. Upon regaining his senses, Li Wu disregarded the guard entirely and pressed onward towards the two ranged players. At that moment, the two players were being pursued by several goblins, leaving them no time to hinder Li Wu's advance. Leveraging his superior speed, Li Wu gradually caught up. Finally, as the two spellcasters escaped the goblins' pursuit and exhaled in relief, Li Wu's figure loomed ominously behind them. With a valiant strike, Li Wu's weapon struck the mage, followed by a swift basic attack. -707, -17. -70, poison, -17. -350, -17. -140, -17. In a flurry of skill and basic attacks, the mage's health plummeted by more than half, the overwhelming damage eliciting a pained cry. Despite the guard's low damage output, it was clear who was being targeted. Li Wu's 705 attack power, while not rivaling the highest damage classes, was nonetheless among the elite within the guard class. It was effortless to strike down a fragile class. Meanwhile, the priest demonstrated commendable awareness, anticipating Li Wu's assault before he reached the mage. The casting time for healing spell was 1 second, perfectly timed to land atop the mage. 960. Immediately after, the priest unleashed a swift heal upon the mage. 120. Li Wu cast a sidelong glance at the priest, but chose not to engage him, instead focusing intently on relentlessly assaulting the mage. -350, -17. -210 poison, -17. 350, -17. -280 poison, -17. The mage, enduring excruciating pain, unleashed an ice arrow at Li Wu, hoping to escape while Li Wu was momentarily slowed. However, he was swiftly struck in place by a shield bash that Li Wu had retained. -707 stunned, -17. -350 poison, -17. The priest's healing spell was still on cooldown. Although the cooldown for the recovery spell was merely 1 second, using it on the same target would only refresh the duration rather than accumulate healing. The priest, while casting Radiant Impact at Li Wu, awaited the arrival of his ally from the guard team to be of some assistance. Indeed, the guard player arrived just in time, delivering a shield bash that stunned Li Wu. At last, the priest's healing spell concluded its cooldown, yet tragically, before he could cast it, the mage fell. A flicker of terror crossed the priest's face as he hastily cast a recovery spell on the guard and turned to flee. Li Wu grinned, revealing 8 prominent fangs. Once the stun wore off, he disregarded the guard's feeble attempts to strike him, calmly picked up the mage's discarded garments, and pursued the priest. The priest's shoes appeared to be of golden quality, allowing him to run slightly faster than Li Wu, yet the guard player lagged behind. With no control skills and insufficient attack range, they could only watch as Li Wu advanced steadily. Suddenly, the fleeing priest turned and shouted loudly, "Xiao Zhao, do not pursue him. Run in the opposite direction. Suge, I can't escape. You go ahead without worrying about me." The guard, trailing behind, exclaimed anxiously as Li Wu closed in on the priest. Perplexed, Li Wu interjected, "Are you two not miscommunicating?" Hearing Li Wu, the guard named Xiao Zhao quickly pleaded, "Big brother, could you spare us?" Li Wu chuckled, "Of course, why not? Just drop 5 pieces of unranked silver equipment on the ground." "Damn, I only have 4 pieces of silver equipment in total." "Then there's no room for negotiation. If your gear is inferior, do not attempt to emulate others in slaying for equipment." The priest fell silent for a moment. "I'm sorry, brother, I must take my leave." "What you two take me for?" Li Wu raised an eyebrow, unable to resist mocking them. "Today I concede, but I shall repay you double another day." The priest tossed out a parting remark, and suddenly a silver light enveloped him, significantly enhancing his speed, allowing him to distance himself from Li Wu. Whether it was a skill or a talent remained uncertain. "Still pretending with me?" Li Wu smiled broadly, a red glow emanating from him as his speed also surged. Raging Fury. This skill reduced defense, and he hesitated to activate it while the trio was intact. Upon activating Raging Fury, his speed increased by 30. Yet he noticed that the distance between him and the priest had not diminished. Uncertain of how long the priest's acceleration would last, Li Wu's Raging Fury would only persist for 10 seconds, but at that moment, his pet's summoning cooldown had refreshed. He summoned Pig Intestine and commanded it to charge at the priest. The charge was remarkably swift. Pig Intestine reached the priest's backside in an instant, pinning him in place. Li Wu closed in rapidly, delivering a valorous strike upon the priest. -697, -18. -70 toxin, -18. The cleric possessed a slightly higher health and defense than the mage, albeit within limits. The ferocity of Li Wu's skill augmented her attack speed by 30, allowing her to swiftly land 2 strikes, causing the cleric's health to plummet to a critical state. Enduring excruciating pain, the cleric attempted to cast a healing spell, only to be rendered unconscious again by Li Wu's shield bash. Before Li Wu could even draw her sword, the cleric was mercilessly slain by a bite from Pig Intestine. "Consider yourself fortunate," Li Wu scoffed as she collected the silver helmet and silver bracers dropped by the cleric. If only those shoes, which appeared to be of golden quality, had also dropped. Upon witnessing the cleric's demise, Zhao, the guard player, turned tail and fled, already a considerable distance away. Li Wu had no intention of letting this guard escape and hastily pursued him. After 10 seconds, Li Wu's combat status expired, and she mounted Pig Intestine. Engaging in combat or receiving damage would keep a character in a combat state, which only lifted automatically after 10 seconds of tranquility. Once mounted, the guard had no chance of evasion. "Brother, you cannot kill me. My name has turned white." Chapter 75. What a coincidence. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Zhao hastily proclaimed that his gray name status had expired. Li Wu found Zhao's words amusing. "So what if your name is white? Does that mean you cannot be killed?" However, Li Wu had always harbored a desire for vengeance. Why should she spare Zhao and his companions, who sought to slay her for loot? Li Wu swiftly unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing Zhao to scream in distress. Yet, instead of delivering a fatal blow, Li Wu left him with a sliver of health, ensuring that the toxin would not finish him off, and stepped back, crossing her arms. "No, no, no." Li Wu observed Zhao with an odd expression, shaking her head and declaring, "You misunderstand. I never intended to spare you." "Huh?" Amid Zhao's confusion, the 10 seconds elapsed, and Li Wu quickly mounted Pig Intestine, charging toward a nearby goblin. Zhao stood dumbfounded as Li Wu circled him, drawing a swarm of goblins to converge upon him. It was too late for Zhao to flee. Goblins surrounded him from all sides, and soon 3 goblins, driven by chaos, descended upon him. Without a cleric to heal him, Zhao could not withstand the onslaught of 3 goblins, and he was swiftly dispatched by their relentless assault. Regrettably, a white name does not equate to a gray name. The likelihood of losing equipment was low, and only a basic piece of gear remained on the ground, evidently not belonging to Zhao. This encounter was rather unremarkable. The Goblin Tower yielded only a few pieces of black iron equipment, not a single silver item. The 3 players were likely lamenting their choices. After placing several pieces of silver and black iron equipment on the market, Li Wu disposed of the basic gear and exchanged it for some bread and water before heading off to undertake merit quests. This time, fortune favored her, as a high merit quest appeared in the quest hall, offering an impressive reward of 120 points. Just as Li Wu was about to examine the task details, she discovered it had vanished. Thinking she was seeing things, she frantically searched the quest wall, yet the high merit task was nowhere to be found. It was true that merit quests had a limited number of acceptances, but could it be so cruel that it disappeared just as she had seen it? In the midst of his confusion, a crisp voice resonated through the task hall. A level task offering a reward of 120 merit points required a protector and ranged damage dealer, stipulating that each participant must possess at least 3 pieces of golden equipment rated above 50, or a total equipment score exceeding 480. Upon hearing this, Li Wu immediately realized that it pertained to the recently vanished 120 merit task. The task had disappeared too swiftly for him to discern its details. Splitting 120 merit points among 3 individuals resulted in a meager 40 points each, which Li Wu found somewhat inadequate. However, the task wall had not refreshed with any worthwhile merit tasks, the only one reaching 30 points being a team effort to defeat 2,000 minor monsters, which held little appeal. His curiosity about the difficulty of the 120 merit task grew, especially since it not only required a trio, but also demanded a certain level of prowess. Following the source of the announcement, he discovered a priest clad in a flowing white and gold robe, her face obscured by a mask. The loose robe concealed her figure, making it impossible to ascertain her gender, and her name was hidden, but the tone of her voice suggested she was a female player. At that moment, several players had already gathered around her. Beauty, how many pieces of golden equipment rated above 50 can you manage? Would a full set of silver with a score of 420 suffice? Indeed, lower the rating requirements, will you? As a mage, I don't need to tank. And though my equipment score may not reach 480, my intelligence and damage output rival those of players equipped with 480 rated gear. That won't do. The priest's voice was icy, as if everyone owed her a considerable debt. Li Wu, overhearing her tone, almost hesitated to approach. Yet, his curiosity about the 120 merit task compelled him to inquire, "May I ask what the task entails?" As he scanned the area again and found no suitable tasks, he was about to casually accept any task to pass the time when a cold, unyielding voice interrupted him. "May I inquire about your equipment score?" "That is not possible." Li Wu shot a glance at the unsolicited priestess, casually accepting a task before turning to leave. Just as he stepped out of the task hall and prepared to summon his companion, Pig Dachong, the priestess unexpectedly pursued him. "Were you not eager to know the task details? I can share them with you." "Wait, this task targets a boss monster." At her words, Li Wu halted abruptly, the reins he had raised suspended in midair. In an instant, Pig Dachong vanished, and Li Wu swiftly turned around, his tone suddenly warm and inviting. "What level is it? Please elaborate." The priestess appeared taken aback by Li Wu's abrupt shift in demeanor, pausing for a moment before regaining her composure. "First, tell me your equipment score. Although your gear seems to be of golden quality, I cannot ascertain its level." "What? If my equipment score is low, you won't divulge anything?" Li Wu Karia. "You must understand the significance of a boss monster. If the information is carelessly shared, it may lead to competition." "That is indeed a valid point. But how can I trust that your reported score is accurate?" Li Wu nodded in agreement. The priestess hesitated momentarily, but soon devised a solution. "Then you should apply to join my party. The Blue Planet does not allow viewing of others' equipment. However, the team leader can establish automatic entry requirements when forming a team, such as minimum attack or defense power. After the main city is unlocked, an equipment rating requirement was added. Ding! You have joined the team of Euonymus." Without the priest's consent, Li Wu successfully entered the team, clearly meeting the equipment rating standards. Glancing at the system notification, Li Wu realized that the female priest's name was Euonymus. Upon seeing Li Wu join, Euonymus secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the iciness in her tone seemed to diminish somewhat. "The task involves 2 elite monsters. Once the team is assembled, I will share the task with you." Did you not mention a lore monster? Let us first complete the merit task to test our strength. Once the merit task is accomplished, I will lead you to the Lord Monster, which is not far from the task area." "What a coincidence." Li Wu cast a skeptical glance at Euonymus. "Moreover, the Lord Monster is not something you own. Are you not concerned about someone else defeating it first? Could this be the legendary ambush?" Chapter 76, Euonymus. "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. I initially intended to find 2 strong teammates in the task hall to defeat the Lord Monster, and I fortuitously discovered a high-merit task to undertake." That makes some sense." Li Wu nodded, then inquired, "Why did you not simply shout for a team in the area, instead of gathering people in the task hall? Are you not worried that if you arrive late, the Lord Monster might be defeated by someone else?" "How should I shout? Should I announce that I found the Lord Monster? Besides, the Lord Monster resides in the area of level 15 monsters. Surely no one is farming there at the moment." Side profession task. Euonymus shot a sideways glance at Li Wu. "Why do you have so many questions?" "Perfect." Li Wu couldn't help but applaud silently in his heart, feeling even more skeptical of Euonymus. The explanation was reasonable, yet Li Wu maintained a half-skeptical attitude, unwilling to abandon the opportunity of a level 15 lore monster. After pondering, Li Wu felt there was nothing to fear. Clad in bound equipment, what was there to worry about? If things went awry, he could always forfeit his platinum shoes, incurring merely a penalty fee. Furthermore, while the Lord Monster might be a ruse, the merit task was undoubtedly genuine. It would be a shame to forego it. We're just a protector and a priest, who will deal damage." Euonymus regarded Li Wu as if he were a fool. "Alas, I'm not trying to show off. Although I concealed my name, the system notification indicates my entry into the team. Did you not see it?" "See what?" "My name." The Invincible Cute Team?" Euonymus glanced at the back end, then suddenly looked up. Initially, Li Wu felt a sense of pride. After all, he was somewhat of a celebrity, with forum posts claiming he was the top protector. However, upon noticing Euonymus's gaze, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Where had he seen that look before? "Damn, by Daba." "Wait a moment, temper your gaze. The Invincible Cute Team is a nickname for my child. I created it for fun, and I am an unyielding straight man." Hearing Li Wu's explanation, the expression beneath Euonymus's mask softened slightly, before she curiously asked, "Why do you want me to see your name? Are you quite famous?" This charade is rather unimpressive. Li Wu suppressed the urge to scratch his head and sighed. Stepping out of the queue. Please set the team equipment score to 600. O'Shernan paused for a moment, then, somewhat incredulously, adjusted the automatic team entry threshold to a score of 600. Ding. The Invincible Cute Squad has joined your team. Your equipment is remarkable. Even O'Shernan, typically so composed, was taken aback by the impressive score of Li Wu's gear. She had suspected that Li Wu's equipment would be commendable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered himself to inquire, but she hadn't anticipated it to be of such high caliber. After spending a considerable time in the team hall, they hadn't even managed to recruit players with a score of 480. Noticing O'Shernan's astonished expression, Li Wu thought to himself, I could have understated my score. His equipment score was actually nearing 700. Now, you should trust that the two of us can manage this, right? Yes, it should suffice. Although our pace may be slower, the rewards will be greater. Then there's no need for us to undertake a merit task to test our strength. Let's pursue the Lord Monster instead, lest someone else snatches it away. Agreed. Li Wu waved his hand, summoning his mount, the pig intestine, then turned to glance at O'Shernan. He wondered if O'Shernan possessed a mount, as traveling on foot would be somewhat sluggish. O'Shernan glanced at the pig intestine and summoned her pet as well. A royal crab, no, a venomous spider, appeared before her. Observing O'Shernan perched upon the venomous spider, Li Wu's expression, concealed beneath his mask, bore a hint of peculiarity. Perhaps due to her level exceeding 10, the venomous spider was significantly larger than the level 5 vermin from the novice village. Yet, its round body could barely accommodate a seat, and certainly not for someone of Li Wu's stature at nearly 8 meters. Once seated on the spider, O'Shernan's flowing golden robe covered half of it, leaving only its 8 long legs visible, which from a distance might lead one to believe a spider had achieved sentience. Li Wu stifled a chuckle as he followed O'Shernan out of the Lord's manor. Sensing something, O'Shernan turned to Li Wu and, in a frosty tone, remarked, If you wish to laugh, then laugh. What is there to laugh about? My spider is a product of the venomous Lord's drop. It is of a higher tier, unlike ordinary venomous spiders. Indeed, no need for explanations. You ride a spider while I ride a pig. It's all the same. Who is mocking whom? Li Wu said, raising his leg slightly to indicate that O'Shernan's little pig, pulling a cart, had no standing to ridicule anyone. Are you certain? You have too many questions. O'Shernan was not lying. Her venomous spider was indeed not ordinary, moving only slightly slower than the pig intestine. The two ventured south from Shunho City, encountering monsters of levels 12 and 13 along the way. Li Wu would proactively ride the pig intestine to draw aggro, as a priest, even while mounted, found it challenging to navigate carelessly through a throng of monsters. One misstep could lead to being dismounted and overwhelmed. After nearly half an hour of travel, players had become scarce in sight, as they had entered the spawn zone of level 14 monsters. Throughout their journey, the two spoke little, with Li Wu furrowing his brow slightly at the increasingly formidable creatures ahead. What secondary profession tasks are you undertaking, running such a distance? O'Shernan cast a sidelong glance at Li Wu and asked coolly, Do you think I am deceiving you? No, not at all. I'm merely curious. Li Wu replied with a smile, though his eyes lacked any mirth. An alchemist? Such a profession exists in Blue Star? Li Wu expressed surprise. Although he did not pay much attention to lifestyle occupations, he had heard of many, yet an alchemist was not one of them. With a gifted skill, an apothecary can transform into an alchemist. What can an alchemist concoct? Li Wu felt a bit uneasy under O'Shernan's scrutinizing gaze and quickly added, I assure you, it is pure curiosity this time. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to share. Wasn't that the question just now? He cleared his throat awkwardly, turning his head to avoid further discussion. Seeing Li Wu's awkward demeanor, the corner of O'Shernan's mouth involuntarily curled upward. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, An alchemist should be considered an advanced version of an apothecary. I can create the same potions as an apothecary, but I can also refine attribute elixirs. Attribute elixirs? Chapter 77. The Toes nearly unearthed a 3-bedroom apartment. They can enhance attributes. A hint of pride colored O'Shernan's cool tone as she paused for effect before adding, They provide a permanent boost. Upon hearing this, Li Wu suddenly tightened the reins, causing Zhu Dachong to come to an abrupt halt. Noticing this, O'Shernan also paused and turned to look at Li Wu, her chin instinctively tilting upward by 5 degrees. Contrary to her expectations of seeing astonishment, all she found was Li Wu's cold gaze, followed by him squinting as he scanned the surroundings. What are you looking at? Ou sinon incroyable? Puzzled. I am checking for any accomplices lying in wait nearby, Li Wu replied, adopting a cautious demeanor as if ready to toss his shoes into the auction house. What accomplices? What are you talking about? O'Sherinan was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Do you take me for a fool? Attribute elixirs are one thing, but a permanent enhancement? Do you think Blue Star is your personal domain? If you could casually concoct 1,000 or so, wouldn't you be invincible? Are you out of your mind? O'Sherinan felt her sanity slipping, her usually calm demeanor fraying as her brain raced in frustration. Attribute elixirs have usage limits. And do you think materials are so easily sourced? 1,000 or so. Do you think they grow like cabbages? I refuse to believe you, from beginning to end. Your claims are riddled with doubt. If it weren't for the merit task, I wouldn't even bother with you. Yet, your fabrications grow increasingly preposterous. And you seem not to think at all. A small ivory sphere whizzed past Li Wu's ear and landed on the ground. As he rode Zhu Dachong, he casually picked it up for inspection. Oink oink. Zhu Dachong halted again, grunting in discontent at his master's sudden tugging of the reins. Li Wu squinted at the sphere. Had he not been wearing platinum boots, he would have certainly unearthed an entire apartment by now. Wisdom elixir. Consuming it permanently increases intelligence by 2 points, with a maximum consumption of 30 units. Excessive consumption is ineffective. Are you suffering from persecution paranoia? What do you take me for? My apologies. I misjudged you. Li Wu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. The kind-hearted intention of joining him to slay the Lord had led him to treat this girl as a swindler all along, testing her at every turn. If we were to exchange identities, the grass on the other's grave would be up to their ankles. O'Sherinan took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself, and then extended her hand coldly, stating, "Return the elixir to me. Our collaboration ends here." Li Wu gently placed the enlightenment pill into O'Sherinan's palm and, filled with regret, expressed, "I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding you. To show my contrition, you mentioned you couldn't find the nether flower, right? As a level 11 priest, it would be quite difficult for you to navigate the area with level 15 monsters. I can assist you." O'Sherinan felt an overwhelming urge to kick Li Wu and turn away without hesitation. However, the proposition was undeniably hard to refuse. Just as Li Wu indicated, as an 11-level priest, she indeed found it cumbersome to operate in a zone populated by level 15 monsters. Nevertheless, during a moment of being pursued by 2 level 15 ordinary monsters, she had indeed spotted a colossal creature, thus not entirely fabricating her tale. Although she hadn't the time to examine the colossal creature's information with her true eye, its size unmistakably suggested it was no ordinary elite monster, but undoubtedly a lord. Very well. Ou sinon inallait deeply. But please refrain from asking me further questions. Sure. The two resumed their journey until they reached the spawn point of the level 15 monsters, where they paused. While Li Wu had no fear of attracting monsters, the level 11 O'Sherinan certainly could not withstand them. Therefore, O'Sherinan suggested they proceed cautiously to avoid agitating any creatures. But Li Wu dismissed this notion after casting her true eye. Skeleton Swordsman. Level 15. Health 12,000. Defense 350. Physical attack 800. Skill 1. Slash. Inflicts 160 physical damage on the opponent, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 2. Leap Slash. Jumps from a distance to the enemy and delivers a powerful strike, inflicting 150 physical damage, with a release distance of 1 to 8 meters, and a cooldown of 8 seconds. Compared to the Abyssal Boar, which is also a level 15 monster, the Skeleton Swordsman is characterized by low health, but high damage output. Although its normal attacks cannot breach Li Wu's defenses, both skills can indeed inflict harm on her. However, 2 or 3 of them posed little threat to Li Wu, especially with a teammate by her side. What is your healing amount? Li Wu inquired softly. Your healing amount is quite impressive, Li Wu remarked, casting a surprised glance at O'Sherinan. Having consumed 30 enlightenment pills, what do you think? The healing spell's effectiveness is equivalent to 120 of magical attack, indicating that O'Sherinan's magical attack power exceeds 1,000 points. The enlightenment pill indeed proved to be a remarkable item, as 30 of them equated to an increase of 60 intelligence, thereby granting her an additional 120 points of magical attack power out of thin air. Are there any pills that enhance foundational strength? Li Wu couldn't help but inquire. There should be, but I do not possess the knowledge yet. However, I can craft stamina potions to boost endurance. Sell me 30 of those, Li Wu exclaimed with brightened eyes. Not a chance. I can make them, but I lack the materials. I haven't consumed a single one myself. What materials are needed? The nether flower. Well then, what are we waiting for? You ride your mount and keep pace with me while maintaining my healing spell. Let us charge forth and defeat the Lord first, then we shall gather the nether flowers. With a flourish of her hand, Li Wu led the way, dashing with pig intestine in the direction O'Sherinan indicated. Uranus was taken aback by Li Wu's audacity. Yet feeling somewhat embarrassed not to follow suit, she hastily mounted her steed and steeled herself to pursue him. Li Wu swiftly triggered the alert of two skeletal swordsmen. After sprinting a few paces, he leapt with agility, covering a distance of 8 meters to strike at Li Wu. The damage was minus 171. Minus 171. Despite receiving 2 hits from skills, Li Wu's forward momentum did not waver. With a shield bash, he incapacitated one, while the other continued to slash, inflicting poison and accumulating enmity. A flurry of numbers ascended above Li Wu's head. Although the increments were modest, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. The unincapacitated skeletal swordsman delivered a slashing blow, reducing Li Wu's health by 251 points. 206. Meanwhile, Uranus, who was galloping closely behind Li Wu, instantaneously cast a healing spell upon him, restoring 206 health points per second for a duration of 5 seconds. The healing spell, being instantaneous, could be cast even in mounted form. Chapter 78. Is this what you call a lord? 2 more skeletal swordsmen leapt forth. After Li Wu dispatched one with a swift strike, he commanded Zhu Dachong, trailing 8 meters behind, to charge and incapacitate one of the foes. However, rather than allowing Zhu Dachong to continue the assault, he capitalized on the target's disorientation to maintain pursuit, with one incapacitated and another in pursuit. This strategy soon amassed a significant following of skeletal swordsmen behind Li Wu. Fortunately, the skeletal swordsman's basic attacks could not breach defenses, and due to the positioning, few were able to strike Li Wu with skills. Since Li Wu had dealt damage to each creature, all the enmity was directed towards him, rendering Uranus nearly devoid of peril. Uranus was no stranger to forming parties, nor to collaborating with other guardians. Yet she had never witnessed anyone withstand a throng of 15-level monsters solely with a single healing spell. This damnable sense of security. Li Wu continued to lead the horde for some time, and at last, Uranus quietly remarked, "We're close." Upon hearing her, Li Wu glanced back at the remaining skeletal swordsmen, noting only 7 remained, and halted to engage the foes. Given the urgency and the insufficient application of toxins, his life force had dwindled to half. He swiftly employed Taunt and Valiant Strike against the 2 skeletal swordsmen before urgently calling to Uranus, "Cast your healing spell on me. Then assist in dispatching these 2 before us." After clearing the foes, Uranus hesitated momentarily before softly exclaiming, "You are truly impressive." To receive praise from a formidable ally stirred a sense of pride within her. Even behind her mask, a rare smile flickered across her taut visage. "Where's the Lord Monster?" Li Wu surveyed the surroundings, noting the desolate branches and numerous skeletal swordsmen wandering through the dead woods. Yet he discerned no extraordinary creature. Uranus also surveyed the vicinity, frowning as she replied, "It should be nearby. I remember the coordinates." Could have been preemptively claimed? Li Wu sighed. "Indeed," she affirmed. "Let us clear the monsters while we search." Sensing Uranus's apprehension, Li Wu added with a smile, "Do not worry, even if the Lord Monster eludes us. I shall assist you in gathering the Netherbloom." "Thank you," she replied. "There's no need for formality. Just give me a discount when you complete the body enhancement elixir." Having exchanged these words, the 2 began their quest amidst the desolate woods, battling monsters while searching. After half an hour of searching, when Ashinin was on the verge of giving up, Li Wu suddenly halted, gazing into the distance. "Is that the boss monster you mentioned?" A hint of uncontrollable excitement laced Li Wu's voice. Following her gaze, Ushinin's anxious heart finally found solace. "Yes, that is indeed it." Casting a keen eye upon the creature, Ushinin's fair visage turned ashen beneath her mask. Headless Knight, level, 15 health, 500, 000 defense. 1, 288 physical attack. 1, 888 magical attack. 1, 888 skill 1, death charge. The Headless Knight transforms into a spectral knight, launching a charge in a random direction, inflicting 150 physical damage upon all enemies in a 100-meter line, leaving behind a 10-meter wide trail of deadly flames that inflicts 80 magical damage per second for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 2, Knight's Sweep. Wielding a spear, the knight executes a 150-degree sweeping attack, dealing 150 physical damage to all enemies within the cone of effect, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 3, Silent Scream. When health drops to 20, the Headless Knight's despair manifests as a soul-wrenching scream, dealing 150 true damage to all enemies within a 200-meter radius. Skill 4, Soul Devour. Absorbing the lingering power of the deceased enhances the knight for every enemy that perishes within a 200-meter radius. The Headless Knight gains 1 point in both attack stats. Skill 5. Undying Body. Upon entering combat, the Headless Knight's stamina increases by 30, lasting until the battle concludes or liberation occurs. What is this? Ushinan's voice carried no excitement, but rather profound disappointment. For most players, boss monsters were not particularly appealing. In fact, they often paled in comparison to elite monsters. Elite monsters had a significantly higher drop rate for silver equipment, while boss monsters had a notable chance of yielding golden gear. Although these two types of creatures posed a degree of challenge, a reliable team could conquer them, offering tangible rewards. However, the wilderness resembled a grand event within the game, one that could not be tackled by merely a few players or even dozens, especially when their levels were inferior to that of the foes. Securing the final blow felt akin to playing the lottery. After researching trends for half the day, one might not even hit a blue ball. To put it more accurately, participating in the event guaranteed at least 5 points of reputation. Consider it akin to hitting a blue ball. Apologies for not using my true eye in time. I led you on a wild goose chase, Ushinan reflected, feeling a twinge of guilt as she lowered her head, avoiding Li Wu's gaze. Perhaps we should gather ghostly flowers or undertake merit tasks instead. The anticipated complaint did not emerge. Ushinan noticed that Li Wu remained silent for an unusually long time, prompting her to glance back, only to find Li Wu squatting on the ground, muttering to herself. Curiosity piqued, Ushinan approached, discovering that Li Wu was tracing patterns in the dirt with her finger while reciting various numbers. What are you doing? Ushinan could not help but inquire. Having comprehended the situation, Li Wu grinned broadly. What? Nan, masked with only his eyes visible, widened them in surprise. Are you referring to attacking me or something else? In Chapter 79, titled Fierce Battle with the Headless Knight, Li Wu confidently asserted, "We can engage. I possess vampiric abilities, and with the aid of potions alongside your healing, I should be able to withstand the assaults, albeit with some insurmountable difficulties." Seemingly influenced by Li Wu's conviction, Nan regained his composure and inquired softly, "What difficulties? I can endure the blows, but I am uncertain about your capacity to do so. How could I possibly withstand it?" Li Wu sighed. "That is precisely the difficulty. You have reviewed the Headless Knight's data, and 2 of its skills directly counter mass tactics. One is the Death Charge, which strikes randomly, meaning even standing behind the knight may not guarantee safety. The other is the Silent Scream skill, dealing 2,832 points of true damage, a veritable area-clearing technique, forcibly eliminating any player within a 200-meter radius who has less than 2,832 health points. Nan also sighed, murmuring, "I cannot withstand either of those skills. My health is merely 2720. 2,720? Your health is that high?" Li Wu responded, "Sumawet astunisha. My armor is of golden-grade fabric, with dual endurance and 1 in spirit." He explained, "Impressive equipment indeed. What's so impressive about it? As a priest, it adds no intelligence. What use is dual endurance? Had I not consumed 30 enlightenment pills, which granted me an additional 60 points of intelligence, I would prefer a silver-grade tunic. In this moment, it is nothing short of a divine artifact." Li Wu chuckled, producing a piece of pear blossom pastry and offering it to Nan. The pear blossom pastry restores 3 points of satiety and increases endurance by 5 for 5 minutes. Nan accepted the pastry, his eyes lighting up momentarily before dimming again. "Eating this would bring my health to 2856, just enough to withstand the Headless Knight's silent scream. But I would still be unable to endure the double damage from the Death Charge. My defense is only 340. The impact damage alone would inflict 2,492 points, followed by 5 seconds of magic damage at 80 points per second, nearing 1,200 points. Even with potions and self-healing, I would not survive. Then we must rely on luck. Hoping the Headless Knight's Death Charge does not target you." Li Wu grinned, tossing a piece of pastry into his mouth and turning towards the Headless Knight. "Wait, hold on. What if luck is not on our side? Then we shall try again. If we could defeat the Headless Knight, I would gladly run 10 times. To avoid the Headless Knight launching a Death Charge directly at him, potentially implicating Nan, Li Wu shifted to the right, evading the direct line of attack. Nan, steeling himself, moved forward but suddenly recalled something. "Wait, we..." Before he could finish, the warhorse beneath the Headless Knight let out a piercing whinny, and its legs lifted as it charged towards Li Wu. Li Wu, witnessing the approaching Headless Knight, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The first step was secured. Commanding the pig's intestines to activate the stone armor, the defense surged to 1131. Subsequently, Li Wu raised her shield to block the Headless Knight's spear, countering with a swift strike. The attack inflicted -1, cutting 4550, followed by 70 poison damage, cutting 45-50, leading to a total of 227. The Headless Knight's standard strike dealt 757 points of damage, while Li Wu's blade severed 9,171 hit points from the knight, simultaneously siphoning 457 health. Almost immediately, the Headless Knight unleashed a sweeping attack, resulting in minus 1,701 damage floating above Li Wu's head. In retaliation, Li Wu shouted, "Heal me, quickly!" At last, Ushinin reacted, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yet she executed her healing spells with commendable steadiness, casting a healing spell upon Li Wu, swiftly followed by a restoration incantation. What had she intended to say? She had meant to express that even with fortuitous circumstances, how could a priest and a guardian inflict such damage? Yet now, witnessing the barrage of 4-digit numbers culminating in 4 above the Headless Knight's head, her mouth hung agape, as if she could swallow a light bulb. Fortunately, with her mask on, no one could discern her astonishment. Before the Headless Knight's health dipped below 20, it possessed only 2 damaging skills. Following the sweeping attack, it did not immediately initiate the death charge. Eventually, the Headless Knight did commence the death charge, and fortune smiled upon them, as the target was not Ushinin, who stood behind. Regrettably, though the knight adjusted its steed, the angle remained slight, and with a skill width of 10 meters, Li Wu was still caught in its trajectory. Thankfully, positioned closely to the Headless Knight, the initiation point of the death charge was merely a step away. Although she suffered from the physical shockwave, Li Wu only endured subsequent fire damage, stepping into a safe zone with 1 stride. The death charge inflicted a total of 2,458 points of damage upon Li Wu, leaving her with less than half her health. However, her expression was far from pleasant. The Headless Knight's damage was exceedingly high, and correspondingly, the pain was acute. Even with her shield mitigating some of the impact, Li Wu winced in agony. The Headless Knight surged forward, covering a distance of over 100 meters, and Li Wu, not foolish enough to pursue recklessly, repositioned herself to maintain distance from Ushinin while consuming a health potion. As Ushinin continued her healing, a taunt heightened the enmity towards the Headless Knight. The priest's healing would indeed increase enmity, and should it falter, Ushinin could be struck down in an instant. Li Wu had become well acquainted with the knight's 2 skills, and now it was a matter of wagering on Ushinin's luck. The Headless Knight's health plummeted to 81, initiating a second death charge, and fortune favored Ushinin. When the knight's health fell to 69, a 3rd death charge was launched, and still, Ushinin was fortunate. The Headless Knight charged forth a 4th, 5th, and 6th time, while the pig's intestines and the spider perished. Ushinin seemed blessed by the goddess of luck, evading calamity each time. At long last, the Headless Knight's health dwindled to 20, triggering a silent scream. Both Li Wu and Ushinin then experienced a loss of minus 2,832 health. As the vitality of Euonymus dwindled to almost nothing, the anguish felt as though it were a heavy hammer striking her very soul, causing her to stagger and nearly collapse. Yet, she remembered that someone was still valiantly battling the foe, mustering the strength to cast a healing spell upon Li Wu, swiftly performing a restorative incantation. Chapter 80. The True Master of the Game. Li Wu's head throbbed, but fortunately, his health was more robust, and the pain did not assail him as fiercely as it did Euonymus. With a swift shield bash, he incapacitated the Headless Knight, taking a moment to catch his breath before hastily consuming a large red potion. The Headless Knight's sweeping attacks and silent screams nearly sent him reeling. However, he had retained a shield bash, and Euonymus's healing arrived just in time. The Headless Knight's health plummeted, and Li Wu felt a slight relief. Given the knight's current health, he could deliver 1 more death charge before securing the first kill. Just as the Headless Knight's health dwindled to 5, Li Wu believed victory was assured. However, the knight unexpectedly flicked the reins, turning his steed around, his massive form transforming into a streak of light as it charged forth. Alarmed, Li Wu attempted to warn her, but it was too late. In a shocking turn of events, Euonymus, positioned directly in the knight's path, suddenly rolled to the side, her palms striking the ground in succession, her figure resembling a nimble white fox as she leaped away. The edge of the death charge barely missed her. Without time to marvel at this astonishing scene, Li Wu quickly maneuvered around the flames left in the wake of the death charge, taunting the Headless Knight to solidify its enmity. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the level 15 Headless Knight. Experience gained, 100,000. Level up reward, 60,000. Ding! Your pet, pig intestine, has reached level 12. Experience full. Experience distribution cancelled. Ding! Congratulations, your talent has risen to level 7. increasing true damage to the target's maximum health by 0.8 ding. Congratulations to you and your teammates for the first server kill of the Headless Knight, awarding your party 3,000 reputation points. With 2 members in the team, you receive 500 reputation points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Euonymus for leading the team to the first kill of the level 15 Headless Knight, awarding the team 3,000 reputation points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Euonymus. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Euonymus. The announcements echoed through the Huaxia server thrice. Euonymus had not set the loot to be collected by the leader, and Li Wu had intended to call her over to gather the spoils, so they could both be aware of what had dropped. However, Euonymus seemed lost in thought, prompting Li Wu to simply bend down and collect everything that had dropped. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Li Wu approached Euonymus, waving his hand in front of her face to capture her attention, only for her to suddenly grasp his wrist. In the next moment, Li Wu found himself on the ground, gazing up at the sky within the game with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? He mused. Do you know judo? Euonymus replied, her expression somewhat animated, shaking her head. Not judo. Never mind, it's a kind of combat skill. Could you be the legendary ancient martial artist? Li Wu exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. You know about ancient martial arts? Ashinin cast a somewhat surprised glance at Li Wu, seemingly taken aback that Li Wu should possess such knowledge. For instance, he began, in our usual encounters with monsters, we take turns striking each other, correct? However, ancient martial artists can evade monster attacks. Unless it's a targeting technique, ordinary strikes are ineffective against them. Li Wu, brimming with excitement, responded animatedly. Ashinin observed Li Wu's exaggerated gestures and found it hard to reconcile this with the calm demeanor he had displayed during their earlier battle. Are you aware that your current demeanor is rather foolish? He inquired. Is it? Li Wu replied, somewhat puzzled. Extremely so, Ashinin retorted. Apologies. I may have gotten a bit too enthusiastic. As a child, I often watched martial arts dramas with my father and dreamed of being a hero. Now that I see it in real life, I can't help but feel exhilarated. Ashinin regarded Li Wu with exasperation and then asked, have you ever played virtual reality games? Virtual reality games have only emerged in the past 2 years. I've been quite busy with work and haven't had the opportunity to engage with them, Li Wu admitted. That explains a lot, Ashinin nodded thoughtfully. If you frequently played virtual reality games, you would understand that the ability to evade attacks is not exclusive to ancient martial artists. Some gaming experts can achieve the same. Gaming experts? You mean ordinary people? Li Wu questioned, incredulous. Yes, precisely, ordinary people. No way. I have attempted to dodge monster attacks myself, but it was utterly futile. The creatures in games are significantly faster than real-life animals. Evading them is a formidable challenge, and retaliating afterward is even more so. Are you a gaming expert? Ashinin probed. Well, does being a top player in honor of kings count? Li Wu replied sheepishly. A virtual reality gaming expert possesses an exceptional level of control over their body, either inherently or through rigorous training, resulting in reflexes that surpass those of the average individual. Li Wu blinked in surprise, hesitating before softly asking, could you explain that in simpler terms? Ashinin sighed in resignation and asked, you are aware of the human reaction speed, correct? I know a little about it, Li Wu responded. The reflex arc I mentioned is essentially the same as reaction speed. For instance, in a confrontation, when one prepares to attack, their arm may twitch slightly. For an ordinary person, this visual information must travel to the brain, which then requires time to respond and command the body to react. This delay can range from 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. A trained athlete might reduce this to 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. Yet, for a gaming expert, their reaction time could be as swift as 0.5 seconds or even faster. Is that even possible? Li Wu asked, visibly skeptical. In reality, it is nearly impossible because an ordinary person's physical strength has its limits. Reacting too quickly would keep the muscles in a state of prolonged tension, leading to physical strain and eventual collapse. The body's defense mechanisms set thresholds to prevent the nervous system from exceeding these limits. However, in virtual reality, we inhabit a simulated body, allowing those with extraordinary reaction speeds to truly harness the remarkable power that comes with it. As you mentioned, evading attacks becomes feasible. An unparalleled reaction time, coupled with extensive experience, enables one to achieve true predictive synchronization. Are you such a gaming expert? Li Wu asked, his expression serious as he scrutinized Ashinin. No, I am not a gaming expert. I am an ancient martial artist. Chapter 81, The Ghostly Flower. Once upon a time, Ashinin added softly, and then a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes as he inquired, what did the Headless Knight drop? Does it truly matter what was dropped? You're a martial artist. Once. Bashinin corrected Li Wu's misconception. What do you mean by once? How can a martial artist have a past tense? Li Wu's expression grew grave as he stammered. Could it be that you? Indeed, just as you suspect, you lost your virtue? I fell into madness. The two voices nearly overlapped, and they were left staring at each other in shock. I meant to say that you fell into madness. My ears are not deaf. Bashinin's gaze at Li Wu brimmed with a murderous intent. How could you be so foolish as to conceive such a sordid answer? Well, a couple of years back, I enjoyed reading novels, and I recall a tale of a man practicing a boy's technique who fell in love with a woman practicing a girl's technique, and then they both lost their martial prowess. What kind of novels depict such filth? Fanshia. Sigh. Never mind. It's not entirely your fault. Bashinin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to settle like still waters. Upon reopening his eyes, he fixed a glare at Li Wu, stating, "Do not inquire further about martial artists. The reality is far less magical than you imagine, or else it would not have been rendered obsolete by the ages. Furthermore, do not ask about the prowess of gamers. You have already borne children, and the prime period for training has long passed. But, do you have any more questions?" Bashinin regarded Li Wu with growing impatience. "I have one last question. Ask. I am 21 this year. Do I still have a chance?" Li Wu asked with a bitter smile. Seemingly reluctant to discourage Li Wu, Bashinin reassured him, "Do not become overly fixated on reaction speed. Being quick does not equate to invincibility. Experience in battle and superior attributes can still lead to victory. Forget it. After all, I have no time to train." Li Wu nodded and then retrieved the items dropped by the Headless Knight. Headless Knight's helmet, platinum, life, 880 stamina, 40 strength, 40 agility, 40 equipment rating, 120 class requirement. Knight, warrior, guardian, Headless Knight's pendant, platinum, magical attack, 88 stamina, 38 intelligence, 38 spirit, 38 equipment rating, 114 class requirement. Mage, priest, summoner, Knight's ring, gold, physical attack, 56 stamina, 28 bone, 28 strength, 28 equipment rating, 84 truly, as the first kill in the entire server. The Headless Knight dropped 2 pieces of platinum equipment and 1 piece of gold equipment, along with 4 pieces of silver equipment and several black iron items. In addition to the equipment, the Headless Knight surprisingly dropped a mount as well. Headless Knight's whip. Once used, it binds to summon or dismiss the Headless Knight's mount, increasing the mount's movement speed by 100. Of course, the Headless Knight also dropped 5 pieces of unknown use purple gold ore and a currency total of 8 gold and 66 silver. Having acquired 4 exceedingly valuable items, even Bashinin, with his usual composure, could not help but reveal a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The two individuals conferred briefly and decided against selling their spoils, opting instead to divide them amongst themselves. They first split the currency equally, followed by the equipment. The Headless Horseman's pendant, being a magical item, naturally went to Euonymus, while the Headless Horseman's helmet was allocated to Li Wu. Upon examining the attributes of the platinum helmet, Li Wu felt a twinge of regret. This helmet did not enhance vitality. Rather, it improved agility, making it more suitable for a warrior class. However, its other attributes were significantly superior, nearly doubling those of Li Wu's current golden helmet. His existing helmet provided 400 life points and 20 in 3 attributes, whereas the Headless Horseman's helmet promised an increase of 696 life points and an additional 28 points in attack, albeit at the cost of 43 points in defense. Note, the Guardian's passive ability reduces physical damage by 20, while increasing life defense by 20. Although the defense would diminish, the overall benefits were undeniably advantageous. The subsequent division proved to be more challenging. As it stood, aside from the 2 newly acquired platinum items from the Headless Horseman, the golden ring could be regarded as one of the finest pieces of equipment available in the entire Huaxia server. Yet, in comparison to amount, its value paled significantly. The speed of the graded pet was not the focal point. Rather, the allure of the Headless Horseman's mount was simply breathtaking. With its jet black coat and hooves ignited by green ethereal flames, it exuded an unparalleled coolness. Euonymus, often mistaken for a spider spirit, found herself captivated by the Headless Horseman's whip. Meanwhile, the Black Pig Prince, Li Wu, also felt a pull towards the mount. But the golden ring was exceptionally suited for him, particularly considering his loss of 43 defense points. After much deliberation, the two agreed that the Headless Horseman's mount would belong to Euonymus, while Li Wu would receive the golden ring, the remaining silver and black iron gear, along with 5 pieces of purple gold ore. In truth, Li Wu felt slightly disadvantaged. However, Euonymus wielded her trump card, offering that if the quantity of the ethereal flower she harvested was insufficient, she would forego her own share and prioritize refining body-strengthening pills for Li Wu. Once the distribution was concluded, Li Wu sought to explore further options by opening the auction house, hoping to find equipment of equal or slightly lower rating to serve as a substitute for the Headless Horseman's helmet. If he discovered something more fitting, the worst-case scenario would involve incurring a minor transaction fee. Unfortunately, the auction house yielded no items of equal rating, nor even any lower-rated platinum gear suitable for the Guardian class. Following the opening of the main city, not only did several major guilds collectively begin to focus on nurturing Guardians, but even offline guilds or organizations preparing to establish themselves were cultivating Guardians as well. Consequently, the market was rapidly depleted of exceptional Guardian equipment. With a sigh, Li Wu donned the helmet and ring, bringing his life points to 6012, defense to 1010, and attack to 769. Ethereal flowers. Turning his head, Li Wu noticed that the very spot where the Headless Horseman had fallen was now adorned with a cluster of over a dozen pale, ethereal flowers. Euonymus had already begun to gather them, prompting Li Wu to hurry over and pluck one as well. The ethereal flower, a rare herb that absorbs the essence of death to form a life-giving blossom, could be used in the crafting of physique-enhancing potions. A total of 15 ethereal flowers had sprouted in the wake of the Headless Horseman's demise. How many body-strengthening pills could be derived from a single ethereal flower? Li Wu, clutching a small white flower, inquired with a face full of astonishment. Only one bloom? That means we can only refine 15, right? That's not too few. I hadn't gathered a single one before. I never expected to find 15 after defeating the Headless Knight. As you just mentioned, I keep my promises. I will prepare the body-strengthening pill for you first. Chapter 82. The Guardian task. After placing the 15 nether flowers in her backpack, O'Sherinan turned and asked, "Shall we search for more nether flowers, or should we complete the merit task first?" Li Wu glanced at the time and noted it was nearly 5 p.m. Time was rather limited. I need to log off soon to take care of the child. Didn't you say the merit task isn't far from here? Let us complete that first. If you have time later tonight, we can meet again at 10 p.m. to look for the nether flowers. Sound good? I'll share the merit task with you. O'Sherinan opened the task-sharing feature, only to find it had failed. Li Wu suddenly remembered that she had accepted a regular merit task and quickly retrieved the commission letter to select the option to abandon it. Special task: protect the balance of nature. The paladin Kale betrayed his faith. In a desperate bid to resurrect his beloved, he sacrificed his soul to the Abyssal Lord. Becoming a fallen one, he recklessly slaughtered the Treant race, disrupting the harmony between humanity and nature. Please proceed to the drizzling forest promptly to assist the herder Rock Oki in repelling the assault from the fallen one Kale and his wife. Task participants: 3. Merit reward: 120. Time limit: 2 hours, 15 minutes, 31 seconds. Why didn't you mention there was a time limit for this special task earlier? Li Wu remarca, somewhat exasperated upon reading the task description. Well, there's still over 2 hours left. It's just 2 elite monsters, O'Sherinan replied. True, but what if someone else gets to it first? We'll wait for the respawn. While O'Sherinan's reasoning was sound, Li Wu was pressed for time and urged him to move quickly. The drizzling forest bordered the withered wood forest where they were situated, so the journey did not consume much time. Following the task directions, they soon arrived in the drizzling forest. Noticing that the creatures here were only level 13, Li Wu felt puzzled. Given such a high merit reward, shouldn't the monsters be at least level 15? Eventually, they reached a small cabin nestled among the trees. To their surprise, a considerable number of players had already gathered outside, likely those who had accepted the task before O'Sherinan. Most players stood in groups of 3, their backs to the cabin, eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Li Wu and O'Sherinan navigated through the crowd and entered the wooden cabin, where they found the herder Rock Oki. O'Sherinan stepped forward to submit the commission letter, while Li Wu, intrigued, casually cast a true eye. Herdsman Rock Oki level, 25 health. Defense. Attack. Aside from the level, the true eye revealed no additional information, leaving them uncertain if defeating him would yield any legendary artifacts. Just as O'Sherinan was introducing the task to the herder, he turned his gaze toward Li Wu and said, "Young one, the greed-driven slaughter will only disrupt the balance of nature. May the goddess of life purify your soul." To my astonishment, I found myself schooled by one, unsure whether it was the shepherd's wisdom or merely a programmed response that triggered his words whenever a player employed the true eye upon him. Even though I was acutely aware that the individual before me was simply a character, I could not help but feel a tinge of awkwardness as I gazed into Lakoch's crystalline eyes. Fortunately, Lakoch soon turned away to continue introducing the task to Ashinin. The fallen one, Kyle, has disrupted the natural barrier of the misty rainforest. The aura of death is steadily consuming the vitality of this realm. I must restore the barrier, and thus I implore you to safeguard the cabin during this period. Very well, esteemed shepherd, Ushinin replied with a slight bow, completing the exchange of the task commission. A confirmation box appeared before me, prompting me to accept the task, to which I naturally acquiesced. However, the countdown on the task bar did not vanish, indicating that the timer had commenced the moment the task appeared in the quest hall. 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 13 seconds remained. With nearly 2 hours left, I couldn't help but furrow my brow upon glancing at the timer. After stepping out of the cabin, I hastily approached a nearby player and whispered, "Brother, what is the situation with this task?" The player, warm-hearted and eager to assist, replied, "It's a tower defense scenario. Every 5 minutes, a wave of level 15 elite monsters will assault the cabin. Simply defeat them. 2 hours of merely standing guard." I mused. That seems to be the case. I've been holding my ground for nearly an hour, but while these task monsters do not drop loot, the experience gained is substantial. It would be ideal if they continue to spawn indefinitely. At his words, I felt a wave of frustration. My time was not so abundant. Is there no swift method to complete this? I inquired. The task mentioned the fallen one, Kyle. Has he not appeared? Not yet, but even if he did, we likely wouldn't be able to defeat him. The task merely states to protect the cabin, not to kill Kyle. Moreover, these lesser foes are already level 14 elites. While the fallen one should be of equal standing to the shepherd, he will probably appear at the end, leading to a scripted demise. The player's analysis was astute, and with no other options presenting themselves, I turned to Ushinin and said, "I must log off before 6 this evening." Although this task imposes a limitation on party size, it should allow for multiple participants. You should be able to complete it alone, but if you do not, fret not. I shall compensate you for any losses incurred. You need not feel guilty. None could have predicted this task would be so time-consuming. And do not mention compensation. In comparison to our recent gains, this merit task pales in significance. Long live understanding, I exclaimed, bowing slightly in gratitude for Ushinin's empathy. As time slowly ebbed away, a sudden clattering echoed from the dense forest before the cabin, followed by a surge of skeletons rushing into view. Skeleton Warrior, summoned by Catherine, level 15 health, 42, 000 defense, 450 physical attack, 800 skill 1, mighty strike, physical damage 150 skill 2, leap slash, physical damage 160, although the information for the Skeleton Warrior did not denote it as an elite. Its attributes were indeed significantly superior to those of an ordinary level 15 creature. Only these skeletal warriors reveal themselves as Catherine summons. Shouldn't it be Kale? Approximately 4 or 5 dozen skeletal warriors had emerged, and the other seasoned players swiftly engaged in groups of 3. Each team faced one creature, leaving just one remaining, suggesting the spawn rate aligned with the number of teams. Liwu hurriedly stepped forward to confront the last skeletal warrior with ease. Although labeled as a level 15 elite monster, it was likely that the player had never encountered a true level 15 elite. Based on Liwu's experience, this skeletal warrior was, in fact, weaker than the level 13 Hogger, possibly due to its lack of a distinctive name. It was hardly surprising, considering the sheer number spawned. If they were overly powerful, it could lead to chaos if a team were unable to manage them. Ushina noticed that Liwu's health was barely diminishing and cast a healing spell before assisting with radiant strikes. Against such low health creatures, Liwu's damage output was not very pronounced, and with one less person, their pace in defeating monsters was relegated to the middle or lower tier among these teams. The enthusiastic player who had earlier prioritized defeating his own skeletal warrior turned to see that Liwu's opponent was still alive and approached with a mischievous intent, striking it twice. Chapter 83, Catherine Summons. Since quest monsters do not drop loot, this player had no intention of stealing kills. He merely sought a few experience points. However, he was mindful of boundaries, retreating after a couple of strikes, indulging more in mischief than any real significance. Zhu Dachong was already at level 12, fully experienced, while Liwu was on the verge of reaching level 13, needing to defeat 2 more to achieve perfection. Thus, he secretly wished for someone to contest his experience. Ushinin understood that the other player was merely jesting, realizing that the experience points were negligible, yet he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, expressing his displeasure. Apologies. My hand slipped. This elite monster fell in under a minute, and now I must wait 4 minutes. It's terribly dull. In the game, handing over a healing potion is akin to offering a cigarette in real life, though large red potions are somewhat rarer, as most players share small red potions. After all, even if purchased from casual players, a large red potion costs about 2 silver, worth 20 yuan, enough to buy a pack of Zuanhemen. Nipusa, holding both a large red potion and a Zuanhemen, smiled. No need for formality, my brother. I'll certainly control myself next time. That is not the issue, Li Wu replied. Shaking his head with a smile, I want to trouble you all to assist my teammates shortly. I'll need to log off soon and might not be around by the time the quest concludes. Would you be able to help my friend then? The elite monsters spawn according to the number of teams, and if Li Wu were to log off halfway, even a Shinin, despite being a skilled player, would find it impossible to solo an elite monster as a priest. This was not a significant inconvenience. If you were absent and another elite monster appeared, your friend would be unable to handle it, and we would have to assist regardless, lest we miss out on completing our quest. However, an Pusa appeared conflicted, awkwardly stating, but while I'm on a protection paladin route, I can't withstand 2 elite monsters. Fear not, my brother. My teammate boasts exceptional healing abilities and will undoubtedly keep your health topped up. Li Wu cheerfully retrieved several bottles of potions from his bag, handing 2 large red potions to the clay statue and offering 1 blue potion each to the priest and archer who were part of his team. After a moment's thought, he also provided each of them with a piece of pear flower pastry. Facing 2 elite monsters was undoubtedly more taxing than confronting just one, so a little extra sustenance was in order. Politeness is universally appreciated, even in the realm of gaming. Although the 3 players were quite skilled and did not particularly need these potions, their spirits were undeniably lifted. Observing Li Wu approaching the trio, offering gifts and smiles, Shurinan initially assumed he was seeking to dissuade them from claiming the monsters, a notion that caused her to frown in disapproval. Despite the presence of 3 opponents, Li Wu's superior equipment, coupled with her own respectable gear and a newly acquired platinum accessory, ensured that a 2-on-3 encounter would not be disadvantageous for them. Why then? We need to beg for mercy? To this day, she could not fathom what manner of person Li Wu truly was. His unpredictable behaviors often led others astray, and while his antics could be infuriating, his strategic acumen in battle was meticulous and impeccable. In matters of organization, he was honorable. He showed no greed for dropped items and was meticulous in distribution, even dividing a humble iron steak with great care. It had been quite some time since her emotions had fluctuated so dramatically, and she found herself speaking more in this brief encounter than she typically would in a month. After finalizing plans with the clay statue, Li Wu turned to approach Shurinan, intending to share a few words. However, he quickly noticed that her demeanor seemed off. Her gaze was even colder than when they first met. Li Wu assumed her displeasure stemmed from the clay statue's earlier antics and offered a jovial reassurance. He was merely joking. There's no need to be so upset. Stop, Shurinan interjected, cutting him off mid-sentence. I am not referring to the merit task. I've moved past it. It's my own issue, and it has nothing to do with you. At her words, Li Wu chose not to press further. After all, they were merely temporary allies. It was not his place to indulge her grievances. Any further explanation would only come across as overly sentimental. And once the evening's task of collecting the nether flowers was complete, they would part ways. However, Li Wu hesitated and decided to relay the details of his discussion with the clay statue to Shurinan. This woman was as sharp as a knife. It was prudent to ensure that all was clearly communicated to avoid any misunderstandings during their encounter with monsters. Shurinan stared at Li Wu in astonishment, her expression beneath the mask betraying a myriad of emotions. The fact that he was so generous with potions and smiles for her sake, while it could be interpreted as an attempt to compensate for his inability to complete the merit task, still managed to warm her usually frosty heart. I apologize, Shurinan murmured, her icy demeanor thawing somewhat. Li Wu blinked, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. It's nothing. I forgive you. You certainly know how to take advantage of a situation. Shurinan shot him an exasperated glance, unwilling to engage further, yet the chill surrounding her had noticeably dissipated. With waves of monsters appearing every 5 minutes, the experience was indeed monotonous. Li Wu busied himself perusing the auction house, contemplating whether he could acquire a suitable skill book, preferably one that featured a charged skill. Although he was swift on his feet, encountering a group like the previous trio would still pose a challenge. Should he face opponents with superior equipment, the odds would not be in his favor. The charged skill is rather commendable. It allows one to pursue enemies or retreat with equal ease, truly perfect. After vanquishing yet another skeletal warrior, Li Wu glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 5. He had ascended to level 13, yet the quest remained unfinished, causing him to furrow his brow. Must he indeed await the countdown's conclusion for the fallen cow to manifest? Li Wu surveyed his surroundings, feeling that some crucial element eluded him. Is it not peculiar that this quest spans a total duration of 3 hours? Unable to contain himself, Li Wu turned to ask Oshernan, "Not all strange. These skeletal warriors are indeed stronger than ordinary monsters. Yet they pale in comparison to the level 15 elite monsters found in the wild. They are akin to standard elite monsters of level 13. So it is only reasonable to have multiple kills. Otherwise, how could there be such a substantial merit reward?" That's precisely the issue. Given such a high merit reward, why not simply farm a few more formidable creatures? Why go through this tedious process? These creatures are described as Catherine summons. Perhaps Catherine's designated level isn't that high. Catherine. A realization dawned upon Li Wu. Chapter 84. A different approach. Suddenly, Li Wu comprehended the situation. These skeletal warriors were indeed Catherine summons. And Catherine was likely the wife of the fallen cow mentioned in the quest. If the summons were present, might the summoner herself be nearby? Among the throngs of players, some must have surmised this as well, yet they may have been oblivious, thinking the quest merely entailed protecting the herdsmen and maintaining the protective barrier without any requirement to slay the fallen cow. Furthermore, if the summoned creatures were so formidable, one could only imagine the strength of their summoner, especially with the presence of the fallen cow. Engaging an elite monster is already a strenuous endeavor. Who would dare to seek trouble and court death? Who decrees that monsters must assault the wooden cabin solely through the front door? Thus, it is highly probable that Catherine resides in that direction. Of course, all of this remained conjecture in Li Wu's mind. It did not impede his desire to validate his theory. Time was of the essence. Li Wu was unwilling to forfeit the merit reward. Since there seemed to be an alternative method to accomplish the task, why not explore it? He cast a glance at the other players and, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, discreetly shared his hypothesis with Oshernan. Oshernan's eyes sparkled with interest, but he quickly voiced his concerns. The summons are all elite level. It's likely that Cal and Catherine are of a higher tier. Can we truly contend with them? Let us investigate first. If we cannot prevail, we can always flee. Agreed. With their minds made up, the two slipped away unnoticed and summoned their mounts. Dashing into the dense thicket, after circling around, they arrived at the front of the wooden cabin, albeit from a considerable distance, obscured by trees, ensuring that the players in front remained unaware of their presence. Only the mud-bodied figure, with whom Li Wu had engaged in lengthy conversation, noticed their disappearance. Although puzzled, he paid little mind, having already stored his potions in his bag. Retreat was not an option. "Excellent," Li Wu exclaimed, his eyes alight with determination, urging Oshernan to dodge the path of the skeletal warriors, initially intending to move forward in the direction from which the skeletal warriors approached. Li Wu suddenly had an epiphany, turning around to taunt one of the farthest skeletal warriors, drawing it closer. Seeing Li Wu abruptly divert to lure a small monster, Oshernan questioned in confusion, "What is the purpose of engaging this creature? With an additional monster, it is improbable that the cabin would collapse, right?" Li Wu chuckled softly. "My concern does not lie with that. Rather, I am apprehensive about our absence. The emergence of an extra creature could raise suspicions among others. If Kyle is capable of slaying, and a surprise guest were to burst forth mid-battle, it would create quite a predicament. Are you being overly cautious?" Hee hee. A prudent approach seldom leads to grave errors. After swiftly dispatching the skeletal warrior, Li Wu and Oshernan stealthily advanced in the indicated direction. Not far along their path, they stumbled upon a clearing in the woods. In the center stood a valiant man clad in black armor, his sword firmly planted in the ground. Beside him was a woman draped in a black veil, seemingly casting some form of magic, her hands emanating an eerie white glow, remaining utterly still. The fallen Kyle, special, level, 20 health, 250,000 defense, 1, 288 physical attack, 1, 588 skill 1. Charge, 150 damage, stuns for 1 second, cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 2, Brave Strike, 150 damage, cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 3, Whirlwind Slash, a 360-degree strike that inflicts 130 physical damage on all enemies within a 20-meter radius. Cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 4, The Fallen, additional 10 true damage on attack. Skill 5, Binding of Love. Necromancer Catherine, special, level, 25 health. Not only was all information regarding the Necromancer Catherine obscured by question marks, but Li Wu's mind was also clouded with confusion. The fallen Kyle was not the main antagonist. Instead, the protagonist appeared to be Catherine, resurrected by him. With so many uncertainties, how could they possibly engage in battle? Although the fallen Kyle was formidable at level 20, he paled in comparison to the Headless Horseman, clearly not matching that level, and his designation as a special monster was evident. This seems insurmountable. Ushinohamath, feeling disheartened after reviewing the information. Not necessarily. Li Wu observed the status of the two special monsters in the clearing with a discerning eye and whispered. Notice how Catherine remains motionless, her hands enveloped in magical effects. She seems to be casting a spell. We are quite distant from the cabin. I suspect her summoned entities require her guidance to act accurately, or perhaps she is currently battling the shepherd, who is engaged in mending some barrier. Are you suggesting we take advantage of her vulnerability? Oshernon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No, I propose we lure Kyle away to eliminate her beloved. Perhaps, once stimulated, she will seek out the shepherd for a confrontation, thereby fulfilling our mission. Such cruelty? Perhaps it might yield extraordinary spoils. Then let us proceed. This is merely speculation. You should maintain your distance while I attempt to provoke them. If Catherine reacts, pay me no mind. I shall endeavor to meet my demise outside their line of sight. Should I drop anything, kindly retrieve it for me. Li Wu, resolute in his plan, wasted no time. Once Oshern had retreated a safe distance, he commanded Zhu Dachong to remain in place and activate the stone armor aura before dashing into the clearing. As Li Wu entered the arena, even before he could approach, Kyle, standing resolutely with his sword, turned his gaze towards him. In an instant, Kyle's formidable figure traversed several dozen meters, closing the gap with alarming speed. After being incapacitated, Li Wu suffered another blow from Kyle. Once Li Wu regained consciousness, he commanded Zhu Dachong to charge at Kyle before swiftly fleeing. Although Zhu Dachong's charge did not break through Kyle's defenses, it successfully drew his ire. As soon as Kyle shook off his stupor, he immediately retaliated against Zhu Dachong, thus buying precious time for Li Wu. Glancing back, Li Wu noticed that Catherine remained unperturbed by his appearance, bringing him a surge of joy. The plan appeared to be unfolding successfully. However, the fallen one, Kyle, dispatched Zhu Dachong with a swift skill followed by basic attack, then pursued Li Wu. Dashing into the thicket, Li Wu called out to Ashinen to prepare for combat, only to hear Ashinen express his disappointment. What is happening? Are you not waiting for your pet to respawn? The revival takes 5 minutes, which is too cumbersome, Ashinen replied. Besides, Catherine is still inactive, and Kyle cannot eliminate me. Just toss me a healing spell when I charge in. Once Li Wu's health was restored, he dashed back into the clearing. Kyle executed another charge, stunning him once more, followed by a powerful strike. The two attacks drained half of Li Wu's health. Upon regaining his senses, Li Wu retaliated with a shield bash before hastily retreating, sipping a health potion as he ran. Kyle, now unblind, furiously pursued Li Wu. The shield bash dealt minimal damage. Yet the slicing effect cut away 2,000 of Kyle's health points, coupled with the toxin-induced damage, creating a fierce enmity. The kill the lover plan seemed to have faltered. Ashinen approached, healing Li Wu while suggesting, Catherine hasn't team-moved at all. Should we not just confront Kyle directly? What should we do then? Give up? Giving up is out of the question. Since the plan to eliminate the lover has failed, let us target his wife instead. Huh? How do we accomplish that? Let us wait a moment. Catherine should soon summon new skeleton warriors. Li Wu scanned their surroundings, then guided Ashinen to the side of the clearing. Before long, a multitude of skeleton warriors materialized, while Catherine remained steadfastly motionless. Ashinen observed this and murmured, Catherine hasn't cast any skills. Do you think she has channeling a summoning array that requires her continual focus? Well, we'll have to take a gamble. However, we risk significant losses, and we have no idea if this special creature will drop anything valuable. Are you willing to take the chance? Given that Ashinen had time to complete his merit task, Li Wu deemed it necessary to consult him. Without Ashinen's healing, attempting to confront Kyle while targeting his wife could lead to a swift demise. Ashinen, eager for action, responded, let us gamble. It's just a minor loss of merit. Besides, we are nameless players, so the chance of losing our gear upon death is minimal. If a level 25 creature drops any equipment, even if it's silver, it will surely possess superior attributes compared to the golden gear dropped by level 15 creatures. All right. Li Wu glanced at the time. My pet will take another 3 minutes to revive. Let us wait for the next wave of skeleton warriors before we strike. As yet another wave of skeletal warriors surged towards the cabin, Li Wu, who had been waiting patiently, charged into the fray, engaging in a flurry of attacks, charges, countercharges, and shield strikes. Li Wu swiftly inflicted 5 layers of poison upon Kyle, establishing a stable aggro before turning his attention elsewhere. He pivoted, quaffing a potion as he sprinted towards Catherine. Though Kyle possessed area attack skills, the astute Euonymus cleverly maneuvered around to the other side, fervently healing Li Wu. Although Kyle's attack power paled in comparison to that of the Headless Horseman, the additional 10 points of true damage from the Fallen should not be underestimated. A moment's delay could spell disaster for Li Wu's health. A hero's strike landed squarely upon Catherine's head, prompting Li Wu to quickly assess her health and defenses based on the damage dealt. Her health exceeded 300,000 with a defense of 100. Truly, as a level 25 elite monster, this fragile summoner boasted more vitality than the formidable warrior Kyle. Yet, regardless of her robust health, it became inconsequential in the face of true damage, and Li Wu, brimming with confidence, launched a relentless assault on Catherine. However, in an instant, his expression darkened. Missed. Minus 76 poison, cut 2560. Missed. Minus 76 poison, cut 2560. This marked the first occasion since entering the game that Li Wu encountered a miss. The failure not only negated his cuts, but also prevented the stacking of poison. Fortunately, the initial strike had connected, thus allowing for 5 seconds of poison damage. What was happening? Li Wu found himself momentarily bewildered. From a distance, Euonymus shouted while healing, "Don't worry about the situation, just hit Kyle a couple more times, otherwise, the aggro will go haywire." Healing generates aggro, and if Li Wu failed to maintain pressure on Kyle, the aggro would likely shift to Euonymus, who was diligently healing him. Heeding this advice, Li Wu abandoned his attack on Catherine and promptly struck Kyle twice to reinforce his threat level. When he returned to assault Catherine, another miss occurred, and the poison on her had also dissipated. Is the level disparity too great? I recall other games having such mechanics. Euonymus called out. It's likely. Either her level is too high, or Catherine possesses a passive skill. Furrowing his brow, Li Wu resumed his offensive against Catherine, and after several more attempts, he finally landed a hit. As long as he could occasionally connect, each layer of poison would yield 5 instances of cutting damage, making it feasible to continue the fight. However, as the battle progressed, Li Wu noticed a troubling trend. Kyle's health was depleting faster than Catherine's. Initially striking first, Kyle was also receiving intermittent healing from Li Wu, resulting in Catherine's health remaining at 60 while Kyle's dropped to 50. As Li Wu prepared to adjust his output towards Kyle to maximize damage against Catherine, Euonymus suddenly exclaimed, "Catherine is in dire straits. I'm pulling Kyle to the edge of the open space, creating distance from Catherine. Taking one down would still be a victory." Li Wu swiftly led Kyle towards the edge of the clearing. In a matter of moments, Kyle's health plummeted to 20, while Catherine remained unresponsive. At last, Kyle's health dwindled to 10, and he suddenly shouted, "Catherine!" As Kyle's voice resonated, Catherine finally awakened from her stupor, turning to gaze at her beloved, only to emit a piercing scream. Chapter 86. The Afterglow of Sunset. The scream pierced the air like a haunting melody, causing the health of Li Wu and Ashinen to plummet drastically. Ignoring his own peril, Ashinen desperately attempted to heal Li Wu. Then Kyle fell. Under the dual onslaught of basic attacks and poison, a mere 10 health points could only endure for 7 seconds. The cutting talent was exceedingly effective against the heavily fortified Kyle, and with a frantic cry from Catherine, her beloved was lost. Catherine initially stared in disbelief at her fallen partner. Then, in a frenzy, summoned a horde of monsters to encircle Li Wu and Ashinen. Li Wu had no time to spare for these distractions, as Kyle had dropped his items. A swarm of elite monsters surrounded the two. Ashinen, besieged, not only failed to heal himself, but also cast his final healing spell upon Li Wu. With the last vestiges of healing, Li Wu swiftly collected Kyle's drops while fending off the elite monsters. Ashinen perished. Just 2 seconds longer, and Li Wu succumbed to one of Catherine's spells. In the Resurrection Square, the two exchanged a knowing smile as they recovered from the agony of death. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Fallen Kyle, earning 80,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Fallen Kyle, earning 200 merit points. Each received 200 merit points, a delightful surprise indeed, far exceeding the rewards from Guardian quests. Li Wu retained all his equipment, losing only 3 potions from his inventory, while Ashinen was less fortunate, dropping a silver bracelet rated at 40 and 2 spectral flowers. However, in comparison to the treasures dropped by Fallen Kyle, those items were negligible. Fallen Kyle yielded merely 3 items, leaving the two momentarily breathless. Fallen Armor, Silver. Health, 1500. Defense, 130. Vitality, 48. Strength, 48. Equipment requirement, Warrior, Knight, Guardian. Equipment rating, 96. Fallen Bracers, Silver. Attack, 62. Strength, 42. Agility, 42. Equipment requirement, Assassin, Warrior, Archer. Equipment rating, 84. Though both pieces of equipment were merely silver tier, their attributes were astonishingly high. Even with one less attribute, they far surpassed the steel armor Li Wu possessed. Li Wu's steel armor offered 1,000 health, 100 defense, and 23 in endurance, vitality, and strength respectively, while the fallen armor lacked one attribute of endurance. Its substantial health boost would not only maintain but enhance Li Wu's vitality, adding an extra 30 defense and doubling his vitality and strength. If equipment were to be ranked, the steel armor would be equivalent to level 11 golden gear, while the fallen armor would be classified as level 20 silver gear. The disparity in levels was insurmountable, rendering quality insufficient to bridge the gap. As for the fallen bracers, although not comparable to a large piece like the armor, their remarkably high attack and agility attributes would surely leave players of assassins, warriors, and archers in awe. In addition to the 2 silver items, Fallen Kyle also dropped a skill book, Whirlwind Slash. Upon usage, one can acquire the skill Whirlwind Slash. Whirlwind Slash, a 360-degree, all-encompassing attack inflicting 130 physical damage upon all enemies within a 5-meter radius, with a cooldown period of 6 seconds. Observing these 3 items, Li Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, since the main city has opened, it seems the availability of skill books has diminished, significantly increasing their value. While these 2 pieces of silver equipment should be worth more than the gold equipment currently auctioned, I estimate their combined worth barely matches that of this Whirlwind Slash. How about this? I shall take these 2 pieces of equipment, and the skill book will be yours. Quite fair, isn't it? O'Sherinan nodded in agreement, then gazed at Li Wu with a faint smile, saying, but are you certain you don't want this Whirlwind Slash? Li Wu pondered for a moment before replying, to be honest, no one would ever refuse an abundance of skills. However, I have little need for this offensive skill. I prefer passive skills that enhance healing and defense. I regret selling one for 100,000 previously. You are indeed a novice in the realm of virtual reality games. O'Sherinan couldn't suppress a grin, shaking his head as he added, you previously discussed the matter of skilled players with me. Yet you remain unaware that skills like Whirlwind Slash are the very bane of those so-called experts. How so? Li Wu was momentarily taken aback. Only area of effect skills can counter the so-called skilled players. This Whirlwind Slash, with its 360-degree reach and 5-meter radius, cannot simply be evaded by quick reflexes. O'Sherinan elaborated with a knowing smile. Those who rely on attributes to defeat monsters will easily encounter experts who rely on technique. Are you certain you don't want this Whirlwind Slash? Li Wu reread the description of Whirlwind Slash, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. All right, I shall take the Whirlwind Slash, and I want the fallen armor as well. You can sell the fallen bracers, and I'll compensate you with 300 gold coins. How does that sound? 300,000 is quite reasonable. 300,000 is no trifling sum, and when combined with the exceptionally valuable platinum pendant and the headless horseman's mount, the day's earnings had far surpassed her expectations. O'Sherinan was astonished that a mere impromptu team-up could yield more than what she had worked for since the game's inception. A sudden turnaround from loss to profit brought a glimmer of joy to her otherwise cold demeanor. Li Wu hesitantly transferred 300 gold coins to O'Sherinan, his face paling. He had generously spent millions on purchasing a retirement home for the group. Yet when it came to buying for himself, he found the thought of spending 300,000 to be quite daunting. It wasn't that he was stingy, he was genuinely frugal. I shall take my leave now. Let us gather the nether flower together this evening. Glancing at the time, Li Wu donned his battle armor, learned the skill, and then logged off. Seeing Li Wu log off, O'Sherinan also removed her gaming headset. In a picturesque little village, the setting sun cast golden rays like a silken veil, gently enveloping the entire hamlet. A girl in a wheelchair rolled into the yard, tilting her face to bask in the sun's final warmth. Her hair danced in the gentle breeze, and a hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes. Yet for some unknown reason, the corners of her mouth turned upward slightly. An elderly man entered the yard with a bamboo basket on his back, and upon witnessing the long-lost smile on the girl's face, his eyes grew misty with emotion. The elderly gentleman swiftly approached the wheelchair, bending down carefully to inquire, "My dear child, what brings you out today?" His unintentional movement caused considerable misfortune to the blue stone beneath his feet, which silently shattered into dozens of fragments. Chapter 87. Crafting meatballs. Li Wu managed to log off in time to partake in a warm meal. After bidding farewell to Lu Ying and her daughter, he patted his belly and took his little niece, Tuan Tuan, out for a stroll. Unexpectedly relieved from work and spending all day immersed in the game, Li Wu felt as if he had gained weight over the past few days. With the soft little creature perched on his shoulder, he opted not to ride his electric scooter, instead jogging towards the pedestrian street. Now that conditions had improved, it was high time to adorn his little niece properly. Having recently transitioned from poverty to a more affluent lifestyle, Li Wu found it hard to restrain himself upon entering the children's clothing store, becoming utterly captivated. With summer approaching, the sight of adorable little dresses made his mouth water. If his Tuan Tuan were to wear one, she would undoubtedly steal the spotlight at kindergarten, necessitating a queue for photographs. Shopping spree. Tuan Tuan transformed into an unyielding fitting tool, trying on over a dozen outfits, transitioning from gleeful to weary before Li Wu finally relented. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Wrap it all up for me." This children's clothing store was the most prominent in town, boasting a significant reputation. A collection of new dresses and 7 pairs of princess shoes did not come cheap, costing Li Wu a hefty 6,000 coins. Reflecting on his recent expenditure of 300,000, he considered it a bargain, though he lamented the absence of larger, more prestigious children's clothing stores in the vicinity. Should I purchase a car? But what about the lack of a driving license? Back in university, there had been a direct pathway to obtaining a license, and Li Wu had signed up, yet he had withdrawn before completing the course. Perhaps he could buy a car and hire a driver? That might be a bit too ostentatious. Ultimately, Li Wu decided to postpone the idea of buying a car for now. He would reconsider when winter arrived and the weather turned cold. For now, the electric scooter was more than sufficient, as he was accustomed to it. I won't buy any more clothes. Perhaps tired from trying on outfits. Tuan Tuan fell asleep earlier than usual, and by 9 p.m., Li Wu was online. He opened his friends list to contact Shernan. Although they had agreed to meet at 10 p.m., since they were both online, he thought, why not meet earlier? This was a location frequently frequented by his secondary profession, alchemist. Some of the alchemical tools sold here were exorbitantly priced, forcing most alchemists to rent the alchemy room at the guild. Following the sign, Li Wu found room 250 and knocked on the door. Shortly after, Shernan opened the door and invited Li Wu inside. You've been holed up in the alchemist guild for 3 hours? Why aren't you leveling up? Alchemy also grants experience, and besides, leveling as a priest is far too slow. Li Wu raplia. Shernan glanced at Li Wu and asked, why would a priest prefer to solo level? Taken aback, Li Wu queried if you dislike grouping. Why did you choose to become a priest? Being a priest is advantageous. You can heal yourself while fighting, making it quite suitable for solo play. But a fragile character leveling alone, aren't you concerned about the pain? Li Wu ramarka, sumawats baklas. I'm not afraid, Shernan replied. All right then, how is the refining of the body-enhancing elixir coming along? Just one final step remains. Li Wu observed the method with which Shernan kneaded the black clay, feeling somewhat astonished. Are you also a dim sum chef in your spare time? Shernan shot her a glance, but remained silent, casually tearing off a small piece of the black clay and placing it on the small balance scale on the table. After adjusting the weight, she rolled it in her palm, and before long, a small, dark sphere was formed. Freshly made, give it a try. Shernan placed the small black ball before Li Wu. Li Wu peered down at the sphere, then glanced at Shernan's fair, delicate hand, confirming that it should not be the dirt from her palm. Health elixir. Consuming it permanently increases stamina by 2, with a maximum of 30 doses. It truly was a health elixir, but the process of concoction was vastly different from what Li Wu had envisioned. This pill is rolled by hand. Li Wu inquired, incredulously. Goodness, I thought it would be akin to the alchemical processes depicted in cultivation novels. I rushed over, only to find it was merely rolling balls. How down to earth. The final 10 pills were neatly arranged before Li Wu. I have not concealed anything. I lost 2 while battling the fallen and made 3 during a mishap in the refining process. I understand. Li Wu tossed the pills in her mouth one by one, witnessing her stamina gradually increase, a glimmer of delight appearing on her face. A fair and tender hand extended towards her, and Shernan's cold voice resonated. You will need to protect me while I gather the nether flower later. I shall not charge you for the auxiliary materials, but the processing fee is a mere gold coin. What? Are you robbing me? Such a high processing fee. Li Wu looked at the last health elixir in her hand, contemplating whether the ingested elixir could be extracted again. I toiled for over an hour, providing auxiliary materials and delaying my leveling up. And you still find 1 gold coin too expensive? Shernan's exposed eyes glinted with menace. Wait, you mean a total of 1 gold coin? Otherwise, do you think I would charge 1 gold per pill? Shernan suddenly realized, narrowing her eyes, I undercharging? Li Wu hurriedly tossed the last elixir in her mouth and promptly placed a gold coin on the table. Not cheap, not cheap. It pains me dearly. Shernan gazed at the gold coin worth 1,000, feeling as though she had somehow lost out. Stop daydreaming. Let's quickly gather the nether flower. Li Wu rose and hastily made her way outside. A system-wide announcement echoed. Congratulations to the player war against the world and their team for defeating the level 15 Abyss Wanderer, earning the Abyss Wanderer first kill reward of 3,000. Before Li Wu and O Shurinan could exit the city of Shinho, they were drawn in by the repeated announcement. That war against the world is truly formidable. I recall they have made the system-wide announcement before, O Shurinan remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. Li Wu shot a peculiar glance at O Shurinan, hesitating before asking, "You truly haven't heard my name? Are you famous?" O Shurinan looked at Li Wu, speechless. "Not at all. You know war against the world, but not me." Seeing the genuine look in O Shurinan's eyes, Li Wu couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Chapter 88. The 5 major guilds compete for the first kill. It was not entirely impossible for O Shurinan to have never heard his name. After all, it is unrealistic to expect anyone to be online for 24 hours. Perhaps, when he appeared on television, O Shurinan was simply unavailable. Yet, why does this leave such an unsatisfactory feeling? Li Wu pursed her lips and remarked, "A server-wide announcement is not such a big deal. Have you forgotten that you too appeared in a server-wide announcement previously? When did I appear in a server-wide announcement?" O Shurinan replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. "It was when we defeated the Headless Knight. As the team leader, you must surely remember your own announcement." Li Wu blinked, recalling something, and chuckled. "You seemed rather lost in the game at that moment. When I called you to collect the loot, you didn't even respond. Did we achieve the first kill of the Headless Knight? Wushino seemed incredulous. Have you truly lost your wits in the game? Due to health issues. My online hours are rather unstable. Other cities have long-formed guilds, and I assumed the first kill had already been claimed by a major guild." Li Wu, recalling O Shurinan's earlier words, cautiously inquired, "You're not really possessed by the game, are you? You truly are an ancient warrior?" "Indeed." O Shurinan nodded affirmatively. "In your health? I cannot perish." Li Wu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. While she held some belief in the prowess of skilled gamers and their heightened reflexes, her skepticism regarding ancient warriors had led her to think O Shurinan was merely jesting. However, his nonchalant demeanor now made her question whether he spoke the truth. Li Wu was not particularly adept at offering comfort, and O Shurinan did not appear to seek solace. For a moment, both fell into silence as they proceeded towards the Witheredwood Forest. A server-wide announcement rang out. "Congratulations to player by Debayo's S-Team for defeating the level 15 two-headed ogre, achieving the first kill on the server, and earning a reputation of 3,000. The announcement echoed 3 times in succession. Upon hearing it, Li Wu sent a congratulatory message to Debayos on behalf of the townsfolk of Kaki Town. "I'm sending you a red envelope. Rabbit has truly performed splendidly." The boss's health barely dropped below half. It seemed that the afternoon's first kill of the Headless Knight had stirred the major guilds. Before Li Wu and O Shurinan could reach the Witheredwood Forest, yet another server-wide announcement resonated incessantly. "Congratulations to player Hu Zhongryu S-Team for achieving the second kill of the level 15 Headless Knight, earning a reputation of 2,000. Congratulations to player Ba Ji de Quangfeng S-Team for securing the second kill of the level 15 two-headed ogre, earning a reputation of 2,000. Congratulations to players for achieving the second kill of the level 15 Abyss Wraith, earning a reputation of 2,000. With the announcements flooding in, Li Wu struggled to keep track of who was who, though it seemed to be the work of the same 5 guilds. After the main city opened, announcements for second and third kills began to surface. Reflecting on it, it seemed quite reasonable. Though the 4 in the novice village were challenging to defeat, the sheer number of novice villages represented a vast quantity, rendering them not particularly rare. With the opening of the 12 main cities, it was as if the value of the servers had soared instantly. Given the nature of Blue Star, it is impossible to increase rewards. However, there remains a semblance of superficiality, such as issuing announcements for double or triple kills to enhance prestige. For those seasoned players, such recognition is far more valuable than mere monetary compensation. As Li Wu and O Shurinan arrived at the Witheredwood Forest and were about to delve deeper, a voice message from Debayo came through. "Sister, I've gathered some intel. The initial respawn locations in the 12 main cities are identical. Hurry to Lihua Town's southeast direction at coordinates 2244-669-8877. There you will find a two-headed ogre. See if you can take it down." The news of identical respawn locations sparked a glimmer of excitement in Li Wu's eyes, though a flush of embarrassment crept beneath his mask. Debayo had promptly shared the information upon receiving it, while Li Wu, having vanquished the Headless Knight, had not considered that a similar foe might exist in Mouta City. Despite his embarrassment, he could not bear to conceal his own achievement. He quickly relayed the Headless Knight's location to Debayo. "Fantastic. I was just looking for information on the Headless Knight's whereabouts. Is it difficult to defeat?" Bai Dababao's exuberance remained untainted by any frustration over Li Wu's oversight. The Headless Knight cannot be tackled with mere numbers. It possesses a skill that increases its dual attack by 1 point for every player slain within a 200-meter radius. I recommend utilizing melee healers positioned strategically behind to strike effectively. The Knight's death charge inflicts severe ongoing damage, making it easier to evade from the front lines. While ranged players, aside from healers, should stand down. Otherwise, no one will withstand the Knight in the later stages. Li Wu closed the chat window and turned to the patiently waiting Shernan. Shall we engage in another battle before foraging for the ghostly flower? Of course. Let us go. Shernan understood the value of the pursuit, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The two swiftly retraced their steps. Although they took a shortcut, the abundance of minor monsters hindered their progress, and by the time they reached Lihua town, nearly an hour had elapsed. During their journey, several server-wide announcements had sounded, indicating that the known 3 level 15 kills had all been snatched away, with only Abyss Wraith triple kill remaining, predominantly claimed by the 5 major guilds. This exemplifies one of the advantages of establishing a guild early on. It was likely that countless players would forego sleep tonight in a fervent quest to grind for merit tasks. After purchasing some Lihua pastries in Lihua town, the duo proceeded to the coordinates provided by Dababao. Upon arrival, however, they found no trace of the two-headed ogre. Li Wu, confident that Dababao was not misleading him, led Shernan deeper into their search. After a thorough half-hour of exploration, they finally discovered the towering creature. Standing 8 meters tall, in an area populated by level 14 monsters, Li Wu, uninterested in the lower-tier foes, directly directed his true sight towards the two-headed ogre. Chapter 89. The Two-Headed Ogre. Two-Headed Ogre, level 15 health, 500,000 defense, 150 magical attack, 988 skill 1. Hellfire, randomly creates a firestorm within a 30-meter radius, inflicting 50 damage per second for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 2. Ice Howl, inflicts 130 magical damage within a radius of 1,010 meters from the target, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 3. Ice Rain, deals 130 magical damage to all targets within a 50-meter radius of oneself, reducing their movement speed by 30 for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 4. Life Drain, restores 5 health points from all targets within a 50-meter radius every second for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Skill 5. Twin Heads, Twin Lives, 2 lives. Much like what Daba described, the two-headed ogre seems tailor-made for Li Wu. With an array of area of effect skills, it signifies a lack of burst potential, especially with a guiding skill favored by Li Wu. Moreover, the mage lacks a basic attack, significantly alleviating the pressure on the main character. The only challenge? Li Wu turned to look at Shernan, passing the pressure onto him. The widespread area attacks pose a tremendous challenge for the priest. Not only must one constantly evade skills, but also ensure adequate healing, rendering the difficulty nearly insurmountable. What are you looking at? Are you wondering if I'm confident? The difficulty is quite high. Only Ice Howl cannot reach me, while other skills are area attacks that exceed my healing range. Shernan furrowed his brow at the skill descriptions, pondering for a while before speaking again. However, the difficulty of Hellfire is exceedingly high. It lasts for a minute, with a cooldown of only 10 seconds, meaning a sea of fire will appear in a 30-meter radius every 10 seconds. After 50 seconds, there could be 6 simultaneous infernos, and I am uncertain whether I can maneuver effectively. Ice Rain covers a radius of 50 meters, which surpasses my healing range. I might attempt to evade preemptively. Even if I cannot avoid it, a single hit cannot eliminate me now. After selling that silver helmet, I purchased 2 fairly decent golden pieces of equipment, resulting in a significant increase in both my health and defense, though it may affect my healing for you. Li Wu nodded in agreement, as Shernan's analysis aligned with his thoughts. This truly tests the rear guard. I wonder how Daba and the others managed to conquer it. Shall we engage? Yes. Shernan nodded vigorously. As you said, as long as we can defeat it, dying 10 times would be worthwhile. Li Wu did not rush in, but first checked his attributes. After donning the cursed armor, his attributes had improved considerably, something he had neglected to observe earlier. Both health and defense had increased. Besides the equipment, Li Wu had consumed 10 body fortifying pills, raising his health to 6,576 and defense to 1,106. However, the cursed armor lacked a point in strength, causing his attack power to drop from 769 to 732. With the effect of the stone armor aura, his defense could reach 1216, which would suffice. After clearing the nearby level 14 monsters, Li Wu and O Shernan each consumed a piece of pear blossom pastry. I will go in, you be cautious. After commanding Zhu Dachong to activate the stone armor aura, Li Wu signaled O Shernan and charged in. As soon as Li Wu crossed the threshold, he commanded Zhu Dachong to execute a charge, stunning the enemy without even using a skill. Upon awakening, a chilling roar transformed the pig's intestines into a state of near demise, while Li Wu seized the opportunity to close the distance, unleashing a swift combination of attacks. The damage inflicted amounted to -1, cutting 4,000, and -73 from toxins, cutting 4,000. Although her talent had elevated to level 7, enabling her to inflict damage equating to 0.8 of the target's maximum health, the cleaving damage against the two-headed ogre was limited to a mere 4,000 points, with only 200 points of life being siphoned. Comparatively, engaging the Headless Horseman would yield better results, as the latter not only augmented health by an additional 30, but also allowed cutting damage to reach 4450. Fortunately, her defense had improved significantly. Thus, the chilling roar only depleted Li Wu's health by 1368 points, with a lifesteal of 400 per second and Euonymus's healing spell restoring 221 per second. Even after enduring an Ice Rain spell, Li Wu retained more than half of her health. As the Ice Rain spell cooled down, Euonymus made a timely advance, casting a healing spell that fully restored Li Wu's health. Life Drain, albeit a futile endeavor, accumulated a mere 25 damage over a span of 5 seconds, primarily targeting strategies involving vast numbers of adversaries. Although a single player may possess only 25 health, in a scenario with 100 players, each averaging 3,000 health, this could result in a staggering absorption of 75,000 health points, truly a terrifying prospect. Regrettably, only Li Wu and Euonymus remained, and this one instance of absorption fell short compared to Li Wu's cutting prowess. The most fearsome hellfire emerged, manifesting as a sea of flames within a 30-meter radius at Euonymus's feet. Fortunately, Euonymus's health and defense had seen a considerable enhancement, limiting the fire's damage to 602 points per second. While casting a healing spell upon herself, Euonymus dashed towards the inferno, her movements reminiscent of a nimble cat. Swiftly evading the flames in just 2 leaps, in a span of 3 seconds, she sustained 1806 points of damage. Enduring the searing pain, Euonymus refrained from healing herself, instead opting to provide Li Wu with a healing spell before retreating to a distance of 50 meters. She unleashed an ice roar towards Li Wu and, raising her hand skyward, summoned a multitude of ice arrows that rained down. After enduring 2 skills, Li Wu's health dwindled to half. However, after consuming a health potion, another healing spell promptly followed, restoring her health once more to its peak. Had she not been preoccupied with dealing damage, Li Wu would have been inclined to give Euonymus a thumbs up. This level of skill and awareness was difficult to believe, especially considering it emanated from a girl. It was not Li Wu's intention to instigate a gender divide. In the realm of gaming, it is true that most girls tend to be somewhat less adept than their male counterparts. Nonetheless, in the realm of tying little braids for team mascots, Li Wu expressed her utmost respect for the capabilities of girls. While Euonymus cast a healing spell on herself, she positioned herself at the edge of the inferno, willing to take a gamble that the hellfire would not be cast too closely again. Unfortunately, unlike her previous encounter with the Headless Horseman, Lady Luck did not favor Euonymus this time, as another sea of flames ignited beneath her once more. Chapter 90. The Limit of Euonymus's Skills. The recent onslaught of hellfire was utterly merciless. To the left of O'Shernan lay a raging inferno, while flames erupted beneath his feet, forcing him to sprint to the right. Even after executing an extraordinary maneuver, an audacious forward roll followed by a 720-degree spin, a feat beyond the imagination of an ordinary person, he found himself engulfed in flames for a harrowing 5 seconds. Out of the corner of her eye, Li Wu caught sight of the scene and immediately called out. O'Shernan, left with nothing but charred flesh, was momentarily dazed by the relentless fire, and though she heard Li Wu's voice, she could not discern the words. Summoning her remaining strength, she cast a healing spell towards Li Wu. Alarmed by the sight, Li Wu shouted a warning while keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding events. As the ice howl arrived as anticipated, it fortunately did not extend its reach to O'Shernan. In the next moment, Li Wu raised her hand skyward, a precursor to the Ice Rain spell. With a decisive shield bash, she incapacitated the foe momentarily. After consuming potions and siphoning health, Li Wu barely maintained her vitality at a moderate level. The tangible pain introduced an overwhelming layer of difficulty to the game. Had it been another healer, the two would have likely succumbed long ago. O'Sherinan dared not gamble again. Standing near the inferno seemed rational, yet the recent occurrences demonstrated that it could severely limit her escape routes. With two consecutive flames erupting beneath O'Sherinan's feet, both she and Li Wu recognized the underlying issue. The Hellfire skill, rather than targeting a random point on the ground, actually struck a random player nearby. With only Li Wu and O'Sherinan in the fray, the probability of being hit became a stark 50. Fortunately, the subsequent flames did not claim O'Sherinan, but instead fell at Li Wu's feet. Given Li Wu's defenses, the damage from the fire could not penetrate his armor. While it was merely uncomfortable, it was bearable. With the absence of the fire's harassment, O'Sherinan managed to evade the ice rain spell and replenished both her and Li Wu's health completely. Thanks to her sporadic displays of extreme skill, the two-headed ogre had reached its second life. By now, 6 patches of fire, each spanning 30 meters, dotted the ground, leaving O'Sherinan with dwindling options for evasion. Furthermore, the stone armor aura from Zhu Dachang had expired. Even if he had not perished, that ability would require 4 minutes before it could be used again. Without the 10-point defense bonus, the pressure on O'Sherinan to heal intensified once more. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, a flicker of excitement shone in O'Sherinan's eyes. Her exuberance undiminished even beneath her mask. Li Wu, on the other hand, experienced little pressure, apart from timing his shield bashes to delay enemy skills. He remained calm while absorbing blows. The two-headed ogre, being a ranged creature, left Li Wu with limited options for maneuvering. He could not pull the creature away to shorten O'Sherinan's escape route. His only recourse was to remain aligned with O'Sherinan's direction, allowing her to heal from a slight distance. After countless displays of extreme skill, fatigue began to creep into O'Sherinan's gaze. Yet the two-headed ogre finally succumbed to the edge of Li Wu's blade. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the two-headed ogre and earned 100,000 experience points, along with an additional 40,000 experience points for leveling up. Ding! Your pet, Pig Intestine, has reached level 13 experience cap. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent level has ascended to level 8. Ding! Congratulations to your team for successfully defeating the level 15 two-headed ogre, earning 100 team reputation. As a member, you have gained 50 reputation. The two-headed ogre has finally fallen, perilous yet triumphant, beneath the blade of Li Wu. Let's gather the spoils. In a spirit of fairness, Li Wu turned to beckon Ishinan to join in collecting the loot. Ishinan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet Li Wu, ever perceptive, detected a hint of fatigue woven into Ishinan's voice. Despite it being just a single word, the 2+ minutes of intense gameplay might not have caused physical discomfort. Yet the mental toll was considerable. Li Wu, who subconsciously believed he was guiding Ishinan, felt an inexplicable awkwardness. This two-headed ogre was not a foe that could be easily conquered with just a couple of priests. Even with 3 or 4 players, it was unlikely they would survive the first life. Among the players he knew, even the exceptionally skilled by Dabobeo would struggle to replicate Ishinan's finesse. Given the current circumstances, the healing capabilities of the spicy rabbit head might be ample, but that young lady's skills would likely falter at the first fiery onslaught, perhaps due to the lack of kills. The two-headed ogre was not as generous as the headless horseman, dropping only 1 piece of platinum gear and 2 pieces of gold gear. But their value made both their eyes gleam with delight. Ogre Skull, Platinum. Offhand Weapon. Magic Attack, 388. Stamina, 46. Intelligence, 46. Spirit, 46. Equipment Rating, 138. Equipment Requirement. Mage. Priest, Summoner, Druid. Equipment Skill. Resilience Boost. Increases stamina of friendly targets by 10 for 5 minutes. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Ogre Bone Hammer, Gold. One-handed weapon. Physical attack, 520. Stamina, 40. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Equipment skill, Crushing Blow, deals 130 physical damage to the target and reduces defense by 8 for 5 seconds. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Equipment rating, 120. Equipment requirement, Warrior, Guardian, Assassin. Ogre Boots, Gold. Health, 280. Stamina, 30. Intelligence, 30. Spirit, 30. Movement speed increase, 19. Equipment rating, 90. Equipment requirement, Mage, Priest, Druid. Upon examining the details of these 3 pieces of equipment, a bittersweet smile crossed Li Wu's lips. The only item he could utilize was the Ogrebone Hammer, whose attack attributes far surpassed those of his current steel longsword, and it came with a skill that dealt damage and reduced armor, making it exceptional in its own right. However, it differed significantly from the weapon he had anticipated. Its utility might be limited, Yet for routine monster grinding and leveling, it was undeniably superior to the steel longsword. With increased attack power, the potency of his poison skills would also rise, making it effective against elite monsters and even bosses. Moreover, the steel longsword he currently possessed was bound, ensuring it could not be lost even if stored as a backup. Upon reflection, Li Wu's spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 91. The Shepherd has perished. The drops from the two-headed ogre were quite generous, yet the distribution posed a challenge. In addition to platinum and gold equipment, the two-headed ogre also yielded 3 pieces of silver gear. Perhaps due to its magical nature, all the items, save for the golden bone hammer, were arcane in nature. When compared to the gear on Oshurnan, the only piece that paled was a silver bracelet. Excluding the bone hammer and the silver bracelet, all remaining equipment was essential. After a thorough inspection, Oshurnan found herself momentarily bewildered. The loot was exceedingly bountiful, yet she hesitated to claim it all. If she took everything, how much would she need to compensate to ensure fairness? A mere ogre skull wouldn't even fetch that price if sold. Perhaps we should sell the ogre skull? Ushinon suggested softly. Li Wu frowned at the notion. Sell it? What nonsense! Do you not understand that enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance? We cannot forego such exceptional equipment for trifling gains. That would be the height of short-sightedness. Oshurnan, chastened by Li Wu's words, lowered her voice. But I don't have sufficient funds to reimburse you. Well, then let us indeed sell it. Li Wu chuckled, observing Ushino's apparent relief. She added with a hint of boredom, I was merely jesting. Take what suits you first. We can always keep a ledger. Do you truly trust me? Oshurnan gazed up at Li Wu, somewhat dazed. What a question. Li Wu laughed, patting her chest. I have entrusted my back to you. How could I not place my faith in you? All right. Oshurnan smiled broadly, though regrettably, Li Wu lacked the insight to perceive the expression hidden beneath her mask. Yet, the eyes of Oshurnan shone brightly, her smile transforming her previously cold demeanor into one of beauty. Regrettably, Li Wu missed this, instead crouching down to tally the items. Gome, let us do some accounting. This platinum subweapon, while boasting high attributes, has mediocre skills. Let us value it at 500 gold. The golden weapon I possess has commendable attributes and skills, so let us consider it worth 200 gold. As for the shoes, being akin to common gear, let us assign them a value of 80 gold. Each piece of silver equipment shall be valued at 10 gold. You may take 2 while I take 1. Let's not count the black iron gear, as that would seem rather petty. The 5 pieces of purple gold or lack a market price, so, as before, let us say they are worth 1 gold each. Take what you desire. In total, you owe me 195 gold coins. That doesn't add up. Li Wu suddenly raised her head. Didn't you just earn 300,000 from me this afternoon? What? What kind of family are you running? You spent 300,000 in 3 hours? Li Wu shachi oshino asipchikao gladi. I spent 30,000 on some superior alchemical materials, rented a laboratory for 10,000, exchanged that exquisite silver bracer for 2 suitable pieces of golden gear, which cost 60,000, and purchased a set of restorative equipment for 180,000. I still have about 80,000 in savings and a fair amount of herbs, so I can lend you 80,000 now. And the rest I shall repay once I process the herbs into finished products. What is restorative equipment? It cost 180,000. What skills or effects does it possess? It is used in reality. Huh. Upon hearing the reality, Li Wu understood immediately. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Are you still short on funds? I have enough, came the reply. Oh, that's good. Li Wu sighed in relief. For some reason, after pondering for a moment, he continued, You may keep that 80,000 for yourself. But remember you owe me 195 gold coins. Oshurnan did not immediately concur. Instead, he softly remarked, You've miscalculated. That is impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Wu furrowed his brow. Even with his poor mathematical skills, he would not mistake such a precise figure. You have misjudged the value of the ogre skull. The resilient skill is rather uncommon. It is a divine technique for team battles, and its market value is no less than 600 gold. Well, let us say it's 600 gold, split evenly. That makes you owe me 247 gold coins. If you do not wish to take the purple gold, or, let us consider it 244 gold. Oshurnan nodded and said, I will draft an electronic IOU for you. Li Wu declined with a smile. Let us forego the electronic IOU for now. I'll first inquire about the Abyss Wanderer. Perhaps soon you won't owe me anything. Such an impressive priest. Would Li Wu let him escape? Keeping accounts was not the goal. The intention was to ensnare Oshurnan with the debt, making it easier to manipulate him later. Thinking that Daba might be organizing a guild raid against the Headless Horseman, Li Wu opened the forum. After searching for posts regarding the Abyss Wanderer, he found only information related to the first kill achieved by the War of the Heavens Guild. The only mention of location was that prior to its conquest, members of the War of the Heavens were seen heading towards the western gate of the main city. It seemed the Abyss Wanderer was located to the west of the main city. Considering that Daba might not even know the exact whereabouts of the Abyss Wanderer, Li Wu did not rush towards the western part of the city, but instead accompanied O'Shurinan to the task hall to see if there were any merit tasks available in that direction. The task to protect the shepherd was still active, but its status indicated that the shepherd was dead, resulting in a failed mission. At that time, O'Shurinan had also logged off, and upon returning, his mission status mirrored Li Wu's. Logically, the fallen Kale had already been slain by them, leaving only the necromancer Catherine. How could the shepherd still be dead? The two of them arrived at the task hall, abandoned the guardian task, and were about to browse the task board for suitable missions when they spotted a somewhat familiar name. Li Wu approached and patted the shoulder of the player, who was animatedly boasting with a mouth full of saliva. "Hey there, brother." The player, known as Mud Buddha, turned to face Li Wu, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Are you Mud Buddha?" He glanced back at O'Shurinan, and after seeing him, asked uncertainly, "Are you the guy from this afternoon?" It was no wonder Mud Buddha was hesitant. Logically, he had only seen Li Wu and O'Shurinan that afternoon, and now the two stood together, quite conspicuously. However, both Li Wu and O'Shurinan had concealed their names and donned masks, and Li Wu had also changed his armor, which made it difficult for Mud Buddha to be certain. "It is I," Li Wu replied with a smile. Although he was not well acquainted with Mud Buddha, they had engaged in conversation while guarding the little wooden house, and they had found common ground. Moreover, Li Wu was quite curious as to why the shepherd had perished. "It truly is you two," the Mud Bodhisattva first chuckled, then with a face of apparent constipation, remarked, "You two are truly fortunate to have avoided that mad woman." Chapter 92, Mutation. What mad woman? Li Wu feigned puzzlement as he inquired. They had departed early from matters unknown to them, oblivious to the unfolding events. Do not even mention it. Just as the Guardians of Time were about to arrive, a veiled figure named Catherine appeared. She summoned those elite monsters. That creature was terrifying, wailing and shrieking like a specter. The moment she emerged, a swarm of summons erupted forth, and half of the 200 players met their demise in an instant. When the shepherd appeared and engaged Catherine, I feared a scripted death was imminent, but to my astonishment, the shepherd was vanquished within less than half a minute. The remaining players were mercilessly tormented by Catherine. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the three of us fled, only to discover that Catherine had pursued us beyond the misty rainforest. There was no notion of pursuit distance, and thus we met our end. Upon hearing the Mud Bodhisattva's account, Li Wu could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "They are all level 25. How could the shepherd perish so easily? Is every level 25 the same?" "Catherine is." The Mud Bodhisattva suddenly raised his head to gaze at Li Wu. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he queried, "How do you know Catherine is level 25? Isn't the shepherd level 25? Surely, a task monster wouldn't emerge with a higher level than him." Li Wu laughed, attempting to explain, then asked, "Catherine is actually. Who says she isn't? This task is utterly absurd. If a level 25 appears, the shepherd looks as feeble as a child before her. Who could possibly complete this task?" Li Wu discreetly glanced at O'Shurinan, and both shared a look of uncertainty. "Are you sure?" O'Shurinan could not resist interjecting. "Absolutely. I used my true sight." It was filled with question marks, but her name was marked distinctly, and it was not ordinary. It displayed as mutation. The Mud Bodhisattva added with an air of mystery. "The misty rainforest is transformed. What were once level 13 monsters are now all level 20 undead." Upon hearing this, Li Wu opened the map and discovered that the misty rainforest still displayed level 13 monster markers. The map of Blue Star was not fully open. Only areas traversed by players would appear. Observing the Mud Bodhisattva, he seemed earnest and lacked any motive to deceive. Could it be that love could drive one to madness? Or perhaps this was indeed a game mechanic, where Catherine's passive skill was not a bond of love, but rather a frenzy induced by love? After a brief exchange with the Mud Bodhisattva, Li Wu and O'Shurinan casually accepted a merit task from the western city and hastily departed. They could not allow anyone to discover that they were responsible for Catherine's mutation. Over 200 players not only failed a high merit task, but also lost their lives in the process. They could only wonder how many among them had lost equipment. This enmity was considerable. If the victims were to learn of this, it would spell disaster. As Li Wu and O'Shurinan reached the western gate, a message from Daba arrived. Abyss Wanderer is located 30 miles south of the western city, in the abandoned quarry area, though the exact coordinates remain unclear. Although lacking precise coordinates, this information sufficed for Li Wu. After running for over half an hour, the two arrived at the abandoned quarry. Before they could delve deeper, the sounds of battle echoed from ahead. The commotion could not possibly be caused by a mere handful of players. Was there an organized effort to conquer the Abyss Wanderer? As they maneuvered around a massive boulder, a grotesque figure entwined in iron chains and a throng of players came into view. Please stop. Just as Li Wu was about to advance for a closer look, a young man emerged from behind the boulder, obstructing their path. This young man bore the name Lu Chong III, his demeanor grave. What did this imply? Li Wu pulled the reins of his mount, the pig intestine, halting its progress, and cast a glance towards the distant battlefield, suddenly enlightened. Someone was monopolizing this area for farming. However, did they truly think they could simply send anyone to block the way? Apologies, but our team is currently engaged in a raid. Would you kindly refrain from approaching? Li Wu's expression turned somewhat serious. What altered his demeanor was not Lu Chong III's words, but rather his actions. The young man stood in a disciplined posture. Though he did not salute, the stance alone indicated a level of training that could not be achieved through a few days of military drills at a university. A military presence? Li Wu pondered. He had felt something amiss over the past few days, and now it became clear. In the 5188 novice village alone, there were 200 to 300 soldiers. Even if luck played a role in the random influx of soldiers into the 5188 novice village, one of the 9,999 novice villages, how many soldiers must converge upon the 12 main cities? While small teams or guilds might struggle to organize without a guild system, the military faced no such issues. Soldiers, dedicated to obeying orders, exhibited strict discipline. Even in the absence of a guild system, their command structure was seamless. Recognizing that a military force was undertaking the raid, Li Wu wisely refrained from provoking them. The question of offense or defense was secondary. The reality was that he could not contend with such a multitude. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wu smiled and inquired, "May we draw closer to observe?" "Apologies. Please do not approach," Lu Chong III replied curtly. Li Wu, unfazed by Lu Chong III's brusque demeanor, suddenly pointed off to the side and exclaimed, "There, a player is approaching." A classic feint, yet effective. Lu Chong III instinctively turned his head. By the time he processed the situation, Li Wu and O Shernan had swiftly dashed away on the pig intestine. "Stop!" Lu Chong III shouted, pivoting quickly to pursue. Unfortunately, his skills were average, and without a mount, it was impossible for him to catch up with Li Wu. After a few futile strides, realizing he could not close the distance, Lu Chong III was about to report the situation when he noticed that Li Wu and O Shernan had already halted on a small hill to the right. Li Wu glanced back at the panting Lu Chong III and chuckled. "No need to report. We are merely here to enjoy the spectacle." Had this been the real world, with military personnel advising them to maintain distance, Li Wu would have complied without hesitation. In the realm of the game, the military's deterrent power seems somewhat lacking. Moreover, the intention was never to disrupt military operations. Rather, it was merely to observe the commotion up close. Surely, the military would not retaliate against him through the wires. After all, a game is but a game. Since there is no separate server for the military, all players share the same starting point. My willingness to cooperate is a matter of personal choice, not an obligation. Chapter 93, Military Operations. Lu Chong III observed as Li Wu dismounted from his mount and sat cross-legged atop a hill, genuinely engrossed in the spectacle unfolding below. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had already reported the current situation and received orders to remain vigilant. After catching up with Li Wu, Lu Chong III stood solemnly beside him, his expression grave as he scrutinized the two individuals engaged in the fray. Li Wu cast a glance at him, noting his visibly tense demeanor, and offered some words of comfort. "Comrade, do not be so anxious. This is not reality, nor is it a military exercise. There is no need to fear the disclosure of military secrets, nor should you worry about the implications for me as a civilian." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong III's expression softened, yet his eyes remained alert, ready to report any action taken by Li Wu. After reassuring Lu Chong III, Li Wu turned his attention back to the battle unfolding on the distant slope. The distance was too great for him to employ his true sight on a monstrous entity resembling a mound of flesh, but the scene suggested that the creature was formidable. The number of military players surrounding the area was substantial, perhaps numbering in the thousands. Logically, with the main city now open and the introduction of healing professions, strategies should be more accessible than in the novice village. Yet the combat on the hillside had persisted for over 5 minutes since Li Wu's arrival. showing no signs of conclusion. Continuous streams of players transformed into white light, rushing into the fray. Is it truly this difficult to vanquish? Why has it taken so long to achieve victory? Li Wu cast a puzzled glance at Lu Chong 3. You needn't be so serious. It makes me feel as if I'm a spy. Don't you understand the concept of camaraderie between military and civilians? Can't we engage in casual conversation? Lu Chong 3 was momentarily taken aback by Li Wu's words. How had their relationship been likened to that of relatives? Noticing Lu Chong 3's bewilderment, Li Wu pressed on. If you have any information, I would appreciate a share. Perhaps I can offer some assistance. Huh? Lu Chong 3 hesitated but eventually replied. I don't possess any. I just reached level 10 and am responsible for perimeter vigilance. So, I Haven T approached the action. You might ask a comrade for details. It's not classified information, just a matter of getting close enough to employ true sight. Then I shall inquire with our squad leader. Our squad leader has instructed me to stay put. Lu Chong 3's expression soured, conveying disbelief at Li Wu's claims. Li Wu awkwardly smacked his lips. It seemed this veteran was not easily swayed. Actually, I'm not entirely an outsider. You've heard of Hao Jianjun, right? He is my friend. Lu Chong 3 paused, astonished. Which Hao Jianjun are you referring to? Does your unit have many named Hao Jianjun? Quite a few. My squad leader is also named Hao Jianjun, though he goes by Hao Jianjun 6 in the game. I have another comrade named Hao Jianjun 7. Li Wu appeared utterly bewildered, finally grasping the situation. Don't tell me that you soldiers use your real names while playing games. Indeed, if there are duplicates, simply append numbers from 1 to 99 at the end of the names, such as for my friend, Hao Jianjun, without any symbolic digits. Do you know our commander? Lu Chong looked at Li Wu in astonishment. Ah, an old acquaintance. We hail from the same village, Li Wu chuckled. Lu Chong, however, remained skeptical of Li Wu and proposed, why not contact our commander directly for the information? Lu Chong fell silent, casting a dubious glance at Li Wu, his expression betraying a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. At that moment, a 5-member squad sprinted from the battlefield, and the leader, identified as Hao Xiaolong 1, glanced at Lu Chong and inquired in a grave tone, "What is the situation?" Lu Chong promptly saluted and responded, "The squad is uncooperative with the control measures. Though they seem to lack any immediate plans to force their way through, they were merely inquiring about Commander Hao Jianjun's whereabouts." Li Wu, upon hearing Lu Chong's words, shot him an odd look, thinking to himself, this is underestimating people. Lu Chong appeared somewhat dim-witted, yet he was secretly relaying information upwards. Just moments ago, he had claimed their squad leader was Hao Jianjun 6, and now here comes Hao Xiaolong 1. What a twist of fate. Hao Xiaolong 1 stepped forward to salute Li Wu and O Shernan, then with a serious demeanor, stated, "Comrades, please cooperate with our operation and step back a bit." Hao Xiaolong 1's expression turned somber. He could tell that Li Wu was not an insignificant figure, given the high quality of his equipment. With no guild yet established in Shenhou City, he was not overly concerned about someone snatching it away, but he feared the presence of troublemakers. The ongoing 3-kill event of Abyss Wanderer meant that many would be vying for the 1,000 prestige points needed to establish a guild. The potential for other offline guilds or organizations to send skilled disruptors was not out of the question. At this crucial moment in their strategy, any ambush on the main or healer could very well lead to failure, resulting in losses far beyond mere time. Li Wu nodded, but did not retreat immediately. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Is there any harm in sharing your data with me? Surely, this is not classified military information." Hao Xiaolong 1, more accommodating than Lu Chong, readily agreed and sent a friend request to Li Wu, only to find himself bemused. "Your friend request is not active." "Oh, let me add you." Li Wu replied with an awkward smile, sending a friend request to Hao Xiaolong 1. "Ding. The player Invincible Cute Team requests to add you as a friend." Upon seeing the system notification, Hao Xiaolong 1's demeanor shifted dramatically. Invincible Cute Team? This was not merely a matter of skill. This was the arrival of a screen-spamming overlord. "Please step back immediately. I must consult with my superiors." With a swift motion, Hao Xiaolong 1 signaled his team to close in on Li Wu and O Shernan, forming a barrier. Li Wu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. His numerous first kills had raised concerns of him taking more. However, he was not overly worried. It was merely a game, and dying would not leave a mark larger than a coin. So why fret? Li Wu turned to the slightly tense O Shernan, smiling and saying, "You see, I am actually quite renowned." Chapter 94. Please, don't make a fuss, esteemed leader. Hao Xiaolong quickly received word to relax the team's vigilance and offered a salute to Li Wu. "Our leader requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Li Wu felt no confusion and responded with a smile. Is it the esteemed Hao Jianjun? No, it is our deputy commander who has extended the invitation. Our commander is still engaged in battle. Li Wu was taken aback. Is Hao Jianjun the commander? Having once contemplated a military career, Li Wu possessed a certain understanding of the army's hierarchy. To be referred to as a commander could imply a range of ranks. But even a relatively low military division would at least correspond to the rank of deputy army level, which would be quite significant in their cocky town, akin to the position of a municipal party secretary. For a young man from a small town like Li Wu, this was indeed a figure of great stature, someone he might never have the opportunity to meet in his lifetime. Moreover, this was an understatement. The commander could very well be a major general of the regular army, or even higher-ranking generals. However, Hao Jianjun appeared to be only in his 40s, so the likelihood of him being a major general seemed slim. Li Wu admitted to feeling somewhat intimidated, yet he did not falter. His experiences in the game, where death left no scars, had imbued him with immense courage. Furthermore, since the deputy commander had summoned him, it was likely that there was something of significance to discuss, and he could not afford to hesitate. How could he negotiate if he showed fear? O'Sheridan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow along. As they drew closer to the battlefield, Li Wu casually tossed a glance at the creature ahead. Abyss Wanderer, level 15, health 128660600000, defense 1775, 387, attack 1688. Skill 1, gravitational pull, attracts all enemies within a 50-meter radius, cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 2, frenzied bloodlust, inflicts 130 physical damage on all targets within a 30-meter radius and absorbs an equivalent amount of health, cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 3, seismic strike, deals 150 physical damage to all targets within a 100-meter radius, cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 4, stench of decay, randomly spews a foul, decaying liquid, dealing 130 physical damage to targets within a 30-meter radius and saturating the area with a noxious stench, causing 15 real damage per second for 8 seconds. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 5, hardened through combat, increases defense by 1 for each target killed. Upon examining the details of the Abyss Wanderer, Li Wu finally understood why the military had been unsuccessful for so long. The combination of gravitational pull and frenzied bloodlust was utterly ruthless, drawing all players within a 50-meter radius and then unleashing frenzied bloodlust. One could only imagine the casualties. In close combat, the combination of melee and ranged attacks would likely decimate fragile players. The most fearsome aspect was the hardened through combat skill, which contrasted sharply with the Headless Horseman. While the latter gained 1 attack per kill, the Abyss Wanderer gained 1 defense for each target slain. Observing the current state of affairs, a significant portion of blood has already been shed, suggesting that victory is within reach. However, this also reveals the grim toll of 387 lives lost. Initially, the defense stood at 1388, now inflated to 1775. Who can possibly breach such a formidable barrier? The military has devised a countermeasure, with only the esteemed Hao Jianjun standing firm in the forefront. There are no melee fighters present, only ranged attackers and healers positioned at the maximum distance. If one can seize the opportune moment and manage the cooldown of the attraction field effectively, victory is still attainable. Even if it requires inflicting merely 1 point of damage, eventually, they could wear down the enemy. Alas, not everyone possesses the finesse and awareness of a seasoned player. Even the most disciplined soldiers may not exhibit the prowess of a dragon in this game. The most prudent course of action may be to abandon this attempt and start new. After all, the collective experience gained means that the chances of success in another endeavor would be significantly higher. With Zhao Wuxuan, the deputy commander, at the helm, it was evident that his speed did not match that of Hao Jianjun, and he failed to secure the original name. "Comrade, it is an honor to finally meet you," exclaimed Zhao Wuxuan, having heard of him from Commander Hao not long before their encounter. He stepped forward eagerly to grasp Li Wu's hand, leaving Li Wu pleasantly surprised by such a warm reception from a high-ranking officer who awaited the next move with humility. True to his military nature, Zhao Wuxuan bypassed further pleasantries and directly broached the subject at hand. "I often hear announcements from comrades like you across the server. I assume you possess profound insights regarding strategies. Might you offer us some advice?" Li Wu, prompted by the inquiry, expressed his earlier confusion. "I have observed the comrades in the field, and they seem well acquainted with their skills. Why not simply abandon this attempt and try again?" He continued. "Should they fail once more, it would become a bottomless pit. The overall strength of the comrades would diminish significantly, hampering future development." Li Wu had not anticipated this rationale, primarily because he had rarely faced death and had not lost any valuable items, thus momentarily overlooking this aspect. The prospect of losing dozens or even hundreds of pieces of equipment upon failure is indeed daunting, especially for a military unit that relies heavily on external funding and does not possess the luxury of purchasing equipment extensively within the game, as most items are obtained through the soldiers' own efforts. With so many soldiers, is there truly no talent capable of countering the Abyssal Wanderer? Li Wu inquired, unable to believe the situation. He also felt somewhat speechless, disregarding the 30 defense. If more emphasis had been placed on attack power, while the defense was still at 1388, they could have unleashed devastating damage, yet an error had occurred. Let us dispense with niceties. I can indeed slay it, but it cannot be in vain. Allow me to choose one piece of equipment after the kill. Certainly. Zhao Wuxuan nodded, a benevolent smile gracing his face. However, whether the final blow can be claimed by our comrades is contingent upon one of our soldiers, who requires merely 1,000 prestige points to establish a guild. Donotist. Li Wu's head spun with the implications. Chapter 95. The military intends to establish a guild in Shinho City, a development Li Wu had not anticipated. Upon reflection, he realized he could not obstruct this. Without his involvement, the military's success would merely entail a greater cost. Moreover, even if the military does not establish a guild, it can still organize large-scale battles. For Li Wu, the absence of a guild makes little difference. Thus, he seizes this opportunity to garner some advantages, which he finds quite enticing. However, Li Wu did not anticipate how challenging it would be to obtain these benefits. After all, the military has invested significantly into this endeavor, and for him to prioritize selecting a piece of equipment right from the outset seems rather excessive. It is entirely reasonable for there to be some level of difficulty. But must it be set to hellish extremes? The Abyssal Wanderer has yet to be defeated, despite the promise of a reward of 1,000 reputation points. However, to claim the full 1,000 points solely for oneself means that the individual delivering the final blow cannot be part of a team. With nearly 1,800 defense, barring individuals like Li Wu who possess true damage talents or special skills, one can only inflict a mandatory minimum of 1 point of damage. Currently, Li Wu's talent allows him to cut through a maximum health value of 0.9, and combined with toxins, his regular attack inflicts a cutting damage of 10,800 points. This makes it nearly impossible to manage the health precisely. Furthermore, he also has lifesteal, even if he miraculously manages to reduce the health to mere dozens of points. Any random attack could restore an indeterminate amount of health, making the idea of securing the kill with a mandatory single point of damage utterly implausible. You might say I can start from scratch, but asking me to leave you with 0.01 milliliters of broth to savor is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? In response, Li Wu declared that he had urgent matters to attend to and would await a future opportunity. Zhao Wuxuan quickly reached out to restrain Li Wu, smiling as he said, "Do not be anxious, comrade. There is still a chance." "What chance?" Li Wu inquired. The soldier S-class is Archer, and his talent increases his attack power by 10. I can consolidate all attack and strength-enhancing equipment onto him, raising his attack power to 486 points. He also possesses a charged attack skill, capable of dealing 180 damage. This means that, even with the current 800 defense, theoretically, he could inflict over 900 points of damage. Why is it merely theoretical? Li Wu asked, puzzled. The charged attack requires a 3-second charge time, and given that he has accumulated strength attributes, his defense and health are exceedingly low. A single AoE attack could easily bring about his demise. Thus, he effectively has only one opportunity to strike, Zhao Wuxuan explained. 900 points of damage, but only one chance. Li Wu lifted his gaze to assess the health bar, silently calculating before turning to Ashinen. Do you think there is a chance? Let us select an expensive option. Perhaps it will directly balance your account. No pressure. We can fight. Let us calculate together. Li Wu jovially pulled Ashinen close, and the two squatted down, using their swords to tally up the numbers in the dirt. I will help alleviate some of your burdens. After finalizing their calculations, Li Wu stood and addressed Zhao Wuxuan, saying, I require 6 healers, 2 of whom need only to achieve 800 in healing volume, but must have substantial health to withstand at least one skill without perishing. That can be arranged, Zhao Wuxuan nodded. Good. My strategy is for everyone to withdraw beyond a 100-meter radius, with my teammates and me taking charge. The 2 sturdier healers will stand approximately 75 meters away, prepared to heal my allies at all times. The remaining 4 healers will maintain a safe distance of 100 meters to support those 2 healers. In terms of positioning, it would be akin to a formation of 1-1-2-4. Although Zhao Wuxian is no longer young, he has recently found himself compelled to delve into the study of games, swiftly grasping the strategies employed by Li Wu. While he harbors some doubts regarding damage output, he astutely refrains from voicing any questions, instead gesturing for the selection of 6 suitable healers, 2 druids, and 4 priests. The healing capability of the druids is inferior to that of the priests, yet they possess greater health. He instructed his soldier to prepare, emphasizing the importance of timing, as the opportunity would only present itself once. As Li Wu and his 8 companions mounted their steeds and approached within 100 meters, he commanded Zhao Wuxian to initiate the retreat. Except for Hao Jianjun, everyone swiftly withdrew. Riding atop a giant pig, Li Wu charged towards the formidable abyssal wraith like an arrow shot from a bow. A seismic strike dealt 316 points of damage to Li Wu, yet he benefited from the resilience granted by Ashinin, causing his health to rise from 576 to 233. Though the pain was notable, it was bearable. A skill failed to dislodge Li Wu from his mount, allowing him to quickly close the distance. Hao Jianjun's defenses were not significantly inferior to those of Li Wu, and he even outperformed Li Wu in certain defensive skills. However, with the healers having retreated, Commander Hao's health dwindled to less than half. Li Wu employed a taunt skill to draw aggro, and upon receiving Zhao Wuxian's voice command, Hao Jianjun nodded and turned to withdraw. The abyssal wraith still retained 864 points of health, and Li Wu estimated the health pool before commencing his assault. His strikes began, -1, cutting for 5 for 100, -73, poison for 5 for 100, -1, cutting for 5 for 100, -146, poison for 5 for 100. As anticipated, Li Wu ceased his attacks after 2 sword strikes. The dual melee hits, coupled with the dual poison damage, inflicted a total of 600 points of damage to the abyssal wraith, followed by another 600 from his subsequent 4 instances of poison damage. Adding 2 points of force damage along with 1 layer of poison damage, plus 5 instances of 2-layer poison, resulted in a cumulative total of 805 points of damage. In total, his 2 strikes reduced the abyssal wraith's health by 44,005 points, leaving it with 82,859 health. After halting his offensive, Li Wu maintained aggro solely through taunts, transferring subsequent pressure onto Ashinin. True to expectations, Ashinin not only provided healing to Li Wu, but also expertly managed the cooldown and release distance of his magnetic attraction ability, deftly evading the foul corrosive attacks reminiscent of the hellfire of the 2-headed ogre. Although the abyssal wraith's corrosive stench was marked as random, it targeted individuals rather than the ground. Fortunately, Ashinin's physical control far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, consistently escaping the noxious area in the shortest possible time. However, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, almost taking on a greenish hue. In Chapter 96, Do You Believe I Slipped?, Ashinin unleashed 2 more bloodthirsty strikes, siphoning 956 points of health from Li Wu, followed by a corrosive attack that descended upon Li Wu. While the damage could be managed, even with the subsequent true damage, Li Wu could withstand it. Yet, the stench was overwhelmingly pungent. Although the high-grade mask should have mitigated the odor, it proved ineffective against the abyssal wraith. At that moment, Li Wu's chronic rhinitis, which had plagued him for 20 years, seemed to clear entirely. It is no wonder that the military may encounter errors, even the most well-trained soldiers, when unexpectedly thrust into a quagmire, may find their minds momentarily befuddled. Li Wu yearned to flee but hesitated. If he moved, the position of 1124 would inevitably shift as well. He had faith in Oshernan's awareness, yet he was unfamiliar with the other 6 healers. Should they fall behind, Oshernan would be in peril. Li Wu stood resolutely in the fetid zone for a full 8 seconds, his mind clouded by the stench. Fortunately, Oshernan's timely reminder jolted him back to reality. He raised his sword and struck thrice, then ceased his assault once more. The 3 slashes combined with the toxin inflicted 400 points of damage to health, followed by an additional 600 points from 4 more instances of toxin. Thus, the 3 strikes collectively dealt 317 points of damage. During this interval, he employed Bloodthirst, siphoning 978 points of health from Li Wu, leaving him with 154 health points. If Li Wu were to strike again, the 6 cuts, coupled with 5 instances of toxin damage, would yield 766 points of damage. To ensure that the target's health fell below 900 points, he needed to absorb health 2 more times. The archer, positioned safely at a distance, was poised, his eyes fixed on the health bar. Another frenzied bloodthirst brought his health to 432. Li Wu silently counted down, bracing himself for a seismic strike. And after 4 seconds, he gently thrust his sword. The timing was impeccable, and 3 seconds later, he unleashed yet another frenzied bloodthirst. He did not succumb to the toxin. His health was precisely at 644 points. Meanwhile, the gravitational field and the frenzied bloodthirst, along with the seismic strike, were all on cooldown, presenting the archer with an opportunity. As the seismic strike was executed, the archer had already surged forward on horseback, accompanied not only by 2 healers, but also by dozens of decoys charging from various angles. An acrid corrosion had yet to be activated, and their scattered positioning minimized the likelihood of the archer being targeted by the foul attack. After the frenzied bloodthirst, the archer swiftly entered range, preparing for a charged shot. In just 3 seconds, the abyssal wraith would be claimed by the military. Everyone awaited this moment. Yet only Oshernon's gaze remained fixed on Li Wu's health, his healing efforts relentless. The abyssal wraith seemed to sense its impending demise, reluctantly expelling a foul phlegm. Its target was not the archer, yet in an instant, the faces of all present paled. The foul corrosion was aimed at a priest positioned behind the archer, inadvertently ensnaring the archer as well. A staggering damage of -1844 appeared above the archer's head. Though he narrowly escaped death, his charged state rendered him immobile. The 2 priests behind him were struck by the immense damage, their eyes rolling back, and as they struggled to heal the archer. The subsequent 15 points of true damage from the foul corrosion descended upon him, resulting in a -253, and he collapsed instantly. Li Wu was momentarily stunned, contemplating retreat and a fresh start when the abyssal wraith's aggro shifted, turning its fury towards Oshernan, who had been tirelessly healing Li Wu. Seeing the situation, Li Wu instinctively executed a shield strike, hoping to incapacitate the foe, only to be left dumbfounded. An announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to the player Invincible Cute Team for achieving the 3rd kill of the level 15 Abyss Wraith, awarding the team 1,000 reputation points. Gazing at the scrolling server notification, Li Wu felt a wave of embarrassment as he glanced at the 2 commanders, who wore displeased expressions. Do you believe me if I say it was an accident? Silence enveloped the group. Li Wu dared not collect the loot, awkwardly watching the 2 commanders approach. Hao Jianjun stepped beside Li Wu and sighed. This isn't your fault. No one could have anticipated that such a minuscule probability could lead to such a setback. As for the conditions we previously discussed, let them be nullified. I haven't touched the dropped items. You can collect them in a minute. Li Wu took a few steps back, indicating his intention not to claim the spoils for himself. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The embarrassment was overwhelming, and Li Wu clasped his hands towards the 2 commanders before mounting his pig mount and attempting to depart. Seeing this, Hao Jianjun reached out to halt Li Wu, forcing a smile as he said, hold on, don't take today's incident to heart, Comrade Invincible. Hao Jianjun understood the situation clearly and bore no ill will towards Li Wu. Rather, he sought to provide comfort. Li Wu gratefully clasped his hands, assuring them that he had no intention of deliberately usurping the opportunity for leveling up. We will have many opportunities for collaboration in the future. Shall we add each other as friends? Hao Jianjun suggested. Li Wu readily agreed, promptly sending a friend request. I truly have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any longer. Li Wu clasped his hands once more and, without waiting for the commander's response, rode off on his mount. Ushino, witnessing the scene, did not hesitate to follow suit. Once the 2 had departed, Zhao Wushu sighed and turned to Hao Jianjun, saying, Old Hao, our plan was to establish a guild early on to attract skilled players from the community. Now that we have not secured the reputation, how will we proceed? Not to worry. The Special Operations Team is close to helping one individual achieve nearly 1,000 points of merit. The Abyss Wraith was never part of the plan. Zhao Wushu glanced at the loot information Hao Jianjun had shared, a hint of a smile gracing his face. That young man has good character. He managed to resist the temptation of a platinum piece of equipment along with a skill book. Aren't we planning to attract skilled players? Should we consider recruiting him? That lad is exceptionally strong. We may not be able to meet his demands. Have you forgotten about the auction house incident a couple of days ago? He earned nearly 100 million in one fell swoop, while the funding granted to us for guild development is only 100 million. How can we entice him? What if he has aspirations towards the military? Financially, we cannot offer such high terms, but in reality, we can elevate the standards. I propose we offer him the rank of major. What if he has no interest in enlisting? Let's give it a try. How many young people do not aspire to serve in the military or dream of becoming officers? From his voice, he does not seem very old. Then let us give a shot. Hao Jianjun stood up, pondering before sending a message to Li Wu. Damn, that kid deleted me. Chapter 97. Invincible Whirlwind Slash. Li Wu and O Shernan departed from the abandoned quarry, following the prompt for their merit task to the designated location. After all the hard work, I shall absolve you of half the bill, Li Wu remarked, glancing back at O Shernan. Shaking her head, O Shernan replied calmly, that is not acceptable. Our reputation must be shared equally, and since we did not salvage any drops, the debt remains. Do not misunderstand. We have collaborated thrice, and you must have inferred my talent by now. Apart from the reputation, my skill has ascended a level, and naturally, I owe you a fee for your services. O Shernan was no novice. Given Li Wu's evident damage output, she could easily deduce the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wu chose not to refuse again. Seeing this, Li Wu smiled and then glanced at the recent system notification. First, she had gained 140,000 experience, propelling her directly to level 14, with a significant overflow of experience, suggesting she would reach level 15 by the next day. Upon entering the main city, the experience requirements for leveling up had become increasingly demanding. O Shernan, who had initially lagged behind her by a level, had now also reached level 14, albeit with considerably less experience. The top-ranked player, Zhang Tianxia, was merely at level 15, while the rest were uniformly at level 14, leaving Li Wu content with her progress. Having defeated 3 level 15 foes, she felt no need to suppress her leveling any further. Next, she received 500 points of reputation. Lastly, her talent level had predictably increased to level 9, allowing her to inflict 1 true damage based on the target's maximum health with each strike. This was incredibly formidable. Who could withstand her damage henceforth? Forgiving O Shernan half of her bill was indeed a profitable decision. If it were possible to purchase talent levels, Li Wu would have eagerly extracted the funds. Since this was a side quest, the associated merit task rewards were modest, totaling only 30 points, with the objective of slaying 200 level 14 monsters. Observing that the target monsters were incapable of breaching her defenses, Li Wu resolved to test her newly acquired skill. Whirlwind Slash. With a range of 5 meters, it was quite substantial. If surrounded by monsters, a single whirlwind slash could strike 3 to 4 dozen foes simultaneously. Of course, this was merely an ideal scenario, as monsters varied in size. A creature as large as the Abyssal Roamer would hardly be affected by a mere swing. With O Shernan providing healing, Li Wu promptly equipped the Ogrebone Hammer, her attack power soaring to 882 points. After executing a whirlwind slash, a plethora of impressive damage figures emerged around her, accompanied by a dense cloud of 88 poison damage. Regrettably, the cooldown for Whirlwind Slash was 6 seconds. Otherwise, she could have layered the toxins on all monsters 5-fold. Nevertheless, even in this state, her efficiency was astounding. It took Li Wu only 9 Whirlwind Slashes to eradicate all surrounding foes. In just 48 seconds, all 24 monsters lay defeated, an efficiency that even O Shernan found remarkable. She had merely considered how Li Wu's Whirlwind Slash could contend with elite players, yet she had not anticipated such a terrifying effect when combined with poison and slicing. Had it not been for Li Wu's need for healing and the time required to lure monsters, her leveling would have soared uncontrollably. The task of eliminating 200 monsters was completed in less than half an hour. Had it not been for the ethereal blossoms awaiting collection, Yuani's gaze fixated on the steadily rising experience points, he might have suggested to Li Wu to simply grind through the night. The ethereal blossoms had already been delayed for far too long. It was high time to gather them. After spending over half an hour, they finally returned to the withered wood forest. Since their primary goal was to locate the ethereal blossoms, Li Wu refrained from charging in with the train method. Instead, he opted to dispatch waves of 10 skeletal swordsmen. The skeletal swordsmen possessed 2 high damage skills, and should they draw too many, even with Yuani's healing, Li Wu would find it untenable. Although the process was slow, it was meticulous. The ethereal blossoms were no larger than a teacup, and without careful scrutiny, they might easily go unseen. The duo forged deeply into the withered wood forest, accumulating a considerable amount of experience, yet the ethereal blossoms remained elusive. They pushed from one end to the other, and upon confirming the absence of the ethereal blossoms, Li Wu furrowed his brow and mused. Could it be that the ethereal blossoms only appear at specific times? The secondary profession mentor had not provided clarity, merely mentioning areas shrouded in deathly energy. Was it possible that the ethereal blossoms only manifested upon the demise of the Headless Knight? The respawn time for the main city remained a mystery, as did the fixed nature of the respawn locations. Obtaining the ethereal blossoms proved to be quite a challenge. Yuani sighed, there is nothing for it. We must await the Headless Knight's respawn. However, other main cities have also tackled the Headless Knight, I shall keep an eye on the auction house. Perhaps someone will sell one. Indeed, I shall inquire. Li Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly sent a voice message to Bai Dababao. The connection was established swiftly, revealing a cacophony of noise on the other end. Brother, have you dealt with the Headless Knight? Yes, I have. I'm currently preparing to tackle the Abyss Wanderer. Bai Dababao replied, his voice weary, suggesting he was not in the best of spirits. Goodness, a large guild truly wields power, monopolizing everything. Monopolizing? Not quite. There are others vying for the Abyss Wanderer. I just finished hurling insults at them, and now I'm resting while my father continues the verbal skirmish. Huh? What is going on? Li Wu was momentarily taken aback. A grand guild monopolizing a scene should have sufficed. Why resort to verbal altercations? The opposing team is organized by the Baida group. That old fellow has gathered thousands of group employees in Mao Rabbit City, and he has also recruited numerous experts. If it comes to a head-on clash, our side should prevail, but since they lack a guild, I cannot initiate a guild war, and killing would still result in notoriety. Furthermore, even if we were to win, our losses would be considerable. This is no longer the novice village where death incurs no penalties. Losing experience would severely hinder our development, so I plan to drive them away with insults. That old man doesn't he have the fortitude of my father and will surely crumble. Bai Dababao chuckled on the other end. Isn't it a bit excessive for your father's stature to be engaging in an online spat with the head of another major corporation? Hee. The Baida group has always clashed with our family business. We've exchanged barbs in person, so it's no surprise online. My father isn't even directly involved. He primarily oversees the operations. Goodness, is this how the elites engage in gaming? Li Wu's mind was a whirl, and then a sudden thought struck him. He turned to Yuani and whispered, is death associated with losing experience? He and the Heather had just been slain by Catherine that afternoon. He could not recall losing any experience. A mere 10 experience points at his current level, murmured the Heather. Oh, I truly did not notice. Li Wu chuckled softly, then turned to Bai Daba and inquired, continue your tirade, but I wish to know whether the Headless Horseman has respawned any nether flowers after his demise. Chapter 98, The Wailing Forest. Indeed he has. Why do you ask? Sell them to me, for I am in urgent need. We have exhausted our supply. Huh? Do you have an alchemist among your ranks? Li Wu cast a puzzled glance at the Heather. Was there another possessing the alchemical talent? Stamina potions? What effects do they confer? An increase of 10 stamina for 5 minutes. Is this not what you desire? Bai Daba, realizing the implication, inquired with curiosity. Brother, are you reckless with your resources? Nether flowers can be transformed into permanent stamina-enhancing attribute potions, and you have made them into mere potions? Li Wu's heart ached at the thought. Bai Daba was momentarily stunned, but upon recollection, his frustration equaled Li Wu's. Sister, why did you not mention this sooner? You made me waste 15 nether flowers. Faced with Bai Daba's retort, Li Wu felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was indeed an oversight on his part, one he should have rectified while Bai Daba was strategizing against the Headless Horseman. My apologies, I simply did not recall. Besides, did you not mention that you lacked an alchemist? An alchemist? Are the stamina attribute potions crafted solely by them? Can other attributes be concocted as well? In a moment of clarity, Bai Daba posed a crucial question. Li Wu then turned to the Heather and quietly asked, is the wisdom pill confidential? Not all. The Heather shook her head. Alchemical products are meant for sale, and secrecy would hinder that. There exists a wisdom pill that permanently increases intelligence by 2 points, limited to 30 uses. Such a marvelous item. We must list it immediately, Bai Daba exclaimed, but then paused, recalling something. Is this wisdom pill in ample supply? We mustn't let anyone slip through the cracks. Upon hearing this, Li Wu turned to the Heather once more. A business opportunity arises. The buyer is wealthy, yet naive. How many wisdom pills remain? Hey, I can hear you. Can you act with more decorum? Bai Daba's expression soured. It was uncertain whether it was due to the nature of the talent-based products, but the pills could not be listed on the auction house, which left the Heather somewhat distressed. Despite having placed several regional advertisements over the past few days, inquiries had dwindled as potential buyers found the prices exorbitant, and she hesitated to sell. Name your price. 5 gold pieces each, considering the materials and the cost of failures. The average cost per pill is slightly over 3 gold. The Heather stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing that the cost was over 3 gold, Li Wu considered 5 gold a reasonable price, especially for a permanent attribute enhancement. However, at 5 gold apiece, 30 pills would amount to 150 gold, or 150,000. Such an expenditure would be beyond the means of the average individual. But for Bai Daba? Sure enough, Bai Daba's voice rang out. Only 5 gold? Such a fine item yields less than 2 gold profit? Your friend is exceedingly generous. I'll take them all. Not being able to list them is irrelevant. I'll elevate a secondary character to Shen Haoqing, and after acquiring the pills, I'll use the guild teleportation to bring them over. Ah, your mind is quite sharp, Li Wu remarked in surprise. Not too shabby, regardless. As the leader of the 5 major guilds, some semblance of intellect remains. Bai Debao spoke with a tone of pride. This strategy was indeed her own conception. Very well. My friend, O'Sherinan, will add you as a friend. You may negotiate your business amongst yourselves. Additionally, with your numerous subordinates, please keep an eye on the nether flower. Agreed, no problem. I shall take my leave now. My father has grown somewhat weary from overseeing the operations, and I need to switch shifts. Bai Debao's concluded before ending the voice call. Li Wu felt a sense of exasperation. It was hard to fathom how the wealthy engaged in conflicts similarly to the common folk, prattling on as much as possible while avoiding physical confrontation. She may be busy for a while, so you should add her as a friend first. All right, O'Sherinan nodded in agreement. Also, you could sell your elixirs to others at a higher price. After all, they're not meant for the likes of ordinary people. And the affluent often regard money with a casual indifference. True, but I can't produce any at the moment. The primary ingredient for the enlightenment pill, the Mind Clan Brain, was purchased from Vocational Mentor, and I acquired the last 80 units. I have yet to see any on the market, but regrettably, the Mentor has no other primary materials available. What is this Mind Clan Brain? O'Sherinan inquired, her body stiffening at the mention. Though Li Wu could not see her expression, the glimmer in her eyes suggested it was undoubtedly captivating. Have you ever tasted pig brain? It's quite similar. Li Wu swallowed hard. That delicacy is quite exhilarating when prepared correctly. Could you refrain from discussing that? Alas, since we lack the nether flower. Let us complete the merit task first, Li Wu sighed. The two swiftly traversed the path indicated by their quest, and as they progressed, Li Wu discerned that they were nearing the misty rainforest. Do you recall? Did that clay Buddha not mention that the misty rainforest is now filled with level 20 undead? Indeed, it seems so. Then, wouldn't the spawning area of the level 20 undead be rife with malevolent energy? Are you suggesting that there may be nether flowers in the misty rainforest? O'Sherinan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us investigate. It is not far, they decided, immediately turning their mounts towards the misty rainforest. Upon their arrival at the location marked on the map, the forest that had flourished with verdant trees and signs of spring in the afternoon had undergone a complete transformation. As they stepped into the misty rainforest, a system notification suddenly appeared. Beep! A significant anomaly has occurred in the misty rainforest. The area has been renamed the Wailing Forest. Li Wu saw the notification and promptly opened the map, confirming that the misty rainforest had indeed transformed into the Wailing Forest, with monster indicators now reflecting level 20. Ahead lay desolate trees reminiscent of a withered woodland. The eerie atmosphere more chilling than that of the barren grove. Towering trees had become parched and twisted, seemingly eroded by the breath of death, their branches resembling gnarled hands reaching skyward. Dim light filtered through the contorted remnants, casting fragmented and terrifying shadows, enveloping the entire forest in an oppressive and fearsome ambience. The flawless climate of Blue Star felt utterly superfluous at this moment. A gentle breeze rustled through the remnants, producing a creaking sound akin to the whispers of the departed. The air was thick with the scent of decay and death, sending shivers down one's spine. Deep within the forest, indistinct silhouettes moved stealthily, weaving in and out among the gnarled trees, their presence both elusive and eerie. Li Wu and O'Sherinan exchanged a glance, both swallowing hard almost in unison. Shall we retreat for now? Li Wu suggested with a nervous chuckle. Chapter 99. The Corrupted Tree Spirit. Li Wu led the way, with O'Sherinan following closely behind, as they cautiously stepped into the Wailing Woods. As they advanced, faint sounds of weeping reached their ears. Li Wu cast his true sight upon 3 monstrous figures that emerged ahead. Bone Warrior, level 20 health, 32,000 defense, 1,010 attack, 1,280 skill 1, leap strike, deals 160 damage, cooldown 8 seconds. Skill 2, Mighty Blow, deals 150 damage, cooldown 6 seconds. Bone Priest, level 20 health, 30,000 defense, 980 magical attack, 1,280 skill 1, life drain, absorbs 20 health points per second from the target, restoring the same amount to itself, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown 6 seconds. Skill 2, Death Wave, launches a wave of necrotic energy at the target. If the target is an allied undead, it restores 100 health points. But if it is an enemy, it inflicts 150 damage, cooldown 5 seconds. 2 bone warriors, and 1 bone priest. After reviewing the information on these creatures, a sigh of relief escaped Li Wu. Thankfully, they were not summoned by Catherine. Otherwise, confronting level 20 pseudo-elite monsters would have been daunting, even with Oshiranon's healing support. Although the ordinary monsters were formidable, their superior equipment allowed them to manage the challenge of a 6-level disparity. Yet, the pain associated with the damage inflicted gave Li Wu pause. The Bone Warrior's skills exceeded 10 of his health, making the pain quite palpable, akin to being bitten by a dog. If it were a matter of fighting or even engaging elite monsters, Li Wu's immense endurance would be fueled by the prospect of reward. After all, even in battle, the engagement would last no longer than 2 minutes, and the discomfort would be fleeting. However, facing ordinary monsters posed a different predicament. To acquire the elusive, ghostly flower, they would need to persistently fight, and the thought of potentially enduring relentless bites for an hour or more made Li Wu's skin crawl. Nevertheless, contemplating the flower's worth, possibly 4 gold coins each, bolstered his courage significantly. Let us agree that once we gather enough ghostly flowers for our needs, any surplus shall be split evenly. Otherwise, my endurance will falter, he asserted. That seems only fair. Oshiranon nodded, though he inquired with a hint of confusion. What does that have to do with endurance? You wouldn't understand. Li Wu grinned, switching his steel longsword for an ogre bone hammer, charging towards the 3 monsters. Although equipping the bone hammer would lower his defense and increase the pain he would endure, its higher attack power allowed for quicker strikes, and the slicing damage dealt to minor creatures was less severe, making healing easier. The 2 bone warriors launched their leap strikes, each inflicting over 900 points of damage upon Li Wu. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a whirlwind slash, damaging both bone warriors before continuing his charge towards the bone priest. The skeletal priest's lifesteal damage of 256 per second proved to be insignificant. Gathering 3 monsters together, he poisoned them one by one. Li Wu's attack reached 882. Although his normal attacks did not penetrate defenses, his skills still inflicted damage, coupled with the substantial damage from the 5 layers of poison that could be sustained indefinitely. The speed of monster clearing was quite commendable. One by one, the 3 skeletal creatures fell, but the drop rate remained as disappointingly low as ever. Not even a copper coin. The duo continued their advance, meticulously scanning the ground for traces of the spectral flower amidst their battles. After an unknown number of waves of monsters, Oshiranon finally spotted a spectral flower beneath a massive withered tree. Indeed, it was there. After having worn a grim expression for so long, Li Wu finally revealed a hint of a smile. Could it be related to monster levels? Perhaps only in areas where one reaches level 20 with a spectral flower spawn. It was very likely. Oshiranon's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice grew noticeably lighter. However, just as he approached to harvest the spectral flower, an unforeseen event occurred. The enormous withered tree beside the flower suddenly stirred, and a massive branch struck fiercely towards the approaching Oshiranon. The attack was too abrupt. Even a skilled player like Oshiranon could not evade in time. Minus 1820. An immense amount of damage registered above Oshiranon's head, and even she, known for her resilience to pain, could not suppress a groan. Fortunately, Li Wu reacted swiftly, taunting the withered tree to draw its ire. The tree, now focused on Li Wu, raised thick roots from the ground, forming 2 colossal feet that eerily advanced towards him. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Li Wu quickly retreated, commanding Pig Dajong to charge and immobilize the massive tree, then unleashed a true eye. Corrupted Treant, Elite. Level, 20. Health, 140,000. Defense, 1200. Physical attack, 1600. Skill 1. Forceful Strike. Strikes the target with a branch, dealing 150 damage. Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2. Twisting Roots. Roots hidden underground emerge to ensnare the target's legs, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Cooldown 8 seconds. Skill 3. Branch Barrage. Inflicts 130 physical damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius of the target. Cooldown 6 seconds. Upon reviewing the Trent's information, Li Wu exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a level 20 elite, not absurdly more powerful than a level 15 wild monster, making it manageable. Just as Li Wu prepared to counterattack, several vine-like appendages suddenly shot up from the ground, ensnaring his lower body. In the next moment, countless branches enveloped a 10-meter radius around Li Wu. Damn! There were too many branches, shooting from an oblique angle. Li Wu's legs were ensnared, and he could not evade. His shield was also entangled, and he received the brunt of the branches directly to his face. Although he wore a mask, it provided no defensive benefit. They wouldn't strike the face, yet here he was, being assaulted by a flurry of branches. Li Wu endured the harsh blow, his eyes nearly closing from the pain. Thankfully, the branch barrage had a cooldown of 6 seconds. Once freed from his bindings, Li Wu swiftly raised a shield above his head and charged beneath the Trent's feet, delivering a shield bash that stunned the creature. Aside from the vexing projectiles raining down from above, with O'Sherinan providing healing, defeating the Treant was merely a matter of time. A minute later, the colossal body of the tree demon collapsed to the ground. Ding! The affinity with the tree demon clan increased by 10. In addition to the experience points, a reward for the affinity with the tree demon clan was granted. The name, Polluted Tree Demon, stirred something within Li Wu. Defeating the polluted tree demon appeared akin to liberating the tree demons, hence the rise in affinity. Yet, the utility of this affinity remained a mystery. Elite monsters had a chance of dropping silver equipment, but regrettably, this tree demon was not so generous, yielding only 2 pieces of black iron gear. Nevertheless, the black iron equipment dropped by a level 20 elite monster boasted attributes reaching 23 points, suitable even for a level 0 character, thus capable of fetching a reasonable price. Cautiously, Li Wu pondered that perhaps an elite monster guarded the vicinity of the ghostly flowers, much like the formidable beasts surrounding rare treasures in cultivation novels. Aware of this, O'Sherinan nodded, still haunted by the near-fatal encounter. As they ventured deeper, another ghostly flower emerged in their line of sight. This time, O'Sherinan employed his wits, casting his true sight on the nearby withered trees one by one. Among them, one indeed masqueraded as a polluted tree demon. Drawing from past experiences, the confrontation was relatively effortless. Li Wu merely needed to keep his shield raised above his head. After the polluted tree demon fell, both received an additional 10 points of affinity with the tree demon clan, yet the equipment dropped remained black iron tier. This led Li Wu to speculate whether these elite tree demons had been ravaged by Catherine, rendering them incapable of yielding even silver loot. Fortunately, the ghostly flowers were genuinely valuable, sparing him from enduring the excruciating pain in vain, knowing that a level 25 mutated Catherine lurked in the Wailing Forest. They both refrained from approaching the center, instead opting to traverse the outskirts to gather ghostly flowers. They could hardly contend with Catherine, a level 25 special monster, let alone a mutated version. Even with Li Wu's precise strikes, he found himself perpetually missing. Time slipped by without their notice, and O'Sherinan began to falter, his gaze drifting. Noticing his companion's condition, Li Wu glanced at the time and realized it was already 5 a.m. How many have we gathered? He inquired cheerfully. O'Sherinan surveyed his backpack, 33 flowers. We've been at it for about 4 hours. If we value each at 4 gold coins, that's a total of 66,000 for each of us. Quite commendable. I haven't seen any new ghostly flowers for a while. We must have collected most of them. Shall we call it a day? Li Wu suggested, feeling equally exhausted from the previous day's lack of rest and the night's endeavors. It's time for a game pod, he mused, recognizing that while it could not entirely replace sleep, it would certainly ease the strain on his nerves. As these thoughts lingered, Li Wu succumbed to slumber. Collapsing onto his bed, deep in sleep, he failed to awaken to the alarm, only to be roused by Tuan Tuan, who playfully tied his hair into little braids. Upon waking, he realized it was nearly 8 o'clock. With little time to spare, he skipped breakfast for Tuan Tuan, hastily washed his face, and took her out the door. A gentle breeze tousled the hair that resembled a nest of chickens, and the morning haze could not suppress it. When handing over Tuan Tuan to Teacher Lei Lei, Li Wu awkwardly pressed down on Tuan Tuan's small head and said to Teacher Lei Lei, "I am sorry to trouble you with Tuan Tuan's hair today." Teacher Lei Lei tenderly untangled Tuan Tuan's knotted locks, then turned to Li Wu and remarked, "It must be quite arduous for you to care for Tuan Tuan alone. Have you considered finding someone to assist you?" Li Wu, still feeling drowsy, casually replied, "But you're already married." Huh? Teacher Lei Lei's expression darkened at those words, her face flushing as she said, "No, I meant to help introduce you to a girlfriend. Where did your mind wander?" "Oh, I apologize. I didn't sleep well last night, and my mind is a bit foggy. That is not what I meant. No worries. I merely thought of you because you seem to be struggling so much and wanted to help you find a girlfriend." Teacher Lei Lei pondered for a moment before letting Tuan Tuan enter the classroom, then continued, "I have heard that Tuan Tuan's medical expenses amount to about 40 to 50,000 each year. It is indeed too burdensome for you alone. I have a friend from a well-off family who is looking for someone kind-hearted. You seem both handsome and compassionate. Even with Tuan Tuan, you would make a fine match. I wonder if you have any thoughts on this." Li Wu had already informed the kindergarten and Teacher Lei Lei about Tuan Tuan's condition, as there were certain aspects that required attention. However, he did not mention the specifics regarding the special medication. and teacher Lei Lei only had an approximate idea of the cost for standard targeted therapies, thus presuming that Tuan Tuan's annual treatment expenses were merely 40 to 50,000. For her affluent friend, this amount was not particularly daunting. Moreover, the small town was not large, and she had heard of Li Wu's capabilities. Deeming it not an endless pit of expenses, Li Wu did not dwell on this matter. To be honest, since he had been taking care of Tuan Tuan, he had ceased to expect any notions of romance. He merely wished for someone who would not mind Tuan Tuan and would treat her well. After some contemplation, he smiled and said, I certainly have thoughts, but the priority is to ensure Tuan Tuan's well-being. Additionally, I have already saved enough for her medical expenses, so it will not become a burden. Save enough? Teacher Lei Lei exclaimed in surprise. She had researched information about childhood chronic myeloid leukemia and knew it was not just a matter of medication costs. Should it become severe, or if a suitable bone marrow match were found, surgical expenses could soar into the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. And complications like rejection could lead to even higher costs. Well, some inheritance was left by elders in my family, and I have also earned a bit recently from gaming, so Tuan Tuan's medical fees are indeed sufficient, Li Wu explained, half-truthfully, not revealing all his details. Upon hearing Li Wu's claim of not lacking funds, teacher Lei Lei's expression turned slightly awkward. She smiled and said, this matter is not urgent. We can discuss it in a couple of days. Li Wu found this puzzling. If he was not lacking in money, why wait a few days? As a resolute newcomer, he was still quite eager to find a girlfriend. However, he quickly regained his composure and realized, refraining from pursuing the topic further, he said with a smile, a couple of days is fine. I've been busy in the game lately and can't spare time for matchmaking. After watching Li Wu leave, teacher Lei Lei let out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost made a significant blunder. Her friend indeed hails from a prosperous family, well off in every regard. However, he is somewhat older, a decade her senior, and has been divorced with a child. While a wealthy divorcee pairing with a younger man might seem a fitting match, the fact that the young man is not impoverished complicates matters. Nevertheless, Tuan Tuan's uncle is genuinely a good person and could assist in orchestrating other suitable matches. The young and naive may not appreciate the allure of a wealthy companion, while the affluent are keenly aware of the vigor of youth. Regrettably, due to circumstances, a wealthy woman missed the chance to embrace a youthful spirit. After leaving kindergarten, Li Wu felt a stroke of luck. He was grateful that teacher Lei Lei refrained from further discussion on the topic. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an elegant conclusion. Teacher Lei Lei treated Tuan Tuan very well, and for now, he was reluctant to change her kindergarten. As for teacher Lei Lei's friend, she was likely either elderly or in poor health. If teacher Lei Lei were to insist on introducing a match, he would find it awkward to refuse. Yet acquiescing would lead to an even more uncomfortable situation. Although he cherished Tuan Tuan, he would not compromise a lifetime of happiness over a mere 2 or 3 years of kindergarten. Chapter 101, A Close Call. The matter of introducing a girlfriend had stirred Li Wu from his drowsiness. Although the gaming helmet was distributed free of charge, there were still after-sale services. Li Wu had come not for that purpose, but to order a gaming pod. Each gaming pod cost 660,000, and there was no stock in Cocky Town. Wealthy individuals wishing to purchase one had to place an order. With the advancements in transportation, an order placed today could arrive by tomorrow. However, Li Wu's order for the gaming pod was somewhat complicated, requiring the addition of numerous features, which would take at least 3 to 4 days. He added external motion capture capabilities, monitoring connection functionalities, external touch warning systems, infrared temperature detection connectivity, and a plethora of other features. He was concerned that if Tuan Tuan awoke in the middle of the night and could not find him, it could lead to distress. Moreover, parents of children who have attended kindergarten are well aware that a month without a cold feels akin to winning the lottery. What if Tuan Tuan were to develop a fever in the night? With these features, Li Wu felt he could enter the gaming pod with a measure of peace of mind. If there had been an option for a dual pod, he would have considered that. Alternatively, he thought about acquiring a separate gaming pod for Tuan Tuan, disabling the gaming functionalities while retaining those for soothing her nerves. However, he worried that the space might be too confined, potentially leaving her frightened alone. So he decided against it. Ultimately, after finalizing all features, the price of the gaming pod turned out to be auspiciously higher than the original, totaling 888,000. This time, Li Wu did not feel a pang of regret. Although the expenditure exceeded his interest, the earnings from the game over the past couple of days were still commendable. While he hadn't sold any significant items, he had managed to convert several silver and black iron pieces into a substantial amount of gold. The monsters he had been battling were of a high level, naturally yielding equipment with ratings superior to most items of comparable quality in the market, thus commanding a favorable price. Reflecting on teacher Lei's earlier suggestion of introducing a girlfriend, Li Wu found himself contemplating the idea of marrying. Envisioning mutual support and the provision of maternal love for Tuanshuan, it seemed a rather beautiful thought. Upon returning home, Li Wu intended to catch up on sleep before resuming his gaming. It felt as though he had scarcely dozed off when he was jolted awake by the sound of his phone ringing. The caller was Zhao Wuqing from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, informing him that a construction entrepreneur was experiencing a shortfall in funds and sought a loan from the bank. However, the loan amount was somewhat substantial, and with the city mayor set to retire next year, he opted for caution and approved only half. Upon hearing this, Li Wu immediately understood and pondered before inquiring, what project is he undertaking? They are planning to construct a sports and entertainment plaza in town, Zhao Wuqi replied softly. A government project? Indeed. How absurd. Although he was young, he was a native of the area, and even someone delivering takeout like him was aware of the town's fiscal deficit. Whether the project funds would ever be collected was uncertain, yet they expected him to invest. He was not wealthy enough to consider burning money. With Zhao Wuqi's comment, Li Wu glanced at the time and realized it was already 11 o'clock. He went downstairs to purchase 2 meat-filled buns without any vegetables and quickly logged online. Oshirnan was already online, busily preparing pills. Li Wu entered Oshirnan's alchemy room and noticed the 20 health pills neatly arranged on the table. Without hesitation, he popped them into his mouth one by one, like munching on peanuts. Seeing his health points increase by 480, Li Wu cheerfully placed the processing fee of 2 gold coins on the table. As Oshirnan rolled his pills, he glanced at the 2 gold coins and calmly remarked, "Consider this processing fee waived. Let it serve as a referral fee for introducing business." Did Bai Debao buy the Enlightenment pill? Yes, a newly leveled 10 character took it, and he paid in gold right on the spot, even giving an extra 10 gold. Bai Debao's style was commendable. Wealthy individuals often had a penchant for tipping. However, Li Wu waved his hand, moving to the side to message Bai Debao. How did last night's scolding go? Did the president of Baida run away? Once connected, Bai Debao's frustrated voice came through. Last night was nearly a disaster. What happened? By the end, that old fellow from Baida, with his thin skin, started a fight. Initially, we had a clear advantage, but I don't know where he found 2 experts who nearly wiped out our high-ranking members. If it weren't for my formidable magic, we would have truly faced a disaster. Experts? The only guild in Mao Rabbit City couldn't possibly gather such talents? Don't even mention it. Those 2 aren't from Mao Rabbit City. This time, it's partly my fault. I had reserved 200 spots intending to recruit experts. But since the strategy was broadcasted on television, I released 100 spots, setting very high entry standards. Those 2 slipped in during that time, and it turns out they were undercover agents for that old Baida. Bai Debao was genuinely furious. Even after some time had passed, he spoke with gritted teeth. Did they nearly cause you to fail? Are their skills truly that formidable? Indeed, though Bai Debao was upset, he did not belittle the opposition and replied earnestly. Their equipment is top-notch, far exceeding that of ordinary players. Most importantly, these 2 are likely professional players from the virtual competition scene of the past 2 years. Reflexes that surpass those of ordinary individuals? Li Wu pondered, recalling what Oshirnan had mentioned about gaming experts. Yes, because of Blue Star, most other games have become obsolete. In the past 2 years, professional teams in virtual competitions either disbanded or sought opportunities within Blue Star. I've actually reached out to several professional players, but we're still negotiating terms and formalities. I hadn't anticipated that the old fellow from Baida would be more audacious than I. Bai Debao spoke with a grave tone. Although he had already learned some details about the so-called gaming experts from Oshirnan, Li Wu still inquired with a hint of confusion. Are professional players really that formidable? 2 individuals nearly caused a catastrophic failure for your guild of over 10,000? Caught off guard, those 2 were assassins who stealthily retreated, striking from behind to eliminate the formidable healer, Rabbit, in mere moments, and then proceeded to take down several more healers. Upon hearing that the spicy rabbit head was dispatched in 2 swift strikes, Li Wu couldn't help but furrow his brow. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within him, causing his expression to become unexpectedly stern. Oshirnan, while rolling meatballs, had been intently listening to the commotion, but for some reason, he suddenly felt the temperature in the alchemy room drop. Turning to glance at Li Wu, he noticed that Li Wu's gaze had taken on a somewhat intimidating quality, completely devoid of the absurdity from the previous day. If you engage in battle with Baida again, do remember to call me. Chapter 102. Man for wealth, bird for food. Although uncertain of the role he could play in the upcoming conflict, Li Wu nonetheless informed Bai Debao to summon him for the next battle. If I encounter these so-called gaming experts, what are my chances of victory? Li Wu seated himself at the table and asked solemnly. O'Sherinan paused his actions, pondering for a moment before responding softly. If they lack special skills or equipment superior to yours, magic users should not be able to defeat you. O'Sherinan's words cast a shadow over Li Wu's expression. The implication that he would struggle against warriors, guardians, assassins, archers, and even half-magic knights and druids was rather stinging to his pride. Fearing that Li Wu might be disheartened, O'Sherinan continued, "It would be quite difficult for them to kill you. You're just particularly resilient." O'Sherinan's addition only served to deepen Li Wu's discomfort. It's not entirely accurate to say that, if they lack armor-piercing skills or relevant talents, it would be quite challenging for them to defeat you, especially since you possess both whirlwind slash and toxin, formidable weapons in your arsenal. In a stalemate, they would likely choose to retreat before you do. Li Wu felt slightly better upon hearing this, yet being relegated to a defensive role without the ability to strike back was ultimately a source of frustration. You might want to consider charge skills and other melee area of effect abilities, O'Sherinan suggested again. All right, Li Wu nodded, then, unable to suppress his dissatisfaction, asked, "Is it really too late at 21? Starting training from scratch at 21 to reach a professional level is exceedingly difficult. At best, one might attain the standard of a competitive athlete. Of course, if you dedicate the majority of your time to training, you could approach a professional level in 3 to 5 years, but by then, you would already be over 25, and your peak state wouldn't last long." Oh, Li Wu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head to ask, "Do you have a spouse?" O'Sherinan looked up at Li Wu with evident confusion, taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic. "Then let us get married. That way, it wouldn't be considered an external affair." Ah, Eurystheus gazed incredulously at Li Wu, his eyes twitching at the corners. He had encountered shamelessness before, yet Li Wu's audacity was unparalleled. They had known each other for less than 2 days, and they had not even seen each other's faces, all for the sake of ancient martial arts. Moreover, you already have children. Perhaps you had not reached the legal age and were unmarried when you conceived, which explains the lack of marriage certificate. But can you truly justify your actions to the one who bore your child? As Li Wu observed the growing menace in Eurystheus' gaze, which seemed poised to unleash a brilliant attack, he hurriedly waved his hands and laughed. "I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. I do not know what has come over me these past few days. I've been rather loquacious." Li Wu's words were not entirely unfounded. Perhaps it was the sudden elevation from poverty that had lifted the weight of prior worries about treatment fees, allowing him to speak freely. Eurystheus finished crafting the last vitality elixir, fully aware of the priest's need for stamina. She understood well what was paramount, consuming all 11 pills in one go. Having grown adept at crafting these elixirs, only 2 of the 33 spectral flowers were wasted. After preparing the vitality elixirs, the duo set out once more to gather spectral flowers. However, to their surprise, the spectral flowers on the outskirts of the Wailing Forest had not respawned, nor had the tainted treants returned. They only managed to collect 2 stray spectral flowers. Logically, it had been half a day. The elite monsters should have respawned by now. Surely these spectral flowers cannot be a non-renewable resource, Li Wu lamented. He had hoped to gather more spectral flowers and defeat elite monsters to recover the costs of the gaming pod, but now those aspirations seemed dashed. He had previously informed by Debeos to send people to gather spectral flowers in Rabbit City. Yet the drizzling forest there had not transformed into the Wailing Forest and did not yield spectral flowers. Furthermore, the Guardian Shepherd task in Rabbit City had long been completed, seemingly a one-time quest. The clearing, too, no longer bore the fallen care and the necromancer Catherine. Any plans to replicate the deeds of a killer lover were thus thwarted. "Shall we venture deeper into the inner circle?" Li Wu proposed, somewhat reluctant. Eurystheus, needing 19 more vitality elixirs to reach her limit, nodded in agreement. They did not dare charge directly into the depths, but rather circled around, defeating minor creatures while searching for spectral flowers, albeit with a significantly reduced radius compared to the previous night. Indeed, the inner circle housed spectral flowers, and after one round, they had collected 10. "What if we push further in?" Li Wu suggested once more. Eurystheus hesitated. Having gathered 21 spectral flowers, her current proficiency would allow her to craft 19 vitality elixirs, just sufficient for her consumption. Yet, considering that vitality elixirs could be sold for at least 5 gold coins, she could not resist the temptation and chose to agree. To their astonishment, the inner circle yielded an abundance of spectral flowers. After merely half a circle, they had gathered 10 more. Even Eurystheus could not help but squint in delight. This was undeniably a tangible profit, if each vitality elixir were to be valued at 5 gold coins. The price of a single spectral flower would not even reach 4 gold, considering the additional costs of other materials. 35 gold coins were well within reach, a staggering profit. Indeed, the two individuals found themselves ensnared in a mesmerizing bloom of ethereal flowers, oblivious to the gradual changes unfolding in their surroundings. Is it just me? Or is there a fog rolling in? Li Wu remarked, his gaze drawn toward the distance. Upon hearing this, O'Shernan glanced around and noticed the unsettling shift. Just as he was about to speak, a horde of skeletal creatures erupted from the encroaching mist, without the need for a discerning eye. The unmistakable markings of Catherine's summoned minions atop the skeletons made it abundantly clear to Li Wu that trouble was imminent. "Let us go," he urged, mounting his steed, Pig Intestine, and beckoning O'Shernan to hasten their retreat. O'Shernan was swift to respond, summoning his headless knight's mount in an instant. As Li Wu forged ahead, navigating against the tide of the skeletal onslaught, he soon found himself halting the reins. To his dismay, a swarm of skeletal creatures emerged from the opposite direction as well. To the left, Li Wu commanded, and both he and O'Shernan redirected their mounts, only to find their expressions darkening as they advanced a few paces. Chapter 103. The wretched woman strips me of my garments. Surrounded, Catherine is employing tactics, though she had yet to reveal herself. The oncoming throng of summoned entities made the instigator's identity apparent. The notion that she could strategize was rather difficult to digest. Li Wu utilized his discerning eye to assess the skeletal adversaries closing in. Enhanced Skeleton Warrior, Catherine summon. Level 20. Health 150,000. Defense 1,200. Attack power 1,500. Skills, Charge Mighty Strike. Enhanced Skeleton Archer, Catherine summon. Level 20. Health 130,000. Defense 1,100. Attack power 1,550. Skills, Shock Arrow, deals 130 physical damage. Stunning the target for 1 second, cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill, Rapid Fire, increases attack speed by 30, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill, Enchanted Arrows, attacks inflict an additional 10 true damage. Upon reviewing the skeleton's attributes, Li Wu realized the gravity of their predicament. These were all elite-level creatures, each boasting a formidable level of 20. Defeating one might be feasible, but facing such a multitude rendered rescue nearly impossible. Acknowledging that his role as a priest was not one for bravado, O'Shernan nodded in agreement. Surveying the encirclement, Li Wu noted that the left flank was slightly less fortified. He equipped his steel longsword, commanded Pig Intestine to activate the stone armor aura, and charged forth. As he drew near, 3 bone arrows, rippling with energy, struck the shield he held before him, sending him tumbling from his mount and leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Once the daze subsided, Li Wu surged forward once more, only to be halted by the charge of 3 skeletal warriors. 6 strikes swiftly depleted more than half of his health. In a moment of impulsive concern, O'Shernan disregarded Li Wu's earlier warning, dismounted, and cast a healing spell upon him. Feeling the restorative energy envelop him, Li Wu exhaled deeply and rallied himself, charging toward the rear ranks of the skeletal archers. Accompanied by the 3 skeletal warriors, Whirlwind Slash, he unleashed. Before he could close the distance, the 4 enhanced skeletal warriors launched into a charge towards him. As the initial wave of skeletal warriors' charge was still on cooldown, the assault by these 4 skeletal fighters, albeit injurious to Li Wu, failed to incapacitate him. With a shield bash, Li Wu stunned one of the reinforced skeletal warriors, squeezing through the gap to once again approach the trio of enhanced skeletal archers. Another restoration spell, accompanied by a healing incantation, enveloped him, prompting Li Wu to furrow his brows and exclaim, "Hurry, it's better to lose 1 than 2. If you get the chance, lure a few more skeletal warriors together for a whirlwind slash. Combined with my healing, we might just break through." O'Shernan, displaying a touch of stubbornness, commanded her spider to attack one of the skeletal archers, hoping to alleviate Li Wu's burden. While fiercely hacking at the 3 archers, Li Wu lamented, "What opportunity is there? The main threat hasn't even appeared yet. We must move swiftly." In the midst of his words, he unleashed another whirlwind slash. This time, the attack struck 10 reinforced skeletons. A multitude of damage notifications rising from above Li Wu, augmented by the slicing effects of toxins. His health precariously hovered around the midpoint. Realizing the urgency of their situation, O'Shernan ceased her hesitation and dashed through the escape route that Li Wu had carved out. "At last, I have found you." A chilling, raspy voice echoed through the mournful forest, laden with an eerie, bone-chilling aura. The emotional weight of the tone sent a shiver down Li Wu's spine. What does it mean to have found us? Even if captured, it wouldn't evoke such dread, yet the very word sent chills coursing through him. The sound of cracking bones resonated clearly. Ashinin, though unafraid of pain, could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream, filled with sorrow. Minus 2,780. A tremendous damage notification erupted above her head. The colossal hand's assault continued, seizing Ashinin and lifting her several meters high, discarding her shattered form towards Li Wu as though she were refuse. Instinctively, Li Wu raised a shield to brace for her incoming body, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force surged from Ashinin. He embraced her tightly as they crashed into the swarm of skeletal foes behind him. 7 or 8 reinforced skeletons were scattered by the impact, and Li Wu, undeterred, slammed against a withered tree. Ashinin's body transformed into a wisp of white light in Li Wu's arms, while a damage notification of minus 1920 floated above him, plunging his health to a critical low. The surrounding skeletal creatures slowly encroached, yet they refrained from attacking. Li Wu reached down to gather a few fallen nether blooms from Ashinin's remains, then lifted his gaze towards the path that the skeletal foes had cleared. A woman shrouded in a veiled hood approached, emanating an ethereal glow visible to the naked eye. Well, Master Catherine, mutated. Level 25. Health. At last, I have found you, the murderer of my beloved. Her voice, cold and laced with profound hatred, resonated like nails scraping across a chalkboard. Staring at the scene before him, Li Wu felt his mind falter. Not only could it evolve, but could also recognize individuals. Despite knowing she was merely a programmed entity, Li Wu could not help but shout, "You have mistaken me. I do not know your beloved. You lie, though you are a mask. You are clad in my beloved's fallen armor." Catherine's words left Li Wu even more bewildered. Not only could she recognize people, but she could also identify their equipment. Just as Li Wu contemplated a counterargument, Catherine's impatience became evident, and a shadowy hand, the same that had just felled Shurnan, emerged from beneath his feet. Li Wu leaped to the side in a desperate attempt to evade it, only to find that the hand seemed to have locked onto him, its fingers deftly grasping him. It was over. Li Wu shut his eyes, bracing for the impending agony of death. To his surprise, however, a sudden chill enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that his armor had been forcefully stripped away by the approaching Catherine. Good heavens, I'm still a virgin. Just when Li Wu anticipated a dreadful fate, a grotesque, bloodied finger pierced through his chest from behind. In the next moment, he found himself bare-chested in the resurrection square of Shenhaoqing. Damn it, that foul woman stripped me. Chapter 104. The Legend of the Resurrection Square. Li Wu's muscular torso was exposed to the public eye, drawing the attention of numerous female players. Working 3 jobs a day had not only yielded a meager salary, but also endowed Li Wu with a commendably robust physique, though he lacked an 8-pack. His 6-pack was quite pronounced. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the absurd, he momentarily forgot about the bound steel armor in his bag and summoned his trusty pig steed to make a hasty escape. Good heavens! Is someone riding a pig bare-chested? What? Someone is riding a pig in the nude? No way. Is someone truly engaging in indecent acts with a pig? Mother, I heard there's a big black pig riding a naked man. Li Wu was oblivious to how the tale of the black pig spiraled out of control. Only after fleeing the resurrection square did he remember his backup gear and hurriedly equipped himself. Shurnan, having died shortly before him, was also present in the resurrection square. Although Li Wu was bare-chested, the sight of his formidable black pig was unmistakable, prompting Shurnan to follow suit. The two reconvened, their expressions growing grave. Is Catherine an anomaly, or do all level 25 characters behave like this? Li Wu couldn't help but inquire. Shurnan shook his head, responding, "This Catherine is exceptionally powerful. She seems to possess a degree of autonomous behavior, capable of ambushing players and deliberately revealing weaknesses in her encirclement for us to exploit. In previous virtual reality games, even with multiple settings, nothing had been this outrageous." Outrageous? That woman stripped me of my gear. The fallen armor I wore was not something I had looted upon death. She forcibly removed it. Even in Blue Star, where realism is high, players cannot strip each other's clothing. Yet she, a mere monster, could. Li Wu's exasperated words left Shurnan dumbfounded, and it took a moment for her to process. She can strip armor? How is that even possible? If high-level monsters can do this, how can players continue to play? Shurnan exclaimed in disbelief. Am I lying? Is it honorable to be stripped by a monster? After a moment's contemplation, Shurnan remarked, "Your fallen armor, while silver grade, is worth more than golden equipment dropped by level 15 monsters. This loss is significant. We should avoid the Wailing Forest in the future." "Why not go?" Li Wu retorted. "As soon as I level up a few more times, I shall confront her and settle the score." I suspect that the discrepancies in our levels are the cause of my missed strikes. I shall not relent until I have her undergarments in my possession, Li Wu declared with unwavering conviction. Li Wu's crude remarks earned a disdainful glance from O'Shernan, who pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us guard against the headless knight tonight. Merely leveling up is futile. We must also enhance our equipment." Agreed. Let us undertake more missions that involve defeating higher-level monsters. Today, we shall strive to reach level 15 and acquire a new skill. The two still had a nearby merit task to complete, albeit the monster level and reward were not particularly high. Thus they abandoned it in favor of a task to slay 1,000 creatures for a reward of 60 merit points. Based on Li Wu's experience, this was likely a task involving 14 level monsters. Following the task, they arrived at Lushui Town, located to the west of Shenhaoqing, where they learned from the town mayor that the creatures they were to defeat were, in fact, 16 level mermen. Li Wu, upon reflection, understood that the merit rewards were correlated with the players' levels. Since both he and O'Shernan were already at level 14, naturally, the monsters they faced would be of a higher caliber. Despite their aquatic name, the mermen were not true dwellers of the water. Rather, they congregated along the banks of a great river, their settlements dotting the landscape. The mermen were of modest stature, akin to goblins, their grotesque heads reminiscent of the famed characters Binbo Ba and Ba Bo Bin. Merman Warrior, level 16 health, 18,000 defense, 650 physical attack, 790 skills, whirlwind slash. Mighty Strike, Merman Priest, level 16 health, 15,000 defense, 500 magical attack, 820 skill 1. Healing Wave, launches a healing wave at an ally, restoring 820 health, 100 magical attack, with a chance to bounce to other allies within 10 meters, restoring 574 health, 70 magical attack, up to 5 times, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 2, Chain Lightning. Having faced higher-level monsters, the attributes of these 16-level creatures seemed rather unimpressive to Li Wu. Although he no longer possessed the armor of the fallen, his defense still surpassed 1,000 points. And O'Shernan's healing capabilities ensured that Li Wu's health remained at its peak. With someone providing healing, Li Wu felt no need to resort to lifesteal. Instead, he equipped the Ogrebone Hammer and charged into the Merman village astride his mount, the Pig Sausage. Each Merman village contained approximately 30 Merman warriors and 5 Merman priests. Li Wu gathered all the Merman warriors together and circled around to ensnare the priests as well, before unleashing a whirlwind slash. The diminutive stature of the mermen allowed them to be encompassed within a 5-meter radius of the attack. The flurry of damage was so dense that, even from a distance, O'Shernan could not discern Li Wu's form as he hurriedly called upon the system to disable the floating numbers. With 9 whirlwind slashes, all 35 of the 16-level mermen fell to the ground. Despite the low drop rate, the ground was littered with several items, though regrettably, only 2 pieces of common equipment were found, alongside scattered copper coins and a couple of merman teeth. Li Wu picked up the equipment of some value, completely disregarding the copper coins and worthless murloc teeth. The murloc teeth, being a white material, could not be listed in the auction house, rendering the effort of picking them up a waste of time, as was setting up a stall. 2 players, a female priest and a male warrior, who were engaged in a one-on-one battle with a murloc, cast astonished glances at Li Wu and his companion as they systematically eradicated murlocs from village to village. Both players were at level 13. The female priest and the male warrior found it somewhat challenging to combat level 16 creatures. With the presence of healing, the warrior could indeed contend with a murloc. However, he would incur over 15 points of damage each time, a torment that only he truly understood. After all, he had been showing off in front of the girl. Now, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his frustrations. The female priest glanced at Li Wu's retreating figure and then at her companion, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. They were both supporting their partners. Yet what a disparity in skill. She glanced down, confirming she could not see her toes, and, after a moment's contemplation, she promptly exited the party to follow Li Wu and his companion. The abandoned warrior's countenance darkened, feeling a swell of indignation. Just then, he noticed a flickering light in the village Li Wu had just swept through. Approaching, he discovered some copper coins and a few unclaimed murloc teeth. His eyes lit up at the sight of 23 copper coins and 4 murloc teeth worth approximately 15 copper each, an unexpected gain of 8 silver and 3 copper. Looking towards another empty murloc village not far off, the warrior's frustrations vanished, and he dashed over with renewed vigor. Chapter 105, The Lonely Rose. Li Wu had just executed a whirlwind strike depleting the health of a cluster of murlocs, when a healing spell and a restorative spell descended upon him. A restorative spell would suffice. Why waste mana? Who are you? Li Wu began to scold O'Sherinan for his extravagant ways. But he had only uttered half of his reproach when he noticed a female priest clad in intricately designed leather armor, her ample bosom accentuated, extending her hand to cast another restorative spell upon him. Handsome, would you take me along? The female priest, adorned with the name Lonely Rose, subtly showcased her alluring curves, her gaze hinting at unspoken desires. Clearing his throat, Li Wu firmly yet politely declined. Apologies, the party is full. He scrutinized her for a moment before bending down to collect the scattered equipment on the ground. O'Sherinan, not even sparing a glance at the female player, stepped forward to join Li Wu in gathering items. In truth, there was little of value on the ground, just two pieces of equipment, one emitting a faint green glow of black iron quality, alongside some copper coins and materials. Yet, this still ignited a spark of desire in the eyes of the priestess, known as Lonely Rose. Though the items dropped by the 30 or so ordinary murlocs were not particularly valuable, they could easily fetch over 100 coins. And what efficiency did Li Wu possess in farming? If she were to accompany him for several hours hunting murlocs, she would earn more than she did from countless nights of delivering takeout. They were both priests, yet the other woman appeared so cold, clad in a mask and a long robe that concealed her figure entirely. Why was it that she could reap such bountiful rewards? The Lonely Rose, filled with resentment, completely disregarded the presence of the heather and, twisting her body, approached Li Wu with a delicate tone, saying, "Brother, you are truly impressive. Please take me along." As she spoke, she gently swayed her body, her arms inadvertently constricting slightly. Li Wu, engrossed in picking up items, was startled when he raised his head and was met with a sudden flash of white, causing him to retreat in alarm. Being a rigid novice, he had never encountered such a scene before. The Lonely Rose, noticing his reaction, exhibited a flicker of surprise, soon followed by a hint of delight. She pressed on, inching closer, whispering, "As long as brother can take me, sister will bestow unexpected benefits upon you." In an instant, a luminous orb struck the Lonely Rose's face. Minus 1058. The immense damage elicited a cry from her, and she stumbled backward, clutching her face in panic. A slender, snow-white hand grasped her arm, and in the next moment, her body was tossed aside as if she were mere sack. Dazed, the Lonely Rose attempted to rise and assess the situation when another luminous orb struck her, causing her to scream as her health plummeted to a critical level. "Get lost." The cold voice, imbued with an air of chill, jolted the Lonely Rose back to reality. Her defense was nearly 400, while the priest's radiant impact magic damage was merely 120. This meant that the priest, who seemed to be casually healing the pig-riding warrior, had a magical attack exceeding 1200. How careless! She had initially thought it was simply a mighty figure aiding a damsel, but little did she know, this damsel was fiercely formidable. "Brother, save me, please?" The Lonely Rose, feeling disgruntled, was determined to fight back, only to find that the young warrior, who had been gazing at her with interest moments before, was now fleeing on his pig. Fleeing? Li Wu paid no mind to the disheveled Lonely Rose and rode off toward the next merman village. What a joke! Was it so easy to ignore him after being seduced? Did she not understand the consequences? He feared as well, although he suffered no harm. Constantly gazing at the sky was undignified. Adopting an indifferent stance towards matters not concerning him was Li Wu's guiding principle. The heather cast a disdainful glance at the dazed Lonely Rose and turned to mount his horse, following Li Wu. It was not worth tarnishing his name over someone like her. The Lonely Rose's thoughts crumbled to dust as she glared venomously at the retreating figure of the heather. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, a figure whisked past her. It was the warrior who had previously accompanied her, now crouched over the copper coins left by the pig-riding warrior, chuckling foolishly. The Lonely Rose's spirits revived, and she swayed forward 2 steps. "Brother, I just ran into an acquaintance. Let us continue hunting mermen." "Bah, don't come near. These coins and materials are mine. Dare to approach, and I shall end you." The male warrior glared fiercely at the Lonely Rose. Realizing the futility of her situation, she abandoned her pretense. Casting a glance at the remnants left by Li Wu and his companion, she revealed a hint of disdain. "Look at your meager aspirations. You treat mere trash as treasure." The disdain in the male warrior's gaze weighed heavier than the Lonely Rose as he grinned and remarked, "Trash. I've scavenged 6 villages, netting a pure profit of 58 coins. If I team up with the big boss for another couple of hours, I could easily afford several nights for you." Upon hearing this, the Lonely Rose's expression shifted. Her greed had blinded her to this unassuming avenue of wealth. As she glanced at the debris on the ground, her thoughts began to stir. But upon noticing the fierce approach of the male warrior, she hastily turned and fled into the distance. From afar, she watched the detestable woman follow the pig-riding boss to earn substantial sums, while another previously sympathetic wretch profited from scavenging as well. The lonely Rose's jealousy ignited, her gaze growing increasingly cold. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her friend list. Spotting a name within, a flicker of distaste crossed her face. Unless absolutely necessary, she preferred not to reach out to this individual, yet recalling her recent encounter, she quickly made up her mind. Meanwhile, Ishinin caught up with Li Wu, casting a disdainful glance his way, and said, "You have children now. Can you please stop behaving as if you've never seen a woman before?" Drool almost slipped out. "Hey, it's not like it costs anything, nor is it against the law. What's the harm in looking?" Li Wu replied, nonchalantly with a chuckle, though he soon expressed some discontent. "Besides, she is the one tempting me. I had no intention of taking her along. Why did you have to hit her?" "Humph." Ishinin scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "I simply find her unappealing. This game treats men and women quite fairly, but using a lure for entertainment brings disgrace upon us women. That's blatant professional discrimination. She earns her living through her skills. What's disgraceful about that? Clearly a paid service, and I want to go anywhere near it. What's the fear of payment? With her looks, a few pieces of black iron equipment would suffice. So cheap?" Li Wu tightened his grip on the reins, causing the pig to halt abruptly. Ishinin's face turned pale with anger, ready to strike Li Wu, only to see him burst into laughter and dash toward the nearby merman village.